Welcome to Hear Stories PH, your world of manhwa and web novel stories.
Chapter 48. People who had been observing began to doubt their own eyes. It's impossible for someone whose throat has been cut to come back to life. However, there was undeniable evidence right before them. Wang Yongmin was turning his head in different directions. Wang Yongmin isn't dead. Ryu Min already knew that Wang Yongmin would resurrect. So, this must be the hidden rule of this round. If you die, you revive after 10 minutes. Dead people are coming back to life. It seemed absurd, but considering the existence of resurrection skills, it wasn't entirely surprising. Yawn. Wang Yongmin, as if awakened from a deep slumber, yawned and glanced around, only to be taken aback. What? Why are people staring at me like that? It wasn't just a passing glance. They were looking at him as if he were a zombie. Wang Yongmin couldn't help but feel bewildered. He wasn't even aware that he had died. That his throat had been slit so swiftly. But something is off. I was definitely having a conversation with Black Scythe, and now this situation. It felt like abruptly losing track of a film while watching it. Without even realizing that Black Scythe had been the one to end his life, Wang Yongmin surveyed his surroundings. The players reacted with surprise and uttered incomprehensible words. A person has come back to life. It's like resurrection from a god. What's happening? It seems like the system revived him. Could it be that in this round, people come back to life even after being killed? Then we can freely kill without consequences. The players exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with a spark of life. If they can come back to life even after being killed, we can eliminate anyone without hesitation. Everyone drew their weapons. The fact that killing no longer carried the burden of guilt relieved their conscience. Everyone, calm down. We aren't certain if they truly revive or not, so acting rashly. After her back was slashed, a woman writhed in pain. Before she could regain her senses from the surprise attack, thud, a sword pierced through her from behind. You should be the first to die, you B*TCH. D. Thud, thud, thud. The man who had just argued with the woman went mad, repeatedly thrusting his sword into her with a crazed expression. Hawk, hawk. The pristine floor instantly turned crimson. The man's nickname also changed to Crimson. Come back quickly. Let's fight again. Even though he had killed her, anticipating her revival, the woman remained motionless. What's happening? Why isn't she coming back to life? The question was answered by another player. Perhaps it's not an immediate resurrection. Is there a cooldown period? Come to think of it, it took 10 minutes for that person to revive. How about we wait and see if that woman comes back to life? The players silently agreed and spent time in silence. If it became certain that they could revive even after being killed, they could eliminate without hesitation. Time passed, exactly 10 minutes had gone by. At that moment, the people witnessed the process of revival. As if time were rewinding, the blood was absorbed, and the wounds healed. The woman, who had been lifeless, rose like a zombie and regained her original appearance. Yawn. Just like Wang Yongmin, the woman suddenly regained her senses, yawning back to life. Wait, what the hell? Who's the bastard that attacked me from behind? The woman, rapidly turning her head, caught sight of a grinning man. It's me, you damn bitch. Slice. This time, the man swiftly slit her throat, ending her life with a chuckle. Everyone, did you see that? It's confirmed they revive after 10 minutes. Yeah, you're right. Now we can kill without hesitation. Though the resurrection ability had been proven, people hesitated to act immediately. The reality of committing murder still felt uneasy. However, it's hard not to get swept up in the atmosphere. As some players began killing, competition arose, and others started swinging their blades at one another. Slice, slice, die, arg. There was no specific target in mind. They simply attacked randomly, anyone within reach. Hey, you bastard. That hurts. I'm sorry. But I'm not doing this because I want to, okay. You should experience it too. Stop. Just stop resisting and die. After all, you'll revive anyway. Then die, you bastard. The previously pristine space transformed rapidly to red. The fluorescent hues of their nicknames gradually faded away. The sight of over 1,000 players locked in a frenzied battle resembled a war zone. Now's the time. It's time to make a move. Ryu Min slowly advanced, wielding his scythe. Black scythe. Slice. In one seamless motion, he severed the life of a passing player. It was his way of sparing them unnecessary suffering. Slice. 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 He began massacring unsuspecting players. With each swing of his scythe, 4 lives were claimed. Amidst the chaos, most players remained oblivious to Ryu Min's actions. And naturally, dead players couldn't utter a word. But that didn't mean he went unnoticed. Some players stealthily approached Ryu Min from behind, akin to cunning cats. Silently, players, having closed in on Ryu Min from behind, swung their weapons. Now's the time. Die. With a flash of light, the upper halves of 3 players slipped and plummeted to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Wide-eyed, they all perished. Their faces asked, "How did you sense us?" With my keen instincts, there's no way a surprise attack can succeed. Ryu Min smirked. Even with his eyes closed, he could read the surrounding environment through his instincts. Eliminating the fear of ambush. After approximately 10 minutes, the previously deceased players resurfaced smoothly. Whether they had died twice or thrice, it made no difference. There was no limit to resurrection, only a 10-minute cooldown was applied. He. Die. Just die. Among the players, a particularly noticeable player emerged. Black Dragon Flame. Come to think of it, he was here. The 4th round stage was undoubtedly crafted for the Black Dragon Flame. To someone equipped with the Rune of Absorption, the current situation must be like a grand feast. The Black Dragon Flame had a tangible connection with Ryu Min in the real world. Hence, he knew just how scary that rune could be. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes, studying the Black Dragon Flame's nickname. The color has grown rather intense. He must have claimed around 10 lives. A record akin to Ryu Min's. The darker the nickname, the more kills it represented. I suppose I'll have to retire him multiple times. To eliminate his competitors, Ryu Min sprang into action. Hey. Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon Flame in his right hand reveled in the thrill of murder. But it wasn't just that, it was the Rune of Absorption he possessed that fueled his bloodlust. The more players I kill, the higher my stack grows. It's like hitting the jackpot. The Rune of Absorption granted a stack every time the Black Dragon Flame took a life. Once the stack reached its maximum capacity, a random stat would be bestowed upon him. I knew killing monsters would increase the stack, but I never expected it to rise from slaying players. With a swing of his axe, the Black Dragon Flame struck the shoulder of an unknown man. Gah! Die! 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 He relentlessly struck the man, turning him into a lifeless corpse. Huff! The stacks seemed to have increased considerably. Perhaps because he was of a higher level. Not all players granted the same number of stacks. Depending on their level, some provided more, while others offered fewer stacks. Seems logical. If they're around the same level as me and still grant this many stacks. For a moment, the Black Dragon Flame pondered the potential increase in stacks by killing the highest leveled player, the one wielding the black scythe. Wouldn't that fill the stack and grant me a stat? Though the possibility was high, he quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head. The chances of killing the black scythe were slim. Forget it. No need to invite trouble by provoking a giant. I'll focus on hunting the weaklings. Instead, swoosh. His axe struck the back of another player's head, their face unfamiliar. I apologize. There is no resentment within me. Swoosh. Swoosh. With a few more strikes, it was a definite end. The Black Dragon Flame's axe swings carried a tinge of emotion. It's so liberating. Just what I needed after enduring all that stress. In truth, the stress he had experienced went far beyond this moment. In the previous round, he had been manipulated by Zhou Zhong-sik, and forced into meaningless escort missions. That damn gangster hindered my hunting progress as well. The Black Dragon Flame was a skilled player, ranked 3rd in the area. The memory of missing out on ranking rewards due to Zhou Zhong-sik still made his blood boil. But I'm fortunate. This round is tailored to suit me. While others gained no advantage from killing players, he did. By accumulating stats, he could grow stronger. Now's the perfect time to make up for the lack of growth in the previous round. Despite being level 10 and a warrior by job, he knew it wasn't enough. Did you really think I would fall behind? As the 3rd ranked player in the area, I have my pride. The thought of taking lives bothered him slightly, but what difference did it make? After all, they were just continually resurrecting in the game. In the end, they keep coming back to life. If I think of it as a game, it becomes easier. The Black Dragon Flame didn't consider it murder. To him, it was simply a well-crafted virtual reality game, and the figures before him were nothing more than fragments of data. With that change in perspective, the act of killing others no longer carried the same unease. The unpleasant sensation he felt when he committed his first murder seemed to fade away. How many have I killed already? The more I slay, the higher my chances of climbing the rankings. The Black Dragon Flame chuckled with delight. His prey continued to resurrect. For him, there couldn't be a more ideal hunting ground. With anticipation, he scanned the area for his next target. He spotted players engaged in frenzied battles, their surroundings splattered with blood. Shall I pay them a visit this time? Hee. They were nothing more than insignificant prey compared to his own skills. As the Black Dragon Flame was about to move on, he suddenly froze in place. Right in front of him, he came face to face with a formidable beast. A reaper wielding a large scythe. The black scythe. In an instant, darkness enveloped his surroundings. What's going on? Why did the lights go out all of a sudden? Voices of confusion echoed around, but none were as bewildered as the Black Dragon Flame himself. Faintly, he could see the outline of the Black Reaper's massive scythe. What's happening? Why is the scythe transparent? But there was an even more surprising development. The scythe suddenly lunged at him with explosive speed. Gasp. What? Was this what it felt like when a lion suddenly charged toward a deer? His entire body stiffened in response to the unimaginable speed. Though he tried to defend himself with his axe, something was amiss. Suddenly, the world spun around him. He saw his headless body. I'm dead. Could it be because his weapon is transparent? He couldn't even see it when it struck him. I should have avoided the black scythe, it's too. With that thought, his consciousness faded away. Die, you son of a bitch. Amidst the clamor of shouts and screams in the fierce battle, Wang Yongmin still couldn't shake off his disbelief. People are resurrecting for real. Just a while ago, he had witnessed a woman being stabbed by a sword and then coming back to life. They really do resurrect in just 10 minutes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Though he hadn't realized he died himself. This is perfect. It's a chance for revenge against those bastards who turned their backs on me. They had all vowed to kill each other, that was the plan. Wang Yongmin maneuvered through the crowd. Where are you, Kim Sung-han? Where are you? Finding a friend among thousands of people was no easy task. There you are, It really wasn't an impossible feat. With a delighted expression, Wang Yongmin shouted. Sung-han. He even waved his hand, but his voice was drowned out by the surrounding noise. Looking at his friend, he seemed to be on high alert, his eyes darting around anxiously. Hey, what a coward. Look at him, all scared because of some stat penalties. Wang Yongmin sneaked up behind him, intending to give him a surprise. Hey, Kim Sung-han. When he called out from close range, the guy turned around in astonishment. Good to see you, you piece of S. Without hesitation, he jabbed his fist straight into the guy's face. Blood splattered as the guy staggered. Wang Yongmin followed up with a barrage of punches, striking his face repeatedly. He straddled the fallen guy, suppressing his movements. Kim Sung-han, you son of a bitch. You think you can kill me? Whack. How about I kill you once? He focused his punches on the guy's face, hitting with intensity. Whack. He kept punching him in the face until it became a bloody mess and the movements ceased. It feels good now. Wang Yongmin stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Now, where are the other bastards? There were still many friends to kill. Chapter 49. Huff. CO Erin gasped for breath, her lungs heaving. Erin, are you alright? You seem exhausted. No, I'm fine, really. It's not so much the physical strain as it is the mental. And Sang Chul nodded, understanding her unspoken words. The sight of blood spraying and blades clashing was beyond disturbing, it was a spectacle. A violence that tore at the very fabric of their being. It was a place that made one question if it was akin to the depths of hell itself. And in this already pristine white space, the carnage became all the more jarring. It wasn't a scene from a low-budget gory movie. No, it was the grim reality playing out before their eyes. Well, he could endure this to a certain extent, but his concern lay with Seo Erin. She still has another hour to go. I wonder if she can hold on. And Sang Chul worried about Seo Erin's state of mind. After all, she was Ma Kyung-rock's prized asset, a crucial element of his business ventures. If her mental well-being suffered, it could jeopardize the entire enterprise, and he couldn't let that happen. What? And Sang Chul swiftly swung his sword, aiming for the villain who had set his sights on Seo Erin. Clang! He deflected the aggressor's weapon and swiftly sliced him across his shoulder. The enemy's upper body was now fully exposed, vulnerable, and defenseless. Erin, with urgency in his voice, and Sang Chul called out to Seo Erin, who clenched her teeth and plunged her sword forward. Swoosh! The blade pierced the guy's heart with chilling accuracy. The trembling evildoer slumped to the ground, lifeless. And Sang Chul watched the scene unfold before him, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Well, she certainly follows orders well. When he incapacitated their opponents, he entrusted Seo Erin with the task of finishing them off personally. Seo Erin lacks combat skills, so she won't survive without doing at least this. It was akin to feeding her with a silver spoon. However, it wasn't an entirely selfless act, as her summoned creature provided a protective shield, assisting them in this battle without any charge. Seo Erin, her face trembling, withdrew her sword. Yet another villain emerged from the side, launching a surprise attack. Swish, swish, and Sang Chul engaged in a swift exchange of blows, parrying the villain's strikes and swiftly slashing his wrist. Seizing the opportunity, he struck the foe's neck with his forearm. I can't just give, I must also earn. To survive in this round, I too must make my mark. His movements flowed naturally like water cascading down a stream. Since his transition to becoming a knight, and Sang Chul's mastery of runic swordsmanship had transformed him into a seasoned swordsman. Seo Erin, struggling to unsheath her sword, looked at him with a mix of awe and desperation. Bodyguard Nim, how much longer do we have to keep fighting like this? We still have another hour of battle ahead, I'm afraid. It's so difficult for me to bear witness, I just don't understand why everyone is resorting to killing and being killed. And Sang Chul, worn out as he was, showed no signs of sympathy or compassion. She's fragile, too fragile. Like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, isn't she? Her plight only evoked a sense of pity. And Sang Chul concealed his inner thoughts and replied, if you're tired, rest for now. Haven't you already taken down 50 opponents? Well, perhaps. That should be enough to secure a place among the top ranks. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, truly. Grateful, huh? Ironically, he felt even more grateful himself. This was an opportunity for him to make a record he couldn't accomplish while spoon-feeding her. And Sang Chul remained vigilant, brandishing his sword in a defensive stance. Even if he stood still, the frenzied individuals intoxicated by madness would come rushing towards him. Come. And Sang Chul's sword traced elegant curves through the air, poised and ready for the next encounter. Time remaining until round end, 0 hours 10 minutes and 21 seconds. It's about time this comes to an end. Ryu Min, his eyes fixed on the progress window, swung his scythe with a powerful arc. Swish! The approaching player's body, coming from behind, was mercilessly torn to shreds. Only 10 minutes left, but it's not over until it's over. To secure the top rank for the entire zone, Ryu Min had to accumulate as many records as possible. But it wasn't as simple as just killing a large number of opponents in a specific order. Ranking isn't solely determined by the number of kills. No, it required more than just a high body count. The key was to eliminate a diverse range of adversaries. There was no point in repeatedly targeting the same person, it would only count as one kill. That was the hidden method of ranking for this round. I shouldn't kill like that. Ryu Min's gaze fell upon none other than Wang Yongmin. Die, you bastards. Using nothing but his fists, Wang Yongmin was swiftly dispatching former friends who had once been part of their gang. And he did it right after their resurrection. It's almost the end of the round, and he's still there, doing the same thing. I wonder how many times he's killed the same person. Wang Yongmin cunningly enticed his gang members into a trap, taking advantage of their immediate revival at the same spot, to kill the same 5 gang members over and over again. Unbeknownst to them, those gang members would find it difficult to survive this round. Dying immediately after resurrection denied them the opportunity to establish a solid record. But Wang Yongmin, who killed only the same people, might have a low score and be eliminated. However, Ryu Min wasn't concerned about that. Wang Yongmin's nickname appeared more vivid than expected. It meant that he had killed not only his friends but also others. It seems he took the time while waiting for resurrection to kill other players. Despite not undergoing a job transition and suffering penalties due to his weakened state, Wang Yongmin displayed impressive power. Well, I have nothing to say about it. Ryu Min walked forward, gripping his scythe. His eyes scanned the players as if searching for prey. All their nicknames glowed red. There wasn't a single fluorescent color among them. Without exception, over 1,000 players had committed murder. Can it truly be called murder? After 10 minutes, everyone resurrects without exception. The fact that people could kill so casually was due to the knowledge of the resurrection. Perhaps the atmosphere soaked in madness also played a part. Ryu Min immersed himself in the atmosphere and cut down the people. It made the act of killing people way easier. It was the same for everyone, even for Ryu Min. If I stay still, I'll be killed. If I don't establish a record, I'll fade away. And I have no intention of missing out on the first place reward. Whoosh! Flashing here and there, Ryu Min reaped one of the players' heads with his scythe. Somehow, I must get stronger and reach the 20th round. I don't know how powerful the final boss will be, so I must become as strong as I can. The strongest Hokage, the 100th regression of the max level player One Piece, the soul purchasing pirate. The reason for accepting murder was beyond the fact of the resurrection. Survival. People fought to survive. It was a common event for modern individuals, humans living in a competitive society. After this round, players won't feel repulsed by murder anymore. Even though it was a virtual world, these players had already experienced killing people countless times during this round. Would they feel repulsion if they had to commit real murder in the physical world? In the future, they'll act without hesitation. The lawless zone will only intensify. They would aim their weapons at each other, killing innocent bystanders to prove their superiority. That was the future that awaited the players. Of course, not everyone will cave to this. Players who hadn't lost their humanity would still feel guilt and remorse for taking lives. Ryu Min himself experienced those emotions to some extent. That's why I try to end their lives as swiftly as possible, sparing them unnecessary suffering. But when faced with the first player who lunged at him, he showed no mercy. No mercy for those who strike first. And once he had killed a player, he never killed them again. There was no point in targeting the same person multiple times since it wouldn't count toward his record. In other words, it means I meticulously remember the nicknames of the players I've slain. Remembering the nicknames of hundreds of players. It was a difficult task, but not an impossible one. As long as I recall the essential keywords of their nicknames, I can easily remember them when I see them again. His high intelligence stat made it all the more achievable. I've taken care of him, and him too. As he passed by other players, he scanned them attentively. Ryu Min's focus was on players he had never killed before. However, the majority of those who fell by his hand were familiar faces. I don't remember that one. They're new. As soon as he spotted a player he hadn't slain, he swiftly swung his scythe. Without a second glance at the fallen, he moved on, searching for his next target. Time is running out. I need to get more kills. In his pursuit of claiming the top rank for the entire zone, his eyes burned with determination. As he hunted down his prey, suddenly, pillars of light descended from the sky, obstructing his movement. Time had expired. He. Did you all enjoy the killings? Trapped within their respective pillars, the players directed chilly gazes towards the angel. Could killing the same person bring any enjoyment? At times, they even glared at the angel who assigned them this nauseating quest, filled with resentment. The angel was merely a guide, after all. Oh my, look at this filthy blood. The once pristine space has turned into complete chaos. Well, despite killing each other, you've all worked hard. Before we reveal the final results, let's resurrect the fallen. Before the angel could finish speaking, the system had already resurrected the deceased players. These angels, they speak as if they possess the power to revive them. But in truth, they don't have such ability. As Ryu Min continued to look at the angel, the players were resurrected only to find themselves trapped within pillars, without exception. Even Wang Yongmin's friends, who had been mercilessly killed for 3 hours, were finally granted a moment of peace. Wang Yongmin, you bastard. You son of a bitch. I'll kill you. You're nothing but a worthless bug. Amidst the pillars of light, they busily spewed insults at Wang Yongmin. Quiet down. From now on, anyone who makes a sound will have their heads explode. Now that it's finally quiet, shall we take a look at the results after everyone has resurrected? But before that, let's see what the sub-quest for this round was, shall we? The sub-quest. There was one this time too. Of course there was. Did you think there wouldn't be? Are you idiots? He. With a knowing smile, the angel who had selected the humans displayed the quest window. Defeat the zone representative within the time limit. Success grants lowest grade soulstone draw ticket. Defeat the zone representative. So, this was the sub-quest. Yes, you fools. By the way, only one human in the entire world has achieved the sub-quest. And it's Black Scythe. Black Scythe. Come to think of it. He killed Wang Yongmin and became the zone representative, didn't he? Oh, right. Those who had previously criticized Black Scythe for killing Wang Yongmin now seemed remorseful, as if their appetites had been spoiled. If I had known, I would have killed Wang Yongmin. Damn it. Becoming the zone representative in this round turned out to be advantageous. After all. However, Wang Yongmin, who had perished, was completely oblivious to this news. I died. Killed by Black Scythe. Could it be that the reason he can't remember anything in the beginning is because of this? Realizing that he had died and been resurrected, Wang Yongmin hastily examined his skill window. It's gone. The temporary skill, commanding authority, is no longer there. Even though he had used up all his chances, the skill window had clearly shown that he still possessed the commanding authority skill. But now, it had inexplicably vanished. Did the zone representative authority really transfer to Black Scythe? From me, was it an indication that they would assist him so he wouldn't become a target? Is this why he took the title of zone representative from him? Perplexed, Wang Yongmin gazed at Ryu Min, who appeared indifferent and didn't spare him a single glance. Now, let's take a look at the results, shall we? But before that, I'm sure you're curious about how the rankings were determined. The angel finally revealed the hidden rules. The rankings are based on the order of each player's unique kills. Which means, even if the same human was killed multiple times, it only counts as one kill. Unique kills. So, it's not just about killing as many as possible. Do you really think it was that straightforward? Kahahehe, let's see the results. With a graceful movement of its wings, the angel unveiled the results window. Round 4 results. Overall zone. First place, Black Scythe level 30 Reaper, 722 kills. Second place, The Stupid Fools level 13 Shaman, 521 kills. Third place, Heavenly Demon level 13 Dark Knight, 433 kills. Zone ESKS 45-5. First place, Black Scythe level 30 Reaper, 722 kills. Second place, Adorable Baby Bird level 11 Warrior, 211 kills. Third place, and Sang Chul level 11 Knight, 209 kills. Once again, Black Scythe claims first place. That's a relief. As Ryu Min let out a sigh of relief, feeling relatively secure in his first place position, the other players cast him envious glances, mixed with a hint of resentment. To kill over 700 people. How is that even possible? Weren't we barely 1,000 in number? So, he single-handedly killed 70% of us. This is absolutely insane. Just like the onlookers shaking their heads in disbelief, even the angel couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, you managed to eliminate 722 people all by yourself. That's truly impressive. For reference, the lowest record for our zone this time was 30 kills, achieved by the player ranked 521 Street. Anyone below that is considered eliminated. Ah, woo. Sighs escaped the lips of almost half of the players. They were among those who couldn't even reach the 30 kills mark. Oh no, this can't be happening. I don't want to be eliminated. Does this mean we're really going to die this time? Sigh, I should have put more effort into eliminating others. While half of the players sighed with regret, Ryu-min focused his attention on the reward. Message. Chapter 50. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the quest for this particular area. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the overall rankings for the quest. Currently, Black Scythe holds the top position in both the overall rankings and the designated area. As the reward for ranking first in the designated area, you will receive an intermediate rare armor selection ticket. As the reward for ranking first overall, you will receive a special reward selection box. An intermediate rare armor selection ticket. This is perfect timing for an armor upgrade. Ryu-min wasted no time and immediately redeemed the reward. You can now choose one of the following rare armors. Please select your desired reward. 1. Shining Bronze Armor. 2. Crimson Assassin Suit. 3. Robe of Darkness. With only 3 options available, the selection was somewhat limited. I guess I'll have to go with number 2. Crimson Assassin Suit. Category: Armor. Grade: Rare. Defense: 60. Effects: Agility +4, Attack Speed +5%, Movement Speed +5%. Durability: 600/600. Usage restriction: requires regular grade or higher. Description: a crimson suit once worn by an assassin. Sometimes, it emits a faint scent of blood. The options were quite appealing, though it occasionally gives off a hint of blood scent, which could be problematic. Nevertheless, it was an upgrade from the skilled hunter's worn leather armor Ryu-min had been using. I should detach the low-grade navy blue sapphire I embedded in the hunter's armor later. Removing it wouldn't make a significant difference, though. Tapping the option where the navy blue sapphire was added prompts a message asking whether to detach it. Ryu-min proceeded to open the special reward selection box, his final reward. You can now choose one of the following special rewards. Please select your desired reward. 1. 50% stat increase buff valid for 5 rounds. 2. 5,000 gold. 3. Information for round 5. Unlike the previous round, there was no triple experience buff this time. But that doesn't mean monsters won't appear. In fact, the 5th round required actively seeking out monsters. Furthermore, the difficulty level was slightly higher compared to previous rounds. It might be challenging for me, but other players will likely find it extremely tough. The 5th round posed a considerable challenge. Even with a fair amount of accumulated experience, Ryu-min died 4 times in that round alone. Though if I hadn't been so focused on sub-quests, I wouldn't have died as much. At the time, he had been overly absorbed in the sub-quest rewards, leading to his demise at the hands of a monster. However, he managed to discover the sub-quest and claim the rewards later on. Fortunately, it was worth the trouble. He remembered being pleasantly surprised by the rewards, which exceeded his expectations. This time, I'll achieve first place not only in the main quest but also in all the sub-quests. Ryu-min chose the first reward. Considering the difficulty, the stat increase would be immensely helpful. It's not just the 5th round that's difficult. The difficulty significantly spikes with each multiple of 5 rounds. Especially the 15th round is remarkably challenging. Even Ryu-min, who had already planned ahead, felt a slight tension in the air. But he had said everything that needed to be said. Have you all checked your rankings? Well then, shall we proceed with the elimination? He. Just a moment. Archangel, please have mercy. There was no room for excuses. 521 players who didn't make it into the top ranks turned into a handful of ashes. Amidst the scene, there was someone breathing a sigh of relief. It was Wang Yongmin. I survived. I barely made it. Wang Yongmin was lucky enough to save his own life. Unfortunately, none of his friends survived the elimination. Round 4 ended. Overall rankings. Survivors: 90,953,209. Designated Area ESKS 45-5. Survivors: 521. In a moment, your souls will return to your original bodies. Round 5 will begin at midnight on May 1, 2022. Congratulations on surviving. See you in the next round. And Sang Chul, who had returned to reality, was in a hurry, running somewhere. Director. Beep. Click. Using the master key, He opened the hotel room, revealing the CEO, Ma Kyung-rok, fast asleep on the bed. Phew. Oh, Director On. Startled by the sudden commotion, Ma Kyung-rok rubbed his eyes and sat up. What's going on here? I don't remember summoning Director On. I apologize for intruding without prior contact. I came here urgently, thinking that something might have happened. I see. Well, what happened? Weren't you able to see the final results? I did. You secured third place. But I was still worried. It was such a mentally intense round. Wasn't it? Ma Kyung-rok nodded in agreement. That's why I collapsed on the bed as soon as I returned. I was mentally exhausted. I mean, you killed 433 people. If we count the duplicates, it's probably even more. Although Ma Kyung-rok had a hobby bordering on psychopathy, this was the first time he had taken so many lives. It was mentally draining. If I'm like this, what kind of monster is Black Scythe? To kill that many people, is he even human? He might be an active member of a special forces unit. If there's someone in Korea with that level of audacity and skill, there's no other way to see it. Ma Kyung-rok contemplated deeply. What is his true identity? How can he effortlessly dominate the entire competition and raise his level so significantly? The more he thought about it, the more impressed he became with Black Scythe. If only I could collaborate with Black Scythe, it would be so reassuring for breaking through future rounds. It was disappointing that they couldn't meet due to being in different areas. We should ask the Prophet about it later. See if they know anything about Black Scythe. As he pondered these thoughts, and Sang Chul coincidentally brought up the topic of the Prophet. It's truly amazing. Round 4 unfolded exactly as the Prophet had foretold. Honestly, I had my doubts until I witnessed it myself. I completely agree. The two of them recalled Ryu Min's prophecy. Round 4 is not about completing monster hunting quests. Instead, it's a tragic battle where players kill each other. Be cautious and avoid falling victim to the blades of other players. Just as the prophecy foretold, it came true. The information provided by the major shareholder was accurate. The two of them now had unwavering faith in Ryu Min as a true prophet. Now, what should we do, sir? What do you mean? I'm referring to the prophet, Ryu Min. Are you seriously considering partnering with him? Of course. He holds a 31% stake, so what authority do I have? In essence, the fate of the company rests in the hands of major shareholder Ryu Min. Does that mean you're ready to completely overhaul the industry, as he suggested? Why even ask? He believes the company can thrive. And, with resolute eyes, Ma Kyung-rok spoke. Regardless, we must make Ryu Min our ally. Don't underestimate him because of his age. And don't let your pride get in the way. Even if you don't agree with his actions, support him unconditionally and stay in sync. That's the only way. A cunning smile formed on Ma Kyung-rok's lips. A prophet like him is a honey trap that can extract all the favors we desire. Do you understand? Yes, I'll be cautious when dealing with Ryu Min from now on. Good. Call him right away. Confirm if Prophet Ryu Min is still alive while congratulating him on surviving. What should I say during the call? If he has time today, suggest having an evening party to celebrate survival. Tell him to invite his family if he has any. Understood. And make sure to invite Seo Erin, the actress, to the party. Seo Erin, we can't afford to exclude an entertainer at a time like this, can we? A mischievous grin adorned Ma Kyung-rok's face. Thunk. Ryu Min, dressed casually, stepped out of the Lamborghini. Then, he waved his hand towards the woman standing before him. Hi. And there she was, Min Yuri. She also greeted him with a warm smile and waved back. Ryu Min, you look great. Likewise. What's going on? We had planned to have lunch together first, right? It's a celebration for surviving. Don't worry about the meal, I've got it covered. Who said I was worried? But I was actually worried. He could hear her thoughts, and even his slight surprise was palpable. Let's go. I made a reservation at a fantastic place. Well, then, as shameless as it may sound, shall I enjoy the perks of having a wealthy friend? Yuri chuckled nervously. The man and woman in the Lamborghini zoomed through the city. During the ride, Min Yuri and Ryu Min engaged in a natural and easy conversation. Was it because they had shared their runes? Unlike last time, the atmosphere was relaxed and comfortable. Thank you, Prophet Nim. I was able to prepare for round 4 because of your guidance. If you hadn't given me any hints, I would have been truly taken aback. Have you ever doubted the truth of my words? No way. Why would you lie to me about something so trivial? I appreciate your trust. On one hand, Ryu Min couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt in his conscience. After all, even though his lies were well-intentioned, they were still lies. He also felt a twinge of remorse for inadvertently reading Min Yuri's unspoken thoughts. Unaware of his internal conflicts, Min Yuri smiled and spoke with gratitude. I'm really thankful. Do you know how nerve-wracking it was for me to take someone's life? Did you feel the same way? Well, I mean, he didn't. He felt no hesitation or doubt when it came to killing. In fact, he wished he had felt something, some sort of moral struggle. Regardless, if you hadn't told me that I had to kill at least 30 people to pass, I would have been eliminated a long time ago. So, thank you. As he sensed her genuine gratitude, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile. I don't really have anything to be thankful for. Besides, even without his guidance, Min Yuri would have survived. The protective rune that grew stronger with the presence of more people would have saved her multiple times. Plus, she's more resilient than I expected. She was like a wild weed thriving outside the greenhouse, rather than a delicate flower. Inside. We're here. This is the place. The two of them entered a high-end traditional Korean restaurant. He chose this place to avoid the formal atmosphere that might make Min Yuri uncomfortable. Welcome, do you have a reservation? Yes, for 2. Once they entered the private room, the meticulously prepared 200,000 won course meal was served. As the staff left, they were left alone in the cozy space. It was the perfect setting for a heartfelt conversation. Please enjoy your meal. Thank you, I will. How many times has she thanked me? Ryu Min chuckled and picked up his chopsticks. The food tasted exquisite, and he savored each bite. However, Min Yuri seemed hesitant, her hands hovering over the untouched food. Can I really enjoy this meal after taking someone's life? Ryu Min called me here, but I can't help but feel uneasy. Reading her thoughts, he realized she was still grappling with the weight of her actions. But it's understandable. Despite Min Yuri's vibrant spirit, she's just an ordinary person at the end of the day. It was surprising how nonchalantly she had acted so far. Concerned, Ryu Min involuntarily set down his utensils. Yuri, why aren't you eating? Oh, I'm just not feeling well. Is it because of what we've done? Taking lives. Don't burden yourself with guilt. We did what we had to do to survive. I know that, but stop. Ryu Min's tone turned firm as he interrupted her. So what if something like this happens again? Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? If you do, I'll be the one to suffer. Think about yourself. It won't be easy, but it's the right thing to do. Remember, you have a family to protect too. Family. In that moment, Min Yuri's thoughts were consumed by her beloved father. She had never considered the profound sadness he would feel if she failed to wake up from her slumber. With a newfound sense of purpose, her wavering resolve solidified. You're right. I had forgotten about my family. Perhaps that's why I've endured until now. Without even realizing it, Min Yuri's eyes no longer held uncertainty. Thank you, Ryu Min. Thank you for comforting me. Why are you thanking me for something like this? Let's just eat delicious food and let it all out. Hee, alright. Reinvigorated, Min Yuri finally picked up her utensils. As she savored the various dishes, she couldn't help but be amazed. This is truly delicious. It feels like all the fatigue from the 4th round is melting away. Then, I'm glad. They devoured the main dish, Neobiani, and indulged in the 7-side dish and stone pot rice, surrendering to the blissful satisfaction that filled their stomachs. An unparalleled sense of happiness surged through them. That was truly enjoyable, Min Ah. It's the first time you've called me by my first name. Oh, really? If it's all right with you, can I continue calling you that from now on? Sure, whatever you like. Ellipsis. Phew, I'm stuffed. Will there be dessert? Of course. Observing Min Yuri's eyes gleaming with anticipation, Ryu Min almost let out a chuckle. She resembled a puppy waiting for a treat from its owner. When the dessert arrived, jujube tea and ice cream, Min Yuri's eyes sparkled. I'll savor every bite. Was her heightened enthusiasm due to her improved mood? Well, I knew Min Yuri enjoys eating, especially ice cream. That's why he chose a traditional Korean restaurant that served ice cream as dessert. He wanted to lift her spirits. With all the dishes served and no one to interrupt, Ryu-min felt it was time to address the main issue. To tell you the truth, I haven't invited you here today just to celebrate. I want to share information about the 5th round. The 5th round. Surprised, Min Yuri lowered her voice and glanced around cautiously. Did you see the future? Yes. The 5th round will be much more challenging than any previous round. Moreover, there will be a zone integration. Zone integration. It means the separate zones will merge into one. This astonishing revelation widened Min Yuri's eyes. So, that means, you and I might be able to meet. Exactly. Although it won't be during the 5th round itself. In truth, they would encounter each other during the 5th round, but Ryu-min deliberately misled her about the timing of their meeting. If we're in the same zone, Min Yuri will undoubtedly try to meet me. If they crossed paths in this realm, his lie would be exposed. He couldn't hide his pseudonym either. Not yet, at least. But that doesn't mean I have no intention of meeting her. Being by Min Yuri's side was an essential step in fostering mutual support. And there was a way to achieve that. A way to meet while concealing his true identity. Listen closely to what I'm about to say. Yes, I'm listening. The 5th round, as I mentioned earlier, will be quite challenging. There's a possibility that many people will die. However, there's one method to survive. What is it? Ryu-min, who had been hesitant, spoke with a solemn expression. Find Black Side. Go to Black Side and ask for his help. All Stat Slayer, the 100th regression of the max level player, One Punch of Justice. Chapter 51. Black Side. It wasn't a mere inquiry for clarification, it carried a deeper meaning. Although they hailed from different territories, Min Yuri was well aware of the name, Black Side. After all, it was a moniker that consistently claimed the top spot in the world after every round. So, you're talking about that person, right? The one who always managed to secure first place in the world. Yes, exactly. So, let me get this straight. You want me to seek assistance from Black Side in the 5th round. I did mention assistance, but it's more about collaboration. It's about forging a temporary alliance to increase our chances of survival. But isn't Black Side from a different district? Are you suggesting that our district and theirs will merge this time? That's precisely what I mean. But Black Side is level 30. Why would they even consider joining forces with me? Because you can use buffs. Black Side will find value in having you by his side. With your help, you can complete quests and mutually benefit each other. It was an intriguing proposition. Imagine how reassuring it would be to survive each round safely with the guidance of a high-level player. However, the challenge lay in forming a party with a complete stranger. Moreover, not just any formidable presence, but one of remarkable strength. To be honest, I have my concerns. Would Black Side truly agree to accompany me solely for the sake of a single buff? It's not just any buff. The buffs you have are extraordinary. Ryu-min suppressed his true thoughts and smiled, trying to alleviate Min Yuri's worries. Black Side will be willing to cooperate with you, not only for this round but also for the rounds to come. I saw it in the future, so there's no need to worry. Really? Min Yuri's face finally brightened, radiating a genuine smile. If Ryu-min, the prophet, expressed such unwavering confidence, Min Yuri had every reason to believe him. Thank you for sharing this vital information with me. No problem. Friends should be able to do something this important for each other. As a token of gratitude, I should give you something in return, shouldn't I? Min Yuri extended her hand and bestowed a buff upon Ryu-min. It was a moment that Ryu-min acted as if it had caught him off guard. I received the buff as planned. Knowing Min Yuri's financial struggles and inability to offer much, Ryu-min had anticipated her relying on buffs as a form of repayment. Now, once I get home and use the lottery ticket. Suppressing the twitch in the corner of his mouth, Ryu-min left the restaurant together with Min Yuri. Only when he had dropped Min Yuri off in front of the convenience store and found himself alone did Ryu-min allow himself to smile without inhibition. Upon returning home, Ryu-min changed into comfortable attire and equipped his items. The Bless skill increases all stats by 50%. The Rune of Slaughter bestows a 100% increase in all stats. Not only did he receive buffs, but he also obtained the effect of the Rune of Slaughter by vanquishing the mill worms, just as before. Let's see how much my stats have improved. Strength, 93, Intelligence, 111. Agility, 105, Luck, 84. With this level of luck, I can have high expectations. Ironically, the attribute Ryu Min had neglected, intelligence, stood out as the highest. This was thanks to the Rune of Luminescence, which boosted intelligence alongside leveling up. If I were to encounter a holy type opponent, my stats would soar even higher, doubling in magnitude. Unless an angel were to suddenly appear, such a prospect seemed arduous to achieve. Ryu Min opened his inventory and retrieved the lowest grade lottery ticket. Let's put it to use. An ordinary person would have ended up praying, hoping for a favorable outcome. But Ryu Min wasn't an ordinary person. Without any hesitation, he simply used the item. What's the point of praying? That damn excuse for needing a god. Though he had never been religious, this whole situation had completely eroded any remnants of faith he may have had. Not only did his faith disappear, but in its place, a deep-rooted resentment took hold. Even if they don't know it, this must be some grand scheme orchestrated by a god. Who else but the mastermind behind a hellish survival game that entrapped 1.8 billion people? Of course, there had to be a god pulling the strings, toying with humanity. If, by some chance, I make it to the final round and have my wish granted, I'll demand the annihilation of that godforsaken deity who designed this wretched excuse for a game. Of course, whether that would be possible remained uncertain. Just then, the lottery results appeared before Ryu Min's eyes. You have used the lowest grade lottery ticket. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 lowest grade magical stones. In that moment, Ryu Min found himself wearing an expression of astonishment. 5. Isn't that the maximum you can get? Instead of praying, he had resorted to cursing that deity, but fate had handed him the maximum number of stones. Talk about an incredible stroke of luck. Ryu Min chuckled to himself and checked his inventory. 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, 1 purple, not bad. A total of 5 lowest grade magical stones had appeared. Ryu Min decided to start by combining the stones of the same color. Main material, lowest grade red magical stone. Sub-material, lowest grade red magical stone. None, 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 none. With the stones placed in their respective slots, he pressed the combine button. Combination successful. You have created a low-grade red magical stone. A low-grade magical stone now resided in his inventory. If they're the same color and the same grade, you can combine them like this. Without hesitation, Ryu Min immediately combined the low-grade red magical stone with the Assassin's Hood. Combination successful. The Assassin's Hood gains the additional option of damage plus 2%. Previously, if it were a lowest grade stone, the effect would have been 1%. However, now it had doubled to 2%. He also combined the newly obtained purple magical stone with the one Co Aaron had given him. After creating a low-grade purple magical stone, he inserted it into his gloves. Combination successful. The shadow gloves gain the additional option of all stats plus 2. The remaining green and yellow magical stones were placed in his shoes and ring, respectively. His agility and luck both increased by 2. He also inserted the navy magical stone he had removed from the hunter's armor into the blood-red assassin's suit. By doing so, he had now embedded the magical stones into all of his equipment. Great. It was worth sharing information and gaining buffs. Not only that, but he had also established a connection between Yuri and Black Scythe, all under the guise of prophecy. Starting from the 5th round, he could now accompany Min Yuri without revealing his true identity. With Min Yuri's buffs, breaking through the 5th round will be a piece of cake. Feeling satisfied, Ryu Min smiled and glanced at his phone. Time was already progressing towards evening. I'll have a 2-hour window until I meet with Ma Kyung Rock. Earlier in the morning, he received a call from An Sang Chul. Mr. Chairman. Yes. So, you're still alive. Congratulations on surviving. I called to apologize for my rude behavior during our last encounter. I am truly sorry. Mr. Ma Kyung Rock is also deeply apologetic about that incident. In that regard, as a way to celebrate survival, we are planning To hold a casual party in the evening. How about joining us? It will be a gathering where everyone can enjoy themselves, and we hope your family can attend without any hesitation. He received an invitation to a party. Though it may be called a party, in reality, it's probably just an opportunity to win my favor and extract information. Building trust with Ma Kyung-rok was crucial, so Ryu-min had no reason to decline. Leaving his room, Ryu-min approached his younger brother, who was lying on the sofa, engrossed in watching TV. Do you have time this evening? Huh, yeah, I've got plenty of time. I'm not going to school these days. His younger brother was supposed to start attending middle school last month, but due to the current circumstances, in-person classes had been temporarily halted. With all the third-year middle schoolers over 15 becoming players, will they really be studying at school when the next round is looming? However, if regular people were allowed to attend school while players couldn't, it would be seen as discrimination, and parents would surely protest. And it wasn't just limited to middle school. High schools and universities nationwide were unable to accommodate players. In a life or death situation like this, is there even any point in thinking about studying for the future? We should consider ourselves fortunate if we manage to avoid accidents. The military was in an even more difficult position. Extraordinary powers had emerged, and the hierarchical order couldn't be maintained. Officers over the age of 30 didn't dare confront the players. Out of the initial 1.8 billion participants, only 90 million remain after just 3 months. A staggering 95% of the participants had perished, leaving a mere 5% alive. Under these circumstances, society couldn't function properly. What's with that sudden expression? One-ah asked. Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, since you have a lot of free time, how about going to a party with me? A party? Why all of a sudden? Ryu-min explained the situation to his younger brother. What? The CEO of the company you invested in is the heir of a famous group. Yeah, that's right. As future business partners, I've been invited to the party, and I want you to come too. But can I really go to an event like that? They insist that you come. Well, it's up to you. It's your choice. Reading his brother's thoughts, Ryu-min knew his concerns went beyond just this party. But deep down, Ryu-min already knew what decision his brother would make. It had been the same in the previous round. I'll go. When else will I have the chance to attend an upper-class party? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. A wry smile appeared on Ryu-min's face. He knew that if he had gone alone or kept it a secret, his brother would have been seriously upset. Let's go. I'll buy you some clothes. Clothes? Well, you don't have to wear a suit, but it's good to have something decent for the party. Oh yeah, I'll get to ride in your car, His brother seemed more excited about riding in a supercar than getting new clothes. Let's go. The siblings embarked on an outing, a rare occasion after a long time. After returning from their outing and passing the time watching TV, the brothers glanced at the clock. It was time for their appointment. Now, let's get dressed. Ryu-min put on a suit, while Ryu-won opted for a relaxed and casual hoodie. As they were about to resume watching TV, ring ring, dong dong dong, musical note. The sound of the doorbell reached their ears. I think he's here, Ryu-won exclaimed, looking at the intercom. A familiar face stood at their doorstep. Let's go. Ryu-min opened the front door, accompanied by his brother. And Sang-chul respectfully lowered his head. Hello, Mr. Ryu-min, have you finished getting ready? I've come to accompany you. Oh, that person is the one I met before. And Sang-chul glanced at Ryu-min, observing Ryu-won's surprised expression. And who is this? He's my younger brother. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm team leader in Sang-chul. We're from the same sector, right? Yes. Ryu-won still had a hint of wariness in his eyes. The initial encounter hadn't left a good impression. I sincerely apologize for the rudeness in our previous encounter. I have already apologized. To your brother as well. As a gesture of apology, we prepared this casual party, so please don't feel burdened. Shall we go now? We have a limousine prepared, so all you need to do is join us. As expected, the party took place at Ma Kyung-rok's hotel. Oh, Mr. Ryu-min. Ma Kyung-rok greeted him warmly at the entrance. It's great to see you alive. Likewise. And who is this, your younger brother? Yes, he's Ryu Wan, my younger brother. Ma Kyung-rok smiled and extended his hand to Ryu Wan. Nice to meet you. I'm Ma Kyung-rok, the CEO of Cheonma Consulting. Ah, hello. Is your younger brother also a player, by any chance? No, he's not. He's still only 14 years old. Oh, that's fortunate. Escaping a survival game with just a 1-year difference. I'm truly envious. Envious. Not at all. Ryu Min inwardly chuckled. Although he had expressed envy, his thoughts revealed otherwise. Please follow me. It's a modest party, but everything is prepared. Following Ma Kyung-rok, they entered a spacious banquet hall. Wow. Ryu Wan couldn't contain his awe, his mouth agape in astonishment. Ryu Min also pretended to be pleasantly surprised. The banquet hall boasted a buffet-style array of various mouth-watering dishes. Are you hungry? We don't have an extensive spread, but it should satisfy your appetite. Ryu Wan wore a bewildered expression at Ma Kyung-rok's words. Is this person joking? Saying it's not much, but it's far from being insufficient. The disbelief was clearly conveyed. Well, if you're hungry, let's have a meal first. Just as Ma Kyung-rok was about to make a move, the door to the banquet hall swung open. And a woman appeared, leaving Ryu Min secretly astonished. One punch of justice, me and my wife transmigrated together. Fantasy system pick me up. Chapter 52. Co Aaron. They invited Co Aaron too. The reason Ryu Min was taken aback was quite simple. Co Aaron had been absent in the previous gatherings, even when they held parties. I wonder if things have changed because they realized we live in the same apartment. Well, it doesn't really matter. Having Co Aaron here wouldn't make a big difference after all. Ah, you're finally here, actress Co. Pretending to know her, Ma Kyung-rok nodded as Co Aaron respectfully lowered her head. I'm sorry for being a little late. I was paying my respects to a fellow actor. No worries. If that's the case, being late is understandable. But before that, please greet the major shareholder of our company. Hello. I'm an actress named Co Aaron. As Co Aaron greeted, she suddenly looked at the person's face and was surprised. The reason for her surprise was simple, she recognized the face. Did you two of you meet before? Yes, that's right. It turns out the major shareholder is my neighbor. Nice to meet you. Co Aaron smiled, her eyes crinkling, but inside, she couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. He looks younger than me, and yet he's a major shareholder. Could it be that the CEO is just playing a joke? Up until this moment, Ryu Wan's mouth was wide open, then he suddenly snapped out. Hey, hung. Yeah, is the person in front of me really Co Aaron? Ryu Min whispered to his brother's ear, yes, and Ryu Wan's mouth hung open in surprise. Come to think of it, did I forget to mention it? In a brief whisper to his brother, Ryu Min explained the truth. That Ma Kyung-rok is Co Aaron's sponsor and Sang Chul is the manager he assigned. Wow. Seeing his brother's stunned expression, Ryu Min found himself in a dilemma. Should he also admire Co Aaron as his brother does? It's probably a common reaction to be captivated by someone so beautiful, right? Rather than admiring, Ryu Min decided to simply steal a glance at her. As if showing interest in her lovely appearance. Noticing every detail, Ma Kyung-rok smirked and twisted his lips. She's young. I wondered if even prophets are subject to human desires. It seems that calling for Co Aaron was definitely the right choice. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Ma Kyung-rok turned to address the four individuals. You must be hungry, so don't hesitate, and let's eat. From Ryu Min, Ryu Wan, Ma Kyung-rok, and Sang Chul, to Co Aaron. The five of them filled their plates with various delectable dishes from the buffet and brought them to the table. Though the number of attendees was small compared to the size of the banquet hall, Ma Kyung-rok didn't mind. In fact, he found it even more enjoyable with fewer people. It must feel overwhelming for a prophet to receive such exceptional treatment. Contrary to his words of not wanting them to feel burdened, Ma Kyung-rok secretly hoped they would. So, how does the food taste, major shareholder? I instructed the chefs to pay special attention to it. Ah, it's absolutely delicious. What about you, young sir? Are they enjoying it? Huh? Oh, yes. I've never had something this delicious before in my life. It's truly rewarding to hear that it's a delight. The chefs must feel incredibly accomplished. Ma Kyung-rok smiled and savored a bite of the succulent steak. After savoring the tender meat and swallowing it, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. And asked the question that had been on his mind. But why did only your younger brother come? What about the rest of your family? What about your parents? To me, my younger brother is my only family. Our parents have passed away. Oh, I see, that's truly unfortunate. Ma Kyung-rok couldn't help but feel regretful to ask. Damn it, why did I ask such a question? It completely ruined the pleasant atmosphere we had. He felt a wave of discomfort rising as if the food he had just enjoyed was threatening to make a return. Ma Kyung-rok glanced at Ryu Min, his expression filled with sorrow. The gloomy expression on Ryu Min's face further dampened Ma Kyung-rok's own mood. Damn it, damn it. I should just keep my mouth shut until the tension eases. As someone who needed to win the favor of the prophet, Ma Kyung-rok found himself forced to tread carefully. Ding, dong, crack, ding, crack, dong. Amidst the hushed atmosphere, the meal continued. With no words exchanged, the clinking of cutlery became the only sound that resonated. Someone needs to lighten the mood. Ma Kyung-rok's gaze subtly shifted towards Seo Aaron. If there was anyone who could lift the spirits and inject some cheer into the gathering, it was undoubtedly her. Seo, look over here, Seo. Ma Kyung-rok gestured for her attention, but Seo Aaron remained immersed in her meal. Oblivious to the call. Naturally, frustration creased Ma Kyung-rok's forehead. That infuriating girl. As silence pervaded the air, a growing sense of desolation settled in. Yet, the seemingly eternal meal eventually drew to a close as plates were cleared away. Several times over. When the five of them gathered for a tea break, Ma Kyung-rok finally broke his silence. Could we have a moment alone, Seo? Yes. Oh, of course. Seo Aaron followed Ma Kyung-rok, her expression tinged with curiosity, as he led her to a more secluded spot. Coming to a stop in a suitable location, Ma Kyung-rok cleared his throat and spoke. Listen, Seo Aaron. Yes, CEO. Did you enjoy the meal? Oh, it was absolutely delicious. Do you think I called you here just to have a meal? Pardon. The king of the world's Bleach, Brave New World Infinite Clone System Harry Potter and the Secret Treasures. As a female entertainer, shouldn't you be more attentive to entertaining others? Isn't that what's expected of a female entertainer? Seo Aaron's complexion stiffened in response to his straightforward comment. Isn't it your responsibility to uplift the atmosphere when it turns awkward? Do you think I invited you here solely for the purpose of dining and mingling? I apologize, I thought I was invited to the party. With such obliviousness, how do you expect to survive as an entertainer? No, being an entertainer is no longer the crucial part. If you don't make it through the next round, your profession will hold no meaning. Seo Aaron bowed her head, akin to a scolded newcomer in front of a superior. I'm sorry. Didn't Director Shin inform you about his identity? The major shareholder, isn't he? He's not just a major shareholder, he's a prophet. A prophet? Seo Aaron blinked her doe-like eyes in surprise. Yes, a prophet. A unique profession that can literally glimpse into the future. Ah. Now you understand, right? The reason why you should entertain him. How immensely helpful would it be if you could know the information about the next round in advance? Ma Kyung-rok's hand suddenly reached out, lightly touching Seo Aaron's cheek. Feeling the coolness of his touch, Seo Aaron flinched. Why are you wasting such a captivating face that can enchant anyone? Why are you just sitting there without making a move? Whether it's playing along or flashing a smile, don't you think you should do more to win him? Ma Kyung-rok lightly tapped Seo Aaron's face with his hand. For Seo Aaron, it was an action that wounded her pride. If you're making a living with your face as an entertainer, then act like one and make full use of your talents. Although it may seem unconventional, I am an actress, not a mere face model. An actress. HMPH. Unintentionally, Ma Kyung-rok let out a scoff. Yes, I do acknowledge that you excel in acting, Seo. But is it only your acting prowess that has propelled you to fame? People place great importance on first impressions. Naturally, appearance holds the greatest weight in those first moments. It's your looks that have allowed you to sustain your current popularity. If your appearance wasn't exceptional, do you think I would have taken notice? Ma Kyung-rak's harsh words left Seo Erin's expression frozen like stone. Her eyes glistened, as if tears were about to burst forth. Don't cry. I haven't said anything untrue. It's disgusting to see someone playing victim so easily. Stunned by the remark that made her feel nauseous, Seo Erin couldn't find her voice. The tears that were welling up quickly receded. Shall I guess what you're thinking right now? You must be feeling angry and sorrowful. It's probably bewildering for you, as you've never been subjected to such bitter words before. But endure it nonetheless. As the CEO, I have given you the opportunity to succeed as an actress. Isn't it your duty to repay that debt? Even in these difficult times, we should settle our accounts cleanly. So let's end the conversation here. If we drag it out any longer, people outside will find it strange. Ma Kyung-rak lightly tapped her cheek once again. Behave properly, be straightforward. Whether you seduce him with that pretty face of yours, or tempt him with your body, spare no effort to manipulate Ryu Min, the major shareholder. Why aren't you responding? I understand, I will. Good. Now let's go back and have a drinking party. Stand by Ryu Min's side and pour him drinks. I'll be watching you, handle it properly. If you feel uncomfortable, just think of it as acting. Yes. Let's go then. Ma Kyung-rak and Seo Erin returned to their seats. And Sang Chul and Ryu Min sat awkwardly, staring at their empty teacups. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? We had a lot to discuss. What did you talk about? Ryu Min asked calmly, and Ma Kyung-rak responded confidently. We discussed business. After all, Seo Erin is an actress I've been nurturing, isn't she? Although Ryu Min found the term nurturing unpleasant, he remained silent. In any case, he could unravel their conversation by reading between the lines. Well, now that the meal is over, shall we move to a different place? It's time for the second round. Ha. Ma Kyung-rak chuckled and gestured to Seo Erin. As they transitioned to a new location, Seo Erin subtly approached Ryu Min's side. However, Ryu Min hesitated, unable to find the words to initiate the conversation. Why are you hesitating when I explicitly opened a window for you to approach her? What's holding you back? Ma Kyung-rak's dissatisfaction was evident on his face. But it was Ryu Won, the younger brother standing by their side, who mustered up the courage to speak first. Excuse me, are you Seo Erin, the actress? Yes, I am. I'm a fan. You look even more beautiful in person than in photos. Oh, thank you. If it's all right, could I take a picture with you later when there's time? Oh, of course. Seo Erin smiled warmly. Ryu Won's face instantly lit up, as if Cupid's arrow had struck him with pure bliss. Isn't the little brother more excited than the older brother? Ma Kyung-rak, who had been observing their interaction, decided to change his approach. Tap. As they moved, Ma Kyung-rak quickly sent a text message to Seo Erin. Surprised by the unexpected sound of the message, Seo Erin picked up her phone. Ma Kyung-rak, change of plans. Get closer to the little brother first. He wanted her to play some tricks on the fan who approached her with no ulterior motives. A shadow of concern quickly cast over Seo Erin's face. And a subtle smile appeared on the corner of Ma Kyung-rak's mouth. If I can manipulate the little brother successfully, the older brother will naturally follow suit. It will be easier to gather information about the next round. Since he was Seo Erin's fan, it would be easier to deceive him. After a while, the five of them arrived in a dimly lit room. This private room is specially arranged to cater to VVIP guests. You can enjoy unlimited drinks, snacks, and even sing karaoke. It resembled a luxurious karaoke venue. Alcohol. I'm still in middle school. Ryu Won hesitated, feeling flustered, but Ma Kyung-rak waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry. It's all right. You can have some soda, little brother. Isn't that right, director N? Yes, sir. Please order the VVIP premium course here. Add brandy, whiskey, and, some soda. 2. Understood. As director N went to place the order, Ryu Won wore a slightly bewildered expression. He had never expected to suddenly be exposed to the drinking culture of adults like this. With a sigh, the inexperienced Ryu Min spoke up. CEO Ma Kyung-rak. Yes, Mr. Major Shareholder. I can't drink, and my brother can't either. Oh, is that so? It seems you both had a very proper upbringing during your school days. Haha, but now that you're of legal drinking age, it wouldn't hurt to have the experience. Actress Seo Erin. Ryu Min interrupted, nudging his brother from behind. Yes. Could you take a picture with my brother outside? Oh, yes. As the two of them left, only Ryu Min and Ma Kyung-rok remained in the room. CEO. Yes. Am I being underestimated? Why do you suddenly? Have you forgotten that my profession is a prophet? Shouldn't you know that as someone who can see the future, I wouldn't be unaware of the conversation between you and Seo Erin. Can we continue working together with transparency if we keep this? Ryu Min spoke with a displeased expression. CEO, there should be no secrets between us. Chapter 53. Ma Kyung-rok fell into an unsettling silence. You knew about the conversation I had with Seo Erin. It was unclear whether he was merely observing or if he genuinely possessed the ability to glimpse into the future. However, Seo Erin, the actress, was ordered to seduce me, regardless of the means or methods. Ryu Min's words left Ma Kyung-rok no choice but to bow his head. After all, one cannot make such statements without having glimpsed the future. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. My intention was simply to encourage a closer relationship with the major shareholder. But it crossed the line when you involved my younger brother in this scheme. You knew about that too. The power to see the future truly is a fearsome ability. Once again, Ma Kyung-rok bowed his head. I am genuinely, deeply sorry. I made a foolish judgment against the prophet. I will correct any discomfort caused. His apology was akin to how one would apologize to their own father. Upon hearing this, Ryu Min's expression softened somewhat. Since you offer a sincere apology, let's let it slide. Let's pretend I didn't hear the instructions you gave to Seo Erin. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Ma Kyung-rok bent his waist at a 90-degree angle. There was only one reason why he would show such deference. I have nothing to gain from earning the prophet's hostility. To obtain information about the next round, I must grasp onto the thread of fate. Survival necessitated seizing the lifeline known as the prophet. At that moment, creak, the door swung open, revealing Seo Erin and Ryu Won entering. And Sang Chul cautiously peered out from behind. Representative, what are you doing? Cough. Ma Kyung-rok straightened his previously perplexed face and stood upright. Everyone, please leave us for a while. Pardon, Mr. Major Shareholder and I need to have a serious conversation. Director and, please guide the others to the adjoining room. Ah, I see. Everyone, this way, please. As the door closed, a profound silence settled between the two. Ryu Min's expression still showed signs of discomfort. Darn it, I wanted to improve things through Seo Erin, but it seems I only made matters worse. Regardless of the intentions, it was unpleasant to discover that something had been schemed behind his back. No wonder I couldn't detect any personal motives when he looked at Seo Erin, was it because he had glimpsed the future? For Ma Kyung-rok, the situation was fraught with difficulties on many levels. Do you want to know about the next round? Yes, did you see it? Of course, I accepted the invitation to provide you with information about the fifth round. However, Ryu Min's excitement caused his head to perk up. But in this situation, revealing the information jeopardizes not only our partnership but also becomes challenging for me. I deeply apologize for causing you any discomfort. Please forgive me. As the successor of a prominent conglomerate in South Korea, Ma Kyung-rok bowed repeatedly. Observing his demeanor, Ryu Min had no choice but to take a step back. You must not withhold anything from me, and you must place your complete trust in me. Of course, I will do so. Furthermore, there should be no rumors circulating about the company's operations. Although I hold a 31% stake as the major shareholder, I dislike delays in handling matters due to shareholder meetings. As the representative, it would be wonderful if you could persuade the other shareholders, don't you think? Of course, please rest assured, I will do everything in my power to firmly secure the support of the other shareholders without impeding the operations of the major shareholder. Finally, Ryu Min's smile emerged. In that case, I can put my mind at ease. With your assistance, I will undoubtedly propel the company to greater heights. Ha ha ha, thank you. Seeing Ryu Min's spirits uplifted, Ma Kyung-rok also found a moment to relax. Now, I shall provide you with the information you seek regarding the 5th round. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, upon learning that it was considered the most challenging round yet, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. No need to worry. If it's you, Representative Ma Kyung-rok, there won't be any difficulty we can't overcome. What's the quest about? It's a quest to defeat 300 orcs. However, it won't be as easy as it sounds. Orcs. Why would it be challenging to defeat orcs? Typically, orcs are classified as weak monsters in games. Ma Kyung-rok's confusion was entirely understandable. Is there any other information? The zones will be merged. The zones. Due to the low number of players, they will reduce the number of the separate zones. So, we'll have the opportunity to encounter players from other zones. Like that guy with the scythe, for example. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he asked, but Ryu Min cautiously shook his head. You won't be in the same zone as the one with the scythe. Ah, I see. Ma Kyung-rok, who had been eagerly anticipating an encounter with Black Scythe, wore a disappointed expression. Then, a question that had been on his mind suddenly resurfaced. Do you happen to know the true identity of Black Scythe in reality? I don't know either. Although disappointed, Ma Kyung-rok's curiosity was far from satisfied. But the two of you will meet soon. Really? Ryu Min bestowed upon him a smile brimming with confidence. In truth, they had already met. And one more thing. Please tell me. There's someone you've been pursuing, Wang Yongman. Quote ellipsis dot exclamation mark quote. Ma Kyung-rok tensed up as if facing a formidable opponent. Do you know about that too? I told you. There's no point in keeping anything from me. Haha, indeed, the prophetic runes you possess transcend imagination. If you happen to know who that person is, cease your pursuit. What? Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widened in surprise. He was suddenly instructed not to track Wang Yongman anymore. Do you have a reason for that? If you meddle with him, you will face dire consequences. Can you provide more specifics? All I can reveal ends here. With those words, Ryu Min fell silent. In truth, there was no reason for Ma Kyung-rok to face dire consequences. Ryu Min simply didn't want him to interfere because there was still value in utilizing Wang Yongman. Why should I spare that damn bastard who dared to mess with my people? The relentless pursuit of Wang Yongman was reaching its conclusion. Ma Kyung-rok had planned to handle the situation discreetly once they had concrete evidence of their encounter, intending to keep it hidden from everyone's knowledge. But now, being instructed to back off, it was inevitable that he would feel a surge of dissatisfaction. However, I understand. I will cease my pursuit of Wang Yongman. Ma Kyung-rok chose to accept the decision. Listening to the words of the prophet was far more rewarding than wasting time dealing with that lowlife. Then let's resume our gathering. Let's have a decent conversation without the need for excessive drinking or lavish entertainment. Understood. Ma Kyung-rok promptly called over the companions who were in the adjacent room. Manager and, please go back to the manager and ask for cider and snacks instead of alcohol. Excuse me. Yes, I understand. And CO Aaron, let's step outside for a moment and have a brief conversation. Yes. CO Aaron had a somber expression, but when she returned to the room after their conversation, she wore a perplexed look. Why did the CEO suddenly apologize? What happened? After apologizing, he asked her to treat their previous conversation as if it never happened. CO Aaron couldn't help but feel puzzled. What could the prophet have said to the CEO? Her gaze naturally shifted towards Ryu Min. Considering that Ryu Min's demeanor had changed after his conversation with the CEO, it was only natural to make such assumptions. Well, it doesn't matter. The CEO said there's no need for any more formalities. I feel much lighter now. Then let's enjoy the second round. Ma Kyung-rok's words were accompanied by a mischievous grin, but deep down, he couldn't completely suppress his discontent. I need to let off some steam later. Taking a deep breath, Ma Kyung-rok filled everyone's glasses as soon as the cider arrived. Alright, let's raise our glasses to Ryu Min, the major shareholder, and celebrate his survival. Cheers. Cheers. With a clink, people sang songs, savored the food, and enjoyed themselves in a cheerful and wholesome atmosphere. Indeed, it was a wholesome gathering. In the dim light of dawn. Huff, huff, gasp. An old man ran desperately, paying no attention to what was behind him. With each step, his severed arm oozed blood. Pant, pant, ah. As he entered a dead-end alley, the old man frantically changed his direction. No, he tried to. Where do you think you're going? Gasp. The aggressor, the one who severed his arm, stood there like a ghost. In that moment, the old man lost his balance. Thud. His body tilted and crashed onto the ground. From his fallen position, he caught sight of his sprawled legs. Only belatedly did the pain rise from beneath his legs. Ah, quiet, if you don't want your tongue sliced off as well. The chilling words silenced the old man immediately. Fear gripped him, fear of the aggressor who dissected him like a bug. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? Do you really need to ask? You child molester, Joe Dupal. Ha! Joe Dupal unwittingly let out a sigh at the label that had followed him throughout his life. Why are you causing a fuss now when it's not even the right time? I served my full sentence. Diligently for 12 years and was released on parole. I'm just an ordinary old man. I told you to be quiet. The aggressor swiftly severed the arm that still clutched his weapon. Ah, don't make a sound. If you don't want to die a slow and painful death, your presence could attract witnesses, and we don't need more corpses. KHH. Joe Dupal bit his lips until they almost burst, struggling to contain his pain. Despite having already given up on life after losing a limb, his human survival instinct refused to let him die. Indeed, it's a blessing that people hear with ears, not hands, old man. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live. Don't you agree? I'll end your life soon enough, so be patient. An eerie aura emanated from the man's sword. What is that? In an instant, the dark aura consumed Joe Dupal. Slice. Cough. Slice. His flesh was torn apart, blood splattering in all directions. As the dark aura ruthlessly tore him to pieces, Joe Dupal gasped his last breath. Hua. Now, perish. The dark aura coiled around the sword like a snake. With a swift swing, the head cleanly separated from the body. SSSHHHH. The aura that shrouded the dark entity suddenly dissipated. Ma Kyung-rok, who had reclaimed the dark aura, smirked disdainfully. To think I had to spare such trash for even a moment. He cast a contemptuous gaze upon the mangled corpse. Hunting criminals had been his hobby even before becoming a player, but such encounters were rare. He had dispatched the man swiftly by striking his vital point. I have no choice but to replenish my dark power. Using the dark aura required a certain amount of dark power. Recharging dark power was a simple task. Taking away the lives of others. That's why Ma Kyung-rok had been charging his dark power by hunting goblins since. Round 1. Of course, only Ma Kyung-rok with the rune of the Dark Knight could perform this feat. But it seems that only hunting goblins won't fully recharge it. There was a limit to charging dark power by slaying monsters. However, that's not the case when it comes to human beings. Killing humans yields more dark power than slaying monsters. For Ma Kyung-rok, whose hobby happened to be eliminating criminals, it was a fortunate turn of events. Almost as if he was born to be a dark knight. Especially when utilizing dark aura to execute them, the addition of dark power amplifies. Ma Kyung-rok raised his sword as he peered at the lifeless body. The dark aura trickled from the blade, emanating an eerie aura. Devour. He pointed his sword at the corpse, yet it remained unresponsive. So corpses are beyond consumption, after all. Dark aura only feasted upon the life force of living beings, leaving the deceased untouchable. Hence, Ma Kyung-rok had extracted flesh with dark aura prior to terminating the criminals. Nevertheless, engaging in this repugnant cleanup brings about a profound sense of stress. Relief. Wearing a smile, Ma Kyung-rok produced a pre-prepared body bag and gently placed the corpse within. Meanwhile, he discreetly surveyed the vicinity, ensuring the absence of potential witnesses. There ought to be no one around. He had purposely lured them into a secluded alleyway, taking advantage of the late hour, when most people were fast asleep, diminishing the likelihood of accidental discovery. Ah, but there was one individual. Ryu Min, the prophetic seer. If that were the case, perhaps Ryu Min had foreseen this precise scenario through the rune of future sight. If that holds true, it implies he knowingly approached me, even aware of my status as a serial killer. Ma Kyung-rok contemplated. He recollected Ryu Min's demeanor, his audacious attitude undeterred by his position as the heir to Oh-sung Group. Hey, how intriguing. Suppressing a chuckle, Ma Kyung-rok reached for his phone and dialed a number. Team leader and, kindly come and dispose of this trash. Chapter 54. 2 weeks had passed since Ma Kyung-rok's party, and Ryu Min had been cooped up at home all that time. He didn't have anywhere to go or any friends to meet. Feeling too lazy to go out, he satisfied his hunger with delivered food. His younger brother was in a similar situation, so they both became reclusive. Even when they occasionally had to dispose of garbage or do recycling, Ryu Min depended on his brother to handle it, not wanting to leave the house. Am I just an aimless bum? Ryu Min let out a self-deprecating chuckle, but he knew he needed this kind of break when he thought about the future. Well, this respite will probably end today. Ryu Min opened his phone's calendar and saw that it was Sunday, April 17th. It was a day he had marked just in case he forgot. Now it's time to take action. One of the 5 runes that could be obtained in the real world was the rune of Doppelganger. Ryu Min was determined to acquire it today, as it was on his list of essential runes to obtain. Today is the day they regularly engage in activities. Ryu Min checked the time with a meaningful smile on his face. It was still early, only 9 o'clock in the morning. If I want to get everything done today, I should submit my application early. Ryu Min's fingers moved swiftly as he held his phone. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and Ryu Won entered. Hey, what are you up to? Using the internet. Why do you need something? I was thinking we could go out for lunch today. I'm getting tired of always eating delivery food. I don't think that'll work. I might have a lunch appointment planned for today. You might have an appointment. So, do you have one or not? Ryu Min let out a playful laugh. We'll have to wait and see. 1.8 billion people pulled into this otherworld. Reduced to 90 million in just 3 months. Celebrities, soldiers, police officers, people from all walks of life dragged into the otherworld. Meeting a sudden demise. The death of the young generation led to an economic crisis. Temporary shutdown of schools nationwide. Parents and siblings worldwide engulfed in ceaseless sorrow. Merely skimming through the headlines of the article, a somber atmosphere enveloped the scene. However, Shim Hyung-taek found amusement in it all. After all, it was someone else's problem. He, on the other hand, was a survivor, a player who had managed to stay alive. 1.8 billion reduced to 90 million. They died so miserably, and it was only the 4th round. Pathetic losers. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the tranquil classroom, the laughter of an undefeated champion. Deep down, he was aware of his own arrogance, but he let it slide. Why shouldn't he? He had achieved an impressive rank, securing the 3rd place in his district. A cynical smirk formed on Shim Hyung-taek's face as he perused the article. Well, isn't this amusing? They would have spewed the same nonsense even if they became players. His laughter faded, replaced by a disgruntled expression. What's the use of having things you want to do before you die? Those self-righteous fools. If only they hadn't suppressed everyone all the time. Don't do this, don't do that, inevitably. The pent-up frustration would explode. Tisk. He irritably thumped the axe onto the floor. Thud. Startled, the 3 students glanced at him, their faces filled with anxiety. They were fellow classmates whom Shim Hyung-taek had kidnapped. What are you looking at? You little bastards. Why? Surprised that I'm swearing when I used to be so well behaved. Did you think I was some spineless fool who couldn't utter a curse? The students remained silent, not because they had nothing to say, but because their hands, feet, and even mouths were tightly sealed with duct tape. MMMPH. Why? Do you want me to take it off? MMMPH. MMMPH. What's that you're saying, you little shit? As the 3 of them chimed in unison, Shim Hyung-taek approached them with an exasperated expression. Snip snip snip. He tore off the tape from their mouths. What's the matter? Do you have something to say to me? Please, we're sorry, Hyung-seub. Yeah, we're sorry. Please, spare us this once. Is that so? Shim Hyung-taek swiftly raised his axe. Swish. Like splitting a watermelon, he brought down the axe on one of their heads, and fragments of brain matter scattered. Shim Hyong Taek, having dispatched one person in an instant, spoke with an edgy tone. You little bastards, acting all high and mighty when you don't even know my name. Shim Hyong Taek chuckled as he looked down at the two trembling students. Why are you shaking like that? Feeling cold? Do you even know who I am? Why yes, we do. It's Shim Hyong Taek. And what about you? Weren't you clueless about it? That's not true. I obviously knew your name. Then do you have any idea why you're being held captive? The two students nodded slowly, their expressions filled with guilt. We're sorry, Hyong Taek. We deeply apologize for causing you trouble. Now, tell me exactly how you've been bullying me. Now, tell me exactly how you've been bullying me. The students hesitated, unsure of how to respond. They feared that saying the wrong thing could push Shim Hyong Taek over the edge and lead to their demise. But with an axe hovering over them, they had no choice but to speak up. We're sorry for teasing you and making fun, we apologize. Is that all? As the axe loomed closer, they nervously opened their mouths to explain. Sorry for mocking you, calling you a gluttonous brat. That's the first time I've heard that. Did you talk about me behind my back? What? Whack. The axe struck his foreheads without mercy. The nearby student let out a piercing scream. It was a sight that would make an ordinary person shudder in horror. How could you say such hurtful things behind my back, you damn brats? It's infuriating. Shim Hyong Taek smirked at the stunned student, rendered speechless by the shock. Why are you so surprised? In the fourth round, there were far more gruesome scenes than this. But that's not all. He himself had experienced having his throat slit. Not just once, but 5 times. And it was all at the hands of a single person, wielding a sinister black scythe. If I hadn't made the right moves, I could have easily ended up dead. Who else in the world could claim to have experienced dying and coming back to life? When Shim Hyong Taek glared at the remaining student with his eerie gaze, the student recoiled as if struck by lightning. Hey, Jin Gon, you used to mock me and make me do your homework during breaks, you damn brat. Do you think I'm killing you just to torment myself? No. Shim Hyong Taek swung the axe once again. When the stakes are raised, something is bound to fall. Ha ha ha, isn't it amusing? Even worthless human trash like you can be of use to me. Spare me. Spare me, Hyong Sep. No, Hung Taek. This brat. Shim Hyong Taek's gaze turned chillingly cold. You still don't know my name, huh? Whack. Without hesitation, he brought down the axe, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's all over my face. Using the back of his hand, Shim Hyong Taek wiped his face and left the classroom, leaving the lifeless body behind. Druick. The corridor remained silent. With nationwide school closures, there was nobody left in the school except for the scattered corpses in the classroom, their heads gruesomely split open. He immediately headed to the restroom, needing to wash away the stains. Splash splash. After cleansing the blood off his hands and face, he caught his reflection in the mirror. An overweight, unattractive middle school student wearing glasses stared back at him. Damn it, this life is a lost cause. In the final round, I'll make a wish to be reborn as Cha Eun-woo in the next life. T.N. Cha Eun-woo, a handsome Korean actor. Muttering to himself, Shim Hyong Taek rinsed off the flesh stuck to the axe blade. Though he had lured and killed the trio who bullied him at school, satisfaction eluded him. Why? Because the rewards were meager. Acquired 1 stack with the rune of absorption. Acquired 1 stack with the rune of absorption. Acquired 1 stack with the rune of absorption. Current stack, 22 100ths. Even after committing murder, he only gained 1 stack per person. Is it because they're ordinary people? Fuck, they're not even worth it. Once the stack reaches 100, it randomly increases a stat by 1 and resets the count. Clearly, the rune of absorption was a deceitful charm. Even goblins provide 2 stacks from killing each one. Damn, these bastards are worse than goblins. The rounds that yielded the most benefits were the 3rd round, overflowing with monsters. And the 4th round, where he mercilessly slaughtered fellow players. Especially the 4th round was a jackpot. Killing a single player boosted the stack close to 10. He recalled being astounded by its efficiency, surpassing even the act of hunting monsters. Thinking about it now, I'm fortunate my birthday came early. If it hadn't, I might not have been able to dispatch them so effortlessly. The 3 individuals he had just killed were all ordinary civilians. Despite being classmates, they were divided into players and non-players based on whether they were 15 years old or not. For the first time, I took someone's life in the real world. Perhaps his prior experience in hell had prepared him for this. Shim Hyong Taek remained unperturbed after committing murder in the real world. A peculiar sense of emotional detachment had taken hold of him. Heh. Well, that's fine. There's no one left to stop me now. No longer the target of fat shaming, Shim Hyong Taek had undergone a transformation. He had been reborn as a player, an exceptional being. Now, who shall I eliminate next? What else is there to do until the next round? To accumulate more stacks, it would be advantageous to eliminate at least one more ordinary person. I would love to target players who provide higher stacks. Shim Hyong Taek's memory jogged, recalling an article he had recently read. They mentioned a player alliance cafe, didn't they? With a swift internet search, he easily located it. What if I join and establish contact with players to eliminate them? By engaging with players, he could accumulate stacks far surpassing what he could achieve with ordinary individuals. Grinning with satisfaction, Shim Hyong Taek tapped his phone, immediately commencing the registration process. Filled Diamond Cafe description. Filled Diamond, an alliance cafe for players who reshape the world. Welcome to PHC. Filled Diamond registration guidelines. Filled Diamond. At PHC, we conduct interviews to meticulously screen out non-players. If you are not a player, please press the back button. Filled Diamond pre-registration questions. Filled Diamond. Please answer all questions truthfully, as providing false information may have consequences. 1. Kindly provide your full name, address, and mobile phone number without omitting any details. 2. Specify your level, your job in the other realm, and your chosen nickname. 3. Please indicate the name of the area you are currently in. If you cannot recall, note down the location where you first lost consciousness on January 1st. 4. Record your rankings for each round you have participated in, ensuring no details are omitted based on the rankings within the respective area. 5. If you consent to the registration interview, please state, agree. The extent to which they unveil personal information and even conduct interviews is remarkably accurate. Nonetheless, he had to join to encounter other players and strike them unexpectedly. It was unlikely that other players would suspect the existence of players preying on one another. With a sly chuckle, Shim Hyong Taek put his level, job, and nickname. LV-10, Warrior, bearing the nickname Black Flame Dragon. Chapter 55. Players have the power to reshape the world. In the renowned cafe known as Players Haven, they held regular meetings every Sunday. Like clockwork. Welcome, Yamdi. Hey there, Chairman. Good to see you. And Paporing, please join us as well. One by one, 8 faces appeared on the screen, joining the video chat. These were the influential figures of the cafe, comprising both founding members and esteemed high-level players. Is everyone here? A bespectacled gentleman flashed a warm smile on the screen. Excellent. Let's kick off the regular meeting for the 3rd week of April, led by Lostjark. Sure thing, Chairman. Any idea how many new recruits we have this week? A man with a dusky complexion directed his attention to the data he had collected. We're looking at around 2,000 newcomers. That's more than last week. You bet. It's quite ironic that even though players tend to dwindle with each round, the number of new members keeps growing steadily. It seems the news of our player alliance cafe has piqued interest. By the way, who hired that reporter? A seductive woman, oozing charm, raised her hand and playfully chuckled. Guilty as charged, Chairman. You, Yamdi. I had no idea you had connections in the media. Well, I made some this time. Hee hee. As expected, you never cease to amaze. Your loyalty as an early member still shines through. Haha. Thank you so much. The chairman, wearing a satisfied grin, shifted his gaze. Now, Lostjark, out of those 2,000 players, how many stand out from the crowd? After filtering out jobless players, those below level 10, and individuals who failed to submit complete applications, we're left with approximately 1,200. And how many among them have the potential we're seeking? Allow me to address that, Chairman. Please, go ahead, Paporing. First and foremost, we have a noteworthy player in the ESKS 45-5 zone, known as Black Dragon Flame. He's a humble level 10 warrior, but his application reveals that he even reached the impressive rank of 3rd place within his zone. 3rd place in that zone, seems like his runes are quite impressive for his level, or maybe it's just a tall tale. Nevertheless, I believe he's a promising candidate for a leadership role. I see. Are there any other potential candidates? Indeed, there's another contender named Little Cockle from the ESKS 122-7 zone. Apparently, he's been fluctuating between the 4th and 10th ranks. Oh, it seems we have an abundance of talented players. Furthermore, there are 50 players who rank within the top 100. Oh, looks like I won't have any time to spare because of these interviews. Yes, nay. Sioran. Yes. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, was startled by the chairman's call. Were you dozing off? I'm sorry. What kept you up so late that you ended up dozing off in the morning? I won't entertain excuses. Complete the interviews for those 50 individuals by our next week's meeting. If you can't, there might be another high-level candidate ready to take your place. I understand. Please trust me. Although he replied energetically, a shadow cast over Nay Seoroin's face. He was already concerned about how he would interview those 50 players. By the way, Lostjark. Yes, Chairman. Have there been any signs of contact with Black Scythe? Lostjark shook his head weakly. If there were, I would have reported it immediately, even if it meant putting everything else aside. Indeed, if it were me, I would have done the same. Black Scythe, the undefeated champion of the entire zone, was already a legendary figure among players. The chairman couldn't help but feel tempted. If Black Scythe were to join us, I would willingly give up a leadership position, but it's a pity. Chairman, I believe that's a hasty judgment. A player named Soso Mukbang raised their hand, expressing a dissenting opinion. Despite Black Scythe's fame, we have no confirmation of their nationality. Hiring a foreigner as a leader could be inefficient. There is evidence that he's Korean. Another player named Soborunun Jolma Tang chimed in. I know someone in the ESKS 45-5 zone, and they claim Black Scythe is from the same zone. If they're from the same zone, it means they're Korean. There wouldn't be any foreigners in that zone. That makes sense. Ahem. Soso Mukbang, who had voiced their opposing opinion, fell into a contemplative silence. Black Scythe is Korean. If a legendary player like that were to join our cafe, it would be an incredible addition. The chairman's voice resonated with a tinge of disappointment. Yamdi, is there any way you can get that reporter to write more articles? We need a widespread promotion to make sure Black Scythe becomes aware of our cafe's existence. Of course, it's possible. As long as the payment aligns. Don't worry about that. We'll make sure to reward you generously for your hard work. Hee, thank you so much, Chairman. Yamdi playfully expressed her gratitude with a wink, further endearing herself to the other executives. Now, let's wrap up the new member registrations and move on to the next item on the agenda. Just a moment, Chairman. Lostjark's voice unexpectedly carried a hint of unease. What's the matter? Well, a named player just submitted an application to join the cafe. A named player? Who? The Black Scythe. Instantly, the chairman sprung up from his seat in astonishment. Consequently, the screen was filled with nothing but the dancing pants of the chairman. I apologize. I got a bit too carried away. The true chairman settled back into his seat. The Black Scythe applied to join our cafe. Yes, it happened just now. Named players varied from exceptional talents to complete novices, but none could match the fame and reputation of Black Scythe. Black Scythe wants to join our cafe, it's hard to believe. What should we do? In response to such a seemingly foolish question, the chairman unconsciously furrowed his brow. Of course, we must follow the registration process. Confirm the information, conduct interviews with the mentioned applicants as well as the new applicant. Right away. Understood. What are you waiting for, Nanai Sioran? Don't just stand there, go for the interview. Immediately. Yes, yes, I'm on it. With a burning determination, Nanai Sioran left the chat room. Is this the right place? Shimhung Taek raised his phone to check the text message. Interviewer, please come to the Ioyewa Cafe in Wanbu EUP, Namyangjusi by noon. Dress code is casual. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the coffee shop mentioned in the message. Having to go through an interview just to join a cafe. Shimhung Taek's brow naturally furrowed. Being summoned to a location an hour away from Seoul only added to his irritation. Moreover, the chosen spot was inaccessible without a private vehicle. Shimhung Taek found himself getting off the bus midway and having to walk for a good 30 minutes. And yet, he wasn't feeling worn out. After all, he considered himself a named player in his own right. Damn it, if they push me even a little, I should just unleash my rage and crush them on the spot. He firmly believed that if anyone dared to provoke him, whether they were interviewers or players, he would eliminate them without hesitation. With these thoughts in mind, he pushed open the door to the cafe. Ding! The exterior signage of the cafe wasn't particularly remarkable, but the interior surpassed his expectations with its refined atmosphere. The only issue was that, despite the spacious layout, there were only 2 customers present. Setting up a cafe in such a secluded place, it's no wonder there are no customers. He grumbled inwardly, but one of the customers stood up and approached him. Excuse me, are you here to apply for the world-changing cafe? The man clearly appeared to be in his 40s. Is he also a player? Shimhung Taek replied somewhat hesitantly. Yes. What's your nickname? I go by the name Black Fail Dragon. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer, Nanai Sioran. Yes. Are you really a player? Haha, yes, even though it may not seem like it, I'm a player who just turned 29 this year. Please come this way. With a brief handshake, the interviewer guided him to a seat. Then, he introduced the young man who was already seated. This is Little Cockle, who arrived earlier for the interview. Little Cockle, this is Black Flame Dragon. Since you might become fellow cafe members, feel free to exchange greetings. Is this kid also a player? He doesn't even seem worth a fight. Shimhung Taek sneered inwardly, only shaking his head. Hello. Ah, hello. Now that you've exchanged greetings, please have a seat here, Black Flame Dragon. Shimhung Taek took his seat and glanced around. It was a conscious act, as if preparing himself for any potential danger. It seems like business isn't thriving here, right? There are no customers, and I don't even see any ordinary staff around. It's a remote location, so that's probably the case. We rented this place as the interview venue. Oh, so you rented it. But is there no manager present? I don't see anyone. The manager is in the kitchen, preparing meals. This cafe also serves as a dining establishment, so they have their hands full. Shimhung Taek nodded, taking a moment to survey the location for any CCTV cameras. Surprisingly, there were none to be found. Can you believe it? Not even a single CCTV camera here. I could easily kill those 2 and get away with it without anyone noticing. However, he refrained from taking action, well aware of the inefficiency of such a reckless move. There's no point in fighting over just 2 lives. Instead, he decided to join the cafe and gradually build connections with other members, using that opportunity to lure and eliminate them discreetly. But first, should I target that little shrimp? Shimhung Taek's gaze lingered on Little Croc, who appeared to be in his early 20s. The moment their eyes met, the young man quickly averted his gaze, seemingly shy. He's quite timid for a guy. What a pathetic loser. A faint mocking laughter escaped Shimhung Taek, but he quickly composed himself. As an uncomfortable silence settled among the 3 individuals, Shimhung Taek finally spoke up. Aren't we supposed to have an interview? Oh, there's another interviewee who hasn't arrived yet. We'll proceed with the interview once they're here. So, there's someone else being interviewed besides us. Wanting to confirm if there were any additional participants, Shimhung Taek inquired directly. Does that mean there will be a total of 3 people interviewed? Yes, that's correct. Since the scheduled time has just passed, let's wait a bit longer. Ah. There they are. The sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention to the person entering. The interviewer, stepping forward, cautiously asked, are you the applicant for World-Changing Cafe? Yes, indeed. I apologize for being forward, but could you please share your nickname? I go by the name Black Side. Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone processed the unexpected revelation. BL Black Side. Wow. The only person who wasn't taken aback was the interviewer, who had been aware of Black Side's identity beforehand, as I suspected. So, you're Black Side. It's a pleasure to meet you. The interviewer reached out for a handshake, exchanging pleasantries. Was the journey here inconvenient for you? It was a bit inconvenient. Although caught off guard by Black Side's informal tone, the interviewer maintained a composed demeanor, aware of the significance of the encounter. Haha, I apologize for bringing you to this secluded place. There's no better location for discreet interactions than here. Black Side remained silent, his rigid posture exuding an unmatched air of arrogance. Nevertheless, the interviewer continued to smile, undeterred by any signs of displeasure. By the way, you're quite good-looking. You must be popular with the ladies, right? Let's have a seat here. The four of them settled down at the table. These two are the candidates for today's interview. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, I'm Little Croc. Black Flame Dragon, would you like to introduce yourself? But Shim Hung Taek couldn't hear a word as the interviewer spoke. His tense nerves made his back damp with sweat. This person is the same Black Side who killed me 5 times. Thanks to that guy, he almost missed the chance to rank among the top players in the 4th round. He wasted 50 precious minutes that could have been used to eliminate more opponents and increase his stats. If we ever meet in real life, I wanted to ask him why he went to such lengths to kill me. And now, fate had brought them face to face. Black Flame Dragon, what's going on? Aren't you going to greet him? Oh, hello. I'm Black Flame Dragon. Black Side nodded with arms crossed. I am Black Side. No one dared to interrupt his audacious self-introduction, considering his status as the top-ranked player in the entire region. However, Shim Hung Taek found it perplexing. What's this? Doesn't he even recognize me? He had expected Black Side to instantly recall his nickname and realize who he was, the one who fell victim to his relentless attacks in the 4th round. He glanced at Black Side again, but the expression remained impassive, showing no trace of recognition. Could he possibly have forgotten my nickname? After all the times he killed me. Haha. Shim Hung Taek wasn't the only one taken aback. What an absurd guy. Even Little Croc concealed his bewildered thoughts while gazing at Black Side. Am I always acting this arrogant? Little Croc knew the truth. The man before him wasn't Black Side. He must have worked hard to mimic me so perfectly. Ryu Min, disguised as Little Croc, stifled his laughter as he observed Black Side. No, there was no point in calling him Black Side anymore. He was merely an imposter with a criminal record. And this imposter held the key to unlocking the doppelganger rune. That's why Ryu Min, currently operating under the nickname Little Croc, assumed this disguise. Chapter 56. The conditions for obtaining the rune of doppelgangers were straightforward but far from easy. To acquire it, one had to commit murder while impersonating another person in a hidden location where the rune is concealed. But how often does someone actually commit a murder while impersonating someone else? Yet, today was the day when this bizarre act would become a reality. The one impersonating the infamous Black Side would commit a heinous crime and obtain the coveted rune of doppelgangers. Of course, the person involved has no idea. Ryu Min delved into the thoughts of the impersonator. Hey, they truly believe I am the Black Side. How foolish. It's surprisingly easy to deceive them. Maintaining an expressionless facade, he concealed his own amusement. Wow, not a flicker of emotion on his face. With such skill, he could be an accomplished actor. This imposter, currently impersonating the identity of the Black Side, went by the nickname, Cuckoo Ru Bibang. By a twist of fate, he stumbled upon the rune of doppelgangers and eventually earned the title, Doppelganger. For now, he may go unnoticed, but once he possesses the rune of doppelgangers, he'll become infamous. Not for his virtuous deeds, but for his malicious exploits. After all, he had shamelessly abused the power of the rune of doppelgangers for various criminal endeavors. That's to be expected. He was nothing more than a criminal to begin with. From loan fraud to pyramid schemes, scams, counterfeit coins, hacking cryptocurrency exchanges, and even voice phishing, there was hardly a lucrative deceit he hadn't dabbled in. He was an expert fraudster with a wealth of experience. And now, this individual becomes a player and disguised as Black Scythe. The grim reality of even criminals gaining supernatural powers was disheartening, but such power was fleeting. As planned, Ryu Min concealed his satisfaction behind a satisfied smile as he faced the imposter. I will manipulate this man's abilities to claim the rune of doppelgangers. It was an opportunity to obtain the hidden rune, a chance not to be missed. Now that we've exchanged greetings, let's briefly verify some personal information. Shall we? Start with Little Croc. Yes, of course. Ryu Min adopted an expression reminiscent of a recently enlisted trainee, his nerves palpable. Your real name is Kim Sung-yeon, correct? Yes. And your age? I'm 19 years old. Do you currently hold any occupation? No, I've just graduated from high school. 19 years old and unemployed. The officer muttered as he meticulously transcribed the information onto the documents. You mentioned that you're a level 13 assassin on the registration form. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. And it's true that you've even reached the impressive rank of 4th in the district rankings. Yes, indeed. While answering with a simple, yes, a smug smirk couldn't be contained within. Truth. To be honest, it's all a lie. Except for one thing, he hadn't lied about the nickname. Little Croc is indeed an existing nickname. In essence, Ryu Min was also impersonating another player. That's the only way for me to fulfill the requirements and obtain the rune of doppelgangers. It would be quite absurd if the guy in charge found out. After all, 2 impersonators were right there, in front of him. No matter what lies I tell, there's no way for them to verify them. Yet, it didn't make it any less uncomfortable. Although his true identity remained hidden, his face was still exposed. Well, it's all right. There's no need to worry about my face being exposed through these people. Ryu Min glanced at the Black Flame Dragon and the impersonator. Ranked 4th in the district rankings. Surprisingly impressive for a little baby. Even I haven't managed to reach the 4th spot myself, let's not underestimate someone just because they look like an ordinary dish. While Ryu Min was reading their thoughts, the guy in charge shifted his gaze. Understood. Next, I'll direct my questions to Black Flame Dragon. Can I ask something before that? Of course. Black Flame Dragon, what is it that you're curious about? Why do we have to expose our personal information in front of everyone instead of having one-on-one conversations? Is there a reason behind this? The slightly disgruntled tone caused the guy in charge to pause for a moment. Well, the idea was to get to know each other and foster a sense of familiarity by sharing some information publicly, but does it make you uncomfortable to have others overhear your personal details? Is there anyone who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? Anyway, once we become members and get to know each other, we'll eventually learn everything about one another, right? Besides, we're only asking for basic information like name, age, occupation, level, and class in the other world, not anything overly private. Although the explanation seemed reasonable, it didn't completely appease the discontent felt by Black Flame Dragon. The officer audibly sighed, their frustration evident. Well, if you're genuinely dissatisfied, we can skip the interview with Black Flame Dragon altogether. I'm not that dissatisfied, so let's proceed. Black Flame Dragon responded nonchalantly, but Ryu Min knew better. He could sense the underlying unease and slight flustered state within the individual. It's no wonder. He joined with the intention of devouring players, so he'll do whatever it takes to pass the interview. From the perspective of the Black Flame Dragon, with the absorption rune in their possession, the Player Haven Cafe was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Then, I'll proceed with the questions. Is your real name Shim Hung Taek? Yes. And how old are you and what is your occupation? I'm 15 years old, and I'm a middle school student. Oh, you're the youngest among the applicants. Although he smiled outwardly, his true thoughts were far from pleasant. That little brat. I thought he was an adult, but turns out you're just a middle schooler. Kahahehehe crossed that X out. Even the impersonator, who had maintained a poker face all this time, struggled to hold back their laughter. However, Ryu Min couldn't find it amusing. He knew what the Black Flame Dragon had done. Would they mock him like that if they knew he brutally murdered his classmate? Well, they weren't exactly friends, but rather the ones who bullied him before. Having gone through a similar experience, Ryu Min could understand. He must have wanted to kill them before but couldn't. However, after experiencing countless murders in the 4th round, he must have felt confident. But to brutally kill an ordinary person just for playing a prank, that's something an average middle schooler wouldn't do. It was something even most adults would find difficult, yet the Black Flame Dragon planned and executed it methodically. Clearly, he's no ordinary person, even without the absorption rune. That's why Ryu Min killed him 5 times in the 4th round to restrain them. He was a dangerous existence in their own right. The 100th regression of the max-level player. My inseparable house guests. You're a level 10 warrior and ranked 3rd in the district rankings. Is that true? Yes, it is. Would I lie about that? The Black Flame Dragon's somewhat gruff response caught the officer off guard. Ahem, I simply asked for confirmation. If it bothered you, I apologize. Next, your name, Black Side. Kim In Hong. I'm 28 years old, a fund manager. I've never missed the top spot in my district. And my level is 30. And you're well aware that I belong to the Reaper class, right? Oh, yes, of course. Is that enough now? Anything else to prove? No. Thank you for verifying. Black Scythe nonchalantly folded his arms, as if to shrug off any suspicions. Their words carried a hint of skepticism, as if he expected someone to call him out as a scammer. That guy is nothing but a bundle of lies. He didn't even give them his true name. Not to mention the questionable information surrounding Black Scythe. Fund manager. How did come up with that? It's quite vivid that he's here for the money. His intention behind impersonating Black Scythe was purely driven by financial gain. Using the reputation of Black Scythe to borrow money from players. That's why he wants to join the cafe. Even in times of economic collapse and the rise of a dystopian era, money remains a constant. Its value may fluctuate, but it never disappears. Now that the basic information check is complete, let's proceed with the formal interview. The 3 individuals directed their attention to the officer, ready for the next phase. First, I'll ask each of you a common question. Please take turns and share your reasons for wanting to join our Player Haven Cafe. Let's start with Little Croc. Well, Ryu Min, having gone through multiple regressions, knew exactly what the officer was expecting to hear. The purpose behind the establishment of the Player Haven Cafe and the type of players they sought. The world can be a harsh place these days, you know. It's frightening to face it alone. So, I thought it would be beneficial to unite with other players and support each other. That's why I decided to apply. I understand. Next, Black Flame Dragon. Shim Hung Taek paused, lost in thought for a moment. Could he honestly reveal his true intention of coming to kill other players? I have a similar reason to Little Croc. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round. I thought it would be helpful to exchange opinions and find support among fellow players. I see, thank you for sharing. The officer's query had prompted Shim Hung Taek to respond as expected. It had become a pattern, repeating itself since the previous regressions. The world can only be set right when players come together. It's the motto and driving force behind this cafe. If they emphasized the importance of player unity, they would likely pass the initial interview. Of course, there were exceptions. Now, what about you, Black Side? I simply noticed the existence of this cafe and thought it might be interesting to join. That's why I decided to apply. Haha, I see. When it came to Black Side, his words held weight. There was no way they would reject Black Side even if he fails the interview. It's just a formality, Ryu Min thought. The desire to declare immediate acceptance was written all over their face. Very well. All 3 of you provided satisfying answers from the perspective of the cafe. Now, I have one more question for Little Croc, the interviewer announced. Yes, Little Croc replied. Have you ever experienced bullying at school? Or perhaps there's someone you wish to harm? The interviewer asked, their tone serious. What? Ryu Min had expected this question, yet he faked surprise. What is this about? These questions are necessary for the interview. Please provide your answers, the interviewer insisted. Little Croc hesitated for a moment. Well, I have been bullied before, but I don't have any desire to harm anyone. I see. Do you hold any personal grudges? Feel free to share, the interviewer pressed further. No, I don't, Little Croc replied with certainty. Ryu Min waved his hand, noticing the disappointment in the interviewer's expression. Understood. Now, I will ask the same question to Black Flame Dragon. Have you ever experienced bullying at school? Has anyone tormented you? Or is there someone you wish to harm? The interviewer continued. Black Flame Dragon remained silent, pondering on how to answer to ensure their passage in the interview. What kind of question is this? What do you want from me? Damn it. Should I be honest and admit to killing? Black Flame Dragon's thoughts raced. Observing Black Flame Dragon's dilemma, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile inwardly. Just be honest. If you admit to murder, you might just get a free pass, Ryu Min thought. However, it seemed that Black Flame Dragon hadn't reached the point of confessing his crimes to others. He raised his head and replied, I haven't experienced any bullying. Ah, so, there's nothing. The interviewer sighed, once again disappointed. The attention turned to Black Scythe. The interviewer asked, and what about you, Black Scythe? Do you have a desire to harm someone? Black Scythe retorted, their words laced with skepticism, why? Do you want me to kill someone for you? What's the reason behind these meaningless questions? The interviewer's eyes widened at Black Scythe's defiance. Though they appeared surprised, it didn't truly catch them off guard. Oh, how did you figure it out? That's right. I asked because I wanted you to kill someone for me. Well, to be precise, it's more like killing together, the interviewer said, a sly smile on their face. What? Everyone stared at him with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Given the casual discussion of murder, their reaction was understandable. Why are you all so surprised? By the fourth round, I assume you've all gone through the experience of killing someone, the interviewer continued. Silence filled the room. Well, I understand. Killing in the other world and killing in the real world feel different, don't they? More silence followed. Now that the truth is out, the final challenge of this interview is committing murder. You must take a life to pass the ultimate stage of this interview. That's why I asked if any of you had someone you wanted to kill. To kill. Little Croc's expression revealed his shock, and his words came out in a stutter. Why would you resort to such actions? Little Croc, you don't grasp the situation, do you? As if responding to his thoughts, the interviewer nodded. Very well. I will explain why we're doing this. Some of you may have read the news and know that the government is already taking steps to regulate and distance itself from players like us. They fear the power we possess, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. The statement wasn't entirely wrong. Faced with the players' disorderly behavior, the government was preparing various laws and regulations. But in reality, these laws have no power over players who choose to ignore them. Such policies only fueled the players' resentment. Merely looking at the interviewer was a shred of evidence, wasn't it? We are different from ordinary people. We are no longer weak or inferior. I can confidently say that players will lead the world in the future. When we come together, our progress will accelerate. That's the essence and significance of this cafe's existence. The interviewer's fervent demeanor was reminiscent of a zealous believer of a cult, but I can't refute it because these things are actually happening. As someone who had experienced a world where players were in control, Ryu Min couldn't simply dismiss it and laugh at it. That's why we don't need to confine ourselves within the boundaries of the law. We must resist and confront the government's regulations. It's crucial to demonstrate that players themselves embody the essence of the law. So, murder. Exactly. Murder serves as a form of rebellion, a means to showcase the players' will against the oppressive regulations of the government. It's a statement that we cannot be restrained by mere laws. Silence hung in the air. Do you understand now, Little Croc? Oh, yes. Our cafe only welcomes individuals who are prepared to challenge the government and spearhead the future world. If any of you are not inclined to do so, I urge you to leave now. However, those who choose to leave should not expect any assistance from our cafe in the future. In other words, it was an implicit threat, a warning that they would be marked as outcasts. It seems that everyone has perceived the gravity of the situation. No one stood up or departed from their seats. It seems you are all resolute enough. Excellent. Then, assuming you all agree, we will proceed to the final interview. Proceed with murder. Black Flame Dragon's response was met with a nonchalant reply from the interviewer. That's correct. But what if we don't have anyone worth killing? How will we proceed? There's no need to fret about that. In a fleeting moment, the interviewer's expression turned cold, sporting a chilling smile. We have already identified suitable targets in anticipation of this very moment. Long live the Hokage Pirates Achievements System Dragon Ball, Creation X Destruction. God of Soul System. Chapter 57. Wow, it's already 2 p.m. Can you believe it? Before diving into work, how about we grab a bite to eat? At the manager's suggestion, the remaining trio eagerly nodded in agreement. Their stomachs had been growling, likely enticed by the tempting smell of food wafting from the kitchen. Follow me. Trailing behind the manager, they swiftly arrived at a cozy table. The air was saturated with the mouthwatering fragrance of rich soybean paste stew. You know, this cafe is quite special. It's a restaurant too. Grinning, the manager led them to a table, and the others took their seats in tow. Oh, boss. Prompted by the manager's call, the owner emerged from the kitchen, bearing a tray with bottles of water and cups. She appeared youthful, perhaps in her early 30s, for someone in charge. How did the interview go? Everything all right. Though the final interview still loomed ahead, the manager feigned ignorance and responded with a smile. Absolutely. Thanks to you, we managed to conclude it in a peaceful setting, undisturbed by other patrons. Your support means the world to us. Oh, no need to mention it. In fact, we're grateful to have your business here, even compensating us for the space. This place has been so deserted, devoid of customers. We're struggling financially. Thanks to you, we can breathe a bit easier. That's a relief to hear. However, on the flip side, I feel apologetic. Today was your day off. Yet I've inadvertently roped you into working. The owner playfully waved away the manager's concerns. Oh, not at all. Isn't it customary to enjoy coffee after a meal at a cafe? With a mischievous smile, she coyly covered her lips with her hand. The guy couldn't help but nod at her charming smile. Well then, once you finish your meal, I'll personally whip up some refreshing iced Americanos for each of you. Just give me a moment, and I'll serve your food right away. As if prepared in advance, the owner promptly laid out the delectable spread before them. The table overflowed with an array of banchan, those delightful side dishes. And stealing the spotlight was the savory soybean paste stew, the pièce de résistance of the meal. Please, indulge yourselves. Thank you so much, chef. Grinning ear to ear, the manager gazed at the owner's retreating figure, but swiftly averted his eyes. Ahem, I take it everyone's starving. Go ahead, don't be shy, and dig in. As if eagerly awaiting those words, the players seized their silverware, ready to savor the feast. Black Flame Dragon devoured the food, swiftly devouring each dish. Looks like you were really hungry. Nom, nom, nom. Without bothering to retort to the manager's remark, he remained focused solely on savoring the flavors before him. Indeed, enjoy your meal to your heart's content. It will strengthen you for the final part of the interview, allowing you to give it your all. The players hesitated, glancing at the manager with questioning expressions. Discussing murder over a meal was undoubtedly disconcerting. Oh, my apologies. Perhaps this wasn't the right time for such a subject, right? I suppose not. Observing the manager's expression of irritation, the players couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as he once again lowered his head. If it made you uncomfortable, I apologize. However, please don't hold too negative a view of murder. After all, isn't it all part of encouraging unity among players? Nevertheless, taking the lives of innocent civilians feels. Ryu Min's words trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. The manager couldn't help but scratch his nose. So it's the fact that they're innocent civilians that troubles you. Yes. Don't fret. The targets I've selected are criminals. Really? Yes. So, there's no need for you to bear the weight of a guilty conscience. Of course, as players aspiring to lead the world, you must possess a heart as resolute as black scythes. Here, the manager flashed a mischievous smile, proudly presenting Black Scythe. It was evident that he was already eyeing a leadership role for him. Well, if Black Scythe were to join the cafe, he would quickly ascend to a prominent position. In truth, Ryu Min, too, held aspirations for a leadership position. Participating in the interview wasn't solely for the sake of obtaining the rune of the doppelganger. It was a vital part of his plan to establish an alliance with the Players' Haven Cafe. If I want to rally players, it's only natural to climb to greater heights. Securing a high-ranking position within Players' Haven Cafe posed little challenge. Just like this impersonator before his eyes, he could easily reveal to them his true identity as the Black Scythe and successfully pass the interview. However, that isn't the approach I desire. I have no intention of joining by resorting to the killing of innocent civilians. Regardless, ascending to a high-ranking position within Haven Cafe could wait for another time. For now, obtaining the rune of the doppelganger took primacy. As the meal drew to a close. Did you enjoy your meal? The owner approached with a playful smile, carrying a tray adorned with 4 iced Americanos. Here's some coffee for a sweet ending. Thank you, chef. No, I'm the one who should be grateful. The manager's laughter evoked a reciprocal smile from the owner. However, the warm ambiance was short-lived. As the owner disappeared into the kitchen, a sharp remark escaped the manager's lips. Well then, how about we enjoy our coffee and proceed with the final interview? Who are we going to kill? Black Flame Dragon's question elicited a sly grin from the manager. Originally, if any of you had someone you wished to eliminate, I planned to make them the target. However, taking a deliberate sip through the straw, the manager continued. Since you claim to have no one in mind, we're left with no choice but to abduct a pre-selected target. Abduct? Yes. After kidnapping the target, we'll find a suitable location to dispose of the body. Then, the 4 of us will work together harmoniously, tearing the target to pieces. If you accomplish that, you will pass the interview. The plan seemed straightforward when put into words. After all, they had killed multiple individuals during the 4th round. But reality felt different. Killing innocent civilians in real life, it's rather unsettling. However, if we do it together, instead of acting alone, the burden of guilt may weigh slightly less. Ryu Min read everyone's thoughts starting with the manager. However, even the impersonator, who had committed numerous acts of fraud, hesitated to soil his hands with blood. With an interest solely in money, he held no inclination for murder, so it was natural to be concerned. Well, eventually, once he establishes a notorious reputation as the doppelganger, he won't need to rely on murder and such. While the impersonator worried about murder, there were others who didn't. A middle school student with a natural inclination for killing held a different perspective. If it's not an interview but a real-life situation, it's a breeze. What's the harm in eliminating an ordinary civilian criminal? It won't even make a dent in my reputation. To Black Flame Dragon, who had already committed murder in reality, it appeared to be a trivial matter. Have you finished your coffee? Yes. Shall we get up then? As the manager rose from their seat, the players followed suit. The owner appeared with a radiant smile. Oh, leaving so soon? Yes, we've had a satisfying meal. Boss, you're welcome to stay a little longer. No, thank you. We have urgent matters to attend to. Just as the manager spoke, an unexpected expression crossed his face, as if experiencing discomfort in his stomach. Oh no, I must have eaten too much. Where is the restroom? Oh, if you go around the corner, you'll find it. Boss, may I ask for a favor? A favor? Could you prepare the car for me? As you can see, I'm in a rush. Of course, I'll be glad to help. The owner readily accepted the valet request and took over the keys. As for the manager, he immediately left for the restroom. The owner walked to the van parked in front of the cafe and opened the door. Creak. As she leaned into the driver's seat to get in. Someone from behind grabbed the owner's neck with a strong forearm. Before she could even identify the assailant, the owner's struggle ceased as she slumped down. Me and my wife transmigrated together. Pick me up infinite gotcha. My inseparable house. Guest's reincarnation paradise. Hee hee, too easy. The person choking the owner was none other than the manager. Having pretended to go to the restroom, he swiftly returned and strangled the owner. The manager immediately placed the unconscious owner in the back seat and shouted towards the outside, "What are you doing? Get in quickly." The interviewees, who had been dumbfoundedly observing the kidnapping process, hastily boarded the van. Vroom. As the vehicle set off, the interviewees still wore perplexed expressions. What are we doing now? Why did you, the owner? Didn't I tell you? We had a predetermined target. And that was the cafe owner. Yes. The interviewees glanced at the unconscious owner lying beside them, their faces filled with confusion. They seemed to be in a deep slumber. You mentioned targeting a criminal. Yes, that's correct. The owner is a typical snake who recently got released from prison and now leads a new life after laundering her identity. Snake, the owner. With her background, do you think someone in their 30s could have amassed enough money to establish such a large business? It's all money she has swindled from men. Ah, she appeared kind-hearted, but what a surprising turn of events. They tried to feign surprise at the last moment, pretending they have been fooled by him, but Ryu Min saw through their act. They knew the truth, as the manager's true intentions were clear as day. Hee hee, it's so easy to deceive people, isn't it? Even if I told them she's from a family of criminals, they would have believed it, right? Narrowing their eyes, Ryu Min thought to themselves, labeling innocent civilians as criminals. The manipulation was designed to make it easy for them to commit murder by wrongly accusing innocent people. There was no greater evil than that. Their plan is to involve us in the killing, making it difficult for us to back out later. If they were to discover that the person they killed was an ordinary civilian, guilt would surely consume them. And that guilt would make it easier for the manager to manipulate and threaten them. On the other hand, the manager could try to convince them to establish a new order together. That was the cafe's method to keep the players who had joined from ever leaving. Ryu Min caught a glimpse of the thoughts of the impersonator and Black Flame Dragon. Could the owner really be such a snake? If so, she deserves to die. If she is, it's still easier to kill her since she's a criminal. Well, even if she isn't, we have no choice but to kill her in order to join. Their thoughts were slightly different, but they both had made up their minds to kill the owner. They believed that sacrificing one person was inevitable to become part of the cafe. Screech. The car, which had been cruising on the highway, abruptly came to a halt as it turned onto a narrow mountain road. We've arrived. This is the storehouse where the final interview will take place. The manager parked the car in a shabby storehouse nestled in the mountains and approached the owner. Although he appeared to be an old man, he was a level 13 player, effortlessly moving the owner as if she were nothing. Thud. Even though the owner was carelessly dropped onto the floor, she remained motionless. It seemed she was unconscious. Let's leave her here and begin the operation. But before that, a wicked smile crept across the manager's face. Does anyone want to have some fun? It would be a shame to just kill her like this, don't you think? Black Flame Dragon, being young, had no interest in the owner, but the impersonator had a different mindset. Black sighed. Judging by your thoughtful expression, do you have something in mind? Well, if we're going to kill her anyway, it would be a shame not to do anything. Then why don't we enjoy it together? No, this calls for generosity. I shall grant. Black sighed. A special opportunity. Let him have some fun first, hee hee. Well then. The imposter swayed his hips and stepped forward without a hint of regret. Reading his thoughts, it was clear that he had already made up his mind to kill the owner. He considered it acceptable, even somewhat enjoyable, to engage in sexual assault before killing her too. Black Flame Dragon and Little Croc, please wait behind while Black Side finishes up. Yes, I'll make it quick. In that moment, Ryu Min stepped forward while Black Flame Dragon, seeming annoyed, stepped back. Just a moment. Why? Little Croc, may I go first? Huh, Little Croc, you want to participate too? The manager was surprised but soon wore a sinister smile. Hee hee hee, this is amusing. I didn't expect someone as shy as you to be interested. But being in the prime of your youth at the age of 19, is it your first time? Yes, Hee, excellent. Black sighed. The manager requested permission from the imposter, who was about to remove his pants. Sorry, but could you give Little Croc a chance instead? It's his first time. Well, if it's her first time, then I'll step aside. Without any disappointment, the imposter pulled up his pants. In the meantime, Ryu Min, with an expressionless face, approached the imposter. As they passed each other, the imposter spoke in a passing tone. Do your best. I'm making you a special concession here. Ryu Min also smiled and replied, thank you. I will make good use of the rune of the doppelganger. Huh, rune. What is? That's when it happened. Snap. Ryu Min grabbed the imposter's face with both hands and exerted a little force. Crack. Like breaking a chicken's neck, the imposter's head twisted, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 58. When faced with a harsh reality that's hard to believe, people often freeze in sheer bewilderment. Their words fail to come out as intended, and their eyes dart around in confusion. This was precisely the case at the moment. The person in charge cast anxious glances back and forth between the lifeless body of Black Scythe and the mischievous Little Croc. What in the world have you done? How could you dare to kill Black Scythe, a legendary figure? Neither did he expect the revered Black Scythe to meet such a simple end, nor did he anticipate the mischievous Little Croc's sudden rampage. Have you lost your mind? You're blabbering nonsense, aren't you? A low, menacing voice accompanied a piercing gaze directed at the person in charge. Caught off guard by the swiftly shifting atmosphere, the person in charge unintentionally swallowed hard. What on earth is behind that gaze? It resembled the intense glare of a ferocious beast, capable of quelling one's spirit. The timid visage of the young man in his 20s, the Little Croc he once knew, had vanished completely. Leaving the flustered manager behind, Ryu Min redirected his gaze to the empty air. You have committed murder while impersonating another player. The activation conditions have been met. You have discovered a hidden rune in this very place, the rune of doppelganger. The acquired rune will be automatically engraved onto the player's body. Receiving the message about obtaining the rune of doppelganger, a satisfied smile graced Ryu Min's face. Excellent. All my efforts in deceiving them have paid off. Since he had successfully impersonated Little Croc, the required conditions had been met. The fake Black Scythe, infamous for his shapeshifting abilities, was no longer a threat. After all, Ryu Min had got rid of him a short while ago. Given the guy's future destiny as a villain, Ryu Min harbored no sympathy whatsoever. Little Croc, tell me, why in the world did you kill Black Scythe? Why, you ask? Because he's nothing but a damn imposter. Imposter? What do you mean? Instead of giving a direct answer, Ryu Min brought out a prepared mask and put it on. Just in case the unconscious woman woke up and witnessed the scene, it would be rather inconvenient. As an extra precaution, he covered the woman's head with a black sack. The person in charge continued to gaze with suspicion and exclaimed aloud. You should have killed the woman. Why did you kill Black Scythe? Explain yourself. Why? Because he was nothing but garbage. And the same goes for you. What did you just say? The person in charge mustered up some courage. He wasn't the type to crumble in the face of being called trash. With a slight tisk sound, a long, ominous sickle suddenly appeared in the person's hand. I dare you to say that again. His voice abruptly dwindled away, as if someone had hit the mute button. Enlarged eyes were just a bonus effect. I called you trash, why? Do you have a problem? The reason was clear. Ryu Min now held the colossal sickle in his hand. What's this? Is the scythe Little Croc's main weapon? The person in charge felt a sudden pang of embarrassment, seeing their meager sickle. It seemed downright feeble in comparison. I've never seen a player carrying around such a massive scythe. Wait a moment. They recalled hearing about it. A player who wielded a giant scythe as their primary weapon. Like a missing puzzle piece falling into place, Little Croc's words echoed in their mind. He's a damn imposter. Imposter. See, could it be? The person in charge shifted his gaze between the lifeless Black Scythe and Little Croc. Now did you grasp the situation? Who is the true Black Scythe? It was you. You were the real Black Scythe. I apologize for deceiving you. Contrary to the apology, a cynical smile danced upon Ryu Min's face. With the appearance of the massive scythe, the atmosphere underwent a striking Transformation. Are you kidding? That person I saw earlier wasn't just any kid, he was the real Black Scythe. He could sense it instinctively. The young man standing before them was unmistakably Black Scythe. And he knew he wouldn't survive this encounter. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, the person in charge sank to his knees. Resisting would be futile if the other person truly was Black Scythe. Be Black Scythe. I apologize for not recognizing you. Your performance was truly convincing. Why kneel all of a sudden? Well, it's because I deeply respect Black Scythe. You didn't bother to kneel before the imposter who fooled you, but now you do this. A snicker escaped Ryu Min's lips. Don't play games with me. Beg with honesty. Beg for your life. PP, please spare me. Sorry, I forgot to say that I'm not inclined to do so. The person in charge's eyes widened in a split second, realizing that their plea would be met with rejection. Little did they know, this would be their final act. Thud, thud. The person's head bounced off the ground like a cluster of grapes. Rolling away, it came to rest at the feet of the Black Flame Dragon. Ack. Meeting their gaze, the Black Flame Dragon felt a sudden tremor of fear. The manager's face. A face that failed to register his own demise. Ironically, it only heightened the terror within. He couldn't comprehend, just like the person himself. This is the real Black Scythe. He's on a whole different level. He hadn't even seen the attack that ended his life. All he saw was the head falling after he swung that big scythe. The trembling of the Black Flame Dragon was a result of this encounter. Encountering an incomprehensible being invoked an indescribable sense of horror. Now, it's just you and me left. Do you have any idea what I'm about to do? If you have any last words, now's the time. Given the chance by Ryu Min, the Black Flame Dragon mustered the courage to overcome his fear and managed to speak. I won't waste time with the obvious plea for mercy. Oh, really? I had something to ask when I met you. Why did you kill me 5 times in round 4? I was curious. The Black Flame Dragon's pupils widened as Ryu Min accurately deciphered his true intentions. Yes, that's correct. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you in check. Keep me in check. But why? Because out of all the people I saw back then, you seemed to have some skill. I needed to eliminate the competition. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over the Black Flame Dragon, as if a 3-day-long constipation had been resolved. Their doubts were finally put to rest. Any other questions? Even if I kill you now, you won't have any regrets, right? The Black Flame Dragon desperately wanted to beg for mercy. But seeing the manager die right after their plea made him feel it would be unwise to do so. Can I ask just one more thing before the end? What is it? Why do you want to kill me? What have I done? The response came swiftly. Because you're trash. Me. What have I done? Aren't you here to kill that woman? Well, yes, but I haven't done anything yet. Haven't done anything. You've been a mere spectator all this time. Being a mere spectator is also a sin. Do you finally understand why you deserve to die? He didn't answer, but their expression still showed a lack of comprehension. Ryu Min let out a sigh. Fine then, I'll give you a chance to survive. Unlike those scams, your only crime was being a mere spectator after all. Ryu Min let out a sigh. Fine then, I'll give you a chance to survive. Unlike those scams, your only crime was being a mere spectator after all. Really? But, Ryu Min tapped the ground with his scythe. Empty everything you have right here. Their words may not have been clear, but the Black Flame Dragon obediently took out items from his inventory. Naturally, their life held more value than these insignificant possessions. Ryu Min's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the items laid out before him. He actually has quite a useful collection. Orange marrow stone, yellow marrow stone, sellable equipment, and more. While he didn't possess items as rare as black gold ore, these treasures surpassed expectations. Swiftly, the Black Flame Dragon, carefully measuring Ryu Min's reaction, spoke up. I've emptied out the gear and the axe I was using. This is all I have left. There's nothing more. Who said you couldn't have more? You sound sus. Perceiving his lack of change in expression, Black Flame Dragon assumed that Ryu Min was dissatisfied. But in truth, he was 99% satisfied. If I sell all the items he bought from the shop, I'll get 2,000 gold. Ryu Min only took a few marrow stones and a couple of equipment pieces, stashing them in his inventory. Aren't you taking anything else? No need. You can keep them. Some of the equipment, including the axe, couldn't be sold because they weren't shop-bought items. While the black flame dragon carefully gathered the equipment from the ground, Ryu Min cast a glance at the other corpses. The person in charge and the imposter. There's no point in searching them. Through previous rounds, he already knew they didn't possess any valuable items. That's the reason for killing them without hesitation, unlike the black flame dragon. Of course, I could have taken some loose change from them. But even if I had plundered their items before killing them, the black flame dragon wouldn't have given up so easily. If they were destined to die no matter what, who would bother taking out the items? That glimmer of hope for survival was the reason the inventory opened up. So, does that mean you'll spare my life as promised? The black flame dragon looked at Ryu Min with a mix of anticipation and unease. Scratching his chin, as if contemplating, Ryu Min nodded with a hint of compassion. Yeah, I'll spare you. A promise is a promise. Thank you. Thank you so much. Expressing profound gratitude, the black flame dragon repeatedly bowed his body 108 times. Enough. It's becoming burdensome. All right, I'm sorry. Now, live a decent life. Whether you dispose of their bodies or not, it's up to you. Okay, I understand. As for the woman, I'll take care of her. Ryu Min supported the fallen woman and began walking, leaving behind the approaching black flame dragon, who wanted to offer assistance but was met with a dismissive gesture. Forget it. How can I trust someone like you? Just go away. Yes, I understand. Watching the receding figure of the black side carrying the woman, Shimhung Taek felt a wave of relief washing over him. Phew, I'm alive. I thought I was done for, but he actually spared me. Initially, when he was asked to give up all his items, he wondered if such a favorable outcome was possible. He turned out to be more humane than I expected. He had anticipated losing all his equipment, but that wasn't the case. Black Scythe only took a few unidentified stones and some equipment purchased from the shop. Thank goodness. It ended like this. Sacrificing a few items for my life, it's definitely worth it. When he decided without hesitation to end the lives of the other two, he didn't feel a twinge of remorse. Gripped by fear, he couldn't even consider escaping. But I didn't expect him to spare me so easily. Perhaps because the sin of being a spectator is relatively light, it seems like he could let me go. I almost got myself into big trouble by trying to rape that woman for no reason. I could have ended up like the imposter who died earlier. Shimhung Taek let out another sigh of relief, grateful for his luck. But why do I feel this emptiness? The emptiness turned into a simmering frustration. Even a tinge of anger started to well up inside him. Did I really deserve this? Did I lose all my items just because I watched while they wanted to kill that woman? It felt unfair. The harsh reality of having to submit to those in power. And above all, step. The retreating figure of the black side kept catching his attention. He looks completely vulnerable from behind. Even if he's the powerful black scythe, wouldn't he die if I struck him with an axe from behind? And here I am, holding an axe in his hand. This could be my chance. What should I do? Shimhung Taek found himself at a critical crossroad, contemplating his next move. Should he take the risk and ambush the defenseless black scythe, or should he play it safe and turn back? The decision didn't take long to make. If I managed to kill a high-level player like the Black Scythe, imagine how much my stats would increase. This was a rare opportunity, one that may never come again. If I let this opportunity slip away, I will regret it for the rest of my life. A burning desire ignited in Shimhung Taek's eyes. He tightened his grip on the axe, feeling the surge of strength. Stealthily, he carefully stepped closer behind the Black Scythe. He hadn't gone too far yet. Perhaps due to the woman he was supporting, his movements seemed restrained. Don't notice me. Please, just don't notice me. If he could narrow the distance a little more, he could strike. Just a few steps closer, and he would have the perfect angle to shatter his skull in one strike. Carefully, he closed the distance, coming within 5 steps, yet the black side remained oblivious, not once glancing back. He had no clue of the presence behind him. Now's the moment. In an instant, he raised the axe. The distance was ideal. It was the opportune time to crush his skull. Die, you son of a bitch. With a mighty swing, he brought down the axe, hurling curses that would never reach his ears. Swoosh. The sensation through the handle was all too familiar. It matched the feeling of a split skull. It wasn't just a sensation, it was the grim reality. Thud. The decapitated black scythe, along with the woman, slumped lifelessly to the ground. Ha, ha ha, I actually killed the black scythe. Just like that, a hollow feeling washed over him. Simultaneously, a profound realization settled in. No matter how high their level, once their head was split open, it meant the end. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha hey 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 hey. Shim Hung Taek erupted into maniacal laughter, intoxicated by the exhilarating thrill. Is this for real? The black scythe, a mere level 10, killed you. You fell for me. He. Ha 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 ha. He had defeated the black scythe. It was difficult to fathom, yet it was undeniably real. You fool. Why would you turn your back on someone like me? Even a fool wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Ha ha hey 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 hey. He taunted and jeered at the lifeless body, its head split into two. There was no room for sympathy towards the one who had killed him 5 times over. He, you pitiful loser. What good is a high level if you're this foolish? Thanks to you, all. Feast upon your stats. Ha ha hey hey. Although there were others with high levels, the black scythe's demise promised a significant boost to his own stats. A sense of anticipation lit up Shim Hung Taek's face. But why haven't I received a message indicating an increase in stats? Normally, when a skull was split, the message would appear instantaneously. Yet strangely, there was no message within Shim Hung Taek's line of sight. What's happening? What happened indeed? A sudden voice caught Shim Hung Taek off guard, causing him to swiftly turn his head. In that instant, his eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Why so surprised? Did you see a ghost? Shim Hung Taek could only stutter, rendered speechless. After all, the black scythe he had just killed stood before him, head intact. Chapter 59. Wait, what? I was certain that I had killed you. Did black scythe possess some mystical power of resurrection? Or was he dealing with a spectral being? Engulfed in such puzzling thoughts, the gaze of the black flame dragon darted to where black scythe's corpse should be. Strange. The corpse had mysteriously vanished. Not a single trace of blood remained, as though that bloody scene was nothing more than a fleeting dream. What you killed was merely my clone. A clone. Yes. The ability of the doppelganger rune allows for the creation of a clone identical to oneself. Although, it lacks any form of combat prowess. It seems that even without the ability to fight, the clone has proven to be surprisingly effective. That was a valuable test. You deceived me. Ryu Min's face contorted into a perplexed grimace upon seeing the black flame dragon gnash its teeth in visible frustration. Why the sudden victim act? The real victim here is me. My head was almost smashed to bits, you know. You're the victim. Aren't you the one who threatened me first and took all my... Ah, never mind. Seemingly aggrieved, Ryu Min brandished his scythe. Simultaneously, the black flame dragon's vision skewed. What's happening? Why is my body suddenly not obeying me? Thud. The black flame dragon's head began to roll aimlessly across the ground. In his final moments, he remained oblivious to his impending doom. Hearing such nonsense is a waste of time. With a swift, clean slash, Ryu Min silenced the chatter, sheathing his weapon soon after. He found himself standing amidst silent surroundings. No other player was left alive. The doppelganger rune is proving quite handy, huh? It was on the essential rune list for a reason. Had it not been for the doppelganger rune, he would have surely been taken by surprise. Of course, I deliberately made myself vulnerable for the test. Ryu Min carefully read the information about the newly acquired rune once more. Doppelganger rune. Effect. The activation word, create clone, gives birth to a clone identical to the user. During this process, the caster morphs into a ghost-like form for 10 seconds, a period used to conceal their physical body. The birthed clone shares a psychic link with the caster and is subject to their control. However, it can only perform non-combative actions and is incapable of utilizing skills or accessing the inventory. Only a single clone can be created at a time, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Although devoid of direct fighting abilities, the rune could perfectly deceive the enemy, and its short cooldown is an additional benefit. This was undoubtedly a ruse-filled rune of the highest order, the absolute optimum tool for deception. Ryu Min, satisfied, unleashed the Trace Eraser skill across the vicinity. In the blink of an eye, all traces of the violent scene, from the 3 lifeless bodies to the remnants of the bloodshed, had vanished without a trace. To an unsuspecting passerby, it would be virtually impossible to conceive of the site as a former battleground. Well, apart from one person, Ryu Min pondered. He moved closer to the single exception, the woman wearing a black bag over her head. The lone survivor and unintentional witness. "Can I have your attention?" he asked. Silence. "Why don't you sit down for a bit?" Silence again. "Quit your acting." She was motionless, resembling a lifeless body. But he knew better. In silent confirmation, the woman gradually sat up. Hidden behind the bag, her face remained unseen, but he could almost picture her embarrassment. How did you know I was faking unconsciousness?" she stuttered. "Your thoughts were like an open book," he thought, but skillfully avoided answering her directly. Attempting to deceive a player is unwise. I apologize." The woman, misdirecting her guilt, lowered her head in the wrong direction. Blinded by the black bag, she could only rely on sounds. "This is uncomfortable, can I remove it?" she asked, her hands inching towards the bag. Quickly, he intervened, blocking her attempt. He had his mask on for discretion, yet his clothing might give him away. "No, keep it on until my departure." "All right. Do you comprehend the danger you were in?" She nodded, her fear resonating in her reply. "Yes, it was terrifying, to the point where I dared not open my eyes." "When did you regain consciousness?" "Since they began talking about offering me." She must have come to her senses just as the chief and the black side were about to ravish her. "You may be aware, but all those men are no more. You can rest easy. You did that." "Yes. You've heard some noises, and must have figured out a part of it, right?" he asked. They were silenced so quickly, their screams were not heard, but she must have put 2 and 2 together. The only responses were the surrounding sounds, a melange of puddings, souks, and occasional thumps. Indeed, she must have heard the gruesome sounds that stoke the imagination. Besides, she must have overheard my conversation with the black flame dragon. Sure enough, upon reading her inner thoughts, Ryu Min was right. "After I ask you a few questions, I will be on my way. Can you cooperate with me?" Yes. Firstly, let me explain the situation briefly. You were abducted and almost extorted here. Do you know who abducted you?" "No, not at all." "Do you have any suspicions?" The woman was recalling the customers who had come today. "One of the customers who visited the store seemed suspicious. He left his car in my care. But after that, I can't remember." "Do you know how many customers there were?" "Their faces. Do you remember each one of them?" "There were 4, and one of them was in his mid-40s. I remember him distinctly because we had a conversation, but the others." Based on the woman's testimony, he examined her inner thoughts. It was the truth. She indeed can't remember the faces of the others. This was what Ryu Min wanted to confirm. Whether she remembered his face or not. "It's always better to be sure, even though I behaved unobtrusively and made preparations beforehand." Fortunately, like the previous times, she couldn't remember his face. "I understand. I'll end the questions here. Am I safe now? Everything is over, right?" In response to her trembling voice, Ryu Min soothingly reassured her. "Yes, you can now go home in peace. It will be hard, but forget everything that happened today." Thank you. Thank you so much for your help. Oh, and don't make things worse by reporting to the police needlessly. There's a risk of retaliation." "Yes, I understand. You can take off the bag after counting 60 seconds in your head. Do you understand?" "Do not take it off before then." "Yes, I will." "Excuse me." There was no response. Even when she concentrated, she couldn't hear a single footstep. "What's going on? Should I start counting to 60 now?" The woman began counting to 60. During that time, the only sound was the rustling of the bag in the wind. Phew. As the countdown hit 0, she flung off the sack encasing her. Her eyes darted anxiously around her surroundings, met only by the sight of a dilapidated warehouse. What just happened? No corpse, no traces of blood, and the anonymous savior who'd liberated her was nowhere to be found. The woman's face mirrored the bewilderment incited by this unforeseen scenario. Surely, it couldn't have been a dream. But if it were a dream, it was indeed a chillingly lifelike nightmare. Super card system: the strongest Hokage One Piece, the soul purchasing pirate Pika. Pika no Mi in Marvel. Time, relentless as ever, brought the anticipated day into the present. April 30th. The moment poised on the precipice of the 5th round. Ryu Min, akin to a general preparing for war, adorned his gear and scrutinized his status. Window. Name: Ryu Min. Alias: Black Scythe. Rank: Regular. Titles: Last Time Reverser Hidden, First Slayer of an Angel Hidden, The One Who Defies Divine Punishment Hidden. Level: 30. Profession: Grim Reaper. Strength: 35, Intelligence: 39, Agility: 39, Luck: 34. Universal Skills: Tracking, Presence Sensing, Trace Erasure. Unique Skills: Death's Seal, Night of Death. Runes: Slaughter's Rune, Reaper's Rune, Luminescence's Rune, Mind Inner Thoughts. Rune: Doppelganger's Rune. Gold in possession: 2,150. Remaining stat points: 0. Marketplace: Permits the purchase of items. Combination: Enables item synthesis. Unlocks at level 40. Unlocks at level 60. Unlocks at level 99. Ryu Min extricated the pre-installed orange and yellow magical stones and synthesized them with the magical stone harvested from the Black Flame Dragon. After advancing these to lower-tier magical stones and implanting them into his equipment, both his strength and luck improved by 4 points. Consequently, a harmonious compilation of stats was manifested. My stats average out to be over 30. For his current level, his stats were remarkably high. Even against an opponent of the same level, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Not that there's anyone of the same level, though. The fact that the runner-up in the overall ranking was merely level 13 eliminated any room for debate. Being strong for my level is satisfying, yet, above all, what delighted him was the achievement of a set of stats that perfectly aligned with the requirements of the Balance Rune. I'll secure the Balance Rune in this 5th round. And I'll craft a unique item as well. Ryu Min's aspirations soared beyond just obtaining the Balance Rune. His eyes were set on reaching the milestone of level 40. It's within my reach, especially with the aid of Min Yuri's buffs. While the previous round lacked the presence of Min Yuri's buffs, this time the scenario promised to be different. I'm on the verge of establishing an unrivaled record. Brimming with resolve, he bided his time, awaiting his transition to the parallel world. Just then, an unexpected message popped up. Yuri. Min. It's nearly midnight, isn't it? You feeling so nervous, but I feel everything will go smoothly this time. Let's not worry, instead let's rally together. Come on, let's give it our all. Go fighting. We'll meet each other, alive and victorious. The lengthy message of support brought an involuntary chuckle to Ryu Min's lips. She's obviously on edge. Her long text is a clear indication. He had been the one to highlight the exceptional threats of the 5th round to her after all. Worry not. From here on, I'll be your shield. From the 5th round onward, the zones were set to merge, marking the moment that Ryu Min would cross paths with Min Yuri. Even if it meant he had to remain by her side solely for the purpose of receiving her buffs. Ensuring her safety was a task he willingly undertook. I've advised her to seek out the Black Scythe, so there's no need for her to fret. She had no way of knowing that Ryu Min himself was the Black Scythe. Oh, is it time already? Well then, shall we embark on this journey? As the minute hand of the wall clock swept past midnight, Ryu Min's eyes gradually closed. Within the span of a heartbeat, his consciousness was transferred away to the parallel world. As he opened his eyes, the surrounding landscape was starkly familiar. A sweeping expanse of grassland, reminiscent of the setting of the 1st round. One after another, avatars emerged on the vast plains. For him, this situation was a well-known refrain, yet for others, it was a different song. The gathering was noticeably light, and the numbers were reduced to a fraction of the usual crowd. Is this it? Is this all of us? No way, there have to be more on the way. Don't be naive. The last round had about 500 survivors. Upon counting, the number does seem about right. It's eerily quiet. The remaining survivors numbered approximately 500. In stark contrast to the first round, which nearly had a staggering 10,000 competitors, the current tally was depressingly light. But this was merely within their designated area. Once the zones merge, this echoing sense of emptiness will dissipate, he thought with an amused smirk, casting a sidelong glance at the notification flickering in the corner of his vision. Your stats have increased by 50% for the duration of the 5th round. The buff will automatically cease at the end of the round. The reward he had previously won had enhanced his stats by a phenomenal 50%. With the slaughter rune boosting my stats by another 100% and with Yuri's buff adding a further 50%, I'm looking at a cumulative increase of 4.5 times. Stats that were formerly at 30 were primed to soar past 130. Backed by this enormous power, shattering my previous records seems within my grasp. Claiming the first position in this round would reward him with a title, and establishing a new record would rake in a significant heap of gold as an extra bounty. It was this enticing prospect that had influenced his choice of a stat buff over a special reward of 5,000 gold coins. The potential gold windfall from smashing records promised to be a more lucrative deal. Just as he was reflecting on this, contemplating the static number of players, an angel materialized. Pleased to see you, humans. A hearty congratulations on your survival up to the 5th round. Hee. It was hardly a surprise that none reacted to the angel's celebratory greeting with a smile. After all, everyone held the angels responsible for the chaos engulfing them. Oh, why the sour faces? Come on, lighten up. You folks had quite a blast in the last round. Didn't you? Slaughtering your kind so enthusiastically. Kikiki. I see. Enough with the teasing. It's no fun if there's no reaction. The angel, its cheerful demeanor replaced with a more stern expression, adopted a business-like tone. Presently, we have 442 survivors. We should be starting with 521, but it seems we're short by almost 80. I presume some of you took the fight into the real world this time around too. The count dropped again. Why does it keep shrinking? Well, that's fine. Whatever you choose to do in your world is none of my concern. However, a thrilling game seems far-fetched with just over 400 participants. So, I've planned something. Chapter 60. Are you ready for this? It's the territorial integration. The angel's words left the people looking puzzled, not quite grasping the meaning. One brave soul raised a hand. Angel, could you please explain what territorial integration means? The angel retorted with a hint of impatience. You should get it once I explain. No need to make it complicated. My apologies. In simple terms, it means merging territories. You might not know, but your country has hundreds of them. To be precise, 875. Whoa, 875. We had that many territories in our country. The angel chuckled, downplaying it. Don't be too surprised, it's not a big deal compared to some other countries. China, for instance, has over 26,000 territories. Whoa. The players quickly accepted the fact, considering China's vast population. Imagine, with each territory having 10,000 people, it's natural that countries with larger populations would have more territories. True. Wait, if each territory has an angel assigned, that means there are at least tens of thousands of angels. The sheer number of angels surprised them, they had never thought about it before. Hearing their murmurs, the angel smiled. Your guess is spot on. We angels are each assigned to one territory. Did it take you this long to figure it out? Silly humans. Though the angel teased, they could only listen. Arguing with such a powerful being was futile. Yet, a question suddenly lingered. Angel, you said you were assigned. Are you saying you didn't create this survival game? For a moment, an embarrassed expression crossed the angel's face, but it vanished quickly. Regaining composure, the angel maintained a poker face and asked, why would you think that? It's just hard to believe that so many angels decided to work together to create this survival game. There must be someone behind all of you. And if we did work together with no one behind us, what then? Would you give us praise? Let go of needless doubts. You might end up with a throbbing headache, humans. I apologize. Faced with the stern words, everyone could only bow their heads. Except for Ryu Min, of course. Ryu Min noticed that the angel was trying to divert the conversation, likely due to a policy of keeping information about the architect hidden. It seemed improbable that a mere angel had crafted this massive survival game, especially considering the self-centered and competitive nature of angels, not exactly the best team players. Enough with the pestering questions. You pests should focus on surviving, the angel grumbled, but that just confirmed that they weren't the architect. Alright, no more wasting time. Let's proceed with the territory integration as promised. Just so you know, it's only because there aren't many of you. Don't make wild guesses. With a flick of the angel's wings, the ground started to tremble unexpectedly. What's happening? An earthquake. The sudden upheaval bewildered the people, but Ryu Min remained composed. He knew that this was a typical natural occurrence during territory integration. In essence, it's not the ground shaking, it's the space itself. Amidst a jarring noise, the very fabric of space seemed to waver. Zjjjjjj. Strange black lines appeared, stretching from the ground to the sky. The divided space flipped over like a rotating cube. Kuguguguging. As the space turned, around 500 unfamiliar figures materialized. They were players from other territories. Thump, thump, thump. Then, with the sound of spaces merging, the black lines disappeared. The once sparsely populated meadow was now teeming with people. Phew, is it over? Who are these people? Curiously, everyone stood still, eyeing one another with caution. Well, the territory integration is complete. Huh, why the strange looks? You're all humans, so at least say hello. How long do you plan to stand there like statues? A new angel, whose face was unfamiliar, floated up with a warm smile. And they were not alone. A group of 10 angels gathered together. Olive, hey there. Priscilla, hello. Ellen, hi. The angels exchanged greetings with forced smiles, their voices lacking warmth. Olive, how many people are in your territory? 442. Similar to ours, huh? Probably. By the way, who's going to explain things to the humans here? About the game and all. I'll do it. Olive, from the same territory as Ryu Min, raised her hand and offered to take charge. Wait a second. Are you trying to impress the angel leader? Me? Why would I? Your eagerness to step forward seems suspicious. Then you do it. What's the fuss? Alright, Priscilla, you do it. What? Why me? So bothersome. Guys, let's not fight. Anyone can do it. Yeah, the angel leader won't care. Right, now that I think about it. Okay, Olive, you do it. Your voice is the loveliest among us. Fine, whatever. Even for such a simple task of explaining, the angels found it bothersome. Olive fluttered her wings and flew to the center of the meadow. Even for such a simple task of explaining, the angels found it bothersome. Olive fluttered her wings and flew to the center of the meadow. Hello, everyone. Your assigned angels have already informed you, right? Due to the small number of players, the territories have been merged. The players nodded in silence. Currently, 10 territories have been combined into one, and there are 4,844 players here. 10 territories merged. Almost 5,000 people. No wonder it looked crowded. The players murmured, glancing at each other nervously. Knowing they had to proceed with this round alongside unfamiliar faces, their hearts raced. We integrated other territories too, to fill them with players. Naturally, with the integration, the territory names will change. For your reference, this territory is now named CESKS 007. Exclusively comprising players from South Korea. So everyone here is from South Korea. Good thing we can communicate. So later on, we might be mixed with players from other countries. Yes, the territory integration was not a one-time event. As the number of players dwindled to 500 or less, the angels will continue to merge territories. Eventually, we would inevitably cross paths with players from other countries, just as someone had predicted. It'll happen when there are fewer than 500 players from South Korea. Ryu Min knew exactly when that moment would arrive. By round 11, the fourth territory integration will take place, and we'll find ourselves competing with players from other countries. But Ryu Min's knowledge didn't end there. He was also aware that the Angels had a surprise side game planned for this round. And he was right. Before we unveil the main quest, let's celebrate the territory integration with a simple side game. A side game. As expected, the Angels spoke up. Each territory used to have its representative, right? But now that they're integrated, what should we do? Well, it's only natural to select a new representative for the unified territory. A new territory representative. Since only one representative could exist per territory, it meant they would engage in a game to determine the winner. The rules are simple. The 10 existing territory representatives will step forward and fight each other until only one remains standing. That survivor will be promoted as the representative for this newly integrated territory. In other words, it was a death match where they fought until only one person was left standing. So, in order to become the representative of the integrated territory, we have to eliminate each other. Wow, that's brutal. The players expressed shock, but there was no sense of worry. In fact, they seemed rather entertained by someone else's predicament. This should be fun, right? Hee hee. I wonder who will become the representative. This calls for popcorn. Since it was a battle among territory representatives who had no personal connections, they could take it lightly. Except for the actual representatives, of course. Damn it, so we have to kill each other to decide on one person. Sigh, I never asked to be a territory representative. Wait, if we die this time, will we come back to life like before? Do we really have to go through with this? Can't we just give up on being the representative? All 9 territory representatives wore disgusted expressions, but Ryu Min maintained a poker face. He was actually secretly happy with the knowledge of just how prestigious the position of the unified territory representative was. Territory representatives, my, there's no need to make such worried faces. It's called a deathmatch, but rest assured, no one will actually die. Once the game is over, all deceased representatives will be resurrected. Oh, so we'll be resurrected again this time. The Angels reassured them, hoping to ease their concerns. The mention of resurrection didn't elicit any visible change in the expressions of the territory representatives. After all, the game seemed to offer no immediate advantages, making it an unappealing prospect. However, the Angels had more to reveal. Judging by your expressions, it seems you're not too keen on the idea of becoming the unified territory representative. But do you truly believe there are no benefits at all? Are there specific benefits exclusive to the unified territory representative? Absolutely. The representative gains the power of domination instead of mere command. Authority. Domination. It means having the authority to control players with lower levels than yourself. Irrespective of their job class, you can freely manipulate the players within your territory, much like an upgraded version of command authority. Just as long as their levels are lower, anyone can be manipulated, regardless of their job class. The territory representatives looked surprised and intrigued. Many of the players had already completed the changing of their job classes, effectively making the command authority useless. But now, those limitations were lifted, and they were presented with a practically omnipotent power, free from any drawbacks. Of course, the rule remains that you can only use this power 10 times, and if the integrated representative is killed, the authority passes on to the killer. But isn't it enticing, having the ability to dominate fellow humans? It certainly was. Though they didn't voice their response, the fire in the representatives' eyes conveyed their resolve. They were determined to fight with all their might to become the integrated representative. Ryu Min shared the same sentiment. Until now, being a territory representative held little merit, but starting from this round, it's different. I must win the deathmatch and become the United Territory representative. His decision to kill Wang Yongmin and become a territory representative in the previous round was motivated by the upcoming changes. From the 5th round onward, the authority of the representative would become useful. And also because of the hidden sub-quest. Nonetheless, Ryu Min was resolute in his goal. With level and experience enough to win even in a 9-1 battle, he felt more than ready to Take on this challenge. Above all, I won't miss the opportunity to become the representative. In fact, I never did. However, there was one thing that Ryu Min, a regressor who relived this round multiple times, was unaware of. Behind the scenes, the angels had placed a bet on the integrated territory representative position, adding an unexpected twist to the unfolding event. The king of the worlds, my inseparable house guests, the strongest Hokage, the 100th. Regression of the max level player. Chapter 61. Before starting the extra game, the angels huddled together, engaging in a lively discussion. Not only does this new zone need a new representative, but it also needs a new angel to guide players. Now that the areas are integrated, we should appoint a guide, suggested one angel. Yeah, we can't afford to fight over it like we did before, chimed in another. Yet, none of the angels seemed eager to step up as guides. Whether human or celestial, nobody was keen on taking up unnecessary responsibilities. Is there any brave one willing to volunteer? Asked Alu, looking around expectantly. The silence was deafening. Not a single hand rose in response. Well, I guess that was a pointless question, Alu sighed. Priscilla couldn't resist throwing a teasing remark. Anyone who's easy to volunteering must be a misfit, right? Olive's eyes shot open in disbelief. You're talking about me just now. What? Your name didn't even cross my mind, Priscilla retorted, trying to downplay her earlier mockery. You were making fun of me when I offered help earlier, Olive insisted. Is that how it sounded? PFF'd, you're not completely clueless after all, Priscilla chuckled. What? Their heated exchange was interrupted by concerned fellow angels, who stepped in before things escalated. Hey, enough of this bickering. Why do you two always end up fighting whenever you meet? It's like old times all over again. I didn't quarrel just for the sake of it. That birdbrain started it, Olive protested. What? Birdbrain? You're not even worth mentioning, let alone being compared to a bird. Priscilla shot back. Enough. The humans are watching us, another angel cautioned. Yeah, if we keep this up, even the angel master will notice, someone added. At the mention of the angel master, the two angels immediately fell silent, choosing not to argue further. Now, let's get back to the main issue. We've established that no one wants to be the guide. So, what's our plan? Any bright ideas? Ellen asked, trying to steer the discussion in a positive direction. Each angel voiced their opinions in response. What if we roll a dice to decide on the guide? Leaving it to chance. It's not very thrilling, but it could work. Alternatively, we could take turns, rotating the guide roll. But won't that be unfair? The ones at the end might never get a chance. Besides, we'll probably integrate the areas soon enough. True. Various suggestions were thrown into the mix, and despite the seemingly simple task of choosing a guide, the angels' expressions grew increasingly serious as they contemplated the best course of action. Priscilla, who had been keeping quiet until then, suddenly spoke up with an intriguing suggestion. How about this? Instead of relying on a random game based on luck, why don't we use this extra round to decide? The district representatives are going to fight, right? The area angel in charge of the first person who dies will be appointed the guide as a penalty. Oh, that would be fun, right? That's a good idea. I like Priscilla's way. Anyone who agrees besides me? I agree. Priscilla's sassy rose as the angels agreed with her. Then Olive raised her hand to object. Rather than that, how about doing this? Not the first human to die, but the angel in charge of the last human standing wins. To spice things up, the winning angel gets to take on the role of a king. A king. The others echoed in curiosity. Exactly. The other angels must obey the king's commands. For example, if the king selects someone as the guide, they must be followed without question. It will be the king's order. Olive explained. The idea sparked excitement among the angels, so, if a human from our area emerges victorious, we also get to experience being rulers. Oh, this sounds even more fun. They exclaimed. A king you say, I get it, kahahe, the very thought of it makes me salivate, added another. An inventive idea, Olive. They praised, all except Priscilla, who couldn't help feeling a bit miffed. But her irritation was short-lived as she couldn't resist a playful smile, proposing that The winning side becomes the king. You must be pretty confident. Yes, I am, Olive replied with a hint of cheekiness. You're taking our area representatives a bit lightly, aren't you? They won't be pushovers. Mine maintained his top rankings across all rounds, Priscilla challenged. Oh, really? Olive couldn't help but smirk internally, finding Priscilla's confidence amusing. You think you're all high and mighty. Don't be so quick to laugh it off. If you knew who my area representative is, you'd be astonished. Little did Priscilla know that Olive's area representative was an unstoppable force, dominating all the areas. So, are you up for it or not? Olive questioned, trying to hide her amusement. Well, I see no reason not to, Priscilla replied confidently. I'm in too. This sounds thrilling, another angel added. Count me in, said yet another. I'm confident too. My area representative is no ordinary enemy, exclaimed another angel. With the plan now set, they decided to move forward. All right then, Olive, please go ahead and explain. As Olive flew back to where the players were, her wings caught everyone's attention, and she called for the beginning of the extra game to choose the unified representative. All right, everyone, gather under my command, all area representatives, she announced, and the 10 representatives assembled around her. With a signal, the ground shook, and a circular hill-like arena emerged. From now on, we'll have a deathmatch where you kill or be killed until only one remains. I must warn you though, if you die outside the arena, there will be no resurrection for you, so stay within the bounds. Let the game begin. From now on, we'll have a deathmatch where you kill or be killed until only one remains. I must warn you though, if you die outside the arena, there will be no resurrection for you, so stay within the bounds. Let the game begin. Despite the tense atmosphere, none of the participants moved. They waited, eyeing each other cautiously, assessing the competition. Engaging with an area representative was no small feat, and they wanted to see who would take the first step. In the midst of this, Priscilla's representative, also known as Psycho Chopper, couldn't help but wear a confident smile. He had maintained his position as the top-ranked player in his area without fail. I'm unbeatable when it comes to dismantling things, be it humans, animals, or monsters, he thought with confidence. His confidence stemmed from the dismantling rune, a cunning yet powerful rune she possessed. The moment I pierce my opponent's body with my blade, I can flawlessly dismantle them. There's no other deceitful rune like this. He had already demonstrated its potency by killing 312 players in the 4th round, even proving its effectiveness in PK. As long as my sword pierces them, the game is practically over. The rune automatically removes that part. With the rune, he could, for instance, stab his opponent's arm, and the rune would take over, expertly severing the rest of the limb as if guided by a spectral force. After obtaining the rune, my killing numbers increased tremendously. His real-life experience as a butcher had proven valuable, complementing the power of the dismantling rune. He even surprised his coworkers when he came back the first time. Well, survival in this other world takes precedence, thought Psycho Chopper, understanding the ruthless nature of their predicament. That's why he didn't hesitate to eliminate his rivals and claim the position of area representative. In this harsh reality, stepping on others was the grim path to staying alive. Just a while ago, I was regretting becoming an area representative, but who could have foreseen such an opportunity? He mused with a hint of joy. With authority within reach, no one would dare to underestimate him. He felt like he could reign like a monarch. In the end, becoming an area representative had been a wise decision. If I can defeat these 9 opponents, I'll become the king, won't I? He pondered, his eyes flashing with determination as he assessed the others. Everyone seemed cautious, reluctant to make the first move. They were eyeing each other, aware that acting rashly might make them the primary target. Why are they just staring at each other? Why aren't you fighting? Come on, humans. Fight already. Yes, fight. The impatient angels shouted from above, their voices akin to excited gamblers watching a dogfight. What's with them? Did they actually place bets? Why are they so eager? He wondered, not needing any encouragement to eliminate his rivals. It was a natural course of action. It's a loss if you go first, everyone is thinking the same. if they just wait for others to engage. In a battle, they can save enough strength to join in later and win, he surmised, considering his tactics, yet aware that he couldn't linger indefinitely. With confidence, he strode towards the center of the arena, his mind set on securing a strong first impression to instill fear in his adversaries. To make them fear me, I'll unleash the full extent of my ruthlessness, leaving a lasting impression, he thought, mentally preparing for the intense display of his prowess. However, a twinge of guilt surfaced. He couldn't help feeling sorry for his first prey, who would bear the brunt of his calculated cruelty. But there's no other way. Whoever challenges me first will just be unlucky, he reasoned, his competitive spirit suppressing any reservations. And finally, a challenger emerged from the shadows. "Ah, there you are. My first sacrifice," he declared, eyeing the player wielding a massive scythe, a formidable opponent who demanded his respect. As the distance closed, Psycho Chopper couldn't help but be astonished by the player's massive scythe. I've seen spears and swords, but a scythe? That's a rarity, he thought. Genuinely surprised. Scythe, huh, I've come across usernames with scythe before, but encountering someone who wields an actual scythe is a first, he mused in amazement. As they drew nearer, Psycho Chopper's gaze instinctively shifted upward to check the player's nickname. The moment he read it, he was taken aback. A Black Scythe. Your nickname is Black Scythe. It's a familiar nickname. When the results are announced, it's the name that always ranked first in all districts. Could it be the same name? Oh no. Nicknames can't be used by two people, right? When setting up a nickname in the beginning, he tried to name it Super Saiyan, but it was rejected for being redundant. So, then, is that person really the Black Scythe that ranked first in the rankings? The level 30 player. He pondered, feeling a mix of awe and fear. Psycho Chopper gracefully lowered his sword. The number 30 alone had shaken his confidence right from the start. Why is that human acting like that? Just moments ago, they seemed full of vigor, and now he's making such a stupid face. The observing angels shook their heads, perplexed by the sudden change in the player. Psycho Chopper, who seemed dazed and lost. His expression appeared vacant as if something was not quite right. Priscilla, isn't that your area's representative? Priscilla wasn't in the mood to respond, clenching her teeth in frustration. What on earth is that human doing? We've come this close, and he's just standing there. Despite the player with the scythe right in front of him, Psycho Chopper remained clueless and motionless, lacking any will to fight. It was as if they had lost all determination. Frustration reached its peak, and then, kiki, kiki, kihuhuhu. Laughter, irritating and mocking, echoed from the side. Priscilla shot a stern glare at the source of the annoying laughter. Olive, are you finding this situation amusing? Priscilla asked, her voice tinged with frustration. Kehehe, sorry. But I can't help but find it funny, Olive replied, trying to suppress a giggle. What's so amusing? Priscilla inquired, perplexed by Olive's reaction. Just look at that human. Your area's representative seems as nervous as a willow in the wind in front of mine, Olive remarked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Priscilla directed her gaze at the human wielding the impressive scythe. However, she couldn't sense the overwhelming aura that she had anticipated. So, you're saying my area's representative is scared of your representative? Priscilla asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Olive responded with a playful smirk. Don't be ridiculous, Olive. Do you think being the top ranked in my area is a joke? My representative has never missed the top spot since round 1, Priscilla said, defending her area's representative. In your area, is just being the top ranked in his area even a big deal? Olive challenged with a hint of skepticism. I don't get you anymore. What do you mean? Priscilla seemed puzzled. My representative has never missed the top spot in the whole region, Olive clarified, his tone tinged with pride. In the whole region? Where did you come out with such a lie? Do you still not get it? For those angels who bother to check the rankings, isn't his nickname enough of a clue? Olive pointed out, raising an eyebrow. As Olive's words sank in, the other angels finally paid close attention to the humans. Nickname. What? Black Scythe. One of the angels exclaimed. I've seen him. He's always at the top of the results screen, another angel chimed in. The realization dawned on them. Even though angels didn't typically concern themselves with human rankings, they knew who held the coveted top spot. Priscilla felt a tremor of uncertainty. Black side, is Olive's area representative? She murmured to herself. Her confidence faltered. If that human was indeed the feared black side, then her representative wouldn't stand a chance. And then, in a flash, everything changed. Psycho Chopper's head dropped to the ground, severed by the black side's swift strike. The angels turned to Priscilla, silently acknowledging her elimination. Well, Priscilla is eliminated, one of them said matter-of-factly. The shock left Priscilla speechless. She couldn't even muster anger at this unexpected and inevitable defeat. Chapter 62. The decapitated head of a person fell to the ground, signaling the commencement of a high-stakes deathmatch. But amidst the tension, something unexpected caught the attention of the competitors. Wait, isn't that Black Side? Why on earth is Black Side here? The representatives, just realizing the identity of their opponent, couldn't help but shiver with fear. Though they had never encountered Black Side face to face, they knew three undeniable facts about this formidable player. Firstly, Black Side was renowned for never losing the top spot in any previous area. Secondly, they were a seasoned high-level player, sitting confidently at level 30. And lastly, we don't stand a chance against them, no matter how hard we try. The level difference was staggering, and it crushed their fighting spirit. Especially after witnessing Black Side's swift takedown of Psycho Chopper, their fear grew exponentially. They hadn't even glimpsed how it was executed. I wouldn't stand a chance. I won't be able to react just like that person right now. I'd be toast. How could I possibly defeat someone at level 30 when I'm only at level 13? With just a glimpse of the nickname, the representatives had already lost their will to fight. All, except for Ryu Min. Step by step, the ominous shadow of the Reaper drew nearer, and the representatives' faces betrayed their bewilderment. Oh, hello, Black Side Nim. It's an honor to meet you. Ha ha ha, can you believe it? Sharing the same area as the renowned Black Side Nim. It's enough to bring tears of joy to my eyes. Ha ha ha. Despite the flattery, Ryu Min's intense, crimson gaze remained unwavering. He didn't even break his stride. Hold on a moment. Let's talk this out, shall we? See. Black Side put away the weapon again. I'm telling you, I have no intention of fighting Black Side Nim. Hey, angelic beings. We surrender. We surrender. Me too. Surrendering over here. Count me in. In a flurry, they waved their hands, indicating their decision to surrender, all 8 representatives, without exception. Sigh. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, the angels couldn't help but touch their foreheads in frustration. What disgraceful behavior is this? Surrendering. Did they just surrender? Humans. They're ruining our carefully crafted game. The angels were fuming, feeling their patience wearing thin with the seemingly cowardly bunch they had sent into the arena. Warning. Any human who surrenders will have their head blown off. It's best not to count on resurrection once your head's been blown off by us. Do you get my drift? Faced with the angels' menacing threat, the representatives turned pale, collectively, realizing the gravity of their decision. The fear of losing the chance to resurrect was more chilling than the prospect of their heads being blown off. Suik suik. Reluctantly, the representatives drew their weapons once more. They weighed their options, and concluded that dying at the hands of Black Side was a better fate than remaining dead, unable to come back to life, courtesy of the angels. Cornered and with no other escape, they had no choice but to face this perilous situation. There are 8 of us, maybe we stand a chance. Clutching a glimmer of hope, they cautiously encircled Black Side, narrowing the distance. Step by step, their demeanor had changed from arrogance to a foreboding intensity. Observing this, Ryu Min couldn't help but smirk. Are the angels scarier than me? Ryu Min was unafraid of the angels. To him, angels were no more than frail beings, hardly different from humans. If others knew their true nature, they wouldn't find them as fearsome. Of course, I can't overlook their execution ability, though. The angels' lethal power allowed them to obliterate players' heads with a single glance. Ryu Min was not exempt from this deadly threat. If an angel decided to act on it, his journey would come to an abrupt end. But unless they've gone mad, they won't kill the top-ranked player in the entire area. Why would they target someone who was drawing significant attention without any just cause? Even if they were unaware, higher-ups would not take kindly to such actions. Tearing up the ticket to success in a game designed to toy with humans would undoubtedly enrage the creators. Although Ryu Min knew he couldn't be killed, he refrained from openly challenging the angels. After all, there might be an angel who hasn't used their one-time use ability yet. If such an angel took offense for any reason, it would spell disaster. Aware of this, Ryu Min couldn't afford to confront the angels right now. At least not for the time being. Until he obtained the title that would enable him to face the angels on equal ground, he had to endure whatever they threw his way. He couldn't give them any justification to take his life. But I can't let go of the opportunity to become the unified representative. Surreptitiously glancing around, he spotted representatives cautiously closing in, akin to hyenas on the prowl. Their opponents numbered 8. Yet, Ryu Min remained undeterred. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. With a smug grin, he provoked the representatives, inciting a surge of anger among them. Is this brat mocking us? He's acting all cool because of his high level, huh? We're respected rankers in our own territories too. Their thoughts were clear as they couldn't resist taking the bait. Attack. As if guided by an unspoken agreement, they lunged at him. However, Ryu Min was a step ahead, swiftly evading their attacks. Being able to anticipate their moves gave him an edge. Sek seokjiok. 4 necks snapped, and blood vessels burst simultaneously. Before the other representatives could react, Ryu Min moved like a lightning bolt. Seoguk. With each pass, heads floated up one by one. Tuck. Headless bodies swayed momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 8 representatives turned into lifeless corpses. A hushed silence fell over the spectators. In the blink of an eye, all 8 representatives turned into lifeless corpses. Ellipsis. A hushed silence fell over the spectators. No exceptions, whether angels or humans. The result was disheartening, yet not entirely unexpected. After all, the level disparity in this match was insurmountable. But to have it end so anticlimactically. Ellipsis. The angels didn't voice their thoughts, but their puzzled expressions spoke volumes. It's over. Black side won. So, we have to treat Olivier, the assigned angel to Black side, like a king for a while. Oliver. Priscilla's face contorted into a malicious scowl. You knew it would end like this, didn't you? Yes, I did. Of course. You tricked us all with this proposal, knowing you'd win. What nonsense. What? I suggested a game that would favor me, obviously. Why else would I propose it? Ellipsis. Oliver's confident response left Priscilla momentarily speechless. And did I threaten any of you into making a bet with me? No, I didn't. You all agreed to the wager, claiming it'd be fun. But now you want to say otherwise. Yeek. Priscilla's rage was evident as her under-eye area trembled visibly. What's making you so upset? Or is it involuntary? Maybe you should take some supplements. They say eye twitching in the human realm is caused by a lack of magnesium. You. What? Are you going to fight me? Priscilla was about to rush forward but hesitated at Olivier's words. Go ahead if you're so confident. Do you really want the angels to lose their dignity in front of the humans? You'll end up in a containment pouch, and even the archangel won't save you. The mention of a containment pouch brought Priscilla back to her senses. A containment pouch was a degrading punishment where insects were confined to a cramped space of about 0.5 square meters. It was a humiliating penalty for dignified angels. I hate containment pouches, I really do. Just the thought of it made her shudder, and Priscilla reluctantly stepped back, quelling her anger. What now? Not up for the challenge. Quote ellipsis. Well thought. You should be thanking me instead. If I hadn't warned you, you'd have had a 100% chance of ending up in a containment pouch. Thanking you, for what? That's ridiculous. Although she shouted in frustration, Olivier's words were true. Unbelievably, Priscilla felt a sense of gratitude toward her. Anyway, as per our bet, I'm the king now, right? Ellipsis. Priscilla, you'll handle the orientation for the unified area for a while. For how long? Until I feel better. Ellipsis ellipsis. What are you waiting for? Aren't you eager to get started? An expression of injustice flashed across Priscilla's face. She looked around at the other angels, seeking their help, but they all turned away. Sigh, why did I agree to this bet? Reluctantly, Priscilla flew above the players' heads. A bet was a bet, after all. Ahem, players. As you can see, we have a new unified area representative. As Priscilla flapped her wings, a message appeared in front of the players. Player, Black Scythe, has become the new unified area representative CESKS-007. Ryu Min, unfazed by the expected outcome, pretended to be nonchalant and merely checked his skill window. Temporary skill, Domination. Effect. This skill allows the player to issue compelling commands and take control of others. The affected player cannot resist these commands under any circumstances. It can be used up to 10 times, and once all opportunities are exhausted, the skill disappears. Only one command can be given to each player. However, please note that this skill will not work on players with a higher level than the user. The sole difference between domination and command authority lies in one key aspect. The former can be employed whether the targeted player has a job or not. Ryu Min pondered, while there is now a level restriction, it remains an extraordinary privilege. With higher levels, anyone can be dominated. In other words, with his level 30 prowess, Ryu Min could potentially compel anyone to obey his will. Could the representative hesitance at first be because they understood this fact? Fearful of showing any hostility that might render them vulnerable to the domination skill. Now that the verdict is reached, I shall resurrect the other fallen players. A radiant light erupted within the arena, miraculously bringing back to life the 8 players who had previously lost their heads. How is this possible? I vividly remember having my head severed. You all perished at the hands of Black Scythe. Thus, the new unified area representative is Black Scythe. Ah, is this how it ended then? To some extent, they had anticipated their inability to defeat Black Scythe, as they were merely forced into the battle, struggling against the Angel's punishment. With a new unified area representative appointed, the representative authority of the resurrected players will be withdrawn. Do not be disheartened, though. Opportunities to reclaim the representative position will always exist, Priscilla assured them. Yet, despite the mention of another chance, the players did not appear pleased. After all, their opponent was none other than Black Scythe. It felt like attempting to conquer an impregnable fortress. Now that the extra game has concluded, let us proceed to the main quest, Priscilla announced, her wings flickering with grace. As she did so, the quest window materialized before them, beckoning them into the next chapter of their journey. Round 5. Defeat 300 orcs per person within 10 hours. Collect 4 balance stones. Reward upon success. All areas. Participants, 77,310,228. Achievers, 19,327,557. Current area CESKS-007. Participants, 4,844. Achievers, 1,211. The players scrutinizing the quest window were taken aback. What? Defeat 300 orcs. And why are there so few achievers? Looks like it's just a quarter of the participants. Priscilla's patience wore thin with the players' complaints. Why so ungrateful? Is it the low achiever count? Should I make it even lower? The players remained silent, heads lowered. You've had easy rounds so far, but this time, we've made it more challenging with fewer achievers. But don't get discouraged. But is defeating 300 orcs really that difficult? Aren't orcs just cannon fodder in games? Priscilla felt irked by their ignorant comments. You'll realize how tough it is once you experience it. I won't say more. Angel, what about the sub-quests? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? In response to some inquiries, Priscilla replied matter-of-factly. For this round, unlike before, the sub-quests are publicly revealed. As for the reward, it's a secret. Though she called it a secret, Ryu Min knew what it was. The balance rune is the reward for completing the sub-quest. The balance rune must be obtained in this round by completing the sub-quest. He was determined to claim one of the 18 essential runes listed for the sub-quest's reward. This time, but only one person can get the sub-quest reward. Chapter 63. The stakes were high in this round for the sub-quest. Only one player could receive the reward per zone, a challenging rule that added an edge to the competition. Because the balance stones, the crucial materials that needed to be gathered for this sub-quest, have a fixed number. Although every zone had a shot, securing a balance rune wouldn't be a cakewalk. It's definitely going to be tough, no doubt about it. Sub-quests often carried an air of simplicity, but this instance was an exception. They might be called sub-quests, but they're tougher and come with greater rewards than main quests. Bagging 300 orcs, no doubt, was simpler than amassing 4 balance stones. Getting your hands on those balance stones was no walk in the park. That's why I can relax a bit. It's unlikely that many will achieve sub-quests in other zones. But even if they cleared the sub-quest, how many could meet the balance runes? Conditions. Probably only Ryu Min, who prepared beforehand and adjusted his stats, could truly gain benefits from the rune of balance. I need to claim the reward for this round's sub-quest. In the midst of strategizing, Priscilla resumed her explanation. This round's sub-quest revolves around collecting balance stones. You snatch up 4, and you will instantly get a reward marked with a question mark. However, only one lucky human gets to bask in the glory. Just one. Yep, because there are only 4 balance stones within the zone. But what if the 4 stones were gathered by different players? Won't the sub-quests just fail? Sure, but don't sweat it. If you take down other players, you can swipe their balance stones. Kill to snatch. Similar to competing for the zone representative seat. Yes. And unlike the previous round, death doesn't lead to a do-over. Once you're out, you're out. The finality of death, it was expected, yet the gravity of those words sent shivers down spines. Taking lives for the sake of a sub-quest, the risks loomed large. But if I don't view it as a risk, then it's not right. Risk was merely a burden borne by the mind. Toss aside conscience and morality, and taking out fellow players wasn't a Herculean task. Hadn't we practiced this repeatedly during the 4th round? Certain players' eyes sparkled with resolve. The look that said they'd eliminate others without a second thought, all for the sake of the sub-quest. Of course, sub-quests had their appeal, but they can't quite steal the spotlight from main quests, right? If you failed to take down 300 orcs within a 10-hour timeframe, there was no escape. You'd be out, no exceptions. And if you missed the leaderboard due to the timing, the consequence remained the same. Players nodded in agreement. Bagging 300 orcs wasn't an insurmountable challenge. They had a generous 10-hour window, after all. All right, I've given you all the intel you need. Now, struggle hard. With an unsettling remark left behind, Priscilla and the remaining angels vanished from sight. The serene ambiance of the prairie was mirrored by the crystal-clear sky above. Time remaining until round ends, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As the progress window displayed the ticking seconds, Ryu Min sprang into action. Just as the angel said. Sub-quests have their charm, but main quests take precedence. Swiftly dispatching 300 orcs was vital for safety. The sub-quests could wait until later, along with assisting Min Yuri. The key here is speed. The quicker I achieve this, the better the rewards. Min Yuri's assistance can come after. When it came to setting records, flying solo was quicker than sticking together. Even without buffs, eliminating about 300 orcs was a walk in the park. I've already cautioned Min Yuri about the orcs, so there's no need for unnecessary worries. Having given Min Yuri a heads up, she wouldn't rashly attack an orc nest. Let's bust through the main quest ASAP so I can aid Minjuri. With determined steps, Ryu Min quickened his pace. Time was of the essence in establishing a record. As Black Scythe drew near, players flinched and sidestepped, as if the path before them had parted like the Red Sea. With Black Scythe sailing by innocuously, players collectively released held breaths. Phew, he was just passing by. Thank goodness. Caught me off guard with that sudden approach. My heart skipped a beat. But where's he heading so purposefully? Yeah, what's the deal? Should we tag along? At the daring suggestion of a fearless youngster, listeners leapt to their feet. Are you crazy? Chasing after Black Scythe? Want to be under his dominion? He would probably enslave you for life. Not an entirely unreasonable assumption. Given Black Scythe's swift and ruthless beheadings, caution seemed appropriate. But is it better to just stay idle like this? Anything Black Scythe chases after is very important. He always knows what to do. That's why he consistently secures the first place. The young individual's reasoning wasn't far off. There was some logic in it. The inability of people to come up with counter-arguments served as evidence. But what if we get caught following him? Then we track him from a safe distance. But still, if you're not up for it, maybe you all should stay here. I'm going even if I'm alone. With determination, the young person dashed toward the direction Black Scythe had taken. Off to. After a moment of contemplation, other players eventually followed suit. After all, remaining in place would lead to annihilation. Since the quest had already commenced, finding and eliminating orcs swiftly was imperative. The Black Scythe likely knew the path. Hey, look there. What kind of village is that? It was a small village with haphazardly placed wooden stakes. Players had an innate understanding. That was the orc stronghold. As expected, at the village entrance stood an orc, almost like a patrol. Choi ik. Choi ik. A breeze carried the sound as the orc who made a whistling noise noticed Black Scythe and swung his axe, or rather, attempted to swing. Slice. The orc's neck was cleanly cut. A rustling sound. After easily killing one orc, Black Scythe entered the stronghold. As the orcs, who had been roaming the village, caught sight of the intruder, they grabbed the axes hanging from their waists. Choi ik. Choi ik. Choi ik. Choi. With a determined spirit, 3 orcs charged at Black Scythe. However, death befell the orcs. Without exception, headless bodies fell to the ground. Rustle, 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 rustle. With momentum, Black Scythe entered a rudimentary hut. Slice, swish, slice. Eerie sounds resonated, and Black Scythe emerged. The blade of his scythe was tainted with green-hued blood. Seeing Black Scythe returning to the village for more, players felt reassured. As anticipated, the orcs seemed weak. See, not a big deal. They're just orcs. Seems about as harmless as the goblins we fought before. Maybe Black Scythe makes it look easier than it is. But he's slicing through them way too easily. Indeed, the Black Scythe is strong, but not that kind of strong. We can handle it as well. Right. In games, orcs often occurred as cannon fodder, easy to defeat. The same expectation lingered in reality, yet underestimating them was a mistake they couldn't afford. The sheer might of Black Scythe might be the reason they look easy to kill. Don't dismiss. Vigilance. Right, no harm in being cautious. Well, we won't know their true strength until we face them. Then instead of watching, let's take on a village just like the Black Scythe did. Sounds like a plan. Around 20 players set out in search of different strongholds. Even though this quest didn't inherently require teamwork, there was another motivation driving their unity. I should cooperate with these newcomers for now. We're still unsure of the orcs' true power. If I find it doable to handle them solo after observing from the shadows, then I will act. Separately, the obscurity of the orcs' capabilities still loomed large, making teamwork a strategic choice. For now. Plus, banding together would provide a cushion for safety. Hey, look, there's a village. Let's go. A swarm of players who spotted a new orc nest hurried to the scene. Wow, this one seems larger. It surpassed Black Scythe's raid site by threefold in magnitude. Just then, Choi ik, an orc stationed in a makeshift tent, wore a perplexed expression as it blew a horn. What's that? Why does that one have a horn? Could it be calling for other orcs? Perhaps. Why do foreboding hunches often prove accurate? Choi ik. Choi ik. Quang. Quang. Scores of orcs surged forth from the huts, forming an unbroken line. Over 50 orcs. Once the initial shock subsided, the 20 players found themselves enveloped by the horde. Whoa, no way. We're in trouble. The shared expression among the players was unanimous, a mixture of shock and dismay. This unforeseen surge in orc numbers caught them all off guard, especially in such overwhelming abundance. Are you joking? This is why this village seemed larger. Never imagined there'd be this many. Their earlier complacency had backfired. United by their numbers, they felt a sense of security, but it was only momentarily. What's the plan? Damn it, what other choice do we have? We fight for our lives. However, the orc misread the player's edgy demeanor and took it as a threat, responding with a resounding roar. Choi Ayak. This signal triggered a frenzied charge from the orc horde. Damn, they're coming. They're just a bunch of young orcs, nothing to fear. Let's take them down. With determination burning in their voices, players faced the oncoming orc onslaught. The clash of weapons echoed as they deflected or evaded the orcs, swinging axes. What's going on with these guys? They're not that skilled. Their attacks aren't that swift, either. Despite the axes carrying considerable force, the players managed to parry them. Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, players retaliated. The sound of weapons piercing orc flesh echoed in the air. But there was a twist. Why isn't the blade coming out? Their muscles held onto the blade with a vice-like grip, defying release. In a surge of anger, an orc swung its axe. Swoosh. Quack. The sharp impact resonated as a player collapsed, shoulder crushed. Other orcs, quick to react, raised their axes again. Thunk, 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 thunk. Ah! The agony of severed ankles and shattered kneecaps forced cries of pain. Damn it, fuck, you monstrous. Though players stood their ground, the orcs' resilience proved greater than anticipated. Despite weapons piercing them, pulling them proved challenging due to the density of orc muscles. Thwack, thud, crack, uck. The difference in resilience pushed players back, despite their efforts. While they managed to slay a few, new orcs surged forth without hesitation. Over time, the number of fallen players steadily grew. Those who tumbled to the ground became prime targets for the orcs, treated like cuts of meat. Thwack, thud, thud, thud. Saw save me. Their slow attack speed and lack in skills were true, but even with such axe skills, killing a single human posed no challenge. Shish shit, to fall to orcs like this. Ow, didn't think orcs could be this organized. Despite the vow to stay vigilant, they had unwittingly underestimated the situation. Believing that orcs were simply soloable foes. Is the quest saying that they need to kill 300 orcs per player made them think it's easy? It might be too late, but now their perspective had done an abrupt 180-degree turn. Facing them one-on-one might have been better, but their sheer numbers turned the situation dire. Choi Ayak. Choi Ayak. The orcs threw their arms up, celebrating their apparent victory. It didn't take long for the group of 20 players to meet their downfall. Ryu Min, who had been leading, suddenly cast a glance backward. Moments ago, there were around 20 following me. Now, they've vanished. Ryu Min wasn't known for his empathy toward others. He was only mildly concerned because the puppies that were following him were suddenly nowhere in sight. Well, I shouldn't sweat over it. As long as they don't stir up trouble with those massive orc camps, they should be fine. Ordinarily, it was wise to steer clear of orc strongholds. They were sizable and, with a single blast of the horn, more than 50 orcs would gather swiftly. Such nests usually have over 200 orcs. 20 players would hardly do any damage. This is why dealing with orcs was tricky. They formed packs and their unity was strong. It's worth noting that individually, orcs are tough too. Due to their distinct muscle density compared to humans, pulling a blade from them won't be easy. Their tenacity was admirable. Minor scratches weren't enough to break their spirit. That's why orcs need to be taken down in one swift move, targeting their most vulnerable spot, the neck. Saying this, Ryu Min checked the ongoing quest's progress. Time left until round ends, 8 hours 59 minutes and 22 seconds. About an hour had flown by. An hour should yield a decent outcome. Ryu Min had reason to be at ease. He'd already wrapped up the main quest. Main quest progress, orcs 300. Entire area. Participants, 77,310,228. Achievers, 119,327,557. Specific area CESKS 007. Participants, 4,844. Achievers, 1,211. Seeing the achievers' stats, he realized he was the sole person to have completed the quest, not just in that specific area, but across the entire region. First place is locked in for now. Should I head over to support Min Yuri? Ryu Min activated his tracking skill. He knew Min Yuri's face and nickname, so locating her wasn't a challenge. Target, Min Yuri, located. Currently 1,691 meters away. To track the target, follow the arrow ahead. Without hesitation, Ryu Min set off. In his wake, lay numerous orc corpses, their bodies and heads lying separate. Chapter 64. Heading towards Min Yuri, the path stretched ahead like a beckoning adventure. Shriek, shriek. A horde of orcs emerged, reminiscent of bandits collecting tolls. But that was a fleeting moment. Sgoggo. With a swift motion, heads rose and bodies fell, one after another. You have triumphed over the orcs. Experience gained plus 0.41%. Gold plus 40. Current kill count, 303 100ths. All stats boosted by 100% due to the Rune of Slaughter effect. Attack speed increased by 25% due to the Skull Bone Necklace effect. Ryu Min, who dispatched 3 orcs as effortlessly as swatting at passing bugs, squinted as he looked at the earned experience. It feels kind of tight in terms of experience, even without the experience buff. Ryu Min was at level 31 currently. Though he had taken down 303 foes, his level had only increased by 1. Maybe it's because my level is already too high. Certainly, the experience might have seemed meager to Ryu Min, but it wouldn't have been so for other players. Most would probably hit level 20 just by finishing the Orc 300 kill quest. Ryu Min's goal was level 40. I have plenty of time to assist Min Yuri and level up. No need to fret. If Min Yuri progressed, Ryu Min would also reap rewards. He didn't perceive aiding her as a loss. Plus, they were classmates, after all. I regret not paying enough attention last time. This time, it would be different. Starting from round 5, they would be working together. Ryu Min checked his inventory. Experience had only nudged, but gold had piled up nicely. With the gold I already had, that makes a total of 14,000 gold. At this pace, he could possibly amass over 100,000 gold just in this round. He could acquire all the common skills available at the store. Perfect. I just need to head to Min Yuri's location and subtly stage a meeting. But there was a task at hand before that. Taking down the mid-boss of this round, the Orc Warrior. Since it's conveniently on the way, better handle it first. Ryu Min quickened his steps. Defeat 300 orcs. When the main quest was first unveiled, they didn't consider this too challenging. The time limit was more generous than expected. 310 hours. That's just 30 per hour. They had actually thought it might be a breeze. The image of orcs hadn't struck them as too formidable. Yet, coming face to face with orcs shattered their confidence. Huke, bro, you alright? Fuck, I almost met my end. From round 1, they had journeyed as a party, a group of young Highlanders, known as the Young Mountain Members. Supporting each other, they'd reached round 5, without any inkling of the challenge ahead. What kind of orc is this powerful? Yeah, seriously, we can't afford to underestimate them. It didn't need to be said, no one was underestimating orcs anymore. As soon as they clashed with the orcs, reality hit them hard. Going solo was out of the question. Manji, how many have we taken down so far? Probably around 50, Hyungnim. 50 in an hour. Not exactly promising. To an outsider, this might seem like a decent pace, but they were a party of 5. If they divided the count, each person was responsible for about 10. At this rate, we won't even come close to 310 hours. Won't come close, huh? We can't afford to say this. If we fall behind, we can try again. But if we fail entirely, it's complete annihilation. Sighs of frustration slipped from all 5 of them. At this rate, they'd be wiped out. They needed a strategy. Hey, everyone, I think we might have to aim for a bigger village. Hyungnim, doesn't that sound a bit risky? Yeah, exactly. If we're struggling against just 3, how can we handle a bigger village? Wouldn't it be smarter to stick to smaller villages like we've been doing? It's safer. Facing the party's concerns, the imposing figure of Jo Young-ho simply nodded in agreement. Okay, I get where you're coming from. You're not wrong, and I'm not here to argue. I won't force anyone. But keep this in mind. Jo Young-ho's voice lowered as he spoke. In a sinking ship, there's no future. At this rate, we'll either fall short of 300 and perish, or we'll just die by orcs. It's going to be tough, but we have no option but to take the risk. But, Hyungnim, given our skills, we can't take down more. No, our skills are sufficient. We can cleverly take down more orcs. We can rest a bit after. Each set of kills, say 5, then rest for 5 minutes. If we push ourselves, we can catch more orcs at a faster pace. He was making sense. 5 people taking down 5, then a 5-minute break. Another 5 orcs, followed by another rest. In fact, their breaks were longer than the actual hunting. We need to aim for at least 150 kills in an hour. We don't have to face a massive horde at once. Instead, we can pick up groups of 3 to 5 at a time, but at triple the current speed. Zhou Yongho's argument left the group in deep thought. But they were left without many alternatives. Alright, I'm on board. Let's go with his plan. There's nothing good about staying in a sinking ship. Thanks for understanding. With a faint smile, Zhou Yongho stood up. We've rested enough. Should we get started for real? We saw a larger village in that direction when we passed by earlier. Should we check it out? Sure, let's head over there. The 5 members of the mountaineering club moved forward, weapons resting on their shoulders. As they journeyed, they didn't neglect to stay vigilant for surprises. Being prepared for unexpected turns was always wise. Look over there. That's the village we spotted before. The group slowed down upon discovering an orc stronghold. From a distance, they carefully observed the village's dynamics. The fence is high, so it's hard to see inside. Want to get closer? Let's do it. The group approached cautiously. Zhou Yongho, leading the way, suddenly halted. Wait, isn't that a guard at the entrance? Let's go around. Quickly, the group changed their path, avoiding a reckless confrontation at the main entrance. See over there. There's a gap in the fence. It was a narrow opening, just enough for one person to squeeze through. They peered through the gap. Inside the stronghold, a minimum of 20 or more huts were neatly lined up. Clearly, it was larger in scale than the places they'd tackled so far. No signs of orcs wandering outside. Does that mean they're all holed up inside the houses? With this number, maybe about 5 in each house. Well, there seem to be more than we anticipated. Guess we'll have to slip into each hut and surprise them. At this point, sneaking in and attacking each hut was the wisest option, rather than announcing their presence at the main entrance. Alright, we're committed to this raid. Ready to enter. Sure thing. With around 5 in each hut, if we catch them off guard, it should be fairly straightforward to handle. The determined group quietly slipped through the gap in the fence. Having stealthily infiltrated, they decided to prioritize attacking the nearby huts first. This one. I'll signal, and then we go in. Zhou Yongho's hushed voice issued a signal with a flick of his finger, launching the surprise assault on the hut. Creak. As the doors swung open, the 10 stationed orcs turned their eyes with a flash of surprise. As the doors swung open, the 10 stationed orcs turned their eyes with a flash of surprise. T10 of them. The larger orc count briefly caught them off guard. Greehik, greehik, greehik. The startled orcs seized the axes from their hip straps, standing up with an eager glint in their eyes. But their reaction was cut short. Left side, attack first. Thump, thump, thump. The quintet swiftly initiated their assault, felling 1 orc in their path. Yet, 9 orcs remained standing. Greehik, thud, greehik. Enraged by the death of their comrade, the orcs brandished their axes with heightened fervor. Their sluggish attack speed allowed for easy dodging, but their sheer numbers posed a new challenge. Crash. Arg. Manji. The sight of an axe burying itself in his younger brother's shoulder widened Zhou Yongho's eyes. No. Manji. You monster. Die. The remaining group members rallied, successfully strangling an orc to its demise. Nonetheless, 8 orcs persisted. A wounded ally and 4 fatigued comrades were ill-equipped for the task at hand. Hyungnim. This strategy won't work. We need to retreat. I was just thinking the same thing. The group traded blows with the orcs while tactfully retreating. Swiftly exiting through the fissure they had initially entered might allow them to evade the bulkier orcs. However, unpredictability was an ever-present factor. Plans had unraveled. The orcs that had been drawn by the commotion were blocking their escape route. The number of enemies, seems like there's at least 10. Calculations were unnecessary. The odds were insurmountable. Escape was the optimal course if they could manage it. A sheen of cool sweat coated the group's foreheads. With no sanctuary and morale shattered by their enemies' multitude, options dwindled. It's over, we're done for. To end like this. The group lowered their weapons, defeat washing over them. Except for Jo Young-ho. Keep your weapons at the ready. Hyungnim. It's over now. It's been an honor fighting alongside all of you. Unlike Jo Young-ho, the remaining members seemed dejected. They were acutely aware that death was imminent. A tense standoff with the orcs persisted. Hey, guys. Why do you think they aren't killing us? Huh. Well, I'm not sure. If you want to know, just check their expressions. Expressions. Uncharacteristic of Jo Young-ho, his words led the group to scrutinize the orcs' faces. The orcs bore smirks as if finding amusement in something. These guys are mocking us. They're smirking as if we're timid little mice. Now that we've disarmed, they're laughing at us. They're enjoying this. Aren't you furious? Being mocked by orcs like this. Treated like monkeys in a zoo. Perhaps his words had struck a nerve. Don't lose hope, not until the very end. Grab your weapons, and strike down at least one of them before you die. That's how you'll face death without shame. In the hearts of each companion, a spark of determination ignited. Got it, Hyungnim. Apologies for showing such weakness. We're here with you till the end, Hyungnim. With these affirmations, the group raised their weapons anew. Simultaneously, the scornful smirks on the orcs' faces crumbled, replaced by expressions of sadness. Greehik. Greehik. Laughter vanished, replaced by boiling rage. When I give the signal, move. Approach one by one, discreetly. Clear. Yes. Yes, Hyungnim. Shall we? Just as Jo Young-ho was about to issue the ambush signal. Phew. An unfamiliar hornpipe echoed. Unbeknownst to the group, it was a signal blown from the lookout during emergencies. Greehik. 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 Thud. 10 orcs swiftly charged toward the sound's origin. With over half of their forces vanished, only 8 orcs remained. What's happening? Why are the orcs suddenly? Though they were uncertain, their odds of survival seemed better. Facing only 8 orcs, survival became plausible. Let's do it. Yes, Hyungnim. The group surged toward the orcs, launching a surprise assault. Thwack. Thwack. Blades clashed in a symphony of metallic resonance. Swoosh. Swoosh. Thunk. Thunk. The grim sound of flesh being sliced and stabbed resonated in the orc-human fray. After an intense struggle where a single misstep could decide life or death. Huke. Huke. 5 humans stood triumphant, their faces reflecting victory. We. To win against 8. The thrill of triumphing over adversity eclipsed their relief at survival. Hyungnim. We did it. Well, actually, you did it, Hyungnim. It's all thanks to you, Hyungnim. Without you, we would have given up and perished. The group sang praises, but Jo Young-ho shook his head. Enough of that. Your unwavering resolve, and your willingness to fight to the end, that's what made this possible. Without it, I'd be dead here too. Hey, you're quite something, Hyungnim. Their shared laughter was brief. Jo Young-ho turned to his injured younger brother with a serious expression. But Manji, how's your injury? Tough, but I can manage. I'll be fine. Despite his claims, his shoulders were drenched in sweat. The injury appeared grave at first glance. For now, rest. Don't move. Got it. Yes. As for the rest of you, stay hidden here. I'll scout for an exit and come back. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry about me. Wait quietly. After placing the group in the hut, Jo Young-ho cautiously explored his surroundings. It's risky here. I need a way out of the village. Moving stealthily, the village was quiet. He wondered why all the orcs had vanished. It's so silent. Where did they all go? Suddenly, an unfamiliar smell reached his nose. Sniff, sniff. What's that smell? Curiously, he approached a sight in the distance. What's that? He involuntarily uttered, huh? Before quickly stifling his reaction. What in the world? Before him lay a sight beyond belief. The corpses of around 200 orcs sprawled across the village. Who could have done something so immense? Amidst the carnage, one figure stood alone. A lone figure amidst the bodies. Above his head was the nickname, Black Scythe. Chapter 65. Venturing straight into the orc stronghold. That's a recipe for madness. And when that stronghold is big and comes with guard towers, you're edging further into the realm of lunacy. Especially when danger is perceived, the orc patrols respond by blowing their horns, rallying their comrades. And if over 50 orcs heed that call, players find themselves left with no choice but to tread the path toward the afterlife. But, mind you, this applies mainly to regular players. However, Ryu Min had a different perspective. Oddly, blowing that horn turned out to be quite beneficial for him. No need to tediously troll through each house for orcs. Even his decision to spare the guards until the very end was for this reason. Although, by now, they've all turned into lifeless bodies. About 200 carcasses lay strewn across the ground. No matter how fiercely the orcs charged, they couldn't breach the level 30 barrier. Handling orcs easily starts around level 20. Beyond level 30, these creatures aren't much different from goblins, for me at least. In essence, it meant that the challenge was formidable for players currently hovering around level 10. Hence, round 5 poses a considerable challenge. Monsters, levels are high, and quantity poses another hurdle. If hundreds of players colluded and moved in unison, overcoming the orcs shouldn't have been too challenging. But alas, that's the core of the issue. Players who once clashed swords in the previous round couldn't now unite their strengths. From the outset, this quest wasn't designed to allow such cooperation. Regardless of the designer, it's indeed cunning. They possess a deep understanding of human nature. While pondering this, Ryu Min's gaze caught onto a certain individual. Is this the guy who was being attacked by the orcs inside? Drawing closer, Ryu Min couldn't help but feel astonished. Zhou Yongho. The nickname was unmistakable. Could this guy be the renowned mercenary king, Zhou Yongho? His job was mercenary. It belonged to the common melee class, well versed in wielding a variety of weapons, much like a warrior. The composition of skills is strikingly similar to that of a warrior. If there was one sole distinction, it was that mercenaries needed to forge contracts with someone else to attain strength. Most mercenaries prefer not to venture alone, they seek companionship with acquaintances. Or engage in contracts with the mercenary king. The mercenary king, the unique class capable of leading mercenaries through contracts. When mercenaries entered into pacts with the mercenary king, they gained additional enhancements. It went without saying that mercenaries found every reason to establish contracts. The man standing before me is Zhou Yongho, the sole bearer of the unique mercenary king job. Encountering a mercenary king in a setting like this was beyond imagination. While concealing his astonishment, Ryu Min regarded Zhou Yongho. Haha, oh, no way. Black sighed. Looking at Ryu Min, Zhou Yongho bows his head. Do you know me? Everyone knows you. Is there anyone who doesn't know the no? One black sighed. Zhou Yongho, who said with a smile, glanced at Ryu Min. And, I never thought I'd meet the number one in the entire district here, would he hate it if I suddenly reached out for a handshake? When Ryu Min read his thoughts, he felt in him a sense of admiration for the strong. In fact, he smiled at himself and was benevolent. He doesn't strike me as someone who would stab you in the back. But then again, that's why he was able to get the job called Mercenary King. Qualifying as a Mercenary King demanded the qualities of a leader. One had to lead his fellow men with a good heart. I may be unfamiliar with him, but he doesn't come across as a bad sort. He only knew his name. This was Ryu Min's first encounter with the Mercenary King. Due to Ryu Min's preference for solo play, there hadn't been opportunities to cross paths. Furthermore, he didn't require assistance from mercenaries. According to gossip, he once managed to survive beyond round 10. However, after that, whether he lived or perished, Ryu Min remained uncertain. No, he probably met his end. After all, surviving up to round 20 was my achievement. Alone. While it was certain he had died, the specifics of when and how were elusive. Those orcs over there, did Black Scythe take them all down? Ryu Min nodded subtly in response to Zhou Yongho's query. Indeed, but, wow, that's genuinely impressive. As expected from the number 1 ranked class. Well, then, what did I want to say again? Just say it. I'm rather pressed for time at the moment. Zhou Yongho hesitated for a moment before bowing his head. I appreciate it. Thanks to you diverting the orcs' attention, I managed to come out alive. I didn't even know you were here. That's right. It wasn't intentional. Still, I received help, didn't I? Reading his thoughts, Zhou Yongho was genuinely grateful. Understood. Once you're done here, gather your comrades and leave quickly. Don't worry. I've taken care of all the orcs. Is that so? But how did you know that I have comrades? With a subtle gesture, Ryu Min pointed to Zhou Yongho's back. When Zhou Yongho turned around, surprise swept over his face. It was because his companions, who had been hiding, now stood there, a bit sheepishly. "Why did you guys come out? I told you to wait. We were worried you'd leave us behind, Hyungnim. Hee. You're joking even now. As if I'd leave you guys behind." Ryu Min studied Zhou Yongho and his companions closely. It seems they're in a contractual relationship. He could tell from their expressions and gestures. All four of Zhou Yongho's friends were mercenaries, contracted under him as the mercenary king. So that's why they've been hunting together and followed him into the stronghold. Ryu Min had concluded the reason for their presence. They had come out of genuine loyalty to Zhou Yongho, forming trustable bonds so quickly. Quite the reputation for a mercenary king. As the mercenaries approached, they finally took in the situation. What's going on? Why are there so many dead orcs? Did Hyungnim hide his strength all this time? Was it an act, Hyungnim? Guys, seriously. Joking at a time like this? Zhou Yongho snapped, shooting Ryu Min a look. Only now did the mercenaries notice Ryu Min's presence, and they were taken aback. Whoa. Black Scythe, what's going on? What's this about? Just came for a bit of hunting. The mercenaries responded with awkward laughter to Ryu Min's casual response. Haha, right. Why you've already taken down around 200. The mercenaries didn't harbor any negative feelings toward Black Scythe. They were simply in awe of encountering the strongest of the strong. By the way, we watched that deathmatch too. You finished things in the blink of an eye, huh? Haha. Let's skip the chit-chat. If you're done here, leave. Ryu Min's tone intentionally turned cold. Once the orcs are eliminated, the mid-boss should be appearing soon. Let's skip the chit-chat. If you're done here, leave. Ryu Min's tone intentionally turned cold. Once the orcs are eliminated, the mid-boss should be appearing soon. He was being cautious, not wanting to put them in unnecessary danger. Alright, got it. Until next time, Black Scythe. It was an honor to meet you. After Zhou Yongho's group offered a nod of farewell, they turned away. Thinking the threat was over, they walked leisurely, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Just as Ryu Min was about to tell them to leave quickly, one of the mercenaries grabbed Zhou Yongho's shoulder. Hyungnim, what's up? Didn't you hear that? Hear what? Listen closely. Zhou Yongho focused his hearing as his friend urged him. Thump, 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 thump. He could faintly hear the ground trembling. What's that sound? Ryu Min supplied the answer. The mid-boss. Be ready. What? A mid-boss? Though filled with doubt, Zhou Yongho couldn't ask further. From a distance, a 6-meter-tall giant was pounding toward them. What's that? An orc. It was unmistakably an orc's appearance. The major distinction was its towering height and impressive muscle mass. And, oh my, what kind of weapon is that? It held a 3-meter-long battle axe, towering over a human's height, in its hands. As everyone stared, mouths agape, Ryu Min remained unfazed. Finally, the orc warrior makes an entrance. In fact, he had been anticipating this moment. After all, he needed to defeat it to obtain the balance stone, a subquest item. But it's not just this one. Defeating each bastion boss will yield the remaining stones. Completing the subquest meant taking down all 4 bosses. It wasn't an easy feat, to say the least. As evident, these bosses were no ordinary orcs. That's why I've been somewhat at ease. Even with numerous players, defeating the bosses requires more strength than numbers. The reason Ryu Min died 4 times in the 5th round was tied to this. The time he invested in trying to obtain the balance rune from the boss was exchanged for death. Of course, it wasn't pointless. Without the balance rune, I wouldn't be this strong. Because the balance rune was remarkably powerful, completing a sub-quest was a necessity to acquire it. At least an orc warrior can be dealt with even without Minuri's buffs. While Ryu Min locked eyes with his prey. Shriek, shriek. The orc warrior, observing its fallen kin, seethed with anger. Hyungnim, he seems very angry, right? It seems like it. Boom 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 boom. Zhou Yongho ignorantly brandished his longswords as if threateningly, handling them adeptly. One in each hand. Shriek, shriek. The orc warrior's eyes darted around, seeking the prey that slaughtered its kin. Soon, its focus settled on a target. Shriek, quang. The orc warrior's primary target was Zhou Yongho. Thump, thump, thump. The orc warrior charged ahead. Its long strides brought it to Zhou Yongho's side in seconds. Whoa! Zhou Yongho was startled, but before he could react, whoosh! The massive blade descended toward his head. Quang! A shockwave rippled as the blade struck the ground. Hyungnim! His friends cried out, but luckily, their fears weren't realized. In the nick of time, Ryu Min pushed Zhou Yongho aside with his staff. What are you spacing out for? Thank you, Black Scythe Nim. Zhou Yongho breathed a sigh of relief. Had Black Scythe not intervened, he would have met a grim fate. Step back, unless you want to be flattened. Zhou Yongho promptly complied with Ryu Min's advice. Watching the humans changing places, the orc warrior raised an eyebrow. It was an expression of disdain and laughter. However, that didn't last long. Thunk! Ryu Min's scythe struck the orc warrior's foot, contorting its face in pain. Shriek! Feeling both agony and fury, it swung its axe at Ryu Min. Whoosh! Quang! Whoosh! Quang! The sounds of slicing air and impacts echoed, but that was it. All that effort ended up in futility. Ryu Min narrowly evaded every strike. Not incredibly swift, yet not sluggish enough to evade. What's the point of strong damage if you can't land a hit? Shriek! Enough with the grunting. Ryu Min leapt like a crescent moon, striking his scythe down. With an eerie sound, a green streak of blood burst from the orc warrior's neck. Gush! Gush! With each strike to its neck, the orc warrior emitted a guttural scream. Its sturdy neck prevented instant death, prompting Ryu Min to strike repeatedly. Shriek! Boom boom! The orc warrior's last struggles continued, but Ryu Min intensified his strikes. Squelch! Thump! The orc warrior's head, separated by the scythe, plummeted to the ground. Its once vigorous arms froze, much like a toy whose batteries were removed. He already killed it. Even that scary monster. Zhou Yongho and his companions gazed at Ryu Min with awe, but Ryu Min's attention was elsewhere. Chapter 66. Defeated an orc warrior. Experience gained, plus 37.73%. Gold acquired, plus 4,000. Bonus gold obtained, plus 2,000. Obtained, Sword of Huan Du. Obtained, Orc's Heart. Obtained, Lesser Azure Mana Stone. Obtained, Stone of Balance. Sub-quest progress, Stone of Balance 1/4. A slight grin curved on Ryu Min's lips as the message materialized. Knocking down a boss is way more rewarding than swatting the small fry. The experience bar, which had barely budged before, now surged up by over 37% after the boss takedown. He pocketed 4,000 gold, and as if it wasn't enough, bonus gold cascaded in too. But that's not the whole story. Some nifty items popped up as well. Ring of Huan Du. Type: Weapon. Rarity: Epic. Attack Power: 100. Effect: Gain plus 5% attack speed with each hit on an enemy up to 10 stacks. Durability: 1000/1000. Usage restriction: Requires regular grade or higher. Description: A sword with an eye-catching circular loop on its hilt. Ring of Huan Du, an epic weapon for regular grade, shown in its specs. It not only packed a punch with its high base attack power but also upped the ante on attack speed with each successful hit. At a glance, this weapon's a real catch. It was almost disappointing that it wasn't a scythe, but rather a sword. If it were a scythe, it'd be a no-brainer to use. Maybe using this sword instead of the scythe might dish out more damage. Ryu Min's current weapon, the Reaper's Scythe, boasted an attack power of 25. Even considering the Reaper's rune that doubled attack power when using a scythe, it still hovered around 50. A simple comparison clearly showcased the superiority of the Ring of Huan Du, clocking in at an attack power of 100. But hey, the sword's not my main. Although his initial class was a hunter, he could handle most weapons, but just not like a scythe-like master. While its attack power might be lower, sticking to the trusty scythe might be more efficient. He had been planning to upgrade his weapon after this round anyway. I'll stash the Ring of Huan Du and sell it to someone in need later. A weapon of this caliber was practically one of a kind, so he could command a steep price. Orc's Heart. Type: Item. Description: A solid red stone. It might look like a heart, but don't worry, it's not the real deal. Next up was Orc's Heart, an item. Some might find it eerie enough to toss aside. But that'd be a lifelong regret. It's a key ingredient for crafting a unique item. It was a must-have item for Ryu Min. A lesser azure mana stone and a stone of balance dropped too. He had reaped a good harvest from taking down the mid-boss. After wrapping up his item check, Ryu Min turned his gaze around. Zhou Yongho's crew stood there, wide-eyed. And then, in a flash, they regained their composure and spoke with a glint in their eyes. Black sighed. You're incredible. To single-handedly take down that monster. I wouldn't have dared to fight it. Every man naturally harbored admiration for the strong. Given how they probably thought that an orc warrior could wipe them out in seconds, this reaction was quite expected. Black sighed. Zhou Yongho, now more composed, respectfully dipped his head. Thank you for defeating the monster. You've saved my brothers and my life. I don't have a hobby of watching people die. I see. Did you know the monster was going to show up? Ryu Min responded nonchalantly, not in the mood to delve into details. After wiping out the other orcs, a mid-boss usually makes an entrance. I get it. So that's why you told us to scram in a hurry. Zhou Yongho nodded as if he comprehended, then looked at Ryu Min with renewed awe. To them, who had barely survived a single encounter with an orc warrior, the black scythe was an object of admiration. Now that my business is concluded, I'll be on my way. Yes, thank you once again for rescuing us. Take care, Black Scythe. As Ryu Min turned away, a voice reached him from behind. Let's head out too. We need to start hunting. Seeing Black Scythe's remarkable performance ignited their spirit. In that moment, a wounded mercenary crumbled to his knees with a groan. Manji, are you all right? Brother, I can't go on. I can't endure any longer. What are you talking about? Caught in the sudden commotion, Ryu Min stopped and turned around. Zhou Yongho's voice echoed, directed at the injured mercenary. Didn't you say that you were fine earlier? Back then, I was concerned about Hyungnim. But now, it's beyond my limit. Nevertheless, hold on. You need to endure for the time remaining, so you can be healed. When we're back to the real world. Choi Manji, the mercenary, weakly shook his head. Hyungnim, you know it too. If we can't even reach 300 kills, it's all pointless. Zhou Yongho fell into silence, facing the reality he had overlooked. Failure to complete the main quest would result in vanishing without a trace. Tears and pleading to an angel would be futile. When they can't defeat the orcs, hope vanishes. And now, Choi Manji had lost hope. I was wrong. I understand my own body well. With this body, I can't fight. Can't you even hold a weapon? Isn't the other shoulder okay? It's fine. Barely holding on. Until now, blood had flowed freely without proper care. What seemed all right at the time had now worsened significantly. His shoulder had endured the strain in this state. That was an accomplishment in itself. Just leave me and go. I can't burden Hyungnim and the others anymore. It's not like that. Well, there must be some solution. Zhou Yongho, usually composed as a leader, was now flustered. A weapon. Can't you wield a weapon? Right. We'll weaken the orcs for you to stab. You have that much strength, don't you? But then you and the others won't be able to hunt. I'm already causing trouble. I don't want to hinder you till the end. Hey, Choi Manji, listen to Hung. If you don't do this, you'll really die. Hey, it's too late. Even if I manage to catch 300, enduring the remaining time is impossible. Arg. Sudden pain furrowed Choi Manji's brow. He sensed that death was imminent. Hyungnim. Please go quickly. I don't want you to see me like this. No, I can't just leave. You keep losing strength. How can I go and leave you behind? Ryu Min's eyes showed surprise at Zhou Yongho's near-panicked state. For the mercenary king, leading hundreds of mercenaries, to show such weakness in front of a single comrade. If it were his own close sibling, he might understand. He had been in a similar position with his own sibling. Given this situation, I might be able to help. Ryu Min opened the store interface and hastily purchased a utility skill. Amid the dominant sense of doom, Ryu Min squeezed himself into the desolate atmosphere of Zhou Yongho's group. Hey, quote. Amid the dominant sense of doom, Ryu Min squeezed himself into the desolate atmosphere of Zhou Yongho's group. Hey, quote. Looks like you need help. Can I take a look? Ryu Min's sudden appearance prompted question marks on the faces of Zhou Yongho's group. He seemed like he was trying to offer assistance, but given the dire circumstances, negative. Thoughts were the only ones that came to mind. Is there even a way to save him? Yes. Responding to Ryu Min's composed words, Jo Young-ho stepped back with a straw clutching resolve. Ryu Min approached Choi Manji closely and inspected his injuries. The wounds are quite severe. But they're not beyond healing. Mumbling incomprehensible words, Ryu Min placed his hand on the injured area. What's he up to? At that moment, when the group was puzzled by Ryu Min's sudden actions, something unexpected occurred. A green light emanated from Ryu Min's palm. Its radiance exuded a comforting warmth. Black sighed, "What are you?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jo Young-ho, who had been about to ask, began doubting his own eyes for a moment. It wasn't that nothing was happening, rather, an unbelievable event was unfolding before them. The blood that had been sluggishly flowing started to clot, and the wound began to close on its own. The wound. Everyone present stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even Choi Manji, the most concerned, couldn't utter a word as he looked at his own wound. Or rather, he looked at the spot where the wound had been. The wound, it's gone. And it wasn't just the wound. The pain had disappeared as well. Black sighed. How on earth? Yeah. In response to Jo Young-ho's baffled question, Ryu Min's composed reply led Jo Young-ho to step aside, clutching at any straw of hope. The exceptional healing prowess left the party in awe, though the truth was, the skill wasn't quite as simple as it seemed. It can stop bleeding and heal minor wounds, but it can't fix a shattered shoulder. But here's the twist, Ryu Min seemed to almost effortlessly heal the shoulder, pushing beyond the skill's limits. How was that even possible? It all boiled down to the influence of intelligence on healing, the intelligence stat being the driving force here. With my current boosted intelligence of 123, combined with the rune's 32% skill boost, fixing a shoulder shouldn't be a tall order. First aid was at its core a skill from the common category. However, with the rune's enhancement, its effects were magnified, leading to this impressive outcome. Try moving your shoulder. Scars might linger on you, but your movements shouldn't be hindered. Choi Manji rotated his shoulder, almost like verifying Ryu Min's claim. His expression shifted from disbelief to pure delight in the blink of an eye. It's moving normally. But that doesn't mean it's completely healed. Remember, this is an emergency treatment. If you push too hard, the wound could reopen. Still, it shouldn't hinder your hunting activities. Thank you so much. Black sighed, "You're my savior." Thank you, truly. Choi Manji, now on his feet, bowed deeply and repeatedly, his gratitude evident. The rest of the group shared the sentiment, and Jo Young-ho's gaze was particularly striking. The more I observe, the more amazed I am. Their expressions mirrored both awe and deep respect, an acknowledgement of the magnitude of Ryu Min's help. Black sighed, "Thank you for healing Manji. I'm grateful as well. Thank you for saving our comrade." As Jo Young-ho bowed his head, the others followed suit, their foreheads lowered as a mark of gratitude towards Ryu Min. While this might not have immense utility, please accept it. It's my way of saying thank you. Jo Young-ho was the first to retrieve an item from his inventory. It was a low-grade red mana stone. Other members also eagerly offered items, some mana stones, while others proffered equipment. They were originally hoping to secure some gold by selling them. No need to go to this extent. No, it's a symbol of gratitude. Please, accept it. Despite any attempt to decline, the items were placed into his hands, though it was done with a polite refusal in mind. Even if they're just ordinary items, gathering them from 5 people adds up to quite a bounty. Yet, beyond these items, there was an even greater gain to be had. Thanks to Black Scythe, our friend now has hope for survival. Separate from the token we've just given you, I promise to repay this debt someday. In an intriguing twist, he had not only accrued a debt from the mercenary king but also gained his favor. Considering I needed to learn a common skill anyway, this is quite a significant gain. Looking forward, when the strength of the mercenary king was inevitably needed, this episode would surely carry significant weight. Well then, until we meet again. Take care. As Ryu Min turned, the mercenary king and his group uniformly bowed their heads, a collective sign of respect. Chapter 67. Upon entering the 5th round, Min Yuri was immediately reminded of Ryu Min's advice. The quest to take down 300 orcs is far from a walk in the park. Orcs are no pushovers. They're tough, and they tend to swarm in aggressively. You definitely shouldn't entertain any thoughts of facing them solo. So, you're suggesting I should seek help from Black Scythe? Exactly. Once the territory integration is complete, make your way to Black Scythe. Don't even think about tangling with orcs. And even if you somehow can't get in touch with Black Scythe, wait an hour before making any moves. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, Min. Sticking to Ryu Min's advice, Min Yuri patiently awaited the territory integration. Putting her trust in Ryu Min, when the integration eventually took place, she tried to locate Black Scythe. How should I approach this? She briefly wondered, but in truth, there was no need to actively search. Among the 10 area representatives gathered for the bonus game, Black Scythe was among them. "Ah, there he is," he said. "Talk to him after it's over." Simultaneously, her curiosity was aroused. Could Black Scythe truly claim the area representative position, as the prophecies foretold? The result didn't disappoint. Black Scythe emerged victorious, showcasing an overwhelming skill gap, as expected. Well, he's at level 30, so that's understandable. Understanding this, she tentatively moved towards Black Scythe. However, her steps faltered as she neared. Even though she saw Black Scythe descending from the deathmatch, she hesitated to get closer. She didn't believe she could. Why is this happening? The reason was simple, an innate fear. The fear any human would feel towards a strong adversary hindered her steps. Especially after witnessing scenes of heads being brutally severed. Min already said, "I need to cooperate with Black Scythe. He'll definitely need my help," she reminded herself, reassuring that the psycho from their first meeting wouldn't harm her. But when she snapped back to reality, Black Scythe had vanished. I missed my chance in the end. It seemed they had departed for the main quest. Other players were scattering to hunt orcs, but not Min Yuri. Now what should I do? Min said attacking orcs alone was too much, but I can't just stand here. With nothing else to do, Min Yuri decided to heed Ryu Min's advice and wait for an hour. Since she'd been so resolutely instructed, she hadn't even considered watching the orcs. An hour passed this way. Time remaining until round end, 8 hours 55 minutes and 15 seconds. Main quest progress, Orcs 0/300. As Min Yuri observed the progress window, she let out a sigh. An unexpected unease crept over her. This is bad. Will I really disappear if I don't kill 300 orcs? An hour had slipped by without her making any progress, a natural concern. I came here trusting Black Scythe, but I can't even find him. It was her own mistake. Her unnecessary fear had caused her to lose track of Black Scythe. I can't just stay put. There's no guarantee Black Scythe will return to the starting point. She had to search. At this rate, she might not encounter Black Scythe before the round concluded. Step by step, she moved. Her eyes darted around, searching for Black Scythe. She remained vigilant of her surroundings. At first glance, it seems like he went this way. She headed in the direction where Black Scythe had vanished. About 10 minutes later, she spotted the outline of a village in the distance. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be the orcs' dwelling. Could he be inside? No, better not risk it. It might be dangerous. She decided to turn back without getting too close. However, to her surprise, just at that moment, she encountered the very presence she didn't want to face. It was an orc. It looked just like the orcs from the game, so she recognized it immediately. Geek. The orc, having spotted Min Yuri, rushed toward her with an axe. Oh no, I didn't want to face an orc. It was an inevitable battle situation. Min Yuri immediately cast a buff on herself. Bless. All stats increase by 50% due to the effect of the skill Bless. Her primary agility stat rose from 24 to 36. Her secondary strength stat, where she had invested a bit, rose from 12 to 18. Min Yuri gripped the rapier bestowed upon her as a mark of her class upgrade. I've got a couple of fortunate points, she mused. First, there was the fact that she was facing a solitary opponent. Second, the knowledge she had gained from Ryu Min regarding the orcs' weak points. He suggested aiming for their necks since other parts are densely muscled. She had managed to endure until the fourth round of this tortoise game. In a one-on-one confrontation, she felt a surge of confidence. Swoosh! The orc's axe blade swung towards her shoulder. After narrowly sidestepping it, she realized that the orc's attack was slower than expected. Dodging is easy. He told me that one of their weaknesses is accuracy. However, targeting the moving opponent's neck was far from easy. Unlike in a game, there were no hit rate corrections. If I mistakenly strike somewhere else, I'll be on the receiving end of a counterattack. Ryu Min had warned her that most players panic when their weapon gets stuck and they often end up killed, because muscle density makes it hard to withdraw. Keep it swift and concise. While evading the axe, Min Yuri seized the opportunity to thrust her sword at the orc's neck. However, due to the orc's sudden movement, the thrust ended up hitting its chest. The rapier, which had entered smoothly, was quickly withdrawn. Thankfully, it didn't get trapped in the muscles as I feared. Thanks to the swift and calculated thrust, the withdrawal was much smoother. Skakake. The orc clutched its chest in pain and swung its axe in a frenzy. But Min Yuri wasn't one to be taken down by a sluggish and unskilled axe swing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Continuously targeting the neck, she pressed on with her attack. And finally, on the sixth attempt, she managed to pierce a hole through the orc's neck. Skakake. GLRK, SKKCH. Green blood oozed from the orc's neck, escaping its grip. As its movements slowed, Min Yuri took advantage and thrust 2 or 3 more times. Thud. Huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Min Yuri wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was tough, but I did it. I managed to defeat an orc one-on-one. Her smile of accomplishment was fleeting. Min Yuri blinked repeatedly for no apparent reason. What's this? Am I seeing things? This was because the man she had been relentlessly searching for was walking towards her. Is the person in front of me really Blackside? Seriously. Brief astonishment was followed by a sigh of relief. The man she had been fervently seeking was approaching. No, he passed by. Oh, excuse me. At Min Yuri's sudden shout, Blackside turned around swiftly. What's up? I mean. As she attempted to speak, her mouth felt strangled. Min Yuri spoke as though she was reciting words, her hesitation was evident. Blackside, let's team up. What? Huh? Oh, party. Blackside raised an eyebrow. Blackside, let's team up. What? Huh? Oh, party. Blackside raised an eyebrow. Understanding the term, party, shouldn't be beyond them. Why should I team up with you? Well, Min Yuri concluded that demonstrating would be quicker than explaining. She suddenly extended her hand, a burst of light emanating from it. As the light seeped into Blackside's consciousness, his surprise was momentary. What's this? This is Bless, my buff skill. It lasts for 3 hours. Most likely, all stats have increased by 50%. Even though Blackside comprehended, he still double-checked his status window. It appears to be true. Is this explanation sufficient? My buff can be a tremendous aid during hunts. So, if I want to continue receiving your buffs, you want me to team up with you? Yes. To be precise, assist me with my hunting. Blackside rubbed his chin, pretending to ponder. Then, he looked at her with an intentionally cool gaze. I hold the upper hand here. But I could use you as my subordinate right away. Min Yuri was taken aback. This turn of events hadn't crossed her mind. Of course, Blackside had no intention of wasting his authority. Can you promise not to stab me in the back? Well, of course. Very well. Let's give it a shot. Blackside suddenly extended his hand. Min Yuri snapped back to reality and cautiously grabbed hold of it. Since we're teaming up, let's at least have a brief introduction. Blackside, level 32, class. Reaper. I'm Democracy, level 13, and I'm a buffer. Do you need help though? I saw you dealing with the orcs quite well earlier. It was my first time, and to be honest, it was tough. It took you about an hour and a half to take your first kill. It just turned out that way. Min Yuri found herself playfully scratching her head, unable to say that waiting for Blackside had caused her to waste precious time. Looks like we're short on time. Yes, I just took down one orc, and I need to hit 300 quickly. Then let me speed things up. How can you help? I'll weaken the orcs enough for you to finish them off. You just need to land the final blow. And the credit will be yours. In gaming terms, he was suggesting she land the killing blow. Can you manage that? Absolutely. You saw me handle the orcs earlier. I'm not weak enough to be unable to finish them. Then there's no need to worry. Let's go. Just a moment. At Min Yuri's call, Ryu Min turned casually. What's up? While I appreciate the help, I'm wondering if my presence will disrupt your quest. Don't worry about that. I've already completed the main quest. Really? He's already taken down 300 orcs. Yet, there are over 8 hours left for this round to end. While Min Yuri contemplated this, Ryu Min continued, I'm not aiming for the main quest. It's a sub-quest. I've already obtained 1 balance stone. Oh, you've already got 1. I defeated the boss orc warrior. To get the others, I'll likely need to defeat more bosses. Oh, there are bosses. Being well acquainted with games, Minjuri had anticipated that bosses would show up at some point. Just not in this round. If you're interested in the sub-quest, just let me know. I'll give you a shot at facing bosses. Solo. Oh, no. Taking on orcs alone is already tough, let alone bosses. Min Yuri clapped her hands together and sneakily glanced at Ryu Min. So that's what you were worried about. You thought I might covet the balance stone and betray you. Although she believed in him, Min Yuri couldn't help but think that way. Don't worry, Black Scythe. I have no ambitions for sub-quest. I'm content with the main quest alone, so there's no chance of betrayal. Not that I have the skills for it. Got it. I'll see if I can trust you. With that, Ryu Min took the lead. Min Yuri followed closely, keeping up. Don't stay behind, come to my side. If you're out of my sight, I can't protect you. Sure thing. Min Yuri no longer feared Black Scythe. He's not as ruthless as I thought, based on our conversation. He offered help, advised her to move to the side when danger lurked, and subtly looked out. For her, Min made the right call. Honestly, I was unsure if Black Scythe would agree to party up with me, but now he's helping me. She wondered how they would tackle the orcs, but she would find out eventually. With those thoughts in mind, as they walked side by side, a group of orcs suddenly appeared. Quick. As 3 orcs approached menacingly, Min Yuri raised her rapier, bracing herself. Then, at that moment, wait a moment. Nonchalantly, Ryu Min stepped forward, swinging his side low. The orcs' thick legs were severed, like slicing through meat. Crook. The upper bodies of the fallen orcs hit the ground, and Ryu Min's scythe flashed once more. This time, the arms were severed from the torsos. The orcs, now with just torsos and heads, cried out in agony. Now, finish them off. All 3. Why are you hesitating? Sorry. Regaining her composure, Min Yuri moved toward the orcs. Thud. Taking their lives wasn't a difficult task. Especially when dealing with helpless opponents who had lost their limbs. You have defeated the orcs. Experience gained plus 2.35%. Gold plus 40. Min Yuri's mouth hung open as she read the messages that appeared. This is, even if it's easy, this is too easy. She knew firsthand how challenging orcs could be. They were no pushovers as goblins. So, even though they were considered tough, she expected there to be some level of danger. But it's not dangerous at all. It felt as easy as plucking meat off a fishbone. Killing orcs is this easy. Her admiration for Black Scythe's skills was renewed. Let's continue. Ah, yes, she felt it once again. How fortunate she was to have teamed up with Black Scythe. Chapter 68. The sharp rapier found its mark with precision, piercing the throat of the lumbering orc. In motion, they were elusive prey, but an orc, stripped of limbs and hobbling, made for an easy target. Min Yuri couldn't help but admire the efficiency of a high-level player. I never knew hunting could be this straightforward, she mused, her gentle voice break through the eerie silence of the battlefield littered with lifeless bodies. Had an orc witnessed this, it might have choked on disbelief, quite literally. Ryu Min inquired, how many have we dispatched thus far? 52 in just 30 minutes, came the reply from Minjuri, her voice brimming with pride. That's impressively fast, isn't it? Ryu Min chose not to respond, for by his own standards, it was merely efficient, not exceptional. After all, he used to take down a staggering 300 in an hour, a feat that had now become second nature. Yet, the time spent wandering was too long, he contemplated. The monster population in these fields is far from abundant. The act of killing them was almost effortless. The true challenge lay in the hunt itself. But it's a risky proposition to wander too far, especially with Minjuri by my side, he mused. Imagine being suddenly encircled by 50 of them. Alone, it might be manageable, but with Minjuri in tow, complete protection was not assured. It seems I must head towards the orc shaman. That way, I can expedite the process of locating orcs. The orc shaman possessed the ability to summon his brethren. By employing this resource, Ryu Min could bypass the laborious task of tracking down individual orcs. Besides, the path to the shaman's lair aligns with our current trajectory. If we stick to the plan, we should make good progress. They could dispatch a few orcs along the way, while approaching the boss's domain. Min Yuri smiled brightly, not even knowing that they were heading toward a boss. At this pace, we could conceivably tally up 300 within 3 hours. 3 hours is too lengthy. Let's aim for under 1 hour. Perplexed, Minjuri queried, just 1 hour. Concerned that she might have misheard, she sought clarification, receiving the same response. I intend to complete the quest in less than an hour. Really? How? By making use of the orc shaman. Minjuri, baffled, inquired, what's that? Ryu Min revealed his strategy, utilizing the orc shaman to summon orcs and reach the 300 mark without eliminating the shaman. Essentially, a tactic to maximize gains by keeping the shaman alive. But how did you know about the orc shaman? You've never encountered it before, right? Without missing a beat, Ryu Min concocted a seamless lie. I encountered it briefly before meeting you, which is how I know its location. Don't worry. I'll safeguard against all potential threats. Minjuri's initial surprise gave way to a warm smile. Surprisingly considerate, she remarked. Perhaps, as the saying goes, you only truly know someone once you talk to him. Here we are. The duo arrived at a quaint village adorned with modest wooden huts. It was not extensive, and there were no orc sentinels in sight. A boss in this tiny village. Min Yuri voiced her astonishment, for the village consisted of no more than 5 huts. However, appearances could be deceiving. Ryu Min knew this was a trap set to lure unsuspecting players. Entering might seem easy, but players who underestimate it often fall victim to the orcs summoned by the orc shaman. A similar scenario had unfolded in the previous regression. As he circled behind the village, he discovered a mountain of player corpses concealed by the cunning orc shaman. It was a testament to his intelligence and malevolence. But, in essence, it signifies cowardliness. He lacks the courage to engage in open combat. Without his orc summons, he's a mere pushover. Therefore, while Ryu Min could easily eliminate the orc shaman, he intended to keep him alive, at least for now, to aid in their hunting efforts. Come this way. As Ryu Min took the lead, Min Yuri followed. How come I can't see the orcs? She looked around, but she couldn't even see a single orc. But that was natural. Because orcs don't live here. Only the orc shaman lives here. After passing 3 or 4 thatched houses, they came across a large thatched house that was different from before. Inside this place hides the orc shaman, quietly crafting traps, lying in wait for our entry. Ryu Min explained. The orcs set traps, Yuri queried. Indeed. As a boss, he possesses a measure of intelligence. These seemingly innocuous huts here are just disguises, designed to lure players in. In reality, this village harbors none. But the orc shaman. No wonder it was eerily silent. In the end, this entire village is a trap, meticulously set to ensnare and dispatch players. So, have we fallen into the trap? Ryu Min nodded affirmatively. At least in the eyes of the orc shaman. Do you have a plan? Min Yuri inquired. Yes, we can turn his trap against him. If it's a trap, the trap is simple. Inexperienced players entering the house will trigger trap points. At that moment, the waiting orc shaman summons orcs to overwhelm them. About 10 to 20 orcs are summoned, and when surrounded, there's no escape. Ryu Min, of course, felt confident he could handle any number of orcs. But our goal now isn't to kill them, it's to keep them barely alive. But if they all come out simultaneously, it could get troublesome. That's true. But there's a solution. Ryu Min detailed his plan for luring out the orcs. Min Yuri's eyes widened as she listened. So, it really can be that simple. Yes. Do you think the orc shaman will fall for it? Fear not, the plan has already been tested. With doubt in her eyes, Min Yuri seemed to have made up her mind and nodded. I'll take care of the first part of the plan. With doubt in her eyes, Min Yuri seemed to have made up her mind and nodded. I'll take care of the first part of the plan. You want to do it alone? Yes. There's no need for both of us to be trapped, right? Having both of us act like helpless baby birds waiting to be eaten is suspicious, and are you confident you won't make a mistake? Of course. I understood the plan, and I should be able to handle that much, right? I can at least earn my keep. When Min Yuri offered to take on the task, Ryu Min didn't object further. All right, I'll wait outside. With a determined but somewhat nervous expression, Min Yuri opened the door to the hut. Creak. She cautiously entered alone. There was no sign of anyone inside, no indication of any presence. Creak, creak. With each step on the noisy path, she entered a spacious area. 20 orcs could easily fit in this space. This must be the trap point that Blackside mentioned. What was peculiar was the out-of-place red carpet. Min Yuri swallowed nervously as she recalled the plan she had heard just moments ago. Inside, there's an orc shaman hidden. He's only focused on the sound of the door opening. And footsteps, waiting for humans to come in. We can use that to our advantage, deceive him, and corner the orcs. The method is simple. If you go a bit further, you'll reach an area with a red carpet. That's the trap point the orc shaman prepared. The moment you step on it, he summons orcs to block your escape. About 10 to 20 orcs will be summoned, and when they surround you, there's no way out. You'll go only as far as the carpet and then immediately leave the room. Afterward, the orcs will think they missed their prey and send a few scouts to lure us back. All we need to do is capture those scouts. That sounds simple enough. I'll give it a try. Min Yuri reached the red carpet and nervously recalled the plan. Creak. Making a noise to signal her presence, she quickly turned around without looking back and exited the room. Phew. It's not a big deal, but it's making me nervous for no reason. As she was catching her breath, she suddenly looked up and saw Ryu Min casually looking at the door. Are you okay? Haha, yes. Seeing his unwavering demeanor made her feel strangely relieved. How did it go? I followed the plan and reached the red carpet. Good, that's enough. Are they really going to send scouts after us? We'll find out if we wait. The two of them pressed themselves against the side of the hut, waiting for the door to open. A moment later, creak, the door opened, and 6 orcs emerged. They received fresh orders to lure the recently escaped humans, and the orcs scurried around, following the instructions diligently. In that very moment, Ryu Min stepped forward, wielding his scythe with purpose. Why are you searching so intently? He inquired. Shriek. Right here, Ryu Min stated calmly. With a swift and brutal motion, an orc's limbs came crashing down, the grim sound of its fall filling the air. Before the remaining orcs could even raise their axes from their waists, their hands and feet were severed swiftly. Thud, thud, thud. The 6 orcs crumbled like a stack of toppled toy blocks. Ryu Min, as if his role were completed, tactfully stepped back. It was now Min Yuri's turn, her rapier gracefully ending the orcs' lives. These summoned creatures provided experience points and gold just like real orcs, despite their unnatural origins. Phew, it's done, Min Yuri sighed in relief. Then, let's lure them again, Ryu Min ordered. Will they fall for it again? Min Yuri inquired. They might possess some intelligence, but they forget things as quickly as goldfish. Min Yuri ventured into the house once more, repeating the process. She reached the red carpet and then exited, expertly leading the orcs. Thud, 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 thud. As Ryu Min severed limbs, Min Yuri swiftly finished off the orcs. Their coordinated efforts became increasingly efficient as they continued their task, almost like a well-practiced team. By the time orc summoned corpses piled up next to the huts, Min Yuri's voice rang out with joy. Black sighed. We've captured all 300. Ryu Min checked his progress window, noting, exactly 1 hour has passed. In just 1 hour, they had managed to capture 248 orcs, reaching the impressive total of 300. Thanks to you, Black sighed, we could hunt comfortably and quickly. I'm truly grateful, Min. Yuri expressed her gratitude. Ryu Min smiled warmly, appreciating her sincerity. How much did your level go up? He inquired. I've already reached level 19. Min Yuri proudly proclaimed. Just 10,000 more experience points, and you'll rank up, Ryu Min commented. Ranking up would grant her the ability to learn new skills and enhance existing ones, making her an even more valuable ally. It means I can receive more efficient blessings. And new kind of buffs as well. Indeed, her growth would benefit Ryu Min as well, and he was pleased with the progress they were making. I don't have to assist with this anymore, right? He asked. Of course not. I've received so much help already, and I didn't even request it, Min Yuri replied gratefully. But what if I help you reach level 20? He proposed. Oh, you really don't have to, Min Yuri hesitated. No, I need to. Helping you reach level 20 will benefit me. I need to get a buff from you so I can set a record when I capture the High Orc. In the 5th round, there were 4 formidable bosses: Orc Warrior, Orc Shaman, Orc Archer, and High Orc. Among them, the High Orc was a particularly powerful foe, almost on par with a mid-boss. That's why High Orc is different from other bosses. Even the time for kill rule applies differently to him, Ryu Min explained. Time for kill refers to a rule where you get a reward based on how quickly you catch a specific monster. I have to raise Min Yuri's level to 20, receive the 2 buffs. Then I can attempt to break the record. For the first time ever, he may be able to set an unprecedented record. Without even knowing that, Minjuri raised her hand to refuse, but Ryu Min was determined. You don't have to help me anymore. So does that mean we won't hunt together anymore? No way. How could I run away after receiving such great help? This time, I have to help. Black sighed. If you want to help, do it after you reach level 20. I'll take care of you until then. But, listen to me. Until you are level 20, please calmly accept the food I give you. Minjuri remained silent, her face not reflecting annoyance or frustration but rather deep thought. I can't believe you care so much about me. Her expression revealed her gratitude for the unexpected help. It's a bit shameless, but I'll be in your care, she finally agreed. Sure, let's start the work again. Their conversation was interrupted by a rumbling sound from behind. Ryu Min and Min Yuri simultaneously turned their heads to see a group approaching. Chapter 69. This was no ordinary gathering, it was a party consisting of 5 men. Hey, take a look over there, one of them exclaimed. Isn't that a black scythe? Another chimed in. The men, upon spotting Ryu Min, suddenly froze in their tracks, clearly taken aback. It was as though they had stumbled upon a lion in the midst of a tranquil meadow. Ryu Min couldn't help but wonder why he felt a pang of unease. After all, these weren't monsters, they were players. Surely they wouldn't attack me unless they've gone completely mad, he mused. And look, there's a woman with him, another observer noted. The men, their initial vigilance slowly waning, exchanged uncertain glances. Ryu Min found a modicum of comfort in having Min Yuri by his side. Hello. One of the men ventured hesitantly. But Ryu Min remained silent, his expression akin to someone bothered by pesky flies, his brow furrowed. What's going on here? Another inquired cautiously. Well, we came here to hunt orcs, but we never expected to run into such a sight, one of the men explained. As he spoke, their collective gaze shifted in unison, drawn to a peculiar sight. How many of those beasts did they bring down? They managed to kill all these orcs. Their shock quickly turned into comprehension. The culprits responsible for the slain orcs were none other than the wielders of the black scythes. Yet, something didn't quite add up. Wait a moment, there were this many orcs in such a small village. Something's not right. And who's that woman next to him? A companion, perhaps. Black Scythe has a companion. That's rather unusual. Unless he's using her for some peculiar purpose. Her face is half and half, and she's quite buxom. She looks rather intriguing. Hey. I had no idea Black Scythe had such perverse tastes. Hey. They couldn't utter these thoughts aloud, but their minds were active, free to criticize even the president if they so wished. However, they had chosen their adversary unwisely. Especially when facing someone with runic abilities. So it came as no surprise that Ryu Min's eyebrows arched in response. Don't bother me, just go away, he curtly instructed. Excuse me. One of the men stammered. I said if you don't have anything to say, leave. The suddenness of his command was startling, but what truly irked them was his informal tone. When did you start using such informal language? Another questioned. That's right. Isn't it impolite to be informal when meeting someone for the first time? A third added. To an outsider, it might have appeared audacious. Individuals not even at level 13 daring to criticize someone at level 32. Ryu Min found himself equally bewildered. What if, in the midst of a hunt, annoying little pests came buzzing around you? You'd want to squash them, wouldn't you? That's exactly how I feel right now. His words were met with silence. Don't trouble me, just leave. Unless you're not too attached to your lives. Come on, guys, let's go, one of them urged, attempting to diffuse the tension. Sorry for the interruption, another added, bowing apologetically. We apologize for disturbing you, yet another chimed in. The men retreated swiftly, and Ryu Min didn't take his eyes off them until they had vanished from sight. He was, in fact, reading their thoughts. These fellows, they must be lurking somewhere, keeping an eye on me. They were evidently curious about the Black Scythe's hunting techniques, hence their strategic withdrawal and decision to observe from a concealed vantage point. Go ahead, watch all you want. As long as I achieve my goal, it doesn't bother me. Yet, he couldn't indefinitely hunt orc summons. I should eliminate the boss and collect the rewards sooner rather than later. Before that, I'll level up Min Yuri to 20. Shifting his gaze away from the departing men, Ryu Min looked at Min Yuri and said, let's get back to hunting. Why did you deliberately speak so coldly to drive them away? Min Yuri inquired. What do you mean? Why did you use such an icy tone to chase them off? You used to be so gentle, she remarked, withholding her follow-up comments. Ryu Min, somewhat taken aback by her ability to discern his thoughts, maintained his composure and simply replied, if I don't do this, they'll keep bothering us. I have to make it crystal clear that I'll eliminate them if they dare meddle again. Just focus on hunting, and pay no mind to them, he reassured her. The group of men who had been shooed away by the enigmatic Black Scythe came to a sudden halt. Perhaps we're out of his line of sight by now. One pondered aloud. But what's our plan here? Another asked. It's curiosity, my friends, a third chimed in. We're itching to discover just how this enigmatic fellow, Black Scythe, carries out his hunting. Ah, yes, that thought has crossed my mind as well, admitted another. I'm also intrigued by where he's sourcing all these orcs from. So, what's the strategy? Shall we sneak closer and observe? Yet another inquired. Don't worry, as long as we stay a reasonable distance away, we won't be noticed. And if you're feeling scared, well, you can always hang back, the reassurer offered. Fear? Not in a million years. Let's move. Having mustered their courage, the 5 men ventured closer in the direction where the Black Scythe had been spotted. I see him, over there, one of them whispered. Through the dappled tree cover, they glimpsed a quaint thatched cottage, and just beyond it, the Black Scythe in the throes of his hunt. They decided to make use of the trees as makeshift shields and close the distance cautiously. At this range, we should remain concealed, one remarked. All right then, this is our chance to observe where this guy is rounding up those orcs from. Another strategized. Unbeknownst to them, Black Scythe was outside the cottage, methodically dispatching orcs. Limb after limb was severed, and orc corpses thudded heavily to the ground. Once he'd created a substantial pile, the Black Scythe turned away, as though his part in this macabre dance was over. What in the world is going on here? Someone pondered aloud. Why hasn't he finished them? Another queried, perplexed. Just then, the woman at his side, as if anticipating the moment, thrust her sword into an orc. The unfortunate creature, unable to put up any resistance, relinquished experience points as its throat was cruelly pierced. What, is he helping her level up? One of them wondered. Why on earth? What's his motive? Another mused. It was an incomprehensible sight. The number 1 ranked player, squandering precious time, leveling up with another woman. What kind of pleasure did that woman offer to earn his help? Someone speculated. Good lord, just look at how easy he makes hunting seem, another muttered enviously. Their perspective on the matter was profoundly altered. Some of them, toiling to bring down a single orc, now felt a pang of frustration as they watched others amass experience points. with minimal effort. But isn't something rather peculiar here? One inquired. What do you mean? Another responded. Take a closer look at that woman. But isn't something rather peculiar here? One inquired. What do you mean? Another responded. Take a closer look at that woman. Every time she entered the thatched house, the orcs would emerge and follow her outside. It wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it happened repeatedly. Every time she ventured inside and returned, the orcs trailed after her like devoted followers. She's continually luring out the orcs, don't you see? I've counted at least 30 by now. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Could there be as many orcs inside as she's drawing out? Someone wondered. The two of them were caught in an endless loop of drawing the orcs out and hunting them down. If those piles of orc corpses over there are coming from inside that small cottage, that would mean there were at least 300 orcs inside, another concluded. It simply doesn't make sense, one mused. In that case, the only logical conclusion is, they all seem to arrive at the same thought simultaneously. That thatched house is an orc respawn point. Someone dared to suggest. It certainly appears that way. Otherwise, none of this adds up, another concurred. In a world structured like a game, the presence of respawn points wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. In fact, it was a rather logical assumption. Could it be that they've been camping out here, using this respawn point? One seethed with indignation. Now that I think about it, perhaps they asked us to leave to seize control of this spot. Another ventured. It was infuriating, to say the least. They burned with the desire for revenge against these two interlopers, no matter the cost. Yet, facing off against the black side offered little hope. For now, all they could do was bide their time and watch. How about we wait until those guys depart? Once they're gone, we can swoop in and claim this place, one suggested. That sounds like a plan. We'd love to take it back by force, but we lack the strength. Another conceded. Regretfully, the men settled into an impatient waiting game, not realizing that this would ultimately prove to be the gravest mistake of their lives. Black sighed. I've hit level 20. Min Yuri, her sword bathed in orc blood, couldn't contain her excitement. This achievement had been unlocked in a mere 15 minutes. With his usual nonchalance, Ryu Min acknowledged, congratulations. Level 20 marked a significant turning point for Min Yuri. Her status had been upgraded to regular, and she'd unlocked the coveted combination feature. I've even picked up a brand new skill. Bless's effectiveness has jumped from 50% to 60%. She exclaimed. Can you cast it on me now? Ryu Min inquired. Just give me a moment. Radiant light emanated from Min Yuri's outstretched hand, making its way towards Ryu Min. The Bless skill, when activated, elevates all statistics by a resounding 60%. Duration: 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. And another one. It's my newly acquired buff, she elucidated. This time, a verdant radiance enveloped Ryu Min's mind as it permeated his being. The swift skill dramatically enhances both attack and movement speed by a whopping 60%. Duration: 0 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Swift, the skill that enhanced attack and movement speed, was nothing short of a game changer. Although its effects lasted a mere 30 minutes, they were anything but trivial. Effectively, it boosts agility by a solid 40 points, Ryu Min calculated. While it might not be on par with Bless, it was a valuable addition to his arsenal. What's more, it promised to significantly improve his time-killing records. Swift is quite a useful buff, he acknowledged. Right. Don't fret about its short duration. I'll refresh it every 30 minutes, Min Yuri reassured him. Thanks for having my back. I don't say things lightly, I mean it. Got it. She's genuinely appreciative, Ryu Min couldn't help but think. He knew Min Yuri's feelings better than anyone, thanks to the rune of inner thoughts, but as the enigmatic black sighed, he had to remain indifferent. All right, let's conclude our leveling here and set our sights on that orc shaman. Isn't hunting orcs like this profitable? We must venture after other bosses as well, we can't linger here indefinitely. Is there anything I can do to assist? Stay out of harm's way, so you don't become a liability. Yes, don't worry. Despite his brusque words, Min Yuri didn't take offense, instead, she appreciated his vigilance. Just before Ryu Min ventured inside to confront the orc shaman, he surreptitiously glanced toward the 2 o'clock direction. Noob's time. The same 5 individuals he had previously told to leave were observing from afar, blissfully unaware that their presence had been detected. Ryu Min had discreetly kept tabs on them using the rune of inner thoughts, allowing him to read their intentions. They were badmouthing me and Min Yuri pretty harshly. His mental fortitude was substantial enough not to be swayed by insults. Still, their attitude irritated him. Even in the face of such an overwhelming level gap, they dared to entertain such thoughts about me. He sighed silently, believing that they just hadn't comprehended the Black Side's terror. Yet, I need to work harder to build my reputation. I can't allow anyone to talk about me like that. To reach that goal, Ryu Min had prepared something improvised, a plan to expose their weaknesses. It's almost like an integrity test in a way. With a sly smile, he swung open the cottage door and stepped inside. A short while later, crash, the cottage door shattered, and Ryu Min burst out. Min Yuri, wisely keeping her distance to avoid becoming collateral damage, widened her eyes in astonishment. Why is Black Scythe, the same man who had effortlessly dispatched hundreds of orcs, fleeing? What could possibly terrify him? Her questions were soon answered. Following Ryu Min, an orc shaman wearing an eerie wooden mask and clutching a staff stepped out. Chi-ing, Shi-ing. When the orc shaman bellowed, 10 more orcs materialized out of thin air. While Min Yuri was safely out of their reach, the true concern was for the Black Scythe. He's encircled by 20 orcs. Should I help him? Min Yuri's momentary hesitation was brief. Black Scythe, whom she knew better than anyone else, didn't fear facing 20 orcs. And hadn't she just buffed him? With the movement speed he possesses, he should easily be able to outrun them. Why would he let himself get cornered when escape was a breeze? Min Yuri suspected he had a plan. Kai-ing, Ching. At the orc shaman's command, the orcs surrounding Black Scythe initiated a coordinated attack. Swords clashed, shoulders contorted to dodge incoming blows, heads ducked to evade axes. In the cramped space, Black Scythe moved tirelessly. With 20 attackers, there was barely a moment to catch one's breath. He's parrying and evading them all. Remarkable skill, Min Yuri silently admired. But her admiration was short-lived. Who are those people? Suddenly, she spotted figures approaching from behind the orc shaman. They were the same men they had encountered earlier. What are they up to? Could it be that, while Black Scythe is drawing the orcs' attention, they're attempting to eliminate the orc shaman? Seeing them cautiously approach with weapons drawn confirmed her suspicions. No, the shaman is Black Scythe's target. Whether he knew this or not, Black Scythe was busy dealing with the orcs. If this continues, the orc shaman will be stolen by them. The moment she decided that she had to step in and stop it. Chapter 70. In the midst of anticipation, the group of 5 men stood watch, waiting for Black Scythe to vacate his post. Hold on a second. Why is Black Scythe heading into the house? One of them remarked. Until now, it's been only the woman going in there, another chimed in. Is he planning to lure the orcs in himself this time? Wondered yet another. But why is that woman leaving her spot? Someone else inquired, their faces etched with bewilderment. At that moment, their eyes were fixed on the scene before them, brimming with incomprehension. Creak. A door shattering signaled the emergence of Black Scythe from the building. What's going on? Black Scythe is being chased by orcs, exclaimed one of the onlookers. Does that even make sense? The infamous Black Scythe is fleeing. Another questioned, disbelief in their voice. After all, they had witnessed him sever orc limbs numerous times. He was certainly no ordinary individual. The idea of him fearing 10 orcs was preposterous. Wait a moment. Who's that monster chasing him from behind? Someone wondered aloud. The one with the staff. Another queried. Doesn't he look over 2 meters tall? Observed yet another. He appears larger than the other orcs. Could he be the boss? Suggested someone else. The boss. The contrast in his attire and stature compared to regular orcs was striking. Moreover, seasoned gamers could likely speculate on the kind of skills he might employ. Could it be that he's not regenerating orcs but summoning them? Someone ventured. As fate would have it, that was precisely the case. The boss, summoning an additional 10 orcs, had encircled Black Scythe. Clang, clang. 20 orcish figures relentlessly swung their axes, and amidst them, Black Scythe danced. Nimbly. This is insane. Can he dodge all of that? One of the men exclaimed. Wow, he's a monster, another muttered in awe. While some were taken aback by Black Scythe's agility, others seized the opportunity presented. Listen, everyone. This isn't the time to be standing here idle, someone declared. Why's that? Came the puzzled response. It's that monster there, who we suspect is the boss. He's completely defenseless. Oh, really? The orc shaman's attention was solely focused on Black Scythe, making him oblivious to their presence. If we can sneak past the orcs and strike him from behind, we might be able to steal from the boss. What's our move, then? Do we go for the steal? Someone asked. Well, this is our chance. Make a quick decision, urged another. But what if Black Scythe catches us in the act? He won't notice. He's too busy with the orcs right now. Indeed, there was no possible way to break through the orcish ranks and attack the boss. If it had been possible, Black Scythe would have done it already. If he asks us why we stole his kill later, we can simply claim it was to rescue them because it looked perilous. Oh, that might work. What do you say? Want to join the heist? Someone proposed. I'm in. Count me in too. With unanimous consent, the group quietly advanced toward the orc shaman from behind. Much like skilled burglars. Unaware, the shaman remained fixated on Black Scythe. All right, on the count of 3. Okay. They exchanged subtle nods and readied their weapons. 1, 2. Just as they were about to launch their assault on the orc shaman. 3. Darkness suddenly enshrouded their vision. What's happening? In their confusion, they involuntarily let out startled gasps. The group hastily attempted to cover their mouths, but the orc shaman had already detected the presence of an enemy behind him and distanced himself. Roar. Roar rrrrr. Was it anger at nearly falling victim to an ambush? The orc shaman, who had been bellowing loudly, raised his staff high. Tsssssh. As the darkness lifted, they beheld the scene before them. The orcs that had surrounded Black Scythe had been summoned right in front of their eyes. Damn it, we're in trouble. Surrounded by 20 orcs with no room to maneuver. Roar. Roar. Following their master's command, the orcs simultaneously swung their axes. Thunk, 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 thunk. Dull thuds echoed. Save us. Brief cries were heard. Sounds of something being crushed and shattered also reached the ears. Unlike Black Scythe, the men had no skill to fend off the simultaneous axe attacks of 20 orcs. To make matters worse, they had already struggled against just 5 orcs. Though the orcs had vanished abruptly, Ryu Min remained unfazed. In fact, he seemed to have anticipated this turn of events, his gaze trained on the direction the orcs had moved. It was painfully obvious who had been just killed. The group of 5 men who had been watching him and Min Yuri intently. It seems they attempted to steal the orc shaman from me and got caught in the end, Ryu Min thought to himself, deliberately luring the orc shaman out of the hut. He could have killed them inside the house, but for the sake of the test, he pretended to be chased by orcs. And he lured the 5 of them while defending against the attacks of 20 orcs. Would they really aim for the orc shaman? Or not? It was a kind of test of character. To see if they would seize the opportunity to steal the orc shaman when he was in danger. The result? As expected. Of course. It seemed likely that they would go after the shaman. Their behavior fell squarely within the expected range of character. The price for failing the test was death. At the moment when they were trying to ambush the orc shaman, he cast the spell of the Night of Death. As night fell, the aggro of the orc shaman shifted to the 5 men. As a result, without exception, they became minced meat. No sympathy was felt. They were individuals who had taken advantage of someone else's life to benefit themselves. If they hadn't been so greedy, they might have survived. He had undoubtedly given them a chance. A chance to live. The choice of death was entirely theirs. Ryu Min, carrying his scythe, walked casually. Roar. Roar rrrrr. The orc shaman spotted him and raised his staff. The orcs rushed at him, wielding their axes. However, swoosh. Ryu Min, carrying his scythe, walked casually. Roar. Roar rrrrr. The orc shaman spotted him and raised his staff. The orcs rushed at him, wielding their axes. However, swoosh. As soon as they entered Ryu Min's range, a fountain of green blood burst forth. The orcs fell without even swinging their weapons. The result was the same no matter how many of them approached. They were mercilessly cut down as if they were being shredded in a blender, an attack so swift that it might appear invisible to the naked eye. But the attack speed has definitely increased, right? The change from before was clearly perceptible. With Bless and Swift, plus the 50% attack speed increase at night. It was so fast, possibly even too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Roar. When his summoned creatures were mercilessly cut down, the orc shaman opened his eyes wide in surprise. Roar. Roar. The confused shaman tried to summon again with his staff. Right at that moment, thud, Ryu Min, who had reached the shaman's neck in the blink of an eye, swung his scythe. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the orc shaman's head floated into the air. You have defeated the orc shaman. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Level up. Obtained, Bead of Eternity. Obtained, Mystic Wooden Totem. Obtained, Lesser Blue Magic Stone. Obtained, Stone of Balance. Subquest Progress. Stone of Balance 2/4. Killing the shaman had raised his level to 33. He gained 4,000 gold, the Stone of Balance, magic stones, and more. The unique material item, the Mystic Wooden Totem, was a particularly welcome harvest. But above all, an item had caught Ryu Min's attention. Bead of Eternity. Classification. Necklace. Rarity. Epic. Effect. Gain 1 stack every time a monster is killed, reducing durability by 1. Every 100 stacks can be converted into 1 stat point. Durability. 1000 1/1000ths. Usage restriction. Regular grade or higher. Description. A necklace adorned with a murky white bead. It is said that the souls of the defeated are trapped within the bead. The Bead of Eternity was an incredible item that granted stat points every 100 stacks. It was similar in effect to the absorption rune that the Flame Dragon had. The only difference was that stacks were accumulated only when monsters were killed. It's as good as it gets to permanently raise stats. The only downside was that it was a consumable item, as it had a durability of 1000 points. In other words, with a durability of 1000, you can gain 10 stat points. Afterward, the necklace would be destroyed, but who would care about that? It was worth it for the permanent stat boost of 10 points. But what if you could infinitely restore durability? Then you could raise stats indefinitely, perhaps up to 100 points. That was, of course, if there was a way to restore durability. Of course, I know that method. Among the runes, there was a special rune that restored durability. Acquiring it in the 8th round seemed impossible at the moment. However, a glimmer of hope shone on the horizon, assistance from the blacksmith class. These crafters possessed a skill, known as repair, that could restore durability. In the early stages, most blacksmiths relied on this skill to make some extra cash. With a calculated approach, offering items in exchange for repairs each round could be a continuous source of stat improvements. But for now, this avenue remained inaccessible. Black Scythe, where are you? Min Yuri's voice echoed, laden with curiosity. Ryu Min stayed silent. The power of the Reaper's rune had significantly reduced his visibility. When motionless, swiftly, he deactivated the Night of Death skill. A puzzled Min Yuri, noting the peculiar alternation of light and darkness, finally locked her gaze onto Ryu Min. Oh, there you are. I've been searching for ages. Oh, as you can see, I've been a bit busy, Ryu Min responded with the orc shaman's lifeless form at his feet. Yet, Min Yuri's reaction was oddly nonchalant, as if this outcome were no surprise. Have you finally captured him? But haven't you seen anyone else? There were individuals attempting to steal the orc shaman from you. Ryu Min replied with a hint of uncertainty, I didn't notice anyone. That's strange, don't you think? It felt like I heard screams. Min Yuri voiced her doubts, but Ryu Min chose silence. There was no need to reveal the grim evidence. Let's proceed and try to kill the next boss quickly, Ryu Min urged, refocusing their conversation. Absolutely. You have defeated the orc archer. The rewards flowed in. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Agile archer's boots have been acquired. Rusted arrowhead has been acquired. Lesser green magic stone has been acquired. The Stone of Balance has been acquired. Subquest progress. 3/4 stones of balance. Upon confronting the third boss, it crumbled before them. Unlike the protracted struggle against the orc shaman, there was no reason to prolong this battle. Ryu Min, contemplating whether to inspect his newfound items, was drawn to one particular artifact, the Bead of Eternity. This epic necklace had proven itself invaluable, accumulating a stack with each slain monster, at the cost of a negligible durability reduction. Once a century stack milestone was reached, it could be converted into a precious stat point. Equipped now with agile archer's boots, boasting a remarkable +10 agility, Ryu Min contemplated a change from his current, less impressive footwear. He decided to begin by disassembling the lowest grade green magic stone, one of his oldest possessions. With the recent acquisition of a lesser green magic stone, he embarked on a fusion of the two. Combination successful, the announcement declared. The resulting synergy bestowed upon the newly enhanced boots an additional perk, agility +4. As he reviewed his achievements, Ryu Min acknowledged the successful conquest of all mid-level bosses. The final challenge loomed, the formidable High Orc. Differing from its predecessors, this boss adhered to the time rule. Quicker completion equated to greater rewards. This one needs to be killed rapidly. The quicker, the more bountiful the spoils, Ryu Min strategized. His previous best time, 43 seconds, was the record to beat. Though he had regressed 99 times, he had yet to surpass that record. However, he held a trump card this time, Min Yuri's buffs. Confident of breaking records, Ryu Min resolved to delay his showdown with the High Orc, utilizing the surplus time to maximize his level. He also intended to use the Bead of Eternity without the fear of its destruction. In his quest to attain the highest record, he committed to enhancing his stats and achieving what had thus far eluded him. Chapter 71, Ryu Min, Experience plus 0.27%. Gold plus 40. Current orc count, 2,415 100ths. Rune of Slaughter effect, boosting all stats by 100%. Skeletal necklace effect, speeding up attacks by 25%. Ryu Min, who had carved through the orc horde like a well-oiled machine, checked the time with a quick glance. Time remaining until round end, 0 hours 30 minutes and 41 seconds. With roughly 30 minutes left on the clock, Ryu Min sheathed his scythe. He decided it was time to shift gears, realizing that further orc hunting was becoming futile. It's time to change our approach. Leveling up in the remaining time doesn't seem feasible. At present, Ryu Min was standing at level 39. Just one more level, and he'd unlock new skills, significantly boosting his prowess. But, regrettably, time is running short for that. Still, he had no regrets, he'd given it his all. 7 hours of relentless hunting, over 2,000 orcs slain. Min Yuri tagged along during this ordeal, but I've handed her more than 100, so she should be content. Besides, she gave me buffs. This arrangement had its advantages. It had expedited their hunting, taking Ryu Min to level 39, boosting 9 stats through the Bead of Eternity. Ryu Min wore the necklace around his neck as he marked his achievement, slaying 900 orcs. Every 100 orcs equated to 1 stat point, so he had netted 9 of them. Additionally, he had 99 more orcs tucked away in his inventory, nearly filling the stack to 99 100ths. One more, and the bead's durability hits 0, shattering it. I'll have to halt its use to restore durability later. The bead's remaining durability stood at 1/1000th. To rejuvenate it for future use, he had to cease its current use. Black Scythe, finished hunting. This should suffice. Time to tackle the remaining boss, then. Yes, it's a must. Any idea where it's located? We'll have to search for it. Ryu Min suddenly extended his hand as he briefly locked eyes with Min Yuri. Let's part ways here. You've gone through a lot chasing me. Ah, is this the end? Min Yuri's face clouded with disappointment as they shook hands, signaling the end of their partnership. Should I ask if it's okay to stick around until we defeat the final boss? No, parting ways. Here is for the best. Being by his side would likely hinder more than help. Yes, parting ways. Here is the right call. Ryu Min heard her thoughts but chose to ignore them. The final boss, High Orc, posed a significant threat. No need for Min Yuri to shadow him. I'll refresh your buffs one last time. As Min Yuri reached out her hand, the bless and swift buffs reset. Now, are you going? Yes. Thank you again for your help with hunting. It would have been incredibly tough for me alone. This is small, but Min Yuri handed over a blue mana crystal from her inventory. It dropped while I was hunting. I'm not sure if you'll need it, but I'll give it to you. You can keep it. No, I'm fine with just the experience points. Even without reading her thoughts, her sincerity shone through. Her thoughts involuntarily seeped into Ryu Min's understanding. Originally, I had two, but I have to give Min the other one. Observing Min Yuri's caring nature, unaware that they were the same person, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile. I can't let him refuse, I owe Black Side big time. I also received help, so stop trying paying off your debt. What? Min Yuri appeared bewildered by his words, as if he could see through her. In the meantime, Black Scythe accepted the mana crystal. I'll gladly accept what you give me. Well then, we'll see each other next time. Disregarding the perplexed Min Yuri, Black Scythe urged a quick pace. Time was of the essence in defeating the High Orc. Among the 4 bosses in round 5, High Orc undoubtedly stood as the mightiest. So formidable that even a group of 20 level 20 players wouldn't stand a chance. Maybe 100 players throwing their lives at him might have a shot. However, such a scenario had never unfolded, rendering it pointless to contemplate. That's why I can be at ease until now as the round draws to a close. There's no risk of someone snatching it from me, so there's no need to fret. During the early regressions, no one had managed to take down the formidable High Orc. Its sheer dominance discouraged any thoughts of challenging it, except for one determined soul. Black Scythe. At first, Ryu Min had hesitated to confront the High Orc. He had ventured out to complete a sub-quest but ended up dying 4 times, courtesy of the High Orc. However, as his head got progressively cracked open, he learned its tactics and grasped the rules of the time attack. Since then, I haven't met my demise once while hunting the High Orc. With each passing round, he shaved off precious seconds from his hunting time, even setting a new record of 43 seconds. This time, I'll shatter that record. Ryu Min's feet pushed him forward with remarkable speed. Thanks to Swift, he could cover 100 meters in a mere 7 seconds. As he sprinted, his focus zeroed in on a specific point. Target, High Orc, location identified. Currently 1,121 meters away. The High Orc, essentially a boss that roamed the field without a fixed spot, remained elusive to Ryu Min until he employed the tracking skill. Tracking isn't exclusive to players, monsters aren't exempt. Of course, the conditions remained constant, remember the face and name. But was tracking only useful for locating bosses? Not at all, it could be employed for regular monsters as well. If he thought of any orc and said, track, it would pinpoint the nearest one. This had been the secret to his rapid hunting all along. Seeing that tracking is possible means it hasn't been captured yet. After all, who else but Ryu Min could tackle the High Orc? The players who had fought fiercely in previous rounds were unlikely to team up now. Currently 585 meters away. Currently 321 meters away. Currently 160 meters away. Ellipsis ellipsis. As the distance to the High Orc shortened and it faintly appeared within Ryu Min's field of vision, he sighed with relief. Good, it hasn't been captured yet. If I handle it quickly. However, an unexpected turn of events halted Ryu Min in his tracks. The High Orc was already locked in combat with other players. Any player who had faced orcs even once understood that filling a quota of 300 alone was an uphill battle. Teamwork was the only way. Orcs are teaming up, so why can't we too? Let's hunt together. Thus, this makeshift party was born. With the village overrun by orcs, dealing with them was no simple task. Let's introduce ourselves. Can you all see our nicknames? I'm Eam Jun Sok, level 12, A. Warrior. My level matches yours. Nice to meet you. I'm Brady Pitt, an assassin. I'm a level 13 unarmed fighter, B-Buck B-Buck BBW BBW. Pronouncing it might be tricky, I got carried away and just typed whatever. The 5 of them completed their introductions in a warm atmosphere. As it was a hastily assembled party, they were essentially strangers, only teaming up for mutual gain. However, The mood was surprisingly pleasant. They hadn't exchanged a single insult, and their cooperation was smooth. Mr. Jun Sok, can you please draw aggro? Yes, I'm on it. Hey, look here, you ugly orc, uglier than my wife. Mr. Brady Pitt, now's your chance. Snap its neck. Be careful, Mr. Buckbeak. Watch your back. For hours, the 5 of them faced off against orcs, working like a well-coordinated team. They had all experienced defeat at the hands of orcs before, so they remained vigilant and calmly took down one orc at a time. Phew, taking on 6 of them at once is pretty tough. But with all 5 of us, it's manageable, right? Indeed, I couldn't have done it alone. After synchronizing their breath for over 2 hours, they had cleared a small orc stronghold. How about we challenge a larger one now? No, let's not risk it. Yeah, it looks like there's a watchtower at the entrance. If there's a watchtower, it means there's some organization. The orcs we've faced so far are on a completely different scale. Then let's safely raid a smaller village. Recognizing their own limits, they had carefully avoided dangerous situations. After more than 6 hours of hunting, they reached the goal. We've reached our goal of taking down 300. Count me in too. Congratulations. You've all made it out alive. Although they weren't sure if they had secured a top position, for now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it be a shame to part ways now? How about some more hunting? Sure, I'd like to reach level 20. Jun Sok and his group decided to continue their hunt. Having already completed the main quest, they were feeling more relaxed and confident. They dispatched orcs with newfound assurance. I've hit level 20. Me too. Congratulations. I learned a new skill. Did you guys get one too? I did. It seems to be a combination skill. What should we combine? Well, we'll figure that out as we go along. Their existing skills had been enhanced, and they had acquired another skill. Their ranks had increased, allowing them to purchase stronger items from the shop. Shall we keep going and take down those orc youngsters? Sounds good. I also want to test out the new skill I learned. The party continued hunting together until their remaining time was up. Profit. The orcs were dropping like flies, noticeably faster, perhaps about 1.5 times as fast as before. Aren't these orc youngsters now a walk in the park? Hee, it's unbelievable how we used to struggle against these pigs. That's right. With level 20 reached, their confidence was at an all-time high. They began to consider tackling larger orc strongholds. Shall we attempt to conquer a big stronghold for our final challenge? Wait a minute, what's that? Jun Sok pointed in the direction of a peculiar orc they hadn't encountered before. It had tough, taut skin, stood over 3 meters tall, and boasted bulging muscles. Even without any weapons, it exuded power. What's that? It looks like an orc. I've never seen one like that before. Could it be a boss? In the past, they would have been terrified at the mere mention of a boss. But now, Jun Sok and his group were at the peak of their confidence. Without any evidence, they simply felt it was achievable. Want to try taking that guy down? The 5 of us should be able to handle it. Should we? It's a boss, so the rewards should be substantial, right? If there's a reward, we'll split it fairly among us, alright? Okay, let's do it. Yeah. Perhaps it was their confident shout that caught its attention. Grrk. The high orc turned its head toward the party. When they met its eerie yellow eyes, they instinctively felt that their opponent was not prey but death itself. Kwehihihik. The high orc made a bizarre sound and leapt toward them. The colossal creature, over 3 meters tall, landed in front of the group with a resounding thud. Thunk. With a single punch, one person's head burst like a balloon. Thud. With another strike, someone's spine folded like a hinge, causing instant death. In the blink of an eye, 2 were gone. The remaining 3 were paralyzed by fear, unable even to think about using their skills. Barkwong. BK. Brady Pitt and B-Buck BBW died one after the other. They both died with their mouths. Agape, pierced through the chest. Thud, 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 thud. Jun Sok's teeth felt like they were shattering. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. His mind was filled with the terror of death. There was no time to run or counterattack. Kwehihik. As the high orc looked at the last remaining prey, it seemed to mock them with an amused expression. To be laughed at by a monster. It was a blow to his pride, but to Yeom Jun Sok, even that was a luxury. Please spare me, Mr. Orc, please. If he could, he wanted to grovel and beg, regardless of his pride. But he couldn't move, that was all. Quiruk. In his feeble state, the high orc attempted to swing its fist. But it couldn't. Suddenly, it saw the sky, then the ground, then its own body. Quang. Before its head could reach, its body had already fallen. Thwunk. The high orc's head bounced as it landed. Phew. Ryu Min, who had approached unnoticed, let out a short breath. From behind, he had swung his side with all his might, cleanly severing the high orc's neck. He had wondered if it would work, but it had taken just one strike. The time it took to kill the high orc, 1 second. It was a new record. Chapter 72. Triumph over the high orc. Experience points gained, plus 4.79%. Gold acquired, plus 8,000. Additional gold, plus 4,000. Level up. Obtained, high orc's gauntlets. Obtained, high orc's fang. Secured, low-grade purple mana crystal. Acquired, stone of balance. Subquest progress, stone of balance 4 quarters. In the midst of a flurry of messages clouding his view, Ryu Mi remained unruffled. These messages were cause for celebration, not confusion. High orc's gauntlets. Type, gauntlets. Rarity, epic. Defense, 60. Special effect, strength plus 10, additional strength plus 5 against orcs. Durability, 1000. Usage restriction, requires regular grade or higher. Description, gauntlets fashioned with the brutal and savage fists of the high orcs. Orcs, fear them. Despite the considerable boost in strength stat that these gauntlets offered, Ryu Min chose not to divert his attention to it. These gauntlets were not worthy of replacing the shadow gauntlets he currently wore. What truly piqued Ryu Min's interest was the following message. Subquest completed. Rewarded with the Rune of Balance. He had acquired the Rune of Balance, a crucial item for becoming stronger, and one of the runes in his list. Rune of Balance. Effect. When the difference between pure stats is 10 or less, all stats are doubled. The condition for the Rune of Balance to work was straightforward. The difference between stats had to be 10 or less, focusing solely on attribute points and excluding items or additional effects. Simple, yet not easy. It means you have to evenly raise all 4 attributes. For instance, imagine if an average level 20 player were to obtain this rune with the following attributes: Strength 30, Agility 14, Intelligence 3, Luck 3. In this case, the minimum is 3, and the maximum is 30, resulting in a difference of 27. It doesn't meet the condition of 10 or less. Naturally, the Rune of Balance would be ineffective. On the other hand, if someone with a balanced distribution, like Strength 20, Agility 10, Intelligence 10, Luck 10 were to obtain it, it would work like a charm. Minimum and maximum are both under 10, so he qualifies for the Rune of Balance. Ultimately, all attributes would double, granting benefits that surpasses his previous stats. No matter how you achieved it, balancing your attributes was necessary to benefit from this rune's effects. But what if someone obtained the Rune of Balance without knowing this? They'd have to struggle to balance their attributes later. Boosting stats with items wouldn't work, it had to be based solely on pure attributes. However, Ryu Min had no need for such struggles. I already planned on getting this rune and have already balanced my attributes. Currently, Ryu Min's pure attributes were Strength 27, Agility 26, Intelligence 18, Luck 28. He had deliberately kept intelligence lower to precisely match the minimum and maximum of 10, especially since intelligence is already high thanks to the Rune of Illumination. His pure attributes were high compared to his level, thanks to the 9 points from the bead of eternity, which also included to his pure attributes. Let's see how much the attributes have increased. Ryu Min opened his status window and was pleasantly surprised. Strength 374, Intelligence 614, Agility 518, Luck 374. All attributes are over 300, huh? Buff 1.5x, Rune of Slaughter 2x, Rune of Balance 2x, Bless 1.6x. It all added up to a 9.6x increase. It was an unbelievable figure for someone at level 40. His eyes widened in amazement. Of course, it's largely due to the buff and bless, but even so, the numbers exceeded his imagination. No, I shouldn't be surprised, I should be delighted. And there was more to be delighted about. Your grade has increased from regular to expert. You can now use the trading function. Upon reaching level 40, his grade had risen, and he now had access to the trading function, allowing him to exchange gold with other players. Of course, the other party also needs to open this function to work properly. But Ryu Min didn't really care about the trading function. What mattered now was that he had learned a new skill. Celebrating your grade boost, Seal of Death gets an upgrade. Additional damage for the Seal of Death skill, increased from 120% to 140%. Grade Advancement Celebration, the Knight of Death skill gets an upgrade. Extended range for the Knight of Death skill, expanding from 500 meters to 1000 meters. New skill, you've unlocked the unique skill, Moonlight Slaughter, for Reapers. Next skill, automatically learnable at level 60. The existing skills have received a power boost, and he picked up some new tricks along the way. This new skill is a game changer for Reapers, serving as their sole offensive maneuver. Exclusive skill, Moonlight Slaughter. Effect: gather energy for 1 second, then unleash a devastating 1200% area of effect. Damage in a crescent-shaped pattern ahead. Damage type: a hybrid mix of both physical and magical, amplified by 1.5 times when used under the cover of night. Cooldown: requires a 10-minute cooldown, and can only be employed while wielding a scythe. I've finally learned it, the exclusive offensive skill for Reapers. Regrettably, Reaper class characters are limited to just one offensive skill. The rest of their arsenal consists of buffs and debuffs. Could this be the Achilles heel of the Reaper class? When you only have one attack skill, it's only natural to use it cautiously. After all, if it misses, the risk is incalculable. There's nothing more frustrating than a missed coup de grace. But all these considerations hinge on the assumption that the attack will miss. If you're confident in landing your shots, the risk is null and void. Piercing someone's eye with a scythe can't be much harder than this. Moonlight Slaughter happens to be one of those skills that are relatively easy to land. With its wide crescent-shaped radius, there's practically no room for it to miss. Even if it did somehow miss, you'd have little room to complain. Plus, there's no skill more potent than this one. With its 1200% area damage, the figure jumps to a staggering 1800% when deployed at night. Though it demands a simultaneous boost in both strength and intelligence due to its combined physical and magical attributes, the payoff is worth the investment. Besides, if your opponent is immune to physical attacks, you can still hold your ground with this skill. Currently, only low-level monsters are making appearances. But, sooner or later, more formidable adversaries will emerge. Those creatures are truly indomitable. The 7 archangels who reign supreme in the heavens. The 7 archangels are beings even I cannot contend with. While I've only encountered them once briefly, their power is beyond comprehension. Of course, no quests have ever instructed me to kill them, but given the opportunity, Ryu Min has a burning desire to try and eliminate at least one of these archangels. Judging by the fact that regular angels drop items when defeated, Ryu Min has a hunch that there will be rewards. Well, that's a challenge for when I've reached max level. For now, it's all about growth. Ryu Min cast a final glance at the message that had come to his mind. It's time to check the rewards for the time attack. You've defeated the 5th round boss, High Orc, in a mere 1 second. This boss is subject to the time attack rule. Additional gold will be awarded based on your record. Since you defeated it in under 10 seconds, you will receive the maximum reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. In a single swoop, he amassed a staggering 100,000 gold. Last time, it took me 43 seconds to bring it down and got 23,255 gold. This is truly something. When he combines it with what he has saved up so far, the gold starts piling up. With this, I should be able to learn all the common skills I've yet to learn. Satisfied, Ryu Min was about to shift his gaze elsewhere when he paused. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there were more messages that had appeared. You've set an unprecedented record in time attack history. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic records. As a reward, you will receive a unique item selection voucher. What's this all about? This 1-second victory marked Ryu Min's first Akashic record. Naturally, he hadn't anticipated any extra rewards. Upon checking his inventory, he indeed found a unique item selection voucher. You mean I can choose a unique item? Can it be anything? Without hesitation, he pressed the button to use it. You're about to choose one unique item. First, please select the item category. 1. Weapons. 2. Shields. 3. Helmets. Ellipsis. 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 8. Rings. They even gave him the option to pick any type of item. Unique items, I need to think of something that I need right now. Ryu Min paused briefly, his hand gently brushing his chin as he contemplated his decision. As for unique weapons, I'll craft them after returning, so they're not necessary. What about? At this moment, he needed utility more than immediate power. He pondered which abilities might be useful in the current situation. Ah, that could be great. Ryu Min's finger landed on option 3. Jun Sok gazed at one spot with widened eyes. Dilated pupils. Damp trousers. Did he cross the threshold of death and return? But, more than anything, he couldn't fathom the current situation. This can't be real. That monster, taken down in a single blow. The High Orc, who had crushed his comrades with one mighty punch, now lay at his feet in a bizarre twist of fate, the result of a single swing from a scythe, wielded by the enigmatic Black Scythe. Was Black Scythe this strong? Jun Sok found himself utterly bewildered. At level 30, Black Scythe had managed to defeat a monster that not even 5 level 20 players could take on. Of course, Ryu Min wasn't level 30 anymore, he was level 40. Moreover, he was currently boosted by Min Yuri's buffs. Slicing through the High Orc's throat in one swift motion wasn't an entirely impossible feat. Especially when targeting a weak point like the throat. And, unintentionally, Ryu Min had managed to capture Jun Sok's attention. Of course, he had no inkling of these details. Jun Sok simply gazed at the Black Scythe with a mixture of awe and admiration. At that precise moment, just as Jun Sok was about to utter something, the Black Scythe swiftly vanished from sight. And Jun Sok's expression shifted to one of regret. He hadn't even managed to utter a word of gratitude. Finally, as the time limit elapsed, the players congregated in one location. And, as if awaiting their arrival, an angelic figure materialized. How did it go? Did you complete the quest? It seems the number of participants has dwindled within the span of 10 hours. Surely, you didn't fall to those lowly orcs, did you engage in skirmishes over prey? It was a blatant taunt, but the players chose to remain silent. They weren't in a position to respond, and their energy was depleted. Now, shall we see what results have been achieved? Priscilla's wings fluttered, and the results screen materialized. Simultaneously, expressions of astonishment danced across the players' faces. Chapter 73. Round 5 Results Tally. Overall Rankings. First place, Black Scythe, Level 40 Reaper, 1 hour 0 minutes and 6 seconds. Second place, Dumb Idiots, Level 25 Shaman, 2 hours 30 minutes and 21 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, Level 24 Dark Knight, 2 hours 47 minutes and 12 seconds. Zone CESKS 007. First place, Black Scythe, Level 40 Reaper, 1 hour 0 minutes and 6 seconds. Second place, Democracy, Level 21 Buffer, 2 hours 55 minutes and 38 seconds. Third place, Aged Man No Gate, Level 23 Warlock, 3 hours 19 minutes and 12 seconds. The sight of the results left everyone in astonishment. The achievements of Black Scythe were indeed impressive, but it was their level that stole the spotlight. Level 40. This is simply mind-blowing. There were no words adequate to describe this overwhelmingly remarkable performance. Some were left speechless, while others nodded, as if expecting nothing less. After all, Black Scythe had maintained their unbeaten streak of first place since the previous rounds. Ryu Min, however, didn't share the same level of enthusiasm upon seeing the message. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in this zone. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the overall ranking. Current ranking for Black Scythe is first place overall and first place in this zone. As the first place reward in this zone, you will receive the Intermediate Epic Necklace. Selection Voucher. As the first place reward in the overall ranking, you will receive the Special Reward Selection Box. The rewards for achieving first place had started to feel somewhat repetitive, but the following message managed to pique Ryu Min's interest. Confirmed as the first player to achieve 5 consecutive first places in the overall ranking. You have accomplished an unbelievable feat. You will now be granted the title, The One Who Leads. Title, The One Who Leads. Requirement for acquisition, achieve 5 consecutive first places in the overall ranking for the first time. Effect, increases all experience gained by 1.5 times. A subtle smile curved at the corner of Ryu Min's lips as they read the message. I've obtained the title as planned. The reason for his unwavering pursuit of first place in the overall rankings lay here, with this coveted title. With this title, he could expedite his leveling progress by 1.5 times. I can't afford to miss out on an opportunity to grow this fast. This experience point boost would prove invaluable in the future. Now that I have the title I desired, should I consider selecting some first place rewards? You can now choose one of the following epic necklaces. Please touch the reward you desire. 1. Necklace of the Skeleton Knight. 2. Necklace of the Java Tribe. 3. Necklace of Resilience. These necklaces held abilities not easily deduced from their names alone. Ordinary folks might pick one at random, like answering a test question. But Ryu Min was well informed about each necklace, having carefully chosen them through successive rounds. What I need is number 2, the Necklace of the Java Tribe. Without hesitation, he made his choice, and the reward swiftly found its place in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Category: Necklace. Rarity: Epic. Effects: boosts all stats by +3, and resistance by +35%. Durability: 1000/1000ths. Usage restriction: requires at least regular rank. Description: this necklace, worn by the enigmatic Java tribe, an extraterrestrial race, is imbued with magical energy. Despite possessing formidable power and skills, Ryu Min was not without vulnerabilities. What I need to bolster now isn't just strength or stats, it's resistance to abnormal status. Effects: even the mightiest could succumb to these conditions, especially when they were widespread. It might not be time for monsters like that yet, but it's better to be prepared. Moreover, items with resistance enhancements were exceedingly rare and valuable, making this a prudent investment. In the future, if I don't need them, I can sell them for a good price. Players who grasp the danger of abnormal status effects would be willing to part with a hefty sum. Of course, such considerations were still somewhat premature. Lastly, Ryu Min turned his attention to the special reward selection box. You can now choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the reward you desire. 1. 3x experience boost buff limited to round 6. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information on round 6. The first option no longer featured a stat boost but instead provided an experience boost. There's no need for deliberation, the experience boost it is. He was already privy to the details of round 6, and his need for additional gold was currently not pressing. 6,000 gold didn't seem like much of a reward. That's because Ryu Min currently had over 220,000 gold in their possession, 2,400 orcs, 4 boss monsters, and the time attack rewards. Plus, gold collected from various sources, Ryu Min recalled. Thanks to his luck stat, he had accumulated even more gold than expected. The 1-second time attack record was quite unexpected. I had no idea a high orc would go down in one hit, Ryu Min pondered. The guy was busy dealing with other players, so I could go all out. Wasn't the player who drew aggro from the orc named Jun Sok? At a glance, Ryu Min couldn't see it very clearly. Has everyone checked their rankings through the list? If so, I have to inform you now that there are 1,585 main quest achievers. We'll mercilessly eliminate anyone below 1,211th place. Oh, no. Wait. Angel. Have mercy. There could be no mercy for an angel clad in the guise of a demon. Players wailed as they were wiped out. Pathetic, begging for their lives like this. Humans truly are no better than insects, Priscilla sneered, and Ryu Min discreetly clicked his tongue inwardly as he looked at her. You're no different to them, though. He had already seen angels pleading beneath his feet. Inferior humans, who probably couldn't even achieve the 5th round sub-quest, I thought. They didn't, but it seems they did. Priscilla's gaze briefly turned towards Ryu Min, her eyes reflecting a hint of unease. All right, humans, rest up, and we'll see you in the next round. Round 5 ends. Overall rankings. Survivors, 19,327,557. Zone CESKS 007. Survivors, 1,211. Shortly, your souls will return to your original dimensions. On June 1, 2022, at midnight, Round 6 will commence. Congratulations on surviving. As soon as Ryu Min woke up, his brow furrowed. Sunlight streamed in through the window. And checking the time, it was 10 in the morning. 10 hours had already passed. Stretching to ease his stiffness, Ryu Min's gaze fell to the floor, where his younger sibling lay. Asleep as if he'd passed out. This kid must have been really worried. A smile unconsciously graced Ryu Min's lips. Most likely, his brother had stayed up all night, fretting because he hadn't woken up. He could tell even without looking at the video. It had been the same during the previous rounds. Wake up. Hung. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ryu Won looked as if he'd been drenched with cold water when he realized Ryu Min was awake. Hung, you're up. Yes, I'm up. I was so worried when you didn't wake up. I'm sure you checked if I was breathing. Still, for Ryu Won, his sibling was not only his sibling but his only family. Even though he had heard the warning beforehand, worrying was only natural. Ryu Min knew this, so he chuckled and ruffled his brother's hair. You brat. But it's nice to see you care. Why are you like this? My head hurts. Though his brother grumbled, deep down, he was relieved that his sibling had returned safely. If you haven't eaten yet, let's have breakfast. I'm hungry. After enjoying a meal of jjajangmyeon, Ryu Min returned to his room. He had work to do. The combination panel. As the combination panel appeared, he moved the materials he had acquired from round 5 into the slots. His goal was to create a unique item, no less. Main material, Reaper's Scythe. Sub-materials, Orc's Heart, Mysterious Wood Totem, Corroded Arrowhead, High Orc's Molar. None. In the main material slot, he placed the Reaper's Scythe, a weapon he intended to reinforce. Naturally, he removed the low-tier orange-grade gemstone embedded in the scythe. If I press the combination button like this, the weapon should be enhanced into an epic item. Suitable for my rank. Even if it wasn't a weapon, combining it with the item he wanted to enhance and the remaining materials would result in an epic item. However, Ryu Min had something more valuable in mind, the black gold ore they had swiped from Wang Yongmin. Incorporating it with the black gold ore will allow me to enhance it to a unique item, not an epic one. In the last slot among the sub-materials, he placed the black gold ore. As they pressed the combination button, a dazzling white light burst forth. Combination successful. Death's Side has been created. Death's Side. Type. Weapon. Grade. Unique. Attack power. 300. Effects. All stats plus 10. Skill damage plus 10%. Durability. 3000. Usage requirement. Expert rank or higher. Description. A formidable scythe favored by the Grim Reaper. Legend has it that the shadow of death perpetually trails this scythe. Finally, he had crafted the unique weapon he had longed for. Now, I've finally outgrown that beginner's weapon. He couldn't help but reminisce about how long he'd used that simple tool. Now, with all this extra gold, should I invest in some common skills? The store offered 4 common skills. 1. Area Scan, allowed them to perceive their surroundings like a mini-map. 2. Enhanced Vision, elevated their sight beyond that of an average person. 3. Basic Resistance, boosted resistance to abnormal status effects by 15%. 4. Dexterity, enhanced skill accuracy by 20%. With 220,000 gold at his disposal, he could afford to learn them all. I would still have 140,000 gold left after purchasing all the skills. After perusing the store, nothing else seemed worth buying at the moment. Besides the epic items coming up in a few days, there doesn't seem to be anything else worth purchasing. While money remained unused, it wasn't entirely without purpose, thanks to the trading function. First, let's organize those mana stones. He combined the mana stones in his inventory into lower grade ones and inserted them into his required equipment. After donning the entire set, he opened his status window to review his stats. Name: Ryu Min. Nickname: Black Scythe. Rank: Expert. Titles: Time Regressor, Hidden, First Angel Slayer, Hidden, Challenger of Retribution. Hidden, the one who leads, Hidden. Level: 40. Class: Grim Reaper. Strength: 106, Intelligence: 150. Agility: 136, Luck: 106. Common skills: Tracking, Detection, Erasure of Traces, First Aid, Area Scan, Enhanced. Vision, Basic Resistance, Dexterity. Exclusive skills: Seal of Death, Night of Death, Moonlight Slaughter. Runes: Rune of Slaughter, Rune of the Reaper, Rune of Illumination, Rune of Inner Thoughts, Rune of Doppelganger, Rune of Balance. Gold on hand: 142,380. Remaining stat points: 0. Store: Purchase items. Combination: Combine items. Trade: Trade items are gold. Unlocks when reaching LV 60. Unlocks when reaching LV 99. All his stats now boasted 3 digits. This was his base stat with only the Rune of Balance buff. If the Rune of Slaughter is applied, it'll double, right? When combined with Min Yuri's buff and Bless, his strength would be unmatched. Alright, I've reached my full potential for now. It's time to advance with my plans involving Ma Kyung Rock. He needed to utilize Wang Yongmin. How's that guy doing? I hope he survived as planned. Considering he had always survived up to round 5, he assumed he was alive, but just to be sure, they used the tracking skill to search for him. Tracking: Wang Yongmin. Face and name match. Tracking the target's location. Seeing that tracking was possible, it was certain that he was alive. Thank goodness. I can make more use of him now. He had planned to use Wang Yongmin to the fullest, but beyond this point, it was unrealistic. This is the last time I'm going to use him in real life. Wang Yongmin would never know that his fate rests so heavily in the hands of the shuttle that had once tormented. Chapter 74. The day after their return, Min Yuri found herself seated at a cafe table, her heart racing with anticipation. She was about to meet Ryu Min, and the appointed time was drawing near. Why does Min want to meet again? Could it be? Yuri pondered, her thoughts veering into the realm of speculation. She shook her head, deeming her musings somewhat outlandish. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and a delightful rush of anticipation surged through her. Whoa. Okay, calm down, stay cool. I can't afford to let it show, she reminded herself sternly. She didn't want to burden herself with unnecessary anxiety or, even worse, reveal her one-sided affection. Just then, the cafe's door swung open, and Ryu Min entered. Hey, you're here already. Have you been waiting long? Ryu Min inquired with a friendly smile. Oh, no, not at all. I arrived just a little while ago, Yuri replied, rising from her seat hastily. Feeling a tad self-conscious about her earlier fanciful thoughts. I'll go place our orders. What would you like to drink? It's on me, so feel free to choose. Ryu Min offered. Iced Americano with an extra shot, please, Yuri requested. Got it. I'll be right back, Ryu Min said before heading to the counter. A short while later, he returned with the coffee. Enjoy your coffee, Yuri. Yuri nodded as she took a sip. During this time, an awkward silence settled between them. Why does it feel so awkward? Yuri wondered. Was it because of her earlier, somewhat bizarre daydreams? Even the briefest moments of silence seemed strangely uncomfortable to her. Breaking the silence, Ryu Min finally spoke. So, how was round 5? Did you meet the Black Scythe? Like I said. It was a rather blunt question, but Yuri, eager to steer the conversation, welcomed the opportunity to discuss it. Yes, just like you said, we met and hunted together. To be honest, I Had doubts that the top-ranked player would join me, but when I showed him my abilities, he agreed. I told you so. If he sees your buffs, the black side will want you on his team. Thanks to that, I had a really comfortable hunting experience. I even managed to secure second place in the area for the first time, Yuri added with enthusiasm. Second place. Impressive. What was the reward? I received a mid-tier rare necklace that boosts agility. Would you like to see it? Yuri opened her inventory and displayed the necklace to Ryu Min, who responded with an impressed, wow. Of course, it was a mere display of admiration. In a world filled with epic necklaces, regular ones hardly caught anyone's attention. What do you think? Does it look good? Ryu Min replied, it looks great. You can have it. Huh, why would you give it to me? It's thanks to your prophecy that I obtained it, so it's only right for you to have it, Yuri insisted, attempting to pass it over. However, Ryu Min gently declined, pushing her hand away. I'm fine. Why would you give me the reward you worked hard for? It wasn't all that difficult to obtain. Thanks to the black scythe, I had a very comfortable hunt. In that case, why not give it to the black scythe instead? Do you really think a high-level player like him needs a low-level necklace like this? Well, it's not needed, Ryu Min agreed, a regular grade rare necklace. For someone of his level, it was a rather useless item. With plenty of gold to his name, even selling it wouldn't make a significant difference in his finances. Ryu Min waved his hand to politely decline once more. Thank you, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the regular grade yet. What? You're not even a regular grade. What's your level? I'm level 19. I barely managed to defeat 300 orcs on my own in 10 hours, Ryu Min admitted, with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Oh wow. Although unspoken, Yuri's frustration was evident. Well, a prophet isn't exactly suited for combat, she mused. Having the ability to see the future, combined with strong combat skills, was just too powerful. That would just break the system. Of course, such an individual stood before her now, but it was a concept Yuri couldn't even fathom. Ryu Min's demeanor, tone, and image were worlds apart from Black Scythe. By the way, minimum. How does the prophet fight? I have magic skills. I'm embarrassed to show it, but then you don't need the agility necklace. I get it, since you're using magic, you need to increase your intelligence. Yes, he said so, but in fact, even those classes that use magic need a certain level of agility. Because you have to have a means of defense. You may not need the attack speed that increases with agility, but movement speed and evasion are somewhat helpful for survival. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ryu Min, who does not use magic. And so, when Ryu Min insisted that he didn't need it, Yuri found herself with no other option but to tuck the necklace away. Well then, how about this instead? Yuri suggested, retrieving the lowest grade red mana stone from her inventory. I found this during one of our hunts. I can't vouch for its quality, but it's a token of my appreciation, so please, don't decline. Ryu Min, aware that Yuri had prepared this with him in her mind, smiled with genuine warmth. Thank you for thinking of me. It was an offhand remark, but it seemed to catch Yuri off guard. I mean, I didn't do it with you specifically in mind, I just noticed you've been helping me with information all along, and I thought I should show my gratitude. So, seeing Yuri's flustered response, Ryu Min found it rather endearing. I get it now. Thanks. I'll accept it gratefully. Without further protest, Ryu Min stowed the mana stone away. Although it was the lowest grade, collecting these could undoubtedly aid in his growth. Since you've given me something, I feel like I should give you something too, you know. Like what? Well, naturally, it's information about round 6. For a moment, she seemed disappointed, but it was a fleeting emotion. Yuri brightened up, with a wide smile. If you tell me, I'll be more than thankful. Sure thing. So, about the quest in round 6. As Ryu Min's prophecy unfolded, Yuri's eyes gradually widened. It was all due to the mention of the Black Scythe and the directive to cooperate with him. So, I should team up with the Black Scythe again this round. Yes, considering that your buffs proved their worth in round 5, he probably won't decline. Oh, why's that? Why? What's wrong? I just didn't expect to team up with him again. Well, Isn't that a good thing? Well, I guess so. Black side was so good to me. He was good to you. Yeah, surprisingly considerate and not as intimidating as I had imagined. A bit cocky, sure. But that's par for the course when you're the top-ranked player. Ah, is that so? It was an unintentional self-evaluation, but Ryu Min couldn't help but smile at the unexpected compliment. It was quite a positive assessment. He also seems quite insightful too. Insightful. It's hard to put into words, what can I say? It feels like he really understands people's hearts. Well, I do have the rune of inner thoughts. For Ryu Min, it was a given, but Yuri, unaware of such a rune's existence, found Black Scythe incredibly impressive. He possessed skills, insight, charisma, and thoughtfulness, a near-perfect existence, really. But I'm far from perfect. After all, I failed 99 times. Despite the sense of urgency he felt for the final round, where a 5-person party was required, failure was simply not an option. I can't afford to fail, especially when it's my last chance. He gazed at Yuri with determination, knowing that he needed to bring her along. Yuri must join me, and so must the American priest. With 2 positions now secured, there were still 2 more to consider. He gazed at Yuri with determination, knowing that he needed to bring her along. Yuri must join me, and so must the American priest. With 2 positions now secured, there were still 2 more to consider. Min, what's on your mind? Yuri asked. Oh, nothing much. Are you worried about how to pass the next round? Well, I am a bit concerned. I'm not that strong. While it might seem like an exaggeration to others, Ryu Min couldn't reveal his true identity. For various reasons. If only the zones were integrated, I would have gladly helped you. For free. Of course. It's not like I haven't benefited from your help all this time. In contrast, I haven't been able to help you at all. Don't be disheartened. We'll probably meet soon. Yeah, you're right. Until then, I'll stay strong. You do the same. Ryu Min couldn't help but smile at Yuri's determined fist pumping in her words. I wonder how she'll react when she finds out I'm the Black Scythe. For a brief moment, Ryu Min couldn't help but worry. The day after Yuri received information about round 6. Ryu Min rode in the limousine provided by Ma Kyung-rok, heading to the company's office. Originally, he suggested having lunch together at the hotel, but Ryu Min declined and proposed a meeting at the company. It was time to discuss business matters. I've already proven that I'm a prophet, so there shouldn't be any issues. He hadn't yet revealed to Ma Kyung-rok what kind of business they would venture into. However, regardless of the venture, he was confident that Ma Kyung-rok would trust and follow him. Ma Kyung-rok was a person willing to go to great lengths for the sake of his company's growth, and Ryu Min had a track record of solidifying his abilities as a prophet over time. With the trust he had earned, it was now time to deliver results. But for him, this wasn't merely about making money or starting a business, it ran deeper than that. Using Ma Kyung-rok's company meant he could obtain any item he desired whenever the need arose. Money was just a tool for acquiring these items. His primary goal was his own personal growth, and expanding the company allowed him to strengthen his bond with Ma Kyung-rok. This, in turn, was his ticket to connecting with the enigmatic priest, leveraging his contacts. The financial gains that came with it were, quite literally, a cherry on top. As he arrived at his destination, the chauffeur hastily opened the car door and said, "We've arrived. Please wait a moment. I will show you to the office." He led him to the building and into the elevator, where the chauffeur's courteous demeanor suggested that he was ordered to treat him well. Ryu Min followed him as they ascended to the 8th floor, where he found that the office was modest in size, which made sense for a company that had started with limited capital. Upon entering, he was enthusiastically greeted by Ma Kyung-rok. "Oh, have you arrived, major shareholder?" He gestured for him to take a seat as he instructed. "Chiefin, here, please 2 cups of chamomile tea." "Yes, representative." Ryu Min could tell that Ma Kyung-rok's hearty laughter was somewhat contrived, meant to create a favorable impression. "Major shareholder, no, prophet. Did you feel uncomfortable coming here?" Ma Kyung-rok inquired. "Uncomfortable? Not at all. I came quite comfortably. Your driver was very kind," he replied. Haha, is that so? That's good to hear. If anyone makes you uncomfortable in any way, please let me know. I'll take the appropriate measures. It was hard to imagine Ma Kyung-rok, a man who committed murders every week, taking appropriate measures. Unless someone had a personal vendetta against him, it was best not to mention such matters. Have you had a meal? I would have liked to have lunch together. There's something more important to do than have a meal. Could it be that you're here to tell us about the next round? Ryu Min had to stifle his internal laughter. It seems you're eager to know about the sixth round. The reason Ma Kyung-rok mentioned it out loud was that he was afraid that Ryu Min might not share information with them this time. Of course, I'll tell you about the sixth round as well. Have you seen the future? I have. At that moment, and Sang-chul approached and placed a cup of tea in front of him. He didn't show any signs, but he was eavesdropping. I'll provide you with information about the sixth round. Really? Thank you so much, as always. In return, I'd like to convene an ad hoc shareholders meeting. An ad hoc shareholders meeting? We should start discussing business soon. We need to change the industry and the company name. Ma Kyung-rok's expression turned serious as the topic shifted to business. In reality, business was just as important as information about the next round. What can I do for you? Support me in the ad hoc shareholders meeting regarding the business I propose. Although I effectively hold 51% of the shares, for a special resolution, I need a 67% majority vote for the motion to pass. Changing the company's name and industry was a significant undertaking. Without the consent of investors who had already put in money, he couldn't unilaterally make decisions. Of course, he didn't need other shareholders to agree. As long as Ma Kyung-rok sided with him, that was enough. He seemed to understand this fact, as he nodded. Since I have 20% of the shares, with the two of us, we'll have 71%. Ultimately, we can easily pass any motion. Yes, but as I mentioned before, there shouldn't be any gossip. Convincing other shareholders will be necessary. Don't worry about that. I'll ensure the other shareholders won't make things difficult. Thank you. But, seeing you mention this in advance, it seems that the shareholders might oppose changing the industry. Yes, I didn't find it as sweet as they might have hoped when I looked into the future. Especially those shareholders who are in their 30s or older. Exactly what kind of industry is it? Ma Kyung-rok looked extremely curious. And Sang-chul, who had been listening in, seemed equally interested. He looks extremely curious. I mean, I did promise we would succeed just by changing the industry. Ryu Min laughed as he began to explain the business I'm planning to venture into. Chapter 75. I've got a business idea. As Ryu Min spoke, the two leaned in, their curiosity piqued. I'm planning to create a unique social open e-market, exclusively for players. A social open e-market. Are you referring to platforms like Auction, Qmazon, and Coupon? In response to their question, Ryu Min nodded affirmatively. That's right. However, there's a significant twist. Only players can access it, and instead of regular articles, they'll be trading in-game items. You think these items would be traded for real cash? That's an option determined by the sellers when they list their items. They can choose to trade for real cash or swap items with others. I get the barter idea, but why would players need cash? Well, some players might need cash, don't you think? Especially since there aren't many viable options available at the moment. At the moment, does that imply there will be other options in the future? In response to Ma Kyung-rok's query, Ryu Min's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He's sharp, as expected. Clearly, he wasn't taking this lightly. Yes, exactly. I've caught a glimpse of the future. People who've crossed level 40 will soon be trading in gold rather than cash. Gold. The two who hadn't yet reached level 40 had no idea that a trading function even existed, let alone the possibility of gold trading. Naturally, the concept of trading in gold had never crossed their minds. When you reach level 40, the trading function becomes available. With this feature, players can exchange gold amongst themselves. All we need to do is build a secure system to facilitate this, and, of course, charge a commission in cash or gold. Ma Kyung-rok furrowed his brow in thought, his fist clenched in contemplation. A social e-market for players, it's not a bad idea at all. For now, the fact that no one had ventured into this territory gave them a significant first mover advantage. If they played their cards right, they could establish a monopoly in this niche. While his inclination was optimistic, Ma Kyung-rok didn't show it. Caution was still in order. Do you believe people will actually use a social market like this? We're currently in round 5, and players already have a considerable stash of items. As you know, items dropped by monsters can't be sold in regular shops, so players must be grappling with how to manage them. So you're saying, if we create a platform where they can trade these items, players would welcome it with open arms. Exactly. Moreover, now that most players are over level 20, a crafting feature has been introduced, and they'll be eager to experiment with various items for recipes. When there's an easily accessible marketplace for these items, people will flock to it. Yes, now is the perfect timing. Ma Kyung-rok nodded, echoing the positive sentiment. There was little more to discuss. What do you think of creating an auction system, allowing users to list items and participate, thereby increasing the value of select items? That's a fantastic idea. It would certainly pique players' interest. And what about this? Allowing items to be listed without fees initially to attract users. We could also implement a tiered system that rewards more active traders. That's a great concept too. A satisfied grin spread across Ryu Min's face as he observed Ma Kyung-rok's enthusiastic response. It seems like you're quite taken with the business proposal I'm presenting. Indeed, it was a promising venture. Especially in an era where players would dominate. Most importantly, it appealed to him because it was an entirely new concept. And since the Prophet is vouching it, he has no right to say no. Creating this player-centric marketplace will benefit me as well. He will be able to easily procure the items he needs, especially those crafting materials that currently have an uncertain purpose. We must secure them. By acquiring these materials, they could effortlessly craft items of legendary and god tier quality, surpassing even unique items. Regarding our chosen industry, we've settled on a social market. Now, what about the company's name? Do you have any ideas? Ryu Min inquired, but Ma Kyung-rok simply shook his head. Let's not dwell on my suggestions. Especially in times like these, we should follow the path foreseen by the Prophet. After all, aren't you the major shareholder of our company? Haha. Ryu Min didn't disagree because what he said was true. Well then, how about this? We could name it Player Place, to signify that it's a space tailored for players. Player Place, it has a nice ring to it. I like the name. In reality, Ma Kyung-rok wasn't entirely sure, but he placed unwavering trust in the Prophet's judgment. By the way, I have another idea. Would you like to hear it? Yes, please share. Ma Kyung-rok eagerly delved into more business ideas. Ryu Min listened attentively and, as the final decision maker, evaluated and made choices. As the seconds ticked away on the office wall clock, the two of them engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to the advancing evening. Before they knew it, it was already evening. Oh, it's gotten late. Would you like to have dinner together? No, I'll have dinner at home. My younger sibling is waiting for me. Oh, I see. Ma Kyung-rok looked disappointed. It seemed that discussing business with Ryu Min was quite enjoyable for him. Approximately how long do you think it will take to build the system and bring it to market? It should take around a month if everything goes smoothly. It will be launched after round 6, then. Ryu Min nodded. A month wasn't too much. Speaking of which, I have some information about round 6. Oh, that's something I've been eager to hear. Ma Kyung-rok leaned in eagerly, genuinely excited. And Sang Chul, who was sitting beside him, pretended to be disinterested but was secretly focused on Ryu Min's words. Finally, Ryu Min explained the details of round 6, including the key points and strategies to consider. Having absorbed all the information, Ma Kyung-rok sent a meaningful glance filled with interest. It seems cooperation will be crucial in round 6. Thank you for sharing, Prophet. You're welcome. Ma Kyung-rok exchanged polite words but couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was a wise decision to keep the Prophet close. It feels like things are going smoothly. Because of it, both in the real world and in the other realm. That's what he thought, but Ryu Min heard every word, as if it were coming out of his mouth. He had no way of knowing that his every thought was being meticulously read by the prophet right in front of him. Well then, let's proceed with the business plan we discussed today. I'll arrange for an interim shareholders meeting as soon as possible to pass the resolutions. At that time, would it be okay for you, Mr. Ryu Min, to come and explain the business idea? Are you comfortable with that? It was a subtle way of asking if he was okay with presenting in front of people. Yes, I'm fine with that. All right, I'll contact you as soon as we have a date for the shareholders meeting. Manager. And, yes, CEO. Please accompany the prophet all the way home. While you're at it, visit CEO Aaron's house. And share the information we just received from the prophet. Understood. Mr. Prophet, let's go. A few days later, as midnight approached, Ryu Min opened the shop window as if he had been waiting. Today's item: Wanderer's Tattered Cloak. Category: Armor. Grade: Epic. Defense: 1. Effects: Attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%. Durability: 1000 Usage restriction: regular grade or higher. Description: a dirty, torn cloak that can't perform its original function, but it has its advantages. The awaited epic item had finally appeared. The defense is garbage, but it's an item with significantly higher attack and movement speeds. The price was a whopping 20,000 gold. It might seem steep to other players, but Ryu Min had no qualms about it. An epic item for 20,000 gold, that's amazing. For Ryu Min, who was swimming in money, it didn't make a dent. Until a social market is established, I have to rely on shop items like this. Once the business thrived and item trading became more active, the need for this shop would diminish. He could get everything he needed from the e-market. At that time, I can combine as many unique or higher grade items as I want. In the shop, they didn't offer anything beyond epic items. For anything better, crafting was the way to go, but discovering the right recipe was no walk in the park. But hey, I've got most of those crafting recipes memorized. This was because Ryu Min had meticulously checked all the patterns items containing crafting recipes, over numerous regressions. If it weren't for these patterns, there would be no way for me to know all the crafting methods. Patterns were simple info items containing instructions on creating specific items. Now, since they don't have those patterns, people will have to experiment with various combinations to figure things out. Later, as the existence of patterns becomes public knowledge, more people will embark on the hunt for them. Because experimenting randomly to unearth crafting methods had its limitations. Furthermore, certain patterns are traded for exorbitant prices, even if they only contain crafting methods. Imagine getting your hands on crafting methods for god-tier items, usually out of reach by conventional means. Would you not buy them, even if it cost a fortune? Plus, having information means you can sell it to others for a pretty penny. That's how valuable crafting info was. But for someone like me who already has this information, items like patterns are utterly unnecessary. Going by that logic, Ryu Min's information was worth an immeasurable sum in terms of money. The plan is to create god-tier items before round 11. Smirking, Ryu Min settled onto her bed. Not because he was just sleepy, there was an interim shareholders meeting scheduled at 10 a.m. As the top shareholder and ultimate authority, he couldn't afford to miss it. Ryu Min closed his eyes early. The murmurs gradually died down. The room buzzed with anticipation as many people gathered for the shareholders meeting. These were all shareholders who had invested in Cheonma Consulting. Please take these documents and fill in your seats from the front. At the entrance, Sang Chul handed out simple brochures to the arriving shareholders. These brochures contained information about the company's management policies, performance data, operating profits, and more. The shareholders who entered quickly glanced at the brochures before setting them aside and focusing on the stage. They were already informed about today's agenda through the notice of convocation, so there was no need to read the brochures. They must be joking, right? They want to change the industry and the company name. What is the CEO doing? Let's hear what they're saying first. The shareholders were anxiously awaiting the appearance of the CEO. If the CEO made unacceptable statements, they planned to withdraw their investments as soon as they left the shareholders' meeting. As time passed, more people gathered, and the expected 10 a.m. arrived. When the time came, Ma Kyung-rok, dressed neatly in a suit, stepped onto the stage. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, our shareholders. I am Ma Kyung-rok, the CEO of Cheonma Consulting Chairman." There was no applause at this point, which was unusual. It seemed like they were withholding it, waiting for something more. Smiling as if he anticipated this reaction, Ma Kyung-rok quickly got to the point. "The reason we have convened this interim shareholders meeting today, as you all know, is to address a matter of great importance." The room was silent. The chill in the air was palpable. "It may be sudden, but we, as a company, intend to change our industry, along with our company name." And boom. They finally heard it directly from the CEO's mouth himself. Sighs were heard from various places. It was a natural reaction. Investors who had put their money into Cheonma Consulting because of the company's vision were now being told that the company was taking a completely different path. Naturally, the shareholders found it bewildering and absurd. "We were doing so well, and now you're suddenly making some strange changes. What do you mean by changing the industry? Is this a game to you? Just keep doing consulting like you're doing now." "All right, folks, calm down." Some impatient shareholders began to create a commotion, but Ma Kyung-rok didn't lose his smile. "First, with regard to changing our industry, I'd like our largest shareholder, who now holds 51% of the company and has acquired the top management rights, to speak. Mr. Major Shareholder, can you join us?" At Ma Kyung-rok's call, one person stepped up to the stage. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ryu Min, and I've recently become the major shareholder of Cheonma Consulting." As the shareholders looked at Ryu Min, they were collectively astonished. A young man, who couldn't have been more than 20, was now asserting himself as the top executive of the company. Chapter 76. Is this some sort of joke? That young man is the major shareholder. Having 51% of the shares implies investing billions. The shareholders' reactions towards Ryu Min were remarkably consistent. They regarded him with suspicion, some even clenched their fists as if grappling with disbelief. The abrupt transition from obscurity to the helm of the company had certainly left them bewildered. First, allow me to elucidate the industry shift we're considering. As Ryu Min began to explain the business idea as he did with Ma Kyung-rok, the shareholders' eyes widened in response. He's planning to create a social open e-market for players. Isn't that only primarily beneficial for players? Is he planning to change the company's name to Player Place? Fuck, what kind of naming sense is this? Complaints simmered beneath the surface, yet none were vocalized. In the face of numerous onlookers, Ryu Min exercised restraint. Internally, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile at the brewing discontent. Yes, it's undoubtedly frustrating. After all, these shareholders are not players. The attendees represented a diverse age range, spanning from their 30s to their 60s. They were all ordinary individuals because the younger generation of players had largely abstained from stock investments. In a situation where one might face life-threatening challenges in the next round, long-term stock investments seem futile. If they needed funds, they either sought to utilize their own skills or resorted to gambling. Some players present were enticed by the temptation of criminal activities. With a few robberies, they can easily obtain what they desire. What is there to be afraid of when your life is at stake? Given the choice, many would opt for prison over the uncertainties of the next round. That's precisely the issue. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, players are often seen as instigators of social unrest. They were essentially viewed as potential criminals. Hence, it was natural for skepticism to arise when someone proposed creating a market website for players. Now, that concludes my explanation. I'll be happy to address any questions, if anyone has inquiries. Before Ryu Min could finish his sentence, hands shot up throughout the room. In response to the eager gestures, Ryu Min couldn't suppress a wry smile. It appears there's a considerable degree of discontent. Ryu Min cleared his throat and proceeded to answer each question with composure. Whose idea is it to change the perfectly fine industry? It's my idea. What's your intention behind changing the industry? Do you anticipate the company's downfall? Is there any CEO who wishes for their company to fail? It's a change aimed at growing the company further. Do you have solid evidence that changing the industry will be successful? Aren't you just assuming the players will want to use this platform? Who says they will accept this idea? They will find it very handy, and if a few decide not to use it, they will just fall behind. Gentlemen, if the company grows, wouldn't it be good for the shareholders here? You will receive higher dividends. What are you going to do if you try for nothing and the company goes bankrupt? Can't you just be satisfied with consulting? I'm sorry, but I can't be satisfied with just consulting. Consulting is not viable. Moreover, the era of players is coming in the future. Changing the industry is for that reason. We need to adapt to the trend. Despite the onslaught of inquiries, he remained unfazed, responding to each query methodically. As he continued, the frequency of questions gradually dwindled. Are there any further inquiries? The once turbulent atmosphere had now transformed into silence. What more is there to ask? It seems we've covered most ground. While he may be young, he's certainly not flustered. While the shareholders were surprised, the most astonished person was Ma Kyung-rok, who had been observing from the sidelines. What's going on? Is this really the same prophet I know? The atmosphere feels subtly different. I thought he was just a naive kid, but surprisingly, he's quite bold. But today, he's truly impressive. Indeed, today's display of resilience in the face of criticism was rather astonishing. To answer every question amidst a barrage of complaints required a remarkable degree of composure. It's difficult to believe he's just 20 years old. For a moment, Ma Kyung-rok reminisced about his own life at the age of 20. Comparing his past to Ryu Min's composure, these were undeniably less mature times. If only I could have handled situations as calmly at 20, I might have earned my father's recognition and taken my place as the successor. An unexpected awkwardness swept over him, but this was the shareholders' assembly, after all. Ma Kyung-rok quickly regained his composure. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no objections, we shall proceed with the vote. For a special resolution to pass, the affirmative votes needed to surpass 67%. With Ryu Min holding 51% and Ma Kyung-rok holding 20%, their approval alone guaranteed the resolution's passage. In reality, there was no need to solicit other shareholders' opinions. However, holding a shareholders' meeting and discussing it with the shareholders served primarily for diplomatic reasons. Is there anyone opposed to the change in industry and company name? With a smile, Ma Kyung-rok declared the results. As there are no opposing votes, I announce that the proposal has passed with 100% approval. Thump, thump, thump. Ma Kyung-rok concluded by tapping his gavel. Though they had voted in favor, the shareholders couldn't hide their unease. They hadn't raised their hands reluctantly, they had wanted to oppose it. But Ryu Min understood. In a few months, these people will be thankful they didn't sell their stocks. They'll be celebrating a remarkable success. Indeed, everyone would be cheering for the company's soaring success. Now, with this, we conclude the shareholders' meeting. Thank you to all the shareholders who attended. With Ma Kyung-rok's closing remarks, the shareholders began to leave, one by one. During this time, Ma Kyung-rok approached Ryu Min. Major shareholder, well done. You handled it with confidence, and there wasn't a hint of nervousness. Haha, I practiced for various scenarios at home, which seems to have paid off. In truth, he hadn't practiced at all, but his recent speech had somewhat softened Ma Kyung-rok's guard. Is that so? You certainly did well. Regardless, it seems to have been resolved. Yes. Now, all that remains is to create the website and build the system as soon as possible. I'll leave that part entirely to you, Mr. Ma. Of course. Major shareholder, focus on surviving the next round without any worries. It appeared Ma Kyung-rok was concerned because the profit class appeared weak. I guess he's worried that if something happens to me, he won't receive any more prophecies, but, well, Ma Kyung-rok had nothing to worry about. Would you like to have lunch together at the hotel? Yes, sounds good. Ryu Min smiled and followed Ma Kyung-rok. With this, today's tasks were completed. Now, there's only one thing left. How to use Wang Yang minimum. Ryu Min, lost in thought about how to use him, wore a broad smile. Sunday's regular meeting of Players Haven Cafe. Hello. Yamti appeared on the video chat screen with an energetic voice. Hello, Yamti. However, unlike Yamti, the expressions of the others on the screen were far from normal. Huh, why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on? You probably haven't heard the news, Yamti. What news? Poforan. 2 of our officers have been out of contact all this time. Really? Who are they? My age 30 and Jam made of honey. Since we haven't heard from them since round 5. It seems they didn't survive. Ah, no wonder the atmosphere felt heavy. Someone died. Yamti understood, but at the same time, she found it puzzling. They only met through video chat. Did they really develop such strong feelings that they were mourning like this? Ah, I get it. They're just acting, right? Trying to impress the chairman. The founder of the cafe, known as the chairman, was undoubtedly the top dog. In corporate life, it was only natural to cater to your superiors' emotions. And that the chairman had genuinely shown sorrow every time a player died. Well, I can't lose in that regard. Yamti activated her female tears. What should we do? My age 30 and Jam made of honey, sniff. Don't cry, Yamti. If Yamti cries, I feel like I'll start tearing up too. The officers in the chat room sympathized with Yamti's tears. Sly bunch. Look how they stick together at a time like this. Well, humans are naturally sly. Even Yamti couldn't openly fathom what was unfolding. It was at that moment. What's happening? The chairman logged in, adjusting his glasses. He cast a surprised glance at the people before him. Why is everyone in tears? That's, chairman. Seizing the opportunity, Lostayak quickly reported, his tone incisive. He regretted being a step behind, gauging the situation from the expressions of those present. Why is something like this happening? As anticipated, the chairman covered his face, displaying a somber reaction. This was his usual response whenever a player met their demise. Nevertheless, we're fortunate that the others have survived. Chairman, were you all right in round 5? I'm fine. Otherwise, would I be here? He chuckled at the trivial query, but there was an undertone of concern in the chairman's words. Regrettably, the person who had posed the question remained oblivious. Phew, by the way, it seems incidents like this keep happening. Our officers have been reduced to 6. Chairman, why don't we recruit new officers now? I'd like to, but don't we lack suitable talent? The candidates who applied last time haven't even been in touch. He was referring to the 3 officer candidates, including Black Scythe. Lostayak, those interviewees still haven't been in touch. Yes, I've called them several times, but no answer. Could it be they didn't survive in round 5? While we don't know about the other 2, Black Scythe is still alive. Didn't you see the results of round 5? They passed as first place. Then why did Black Scythe apply and then go Mia? I have no idea. Could they be trying to deceive us? Or maybe Black Scythe wasn't the real one from the beginning. The reason there's been no contact is because they died in round 5. Oh, that makes sense, Poforan. A scammer, that actually makes sense. Well, there's no way a guy like Black Scythe would want to join a cafe like T. Poison Food momentarily realized their slip of the tongue, and closed his mouth. However, the chairman's expression had already chilled. Poison Food. Did you just say, this kind of cafe? What's wrong with our cafe? Our cafe plays a pioneering role in this new era by bringing players together through cooperation. Why criticize our cafe? I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't mean it that way. As of this moment, Poison Food, I hereby remove you from your officer position. No, you're permanently expelled from the cafe. Yes. Cooperating to survive in a situation where even our combined strength falls short, we can't accept someone who belittles our cafe. From now on, Poison Person, you'll be on our blacklist, so adapt when a new era arrives. Chairman, Poison Food has been banned from the chat room. 1 officer down, 5 remained. Now, since we've removed the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting? Yes. The remaining officers' faces were tense. Once again, they realized that in this place, the chairman's word was law. At that moment, Lostayak made an sound and displayed a noticeably flustered expression. What's wrong? Oh, well, there's a player who just applied now. But the player's nickname is Black Scythe. Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. The chairman and everyone else looked at him in shock. Black Scythe applied again. Well, the name is different from the previous Black Scythe. What's the name? The previous Black Scythe's real name was Kim In Hong, but the person who applied this time is Wang Yong Min. Wang Yong Min. After pondering for a moment, the chairman made a decision. Go visit his home. We don't know for sure if it's Black Scythe, but we have to meet to find out, don't we? What if he's not? If he's not Black Scythe? The chairman said in a chilly tone. They'll have to pay for playing tricks on us. Chapter 77. Not long ago, Ryu Min found himself in a local internet cafe, of all places. But he had a specific mission in mind, to join the enigmatic Players Haven Cafe. However, there was a catch. He was doing this under the identity of Wang Yong Min. You see, this cafe didn't require any pesky real name verification, making it a haven for identity impersonation. The reason behind this covert operation? Well, it was born out of necessity. Somebody has been masquerading as the enigmatic Black Scythe in PHC's top brass. Can't just sit idly by, Ryu Min mused. His grand plan was to use Wang Yong Min as bait to draw out the PHC executives. Choosing the nickname, Black Scythe, was no arbitrary decision. Ryu Min believed it would grab more than just attention. It would potentially serve as an entry point to confirm Black Scythe's authenticity through an interview, perhaps even a visit to Wang Yong Min's residence. That's why he had meticulously listed Wang Yong Min's home address when signing up, right down to the villa's plot number and unit details. Little did he know that Wang Yong Min had undergone quite a change of scenery, having moved from his previous torment-ridden abode. Seems like he's taken this step to gain independence from his family, but one can't help but wonder where he got the funds, Ryu Min pondered with a hint of irony. Wherever these guys go, they're in my palm, he smirked, confident in his tracking skills, which could unveil anyone's whereabouts. This was one of the perks of being a player in this realm. While Ryu Min could understand the cafe executives' power-hungry drive, he vehemently disagreed with their methods. In their quest for supremacy, they forced members to commit murder, shunned regular folks, and treated them like slaves. Their actions were causing a dangerous rift between the general public and players, a division that could ultimately lead to societal collapse. This was precisely why Ryu Min felt compelled to act. He believed that the cafe villains, who could be considered the architects of this impending chaos, needed to be eliminated. However, he also saw an opportunity to harness the might of the cafe rather than dismantle it. Players Haven Cafe is too valuable to be eliminated, he thought. Though it was still in its infancy, the cafe was on the path to becoming a formidable organization, with over 30% of the country's players joining its ranks. Despite their often terrorist-like behavior, they were undoubtedly the most influential player organization around. So, rather than tearing it apart, Ryu Min decided to find a way to utilize it. He already had a plan in mind, one that would save him precious time. His plan: to seize the existing top leadership position within the cafe, taking on the role of chairman. You see, Ryu Min recognized that no matter how strong he was individually, controlling a vast number of players required more than just raw power. It demanded a well-structured organization, something he couldn't build from scratch given the ticking clock. But if he could take over an already established leadership role, everything would become more manageable. And that's where the position of Players Haven Cafe's chairman came into play. Chairman, that guy doesn't hold any special significance. What truly matters is the role he has created, Ryu Min concluded. That's why he had infiltrated the cafe, to bring down the higher-ups and claim the chairman's seat for himself. Wang Yong Min was simply a pawn to draw them out. With a sly grin, Ryu Min shifted his stride, heading toward Wang Yong Min's villa. Following the mayhem of the fourth round in this nightmarish realm, many players had grown desensitized to murder. They no longer hesitated to take the lives of ordinary people, and player misconduct had reached alarming levels. In a way, it was a natural progression. With enough repetition, even the most daunting tasks become second nature. Wang Yong Min was no exception. He had adapted to the chaotic lifestyle that had become his daily reality. The shrill sound of a bell echoed as Wang Yongmin entered a lottery shop. He approached the counter, where the owner had been engrossed in reading a newspaper. Finally looking up, the owner inquired, "What brings you here today, good sir?" The moment the owner spotted the unexpected guest, his words failed him. It was as if he had encountered a bank robber, the stranger wearing a mask that concealed their identity. With a sudden, brisk movement, Wang Yongmin tossed his bag onto the counter, his voice laced with a steely edge. "Put all the cash you have in this bag. If you don't want trouble." The owner hesitated, his confusion palpable, and in response, Wang Yongmin's fist came down hard on the counter. Thud. Despite the punch being seemingly ordinary, it sounded more like a blow from a sledgehammer, leaving a lasting impact. "What are you lagging for? Do you think this is a joke? Is this a player?" It was only now that the owner recognized the truth. Such incredible strength could only be attributed to a player. Thoughts of a recent newspaper headline flashed through the owner's mind. "Convenience store owner resists player, struck with blunt object and killed." Resisting a player was foolish, especially in South Korea, where firearms were a rarity. "What's the hold up? Hurry and fill the bag. Do you really want to risk it? I'll do it right away." The owner swiftly collected cash from the register and presented the bag, anxiety clear in his eyes. "Here. Is this all you've got?" "Well, lately, business hasn't been great. Lottery ticket sales have been suspended, you see. I do sell various items like a convenience store, but revenue." "Who asked for your life story? You're aware there's a safe, right? You think you can fool me? Go get everything from there. Understand? Go." "Why yes." Confronted with a raised fist, the owner reluctantly retrieved the money from the safe. It was about 10 million won. That should suffice. Content. Wang Yongmin turned to leave but abruptly pivoted back. "You know, if you ever think about reporting this, think again. I'll break out of jail, and when I do, I'll come for you." The owner, now considering reporting the incident, swallowed hard. After all, the mask concealed the intruder's identity entirely. Wang Yongmin quickly retreated to a nearby alley, minimizing the chances of being recognized. Phew. After removing the mask, he checked the contents of the bag. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. "Hey, today's haul is quite the catch. This should sustain me for a month." In the real world, he could manage, but what about the other world? Could he endure the next round? Such thoughts cast a shadow over his face. Damn, if only it weren't for that penalty. The permanent stat reduction penalty had not only hindered his growth but also sapped his motivation. "I managed to defeat around 300 orcs this time, but can I survive the next round?" The more he pondered, the heavier his sighs became. "Damn you, Black Scythe, it's all because of that bastard." It was due to Black Scythe that he had lost his friends, suffered stat reductions, and resorted to robbery. "It's all that bastard's fault," he shouted in the alley before making his escape. He had threatened to break out of the jail and kill the owner if he ever reported the incident. However, he had no intention of doing so. Once back home, he can curse that bastard as much as he wants. Once back home, he can curse that bastard as much as he wants. Click. Upon opening the shabby front door, a cramped one-room apartment greeted him. Surprisingly, he paid a monthly rent of 50,000 won for this place. Still, it's good to be independent. No more nagging parents. After the fourth round had ended, he cut ties with his parents. He had acquired money through robbery and started chasing the dream of living a thug's life with gang members. But with the world in chaos, who needs to be a thug? Everything had become too bothersome, so he had discarded that idea, securing this one-room apartment instead. "At least I can make enough money through robberies as things are now." Thud. After casually tossing the bag of cash, he headed inside to wash up. However, his expression was far from content. Sigh, how much longer do I have to live like this? In the past 4 months, much had transpired. He had fought numerous battles against monsters like goblins, trolls, and orcs to survive. He had even lost a limb to the monster known as Black Scythe. He had also killed his role model, Jo Young-shik, by striking him from behind. And as for his Close friends from his school days, he had personally ended their lives. In a desperate bid to earn some cash, he reluctantly turned to robbery, steering clear of any criminal affiliations. His life had taken a chaotic turn, spiraling into the abyss. If only I hadn't crossed paths with that bastard, Black sighed. Had it not been for the debilitating penalties, perhaps he wouldn't have plummeted into such despair. At the very least, a glimmer of enthusiasm for life might have remained. A deep sigh escaped his lips. Emptiness consumed him, accompanied by a wave of self-loathing. His existence now revolved around waiting for the next round, living on the precipice of uncertainty. Suddenly, he felt as though he was squandering precious time, lost in thought. This isn't the moment for such indulgence. The next round could spell his demise, and he couldn't afford to waste even a single moment. I must make every remaining moment count, experience everything I've ever desired. In this world, he had killed, and committed robberies, and fear no longer held him captive. What should I try next? Should I try to rape a woman? His life was already in ruins. The world itself was exhibiting ominous signs, and thinking about bright future plans was unneeded. Oh, by the way, aren't all my peers are players too? Underestimating women would be a grave mistake. Gender was inconsequential when pitted against stats. Moreover, those who had survived until now had weathered the hellish trials of the 4th and 5th rounds as players. They were far from easy targets. There's no choice but to set my sights on older women. If they were over 30, they'd be easier to overpower. However, lately, finding ordinary folks outside has become a challenging endeavor. Regardless, I must search. My wish is to be with a beautiful woman, isn't it? Perhaps an ordinary person resembling C.O. Aaron would be on the streets. With a tune humming in his heart, he donned his coat, ready to step out. If the mood struck him, he might visit a room salon. He yearned to spend money as if he were a character in a movie, surrounded by women, showcasing his wealth. If I run low on cash, I can always raid a store again. With unwavering determination, he swung open the door. What the hell? Wang Yongmin's reaction was one of shock. A stranger stood at his doorstep. Who are you? Are you Wang Yongmin? Wang Yongmin regarded the stranger with cautious eyes. In response, the tan-skinned man offered a friendly smile. I suppose my guess was correct, judging by your reaction. Who are you? Are you a police officer? A police officer? Ha. Why have you committed a crime? Let's discuss this inside. Attempting to enter discreetly, the man tried to push past Wang Yongmin. Hey, who told you can go in? Who are you? Oh, my apologies. I'm Lostyak, the interviewer from the Player Haven Cafe. You applied for membership this morning, didn't you? Are you on drugs? What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you Black Side? Black Side? Me? Wang Yongmin's bewildered response clued Lostyak into the possibility of a misunderstanding. Let me ask again. Aren't you Black Side? You think I'm Black Side? Are you joking? Did you not apply for membership at Player Haven Cafe? Player What's that? Lostyak sighed, realizing his error. I apologize for the confusion. I'll take my leave. What's going on? You should at least tell me why you're here, you jerk. It appears that someone played a prank using your personal information. Given that your name and address match. So, someone used my personal information. Who the hell was it? It was me. Both Wang Yongmin and Lostyak turned their heads in response to an unexpected voice. In the corridor, a masked man with white face paint stood, fully equipped. Are you the one who used Wang Yongmin's personal information? What the hell, who is this crazy guy? Wang Yongmin's bewildered reaction was expected. After all, a masked lunatic had suddenly appeared and claimed identity theft. You're actually admitting this, right? Damn it, how do you know who I am? I know. Who the hell are you? Instead of responding, Ryu Min retrieved Death's Scythe from his inventory. Witnessing the colossal weapon, both Lostyak and Wang Yongmin were left in stunned silence. Does this answer your question? Chapter 78. The player using a scythe is not common. Especially a scythe as large and brutish as this one. If there is a player carrying such a scythe, there is only one person. Shit, is that a Black Scythe? They both thought of the same person as if they were twins. The player who is a top-ranked, high-level ranker, known to anyone in the other realm. Could it be that he's another imposter? Lostyak erased his surprised expression and narrowed his eyes thinly. There was a discrepancy between reality and calling oneself the black side. First of all, he's small. He doesn't look like he's even 170 centimeters tall. A large scythe that looks hard to swing. A somewhat weak voice, a petite figure, and so on. It was very different from the reported image of the black scythe. Of course, comparing the real person to his avatars is stupid. But the problem is he also looks weak. But Wang Yongmin, who had actually met the black scythe before, knew. That's the black scythe, for real, it's the black scythe. Although their physique was different, their tone and atmosphere were the same. Above all, the look in those eyes that appeared through the mask was unforgettable. It's real, the real one appeared. His head stood on end, and his hands and feet trembled intermittently. It was like the reaction of a herbivore recognizing a predator. Black scythe showing himself. It hasn't been a long time since Wang Yongmin promised himself to cut him in half if he saw him in reality. To be honest, it was just something he said. With the level difference being more than double, how could he kill him? But why is the black scythe here? No, more importantly, why did he use his identity? There should be no reason for them to have any business with each other now. In any case, it's not a good sign to appear armed. Whether it was because his hands were sweating or to ease his tension, Wang Yongmin clenched and released his hands repeatedly. With such strange behavior, Lostyak once again looked at the black scythe. Is it really the black scythe? Even he, who had thought of him so lightly, had a somewhat tense expression now. I've never seen him in person, but if he's really the black scythe, someone like himself at level 20 wouldn't be a match. Perhaps the only answer is a surprise attack. You, suddenly singled out, Lostyak was startled. What? You didn't come here alone, did you? Tell the others to come out. I know everything. Lostyak was shocked. He was so impressed that he wanted to applaud. He even knew there were other executives here. Until just a while ago, he was suspecting whether he was the real black scythe. But now he was sure. Regardless of whether he was the black scythe or not, he was not an easy opponent. At that moment, Bububik, is it because he called them out? Two men who had been hiding in the corridor stairs revealed themselves. They were Sobaru's Jolmatang and Paporing. Man, we've been caught. How did you know we were here? Without knowing anything about the presence detecting common skill, the two tried to approach Ryu Min. Don't come any closer if you don't want to die. Kick, you're just all talk. Sobaru scoffed, and Paporing held him back. Hey, are you the black scythe? At Paporing's question, Ryu Min shook the scythe. You should be able to tell by looking at this, right? I heard that you use a scythe as your main weapon, but we've never seen the black scythe in person, so we don't know just by looking at a scythe. Then why did you ask? You won't believe it anyway. But we still want to hear it from your own mouth. Fine, I'm the black scythe. Is that enough? Once he admitted that he was the black scythe, Paporing's expression changed. The target you are currently looking at is telling the truth. It was all thanks to the truth rune he had. Sobaru, who was next to him, turned to Paporing and asked. What did it say? It said, it's the truth. At Paporing's words, the executives looked at the black scythe with surprised eyes. Is this guy really the famous black scythe? I can't believe it, but it seems to be true. They were somewhat surprised by the slightly awkward reality. Well, I'll be damned. Sobaru was the only one making a face as if was chewing poop. It's because he arrogantly acted up talking to black scythe a minute ago. Damn it, that guy can't keep his mouth shut. To think I would annoy someone who might become a cafe executive. If he became a member, it was obvious that he would get kicked. What should I do? Should I apologize for my mistake? Oh no, maybe he didn't hear it. He's still just standing there quietly, right? With his numb feet, Sobaru, who was watching the situation, first greeted him. Black scythe, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's not the time for greetings. Ryu Min aimed his scythe at Sobaru. You said you want to confirm if I'm the black scythe, right? Then let's confirm it through our skills. Skills. Sobaru was taken aback. Challenging a level 20 to a duel was simply child play. The intention was clear. Darn it, he is obviously holding a grudge from earlier. He clearly intended to embarrass him in front of others. There is no way I would do this. Let's just apologize sincerely. Of course, he was not confident of winning. You can tell without even looking at it. I'm truly sorry for my rudeness earlier, Black Scythe. You're sorry. How would that help you check if I'm the Black Scythe? There is no need to show your skills. The verification has already been completed. Paporing intervened, but Black Scythe's anger did not go away. You just asked me and it was confirmed. Ah, well, I have a rune related to that. Okay, but I can't let this slide. If you block my attack, I'll treat your rude behavior as if it has never happened. Then shall we begin? Well, Black Scythe Nim. There's no need for that, I'm really sore. Before Sobaru could apologize for his mistake, it happened. Scart. With a chilling sound, Sobaru's head fell to the ground. Dash. Well, Black Scythe Nim. There's no need for that, I'm really sore. Before Sobaru could apologize for his mistake, it happened. Scart. With a chilling sound, Sobaru's head fell to the ground. Thunk. Roll. When their colleague's head rolled under their feet, the two were in shock. What the hell is this guy doing? Lostyak wanted to shout, but if he did, he might end up like Sobaru, so shut his eyes in pain. Paporing felt the same way. I didn't even see him swing the scythe. A clear gap. Even if they had learned the common skill, enhanced visual perception, it was too fast to follow. Black Scythe. What on earth are you doing? What am I doing? I just proved with my skills that I'm the Black Scythe. I told you there was no need to show your skills. Sigh. With an expression as if he had a headache, the two of them grasped their necks. They could be next. One of the executives just died so easily. And there was no resurrection here, as in the other world. They were not members who could be just replaced, they were executives. They can't just find replacements. Who are we going to replace him with? The moment they thought that a madman in a white mask appeared in their field of vision. The Black Scythe was the perfect candidate for an executive position. They had come here to recruit him in the first place. But, how can accept a lunatic who kills his comrades as an executive? Chairman probably wouldn't agree either. He cares more about the lives of his subordinates. It was too much of a risk to accept the Black Scythe as an ally. Especially since he was a cold-blooded killer. So the two didn't have much trouble deciding. It's dangerous to accept the Black Scythe as a member. If we can't accept him, we have to kill him right here. Even though it wasn't easy, they couldn't just let it go after killing a comrade. It was the right thing to do even from the perspective of eliminating competitors. But again, it won't be easy. He's level 40 after all. First, pretend to surrender, that will make him lower his guard. Then we ambush him. That's the only way. As the two exchanged glances and tacitly agreed to kill him, Ryu Min spoke up. Haha. A small laugh leaked out from Ryu Min's mask. Do you really think I wouldn't suspect you when you openly showed your intention to kill me? Earlier. Yes. What are you talking about? I bet you were planning to act submissive and then ambush me, right? Isn't that so? Unable to say anything when hit right on the mark, their inner thoughts were clearly read. Let me ask you something. Do you know why I used Wang Yongmin's name and address to apply? They didn't. Because I wanted to lure out the executives. Us. The executives looked at each other. What do you want from us? It's simple. I want you to die. If it had been someone else, they might have dismissed it as a joke, but the opponent was the Black Scythe. He was definitely not someone to joke with. He had already killed one of the executives as an example. Above all, he had that crazy look in his eyes. What should we do? Let's think. If we stay like this, we're as good as dead. Paporing, usually the logical one, tried to calmly assess the situation. However, in such a panic situation, there was no way for his mind to work properly. Especially in such urgent situations. Let's try to persuade him for now. Persuade him and buy some time. Although he had killed someone out of the blue, maybe they could still talk it out. That was their hope. But just as Paporing was about to speak with that thought in mind. Huh, he unintentionally exclaimed. That's because Lostyak had also become a headless corpse. Thud. In an instant, two corpses were under his feet. Blood quickly formed a puddle on the floor, and only 3 people remained in the corridor. Trembling Wang Yongmin, Paporing, and the Grim Reaper. Ah, he was trying to lure us and to kill us from the beginning. Fear filled Paporing's eyes as he faced the harsh reality. Why, do you have such a grudge against us? You're asking me why. Skirk. Ryu Min's scythe touched Paporing's neck. Because you falsely accused innocent people and killed them, didn't you? How did you? Did you think I wouldn't know? You killed a lot of people during your job interview tests. Especially the executive interviews. You have to personally deal with innocent civilians. You guys raped and killed a lot of them. They weren't innocent civilians. Paporing said, seemingly unjustly accused. They made remarks that disregarded players and belittled them. They secretly envied our abilities. Such humans who hold double standards deserve to die. And what about you? While treating others strictly, you are lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? What are you talking about? You don't even know me. You think I don't know? I can see right through your inner thoughts with my rune. Ryu Min swallowed his words and raised his scythe. I might not know you, but I know one thing. Skart. Paporing's head fell to the ground like a grape. Only scums kill innocent people. Wang Yongmin, who was trembling, looked frightened. There's no need to be afraid. I'll send you to your friends soon. Perhaps provoked by the mention of his friends. Wang Yongmin, who had been trembling just a moment ago, now looked at Ryu Min with a determined expression. How do you know my friends? Why wouldn't I? We used to hang out together. Strictly speaking, I was dragged into your group. What? Ryu Min smiled at Wang Yongmin, who was looking at him as if asking what kind of bullshit. He was saying, don't you know who I am? Your black scythe. Wang Yongmin's words were cut abruptly as he looked at the face revealed behind the mask. It was a face he knew very well. It's me. Ryu Min, the one you used to torment. Chapter 79. Reactions to unbelievable events can vary greatly. Some react with surprise, while others wear bewildered expressions. Some freeze up like statues. Wang Yongmin fell into the latter category. Ryu Min. The black scythe, Ryu Min. Wang Yongmin uttered, while the scenes from his memory were overlapping in his mind. One was of Ryu Min, hunched over like a turtle, striking himself. The other was of the black scythe, exuding an overwhelming charisma while slashing his arm. These two seemingly incongruous images pointed to the same individual standing before him. The same person, it can't be. Ryu Min, the nerdy guy, is the black scythe. Wang Yongmin raised his head once again, his disbelief evident. Even after blinking his eyes a few times, there was no doubt that the unmasked man was indeed Ryu Min. It seems hard to believe for you, that I'm the black scythe. Well, it makes sense. Until last year, I was the one who got beaten by you. You, what are you? Have you been deceiving me all this time? Why pretend to be a fool? Wang Yongmin inquired, his voice quivering with a mix of emotions. Ryu Min retorted, what are you talking about? When did I pretend to be a fool? In the midst of their conversation, Ryu Min's scythe spun around, and Wang Yongmin's arm fell to the ground. The shock of losing his arm left Wang Yongmin momentarily speechless. It's unpleasant to hear words like, fool, from trash like you, isn't it? Ryu Min's voice carried a chilling edge. Wang Yongmin, stammering in pain, could only manage a feeble response, street stop. Quiet. Unless you want your tongue cut out. Wang Yongmin held back tears and endured the pain. Blood leaked out from the cut. Ryu Min's hand moved swiftly to administer first aid, stopping the bleeding and healing Wang's arm. However, there was one glaring change. Oh, you're one-armed now, Ryu Min observed, a touch of amusement in his tone. Wang Yongmin, having failed to reattach his severed arm, had tears in his eyes. So what? You can still live with one arm, right? Although Ryu Min's actions seemed designed to shame him, Wang Yongmin remained emotionally numb, overwhelmed by the situation. Is it really you, the Ryu Min I knew? Wang Yongmin asked, searching for a glimmer of the familiar in this transformed figure. No, Ryu Min replied, his voice devoid of sentiment. The Ryu Min you knew is no longer here. With these words, Ryu Min slowly raised his scythe, akin to an executioner preparing to carry out a sentence. Goodbye. Wait. Just a moment, Min Ah. Wang Yongmin's voice was desperate, pleading for a chance at redemption. Please spare me. I've caused you a lot of trouble, haven't I? I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. The scythe, previously in motion, hesitated in midair. Is that so? Ryu Min leaned in, appearing to consider Wang Yongmin's plea. Wang Yongmin saw a glimmer of hope and thought, maybe I can survive this. Carefully choosing his words, he continued, you have nothing to gain from killing me. Why not use me? Use you. How so? Ryu Min's curiosity was piqued. Wang Yongmin quickly responded, well, how about, yes. I'll be your exclusive assistant. I'll obey your every command, run errands, act as bait during hunts, whatever you need. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, while Wang Yongmin held his breath in anticipation. But hope was short-lived. It's still not going to work. Wang Yongmin's expression sank. Huh? What do you mean? You still intend to strike me from behind, don't you? Wang Yongmin was left dumbfounded. How did he know? Did he guess? You can't keep a dog that tries to bite its owner. With these words, Ryu Min raised his scythe, and Wang Yongmin's face contorted in desperation. Wait, just a moment. Your worth as a pawn ends here. Wait, give me a ch. Swoosh. Wang Yongmin's head fell. It was a pitiful and insignificant end to a once tangled fate. I gave you countless chances. In the previous regressions, Ryu Min's cold voice echoed in the air. Back when he didn't have the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu Min had spared Wang Yongmin, who had been deceived by his silver tongue. But as expected, it ended with betrayal. I was such a sucker back then. Ryu Min chuckled inwardly. Only after his death did he realize how foolish he had been to spare Wang Yongmin. Of course, this was a tale from a time when his level and experience were much lower than they were now. Goodbye, you bastard. Their long, twisted destiny had reached its conclusion. Even in the face of their unfortunate circumstances, there was a strange sense of relief this time, perhaps because he knew it was their last encounter. First things first, I need to clean up this mess. Utilizing his skill to erase any traces, Ryu Min made the 4 lifeless bodies vanish from the scene. It appeared that no one had detected their presence, as there were no witnesses to be seen. This is going smoothly. Ryu Min stowed away his scythe once again and donned his disguise. With this, he had successfully accomplished his goal of dealing with Wang Yongmin and the Player Haven Cafe executives. Now, he was one step closer to the position of the chairman. Well, it wasn't just one step, it was more like a series of steps. Should I pay a visit to his house? With that thought, Ryu Min swiftly disappeared into the darkness. People began to gather in Cafe's online chat room. It wasn't a Sunday, but an unexpected meeting was taking place. Welcome, Chairman Nim. Come on in, Yemti Nim. Yemti, with a smile on her face, scanned the chat room screen but couldn't help noticing that some of the other executives were missing. Where are the other executives? It's precisely because of that issue that we had to convene this meeting urgently. What's going on? Before the chairman could reply, he let out a sigh. There was indeed a problem, a significant one that could shake the very existence of the cafe. The executives have been killed. What? They're dead. Yemti, taken aback, stared at the screen once more. There were empty seats, and the executives, who were never late, were absent today. What happened? Have you tried calling them? We checked, but there was no need to say more. The chairman's grim expression said it all. They're not answering individual calls either. It seems they were attacked while going for interviews. So, who did it? Could it be? Yemti thought of one person. As if to confirm her suspicions, the chairman nodded. That's right. Black Scythe, he's hunting our cafe members. Strictly speaking, they weren't regular members but executives. However, the chairman wasn't concerned about that distinction. What mattered was that the cafe they had painstakingly built was under attack, and it was by none other than the Black Scythe, who was considered the #1 player in the otherworld. What about Sobaru and Paporing? They were killed by him too. That's correct. Why? What could those good people have done wrong? Why do murderers commit murder? It's just for their own satisfaction. Or maybe they saw us as a threat, gaining influence. Listening to the chairman's explanation, Yemti could understand to some extent. There were people with twisted personalities who, when others' success seemed too prominent, wanted to snatch it away. Did he join our cafe just to lure the executives? Yes. I was looking forward to meeting Black Scythe someday, but now I find out he's a Psychopath who's hostile to us, I feel really ashamed. If we had accepted him as an executive, it could have been a disaster. That's right. I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Maybe even before that, he would have killed me. Losing the executive seemed to have put the chairman in a bad mood. Black Scythe is now our clear enemy. We must find him and avenge our lost members. Yes, we have to do that. But, with an assured tone, Yamti asked, but is it certain that the Black Scythe is the culprit? There are eyewitnesses. Ah, if there were eyewitnesses, the situation changed. Lostayak Nim, a man with a grayish complexion occupying part of the screen answered, yes. Chairman Nim, as you reported to me, please explain the situation to Yamti Nim. Of course. Lostayak, with a gloomy expression, described the confrontation with the Black Scythe. Well then, we'll see you at the next regular meeting. Yes, Chairman Nim. Please go ahead. Please go in, Chairman Nim. As the chairman left the chat room, Lostayak exchanged greetings with Yamti. Yamti Nim, we'll see you next time. Yes, please take a rest. You've had a tough day today, Lostayak Nim. Thank you. Well then, after ending the chat, Lostayak turned his attention away from the monitor. Fortunately, it seems they didn't notice. He opened his equipment window and pressed the button to remove his helmet. Suddenly, his face undulated like the waves of the ocean before returning to its original appearance. It was no longer the gray-skinned Lostayak, it was Ryu Min in all his glory. I guess I've got a knack for acting, Ryu Min chuckled, gazing at the item he had just unequipped. Assassin's Mask. Category, Helmet. Grade, Unique. Defense, 1. Effect. By saying the trigger word, Disguise, it lets you mimic the appearance of a player you've dispatched, down to their facial features, skin tone, voice, and physique, all flawlessly replicated. Durability, 3000. Usage restriction, requires an expert or higher grade. Description, a thin, translucent mask, favored by assassins, boasting an astounding 99.9% success rate. They say no one can unveil the true face behind it. Ryu Min had chosen this helmet as his reward from the previous time attack event, using a unique item selection ticket. At this point, if I need a unique item, the Assassin's Mask is the best choice. Even though it lacked stats and provided minimal defense, its perks were invaluable. Being able to transform into the appearance of a player I've slain is a major advantage. It wasn't just about deceiving opponents, it had versatile applications, from gathering information to espionage and deception. In essence, it was the ideal mask for assassination. There's no easier assassination than betraying allies. That was precisely why Ryu Min killed the executives today. He needed to infiltrate their ranks as one of the executives. Now, I can even turn into Wang Yongmin if needed. The mask he'd removed in front of Wang Yongmin was just a plain, non-functional one. When he killed him, Ryu Min was wearing the transparent assassin's mask, allowing him to replicate Wang Yongmin's appearance. For now, he'd stay focused on playing the role of Lostayak. If I hadn't delved into Lostayak's inner thoughts earlier, I wouldn't have been able to fool the other executives. His speech patterns, habits, and social connections had all been meticulously unraveled by the rune of inner thoughts in previous regressions. That's how he'd managed to break into Lostayak's private place and engage in video chat. Without the assassin's mask, this intricate plan would have been impossible. I originally planned to execute this plan slowly, but thanks to the mask, the plan has been expedited. Now, all that remained was seizing the right moment and taking over the position of chairman. If it were up to me, I'd eliminate the chairman, assume his identity, and effortlessly manipulate the organization. But that was proven impossible. The assassin's mask only targets players. Which means the chairman isn't a player. It was an ironic twist that the leader of a player-filled organization wasn't a player himself. However, approaching him was no easy task, thanks to player Yamti. I can't deal with Yamti's abilities with my current capabilities. Until he devised a countermeasure, he had to steer clear of contact with the executives. Fortunately, when the 7th round rolled around, he'd have a solution. Until then, I'll stick to playing the role of Lostayak through video chat and buy time. With that, the situation was pretty much wrapped up. He likely wouldn't be transforming to Lostayak until the next meeting. Thank goodness. I've got some spare time now. With the newfound free time, there was something he had to do. It's related to recovering durability. It's been a while since I've had to go on a trip abroad. Chapter 80. The Bead of Eternity, a remarkable item, bestows stat points for killing monsters. While it takes on the form of a necklace, it's made of beads. You can consider it more of a consumable item. You see, for every monster you kill, the durability drops by 1 point. And once that durability is depleted, the necklace vanishes. That's its one shortcoming, but only when its durability wanes. If one can restore durability, there's no better stat-boosting item. That's why it's a tailor-made item for blacksmiths. With the repair skill, you can endlessly mend durability and strive for permanent stat gains. But this necklace isn't easy to acquire. Should you fail to defeat an orc shaman in the 5th round, the chance to obtain it eludes you. Occasionally, they pop up on the PLPL, social open market, but they're unreasonable prices. Deter most blacksmiths. PLPL, player place. But there's no law that says only blacksmiths can benefit from it. Recovering durability is possible for anyone. That was the reason Ryu Min wanted to go abroad. Because there was a blacksmith overseas who would become famous for being the best. I need to ask that person to fix the durability of the bead. With this goal in mind, Ryu Min promptly prepared for his overseas journey. He had already procured a passport in anticipation of this moment. Hey, what are you up to? Observing Ryu Min packing his suitcase, his younger sibling inquired with curiosity. Where are you headed? Just a quick trip abroad. Suddenly. I'll be back soon. 3 days should suffice. All he would carry were clothes and toiletries for his hotel stay. The rest he'd buy locally. What's the reason for your trip? Business related. Well, you could say that. I was thinking of joining you if it was for leisure, but it doesn't seem feasible. Who goes on vacation in times like these? True. Make sure to eat well while I'm away. But where are you off to? Ryu Min chuckled and replied, the UK. In the UK, Russell Daniel had long forsaken formal education. For 6 years, he had dwelled in a rustic cabin amidst the woods, honing his blacksmithing skills. The clang of the hammer meeting red-hot iron resonated through the air. This was the craft of shaping and strengthening. This should do. Russell was fashioning a 15 centimeters long dagger, and when its shape met his approval, he used a whetstone to sharpen the blade. Subsequently, he plunged the blade into the water after heating only its edge in the fiery forge. A satisfying hiss followed. This process elevated the blade's sharpness. A touch of iron dust on a special whetstone was the final touch, making the blade razor sharp, and a handle was attached. It's complete. This dagger was a product of his hobby, not intended for sale. Well, maybe it's time to put an end to this. Gazing at the finely crafted dagger, Russell let out a wistful chuckle. It'd be nice if I could sell at least one a day. He had embarked on this journey with youthful zeal, but that was a tale of days when customers sought his craft. Now, very few came knocking. All thanks to that confounded angel. January 2022. Russell, as usual, was fashioning weapons for customers in his cabin when an unexpected summons transported him to another realm. He found himself creating an avatar and banding together with others to combat goblins. It felt like I was plucked from my countryside abode and thrust into a war. After enduring through 5 rounds and looking back, he beheld a world in turmoil. What began with 1.8 billion people had dwindled to 19 million, resulting in economic turbulence and a decline in customers. Well, I did anticipate this turn of events. After all, making a living as a blacksmith was never a walk in the park. The costs of blacksmithing materials were no trifling matter. He had persevered thus far, but now he reached his limits. His bank balance was plummeting, and he wished not to burden his parents any further. Perhaps it's time to explore a different profession. He had hoped to continue blacksmithing for as long as possible, but that dream was unraveling. The world was undergoing swift transformations, with players at the epicenter. Didn't they mention granting a wish if we clear the 20th round? A wish, indeed. Russell's wish was simple, yet profound. He yearned to continue his lifelong passion for blacksmithing, a craft that had captured his heart for years. Yes, I can't let go of blacksmithing. What's life without a little passion, especially when you're young? A man needs to pursue his dreams. I like Russell already. With renewed determination, he cast away his despondency and set his sights on a brighter future. He had a new objective in mind. I will conquer the final round and make my wish come true. No longer content with mere survival, Russell was ready to take an active approach to conquering the rounds. Being a blacksmith may not be the most combat-ready profession, but I can handle it in my current state. While he didn't know the precise conditions, Russell had managed to secure a blacksmith job change item early on. Initially, he believed it was fate smiling upon him. However, as the world plunged into turmoil, continuing his current profession became increasingly challenging. Whatever it takes, I'll reach the 20th round. There's no other way for me if I want to pursue the blacksmithing I love. He refused to accept the idea of impossibility. By the time he reached level 20, he had learned a skill called weapon sharpening, which greatly improved his axe's performance. Thanks to this newfound skill, taking down orcs became a breeze. I don't know how tough the 6th round will be, but I'm confident. Of course, he had no intention of quitting his real-life job, even if he managed to survive in this otherworldly setting. I'll only take a break until I've saved enough money. As long as I have the funds to buy materials, I'll return to my cabin and continue as a hobby. If he ran out of money, he would gracefully bow out. He had no intention of resorting to theft. Unlike some players. After all, once you're gone, and you shouldn't harm others. Well, the massacre in the 4th round was inevitable, but for now, his plan was to find a job once he had accomplished his mission. Finding a job might not be easy in these circumstances. With 23% of the global population wiped out, the economic situation was far from favorable. I read an article that said most shops had closed due to players looting. It seemed that finding a job wouldn't be a walk in the park. Nevertheless, I have to give it a try. I'm not one to give up without a fight. If necessary, I plan to raise money by selling items in my inventory. I don't know if anyone would buy something like this, though. With his decision made, Russell began to tidy up his cabin. It was then that he heard footsteps behind him, carefully measured steps. Without thinking, Russell turned around and was taken aback. Instead of a wild animal, a person was approaching, and not just any person, but someone of Asian descent. What? It's not common to see people here. Russell had intentionally chosen a remote location for his cabin to avoid causing any inconvenience to others. What's the matter? Are you lost? He wasn't sure if they could communicate, but he decided to start a conversation. However, Russell Daniel, right, the young, famous blacksmith. The other person spoke fluent English and even knew his name. Russell's expression grew cold. Who are you? It seems I've found the right person based on your reaction. Where did you hear about me? I don't have any Asian customers. I didn't hear about you. I saw you. Saw me. Ryu Min first revealed his hand. I'm a prophet. I can see the future. A prophet? What nonsense is this person talking about? Russell. Level 21. Occupation, blacksmith. Area designation, CEUKE008. Is that correct? Russell remained silent, unable to speak due to his shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. To accurately guess the area designation, even details of never disclosed to anyone, it seems saying he's a prophet isn't just a baseless claim. Can you really see the future? Yes. I've never heard of a profession like prophet. That's because it's rare. In this other world, there are countless professions. Among them, there's a unique class that only one person can have. That class is prophet. Okay. And why have you come here, Mr. Prophet? Don't ridicule me like that. Russell, I've come because I want to strike a deal with you. A deal? Please use your repair skill to fix one item for me. If you do that, I'll provide you with valuable information. Information? Russell cautiously asked, what kind of valuable information? It's information about the 6th round. Russell's eyes widened. If I can know about the next round in advance, it will be of great help to plan ahead. Fixing one item. Honestly, it wasn't a difficult task. It was easier than blacksmithing, as all he needed to do was touch the item and cast a skill. The problem is that it's too easy. The benefit outweighed the simplicity of the task. Information about the 6th round was a significant advantage. Being cautious by nature when it came to interpersonal relationships, Russell couldn't help. But be wary. Are you really offering sixth-round information in exchange for repairing an item's durability? Yes. Isn't that too good to be true? Are you sure there isn't another motive? As Russell looked at him with suspicion, Ryu-min chuckled. He had expected this reaction. Typical Russell. Even though it was a no-risk proposition, he doubted and remained cautious. I could have been disappointed if you had just accepted it without suspicion. At times like this, suspicion must not be betrayed. One should open their heart first and proceed with the proper approach. May I be a bit straightforward? Quote ellipsis question mark quote. I want to become friends with you. What? I saw it in the future. You, reaching the pinnacle as a blacksmith. Me, reaching the pinnacle. Whether Russell's eyes widened or not, Ryu-min continued. You survive up to the 15th round without anyone's help. It's an impressive feat, but that's all. It is. After that, you have no future. It's a bleak prospect. But I can help you. If you join hands with me, you can grow more easily, even beyond the 15th round. Even the blacksmithing life you desire. Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. Just a while ago, Russell didn't believe a word this Asian man was saying. He thought it might be a trick. But when he accurately guessed his wish, his thoughts changed. What do you want from me? I don't want much. Just. Ryu-min smiled warmly. To help each other. Chapter 81. Unlike the more unique classes like Buffer, Mercenary King, and Dark Knight, the blacksmith class is a common class. This means, there are a lot of other blacksmiths that can replace Russell. However, Ryu-min had a specific reason for embarking on a journey deep into the mountains of England. It boiled down to one simple fact: Russell was a rare talent. The story about Russell surviving up to the 15th round was far from fiction. He had not only defied the odds but also reached the pinnacle of the blacksmith class. Although he never hit max level and eventually met his end, he was the last blacksmith standing. Russell's excellence extended to his personality, skills, and remarkable survival instincts. If I can maintain a friendly relationship with such a talent, it would be incredibly advantageous as they progressed through the rounds. Furthermore, repairing the durability of the necklace was an added benefit. The blacksmith class shares some similarities with the buffer, so having one around wouldn't hurt. But unlike buffers, blacksmiths didn't need to be constantly present. Once they fixed or enhanced the equipment, their job was done. Ryu-min cast a thoughtful glance at Russell. He seems to be torn between trusting him and doubting himself. He could use some guidance in making this choice. For times like these, Ryu-min's grasp of English honed through countless regressions came in handy. With a fluent voice, Ryu-min made his proposition. What I'm requesting isn't too demanding. Just help with occasional equipment maintenance. And cast a few skills when needed. In return, I'll provide you with information about the next round. By doing so, you can rapidly enhance your strength, taking advantage of missed opportunities from the past. Russell hesitated, pondering the tantalizing offer of receiving future information in exchange for the use of his skills. However, his primary concern was trust. Ryu-min seems honest when he speaks, but can I really trust him? Russell, caught in a dilemma, offered a compromise. Thank you for valuing my future, but I'm not entirely convinced yet. So, here's my proposal. I'll decide whether to continue the deal based on the results of round 6. Do whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not asking you to sign a contract. Ryu-min wore a confident smile, believing that once Russell saw the prophecy come true, he would have no choice but to rely on him, just like Ma Kyung-rock. First, let me repair your items. And you can give me the information for round 6 afterward. Alright, here. Ryu-min retrieved the bead of eternity from his inventory. With only one durability remaining, it was on the brink of shattering. Without even checking the item's information, Russell immediately cast a skill. Pa. As the bead briefly emitted light, the repair was complete. I've fixed everything here. Ryu-min accepted the item and checked its information. The durability was now 1000 1000ths. Fully restored. Great. Now I can start stacking again. Ryu-min grinned. I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it seems quite valuable if he's willing to go through all of this trouble to repair its durability. Although Russell could have easily read the item's information, he had chosen not to. Respecting the customer's privacy. It was a professional and ethical approach. Thank you. The durability is fully restored now. Now can you provide me with information for round 6? Of course. The 6th round is a quest. Ryu Min began unveiling various advanced information. Each revelation caused Russell's pupils to widen and contract repeatedly. If what you just said is true, I should try to gather strong allies as much as possible. Yes, that would probably be helpful. The monsters are exceptionally powerful. Russell nodded reluctantly, but deep down, he still harbored doubts about whether the prophecy would come true. Well, he won't believe it until he experiences it firsthand. Ryu Min remained patient, knowing that Russell would find out the truth after round 6. To survive, he will have no choice but to grasp the thread of the prophet. Is the deal complete with this? Yes, but Ryu Min's voice trailed off. There was still more business to be conducted with the blacksmith. Would you consider selling me some items? Items? Do you have black iron dust by any chance? Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. Russell had been cautious until now, but this time, he couldn't help but be astonished. He actually saw that too. Did he foresee all the items inside my inventory too? Russell didn't know that predicting the contents of someone's inventory was even possible. However, his astonishment didn't stop there. That item, sell it to me. I know you're looking for work because you're short on cash. I'll pay you generously. You know that I'm looking for a job too. It wasn't a prophecy. Ryu Min was actually reading his thoughts, but to Russell, it made little difference. I'm genuinely amazed now. I believe you're the prophet. And I apologize. Honestly, I had my doubts, thinking you might be trying to trick me. No need to apologize. I only speak of what I've seen in the future. Whether you believe me or not is your choice. You won't be wrong about the information for round 6 either, will you? With those words, Russell, who had been deep in thought, raised his head as if he had made up his mind. Do you need black iron dust? I'll just give it to you. You're giving it to me just like that. I feel like I've received more than I've given. I'm not that shameless, you know. It seemed that he had belatedly realized the value of the information he received about round 6. Russell, with a smile, took out the black iron dust from his inventory. Take it. Without hesitation, Ryu Min accepted it, and the item's information came up. Black iron dust. Category: Inventory. Description: black-colored iron dust. Faint magical energy can be sensed. He's giving away this valuable item just like that. Strictly speaking, he had given it as compensation for the information. However, Russell was unaware of the value that black iron dust held. It's a material that falls into the god tier, after all. It might be an item that could easily be obtained after round 11, but for now, it was difficult to come by. The likelihood of finding it by killing monsters, as Russell did, was slim. Shouldn't I be grateful for this? He received the information for round 6 after all. Are you sure about giving this to me for free? I'm perfectly fine with it. Honestly, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, as the prophet, would know how valuable this item is. Russell had a hunch after all. If he's demanding it specifically, it must be quite important. But he didn't ask deliberately. He didn't seek to find out. He thought that asking for more after already receiving help would be greedy. Drawing a clear line and not crossing it. That's Russell's strength. He thought that asking for more after already receiving help would be greedy. Drawing a clear line and not crossing it. That's Russell's strength. Ryu Min, who had been smiling, extended a bag he was carrying. Take it. What's this? Russell, who had received it unexpectedly, opened the bag. Wow. Inside were dozens of 10-pound notes. It's a total of 20,000 pounds. You gave me an item for free. So I'm giving you this as a payment for the repair job. I think it should cover the cost, right? Well, yes. Russell mumbled, and then replied quickly, more than enough. 20,000 pounds amounted to approximately 32 million Korean won. I won't need to look for a job with this amount. Was it because he thought he could indulge in his blacksmithing for the remaining time? Russell's gaze at Ryu Min quickly turned friendly. Realizing his situation, Russell hesitated and spoke up belatedly. Oh, but is it okay for me to accept such a large sum of money? It's perfectly fine. I didn't give you that much money just for the job. It's for the item you gave. Me too. Actually, it's not a waste to give him even millions, but if it's too much, it'll feel burdensome. For him, this was the extent of his restraint. But Russell seems to think that even this little amount is a lot. Ryu Min, who thought there was nothing he could do, hinted. Of course, I didn't give you this much money just to use it for food. What? Then, open an overseas stock account and invest about half of the money I gave you in Korean stocks. Yes, the company's name is Player Place. It will soon become a big hit, so if you invest, you won't have to worry about looking for a job for the rest of your life. Well, it's up to you whether to believe it or not. I believe you. Your words as the prophet must be infallible. Besides, it's money I've received without any effort. When Ryu Min witnessed his commitment, he could finally take a step back from the negotiations. Well, it seems my business here is concluded, Russell Daniel. I wish you luck in the next round. Oh, do you have a cell phone? Of course. I use my cell phone to upload videos on YouTube. Then, I'll share my number with you. Just in case, please save it. Russell, absorbed in his phone, seemed to have overlooked asking something crucial. I nearly forgot to inquire about your name all this time. Your name? With a playful smile, Ryu Min replied, you may call me Mr. Ryu. Time marches on relentlessly. As always, that day arrived. June 1st, midnight. Just like before, Ryu Min, summoned to this world, cast his gaze around. Instead of the lush landscapes he had grown accustomed to, he now faced a desolate wasteland. This was none other than the setting for Round 6. Round 6 is a cooperative round. I need to find people to collaborate with. Ryu Min scanned his surroundings and employed his tracking skill. The first person he located was Min Yuri. If he had to form a party, she was an essential presence. In reality, besides Min Yuri, there's no one else I need. However, he needed to fill in the required number of party members. The rule for this round was to assemble a 5-person party. I need 3 more people, excluding Min Yuri and me. Who should I choose? He swiftly considered 4 candidates. Among them, 1 person was a stranger, but they were vital to the party. Oh, it's Black Side. Min Yuri spotted Ryu Min and approached, waving her hand. It's nice to see you like this. How have you been? You're talking as if it's been ages since we met. Hee hee, but it's been a month, hasn't it? Now, Min Yuri smiled without any fear. After all, their partnership had been excellent in the previous round. So, even without knowing each other's true identities, we could still become friends. Ryu Min looked around and noticed that people's eyes were directed at them. Who's that woman? Why is she talking to Black Side? Democracy. Is she such a high-ranking player to be talking to Black Side? Come to think of it, I think I saw her during the last round's result announcement. I think she was in 2nd place. I'm envious. To have a connection with a top-ranked player like that. Ryu Min didn't pay any attention to it, but Black Side was popular among the players. Being the unchanging number 1 in rankings and possessing a cold charisma, he was someone everyone wanted to befriend, regardless of gender. That actually was a bit troublesome. But Ryu Min had only thought about it in his mind, he hadn't actually done anything about it. And the reason was simple. Black Side had been too intimidating. An unfathomable aura had surrounded him like a barrier. However, Min Yuri seemed unaffected and continued talking. Did you defeat the final boss in the last round? I did. Even though the time was tight, you defeated it quickly, right? Then, have you completed the sub-quest to gather balance stones? I completed it. By the way, I won't tell you what rewards I got. TCH, how did you know I was going to ask that? Just a hunch. I've always felt this, but you really seem to have deep insight, Black Side. Silence followed, and Min Yuri only realized then that the atmosphere had turned strange. What did I say? Did I say something wrong? How embarrassing. Belatedly, embarrassment washed over her, and her face turned red. I said something too presumptuous, didn't I? I'm sorry. What's there to apologize for? Right, why did I apologize? Anyway, thanks for the compliment. With that, Ryu Min chuckled, and Min Yuri joined in. He's considerate yet exudes charisma. Anyway, he's a fascinating person. At that moment, Wen Min Yuri was laughing it off. Hello. Black Scythe. Two candidates approached Black Scythe. Chapter 82. The person who approached Ryu Min wasn't anyone else but Seo Aaron and Sang Chul. It's been a while, Black Scythe, Seo Aaron said, her eyes briefly glancing at Min Yuri. But who's this? I don't think I need to explain, do I? Ah, well, I guess not, Min Yuri replied, somewhat uncertainly. Seo Aaron's smile, though seemingly in agreement, concealed her true feelings. Why is he smiling at her and not me? Seo Aaron couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment at the cold reception. But what do you want from me? Ah, well, Ryu Min acted as if he didn't know the reason, even though he did. They probably came because I forecasted as a prophet that Black Scythe would party with them. On the other hand, Seo Aaron and Sang Chul were deliberating on how to respond. Since they couldn't openly discuss the prophecy, they chose their words carefully. After a moment of hesitation, Sang Chul finally spoke up, Black Scythe. Honestly, we want to party with you. Party? With me? Yes. We'll just be in the way, but we promise we'll do our best not to cause any trouble for you, Black Scythe. Seo Aaron and Sang Chul were sincere in their request. The prophecy had stated that Black Scythe needed to join their party to have an easier time with round 6, and they couldn't afford to back down now. Ryu Min pretended to ponder the request, tapping his chin. In reality, their presence in the party was inconsequential. Whether they joined or not made little difference since there were plenty of eager volunteers. But what will I gain if I let these two join? Ryu Min thought of the potential benefits, with Sang Chul reporting this development, and Ma Kyung Rok viewing Black Scythe more favorably. It wouldn't hurt to build a positive image for the future. Though he had already made up his mind, Ryu Min pretended to hesitate, making it an intense situation for those watching. Growing impatient, Sang Chul made a proposal: we won't ask to join the party for free. I have information about round 6. If you let us join the party, I'm willing to share the information. I don't need it. What you're trying to share with me is what I told you, Ryu Min thought but didn't reveal. Sang Chul looked puzzled, unaware of this fact. Why don't you need it? Wouldn't it be helpful to know how to pass round 6 in advance? I'll strategize in my own way. I don't rely on unreliable information. But, seeing Sang Chul's flustered state, Ryu Min couldn't resist playing a little prank. But where did you get that information? What information are you talking about? The information about round 6 that you just mentioned. Who's the source? Sang Chul was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. Revealing the existence of the prophet would put them at risk, so he hesitated. Can't you say it? If you do, I'll let you join the party. Well. Reluctantly, Sang Chul lowered his head. I'm sorry. Surprisingly, it was difficult for Sang Chul to speak up. He won't reveal the existence of the prophet. Of course, he didn't want to mention it to avoid Ma Kyungrok's wrath, but it didn't bother him much. Sang Chul, on the other hand, was crestfallen. Darn it, I couldn't party with Black Scythe as planned. How will he report this to the CEO? Then, unexpectedly, Ryu Min made a decision. I'll let you join the party. You will. Seo Aaron and Sang Chul's eyes widened in surprise. Why? I thought it might be trustworthy since you didn't reveal the source of the information. I don't like filthy rats. Realizing that exposing the prophet's existence could have backfired, Sang Chul breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Black Scythe. Thank you, Black Scythe. The two expressed their gratitude and turned to Min Yuri. It seemed they were still curious about her relationship with Ryu Min. As for her, she's a buffer in a contract relationship with me. A contract relationship? A buffer? How did they meet up? They had many questions, but they decided to inquire about the contract first. If it's a contract relationship. Yes, there is such a thing. Their curiosity subsided. It seemed Ryu Min wouldn't disclose more details, even if they asked. Seo Aaron shifted her gaze and extended her hand toward Min Yuri. Hello, I'm Seo Aaron. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, yes, I'm Min Yuri. By any chance, are you the famous Seo Aaron? Did you just change your appearance? No, this is my real face. Oh, so, you're the actress Seo Aaron who starred in Oh, my destiny, right. Yes, that's me, Co Aaron. Really? I was curious, given your identical face and name. Min Yuri was ecstatic. Meeting a TV celebrity in person was truly fascinating. Oh, my God, I'm a huge fan of yours. My father adores the drama you were in. He's a massive Co Aaron actress fan. Oh, really? Thank you for your kind words. Co Aaron nodded politely, while Min Yuri continued with excitement, and Sang Chul cast a glance at Ryu Min. Are you sure it's okay not to share information about round 6 with you? I don't need it. Don't bother offering it to me. I don't want to owe you anything. In that case. And Sang Chul felt a tinge of disappointment as Black Scythe drew a clear line. I was planning to provide information in exchange. But if he didn't want it, there was nothing to be done. Maybe I should discreetly advise him if he deviates from the provided information during the quest. When Ryu Min shared the information, he had considered offering a bit of assistance to make the prophecy come true, that if they didn't follow his words, but it seemed unnecessary. Now, as Sang Chul shifted his gaze, the two women continued their conversation. By the way, Min Yuri, is your profession a buffer? Yes, I'm a buffer, and I'll buff everyone later. I have something similar to a buff in my job too. Really? I'm a summoner, and I can cast shields with my fairy summons. Summoner. You have summons? Yes, my profession is a summoner. I can summon up to 3 creatures, I'll show you later. At that moment, Sang Chul interjected. I apologize for interrupting. I think it's important to exchange greetings. My name is Sang Chul. Oh, nice to meet you. I saw you earlier, and it seemed like you and Black Scythe knew each other. We received some help from Black Scythe. He saved both of our lives. Oh, I see. Min Yuri looked at Black Scythe in surprise. He even rescued someone who was in danger. My instincts were right. Min Yuri once again felt that Black Scythe was a surprisingly warm-hearted person. As more people gathered over time, Priscilla appeared with a burst of light. Hello, humans. Have you rested well for a month? Priscilla's voice echoed through the area. There are 1,010 participants for this round, which is a perfect number. Shall we get straight to the point? A message window appeared before the players. Round 6. Defeat one boss within 6 hours. All areas. Participants. 16,120,590. Achievers. 08,060,295. Current area CESKS 007. Participants. 1,010. Achievers. 0505. The players reacted with excitement to the quest details. What's this? Defeat one boss. Are bosses finally coming out? How are we supposed to defeat a boss on our own? Hearing the murmurs, Priscilla chuckled and spoke through the message window. Don't worry, you can't defeat the boss on your own. Of course, you'll need to work together. We can't defeat it alone. Together. How? Naturally, you'll need to form parties. That's where the party system comes in. Party system. A party is a group formed to allow cooperation among its members. You need 5 members to form a party, and when you're in a party, you won't harm each other. Oh, so we won't accidentally hit each other. That's right. No more worries about friendly fire, or betrayals kahahe. That's convenient, isn't it? However, attacks from other parties or monsters will still affect you. Only your party members' attacks will be nullified. The players nodded in understanding. The quest's difficulty seemed reasonable. If you had a party of 5, defeating the boss should be manageable. When you form a party, the experience points and gold obtained from defeating monsters are distributed evenly among party members, regardless of who delivers the killing blow. Just keep in mind that if the distance between party members exceeds 100 meters, the distribution won't occur. Oh, so experience points and gold are distributed equally. It sounds a bit like communism. I think it's fair, though. So, how are items distributed then? Unlike experience points or gold, items are distributed based on contribution. For example, if 2 humans contributed 70% and 30% to defeating a monster, the chances of getting an item when it drops will be proportional to those percentages. So the person who contributed more to defeating the monster has a higher chance of getting the item. I see, that makes sense. Yes, exactly. So, conversely, even if someone had a low contribution, they could still get an item if they're lucky. That's correct. Even if you contributed only 1%, you could still get an item if luck is on your side. The probability might be low, though. Archangel, I have a question. Go ahead, human. How is contribution measured? Is it all about dealing the most damage? Wouldn't that disadvantage players with lower damage output? That's a good question. While dealing more damage usually leads to higher contribution, it's not always directly proportional. The system considers all factors and makes a judgment to measure contribution. So, even a player who mainly provides buffs can affect contribution. Wow, so, just giving buffs can earn you contribution. It seems like being a buffing profession is pretty sweet. As the Archangel said, contribution was calculated based on an overall evaluation, not just dealing damage. Even if someone had low damage output, if they made a significant contribution to the monster's defeat, their contribution would be high. Conversely, if they saved allies and indirectly contributed to defeating the monster, that would also result in a high contribution. So, professions like priests and buffers can earn high contribution in parties. The party system wasn't exclusive to this round alone. It could be opened occasionally when needed, and the required number of participants could vary. For me now, parties are just a nuisance. But you can't say no. By the way, if you don't form a party, even if you defeat monsters, it won't count. As the angel had just mentioned, the system enforced party formation. There was no option for soloing. But that doesn't mean there are no advantages to it. The benefits of a party include the ability to rely on each other and cooperate freely. And, after forming a party and defeating just one boss, you'll immediately pass the round. All 5 members, that is, all 5 members. The quest was shared equally among party members. In the current field, there are 101 boss monsters released. In other words, only the 505 who defeat a boss will survive. The angel chuckled and clapped her hands. That concludes the explanation about parties. Now that you know the quest, it's nothing special, right? Just defeat one boss, and it's a straightforward quest to pass. Nothing special, huh? A hint of amusement appeared on Ryu Min's lips. It wasn't as simple as she made it seem. Now, humans, do your best to defeat the boss. Oh, and there are no sub-quests, so keep that in mind. With a flutter of her wings, the angel disappeared in a flash of light. Round 6 had begun. Chapter 83. The quest from the angel may seem straightforward, but there's more to it than meets the eye. It's a quest with a singular objective: defeat a boss, and you're done. No sub-quests, no elaborate twists. But, despite its apparent simplicity, players had learned not to take the angel's words at face value. Easy quest, my foot. This boss is going to be a real pain, mark my words. The curses and doubts flowed freely as the angel vanished into thin air. Everyone knew by now that curses hurled in the angel's absence fell on deaf ears. The angel only appeared at the start and end of the quest, a fact well known to all. The timer on the progress window began ticking, announcing the commencement of the quest. Time remaining until round end, 5 hours 59 minutes and 53 seconds. Within the time limit, the party had to form and defeat the boss, or else they would meet a grim fate. At that moment, a message popped up, demanding action. Form a 5-member party starting now. To create a party, hold hands with 5 people and memorize the party formation command simultaneously. Remember, defeating the boss won't count unless you form a party, so keep that in mind. The message explained the party formation process. We should definitely form a party, right? Yeah, they say defeating the boss doesn't count without one. Hey, would you like to join my party? What's your level? I'm a level 20 warrior. Anyone want to team up with me? People raised their hands, searching for potential party members. The scene turned into a bustling marketplace in no time. Amidst the chaos, and Sang Chul pondered Ryu Min's prophecy. It's all unfolding just as the prophet foretold. The 6th round requires a 5-member party. And Sang Chul cast a glance at Black Scythe by his side. He knew it was a wise choice to stick with him after hearing the prophecy. Mr. Black Scythe, we should wait. Since it's a 5-member party, we need to find more people. Forming a party required all 5 members to hold hands simultaneously. At present, Ryu, Min, Seo Aaron, and Sang Chul, and Min Yuri make up 4 of the party members. They were 1 member short of forming a complete party. Well, who should we choose for the last spot? Let's leave it to Mr. Black Scythe, the strongest among us. Nodding in agreement, the others turned their attention to Ryu Min. Ryu Min pretended to ponder, but he already had a candidate in mind, someone he wished to include in the party. Someone who had to be nearby so that Ryu Min could smoothly invite them. As Ryu Min looked around, some players found the courage to speak up. Hello, Mr. Black Scythe. Would you, by any chance, consider joining our party? No, get lost. Okay. Dejected by the firm rejection, the players retreated with downcast faces. He didn't even hesitate to reject us. How embarrassing. Damn, I was trying to get on Black Scythe's good side. Whoever gets to party with Black Scythe must be living the dream. Such thoughts circulated, but Ryu Min had no interest in these indecisive individuals. He already had a candidate in mind. It's not about finding party members for this quest. Rather, it's about selecting the right people to fill the slots for the last round. These were connections that didn't exist in previous rounds. Originally, at this point, Ryu Min had never interacted with anyone. Not Min Yuri, not Seo Aaron, not Sang Chul. He came to know them personally in this regression. So, back then, I would have accepted anyone to fill the slots. But now, plans have changed. Because he needed to find people that would grow together with him. That said, whether back then or now, pests always find a way to bug you. As before, when forming a party, Black Scythe was always popular. No matter how strong he appeared, he attracted people like a magnet. Players who dared to seek the favor of the enigmatic Black Scythe were in for a treat, all in pursuit of obtaining the coveted blue chip. The prospect of joining forces with the Black Scythe was, in essence, a guarantee of survival in this treacherous quest. Mr. Black Scythe, get lost. Wait, please listen. I've got no interest. Move along. One by one, those who suggested forming a party were swiftly brushed aside. As word spread that the Black Scythe was declining all party invitations, the number of hopeful players diminished. Damn, won't he just accept anyone? He's being way too choosy. At least hear them out before saying no. Disgusting, really. I'll find a better party myself. But aren't those guys next to him already in his party? They've pretty much secured their survival. Disheartened players distanced themselves from the Black Scythe. Those who had witnessed the rejections didn't dare to try their luck and retreated voluntarily. At this point, Ryu Min's party members became curious. Who would he possibly choose for that last spot? While Sang Chul was curious, he also felt a tinge of regret. It would have been great if Master Ma was here in this section. If they were in the same zone, he would have actively recommended him without hesitation. Min Yuri shared a similar sentiment. If only Ryu Min were here, I would have passionately advocated for him to take the last spot. They each had someone in mind for that last spot, but the different zones made it impossible. Then, a group approached Ryu Min. His party members thought they were just more random players, but they were mistaken. Mr. Black Scythe, it's a pleasure to meet you again. With a warm greeting, he extended his hand, revealing a familiar face. Zhou Yongho. Ryu Min lightly shook Zhou Yongho's hand, recognizing him. I'm pleasantly surprised to see you here. I thought you might not make it past the 5th round. Really? Haha, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Dealing with around 300 orcs was a walk in the park. It wasn't an empty boast. Zhou Yongho had safely passed the quest, ranking 125th among the 1,211 participants who reached the 5th round. I was inspired by your battles back then, which motivated me to finish the hunt quickly. Is that so? Either way, thank you. Thanks to you, my friend here also survived without a scratch. One of the players who had benefited from the Black Scythe's emergency treatment, Manji, stepped forward. Mr. Black Scythe, I'm grateful for your help with my shoulder back then. Thanks to you, I could extend my lifespan like this. You managed to take down 300 with that body of yours. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Black Scythe. I'm truly grateful. You're my savior. Manji bowed repeatedly, his gratitude was sincere. With a friendly gaze, Zhou Yongho turned to Ryu Min. Are you looking for party members? That's right. You have 4 members now. Just one more, and you'll be set, right? Ryu Min nodded. From his tone, it didn't seem like he was seeking someone to join their party. But, as fate would have it, oh, please don't misunderstand, I'm not here to ask you to join our party. We've already completed our formation. I wasn't. He already knew that their party formation was complete. Golden chains on Zhou Yongho and his mercenaries' wrists served as proof. It seems you've formed a party of 5 since you all have the correct number of members. In that case, what was the reason for Zhou Yongho's visit? Ryu Min asked straightforwardly. If you're not here to join our party, why did you seek me out? Well, out of goodwill, I wanted to greet you and make a suggestion. A suggestion? Our party and Black Scythe's party. How about forming an alliance together? A suggestion? Our party and Black Scythe's party. How about forming an alliance together? Ryu Min read his thoughts on what he meant by proposing an alliance. I'm not trying to benefit from him, hope he understands that I'm just offering this with the intention of helping him a little bit. Perhaps grateful for the treatment of Manji, Zhou Yongho is trying to help Black Scythe in some way. We're not asking you to join your party. We don't have any intention of seeking items or experience points. If we encounter the boss, we'll give you priority. Quote ellipsis question mark quote. We simply want to help. Please don't be too guarded. We mean it. Ryu Min sensed that Zhou Yongho wasn't trying to cling to him but was genuinely offering assistance out of gratitude for his past aid in Choi Manji's treatment. After a period of silence, Zhou Yongho and his party seemed like they had been misunderstood and become wary. Ryu Min decided to clear up the misunderstanding. I decline. What? Why? Oh, perhaps you're concerned that we might be a hindrance. Don't worry about that. We'll never be a burden. If you ever find us troublesome, you can simply, in front of the boss. It's not about that. I just don't like complications. I appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. Oh, is that so? That's disappointing. We wanted to help. As if expressing his regret, Ryu Min hinted at what he wanted to say to Zhou Yongho. I'll ask for help when I really need it. Ah, will you do that? Zhou Yongho perked up after receiving a positive response. If the opportunity arose to repay a favor, he would gladly be available anytime. So, if we're needed in the future, should you let us know? Yes. Is it a promise? I said yes, didn't I? With a definitive response, Zhou Yongho broke into a satisfied smile. Since we have a promise, we'll take our leave now. We hope to meet again next time. Feel free to ask for help whenever you need it. Goodbye. Zhou Yongho's group, as a whole, bowed their heads and left gracefully to hunt the boss. Mr. Black Scythe, it's time to make a decision. Who will fill the remaining spot? I've made my decision. Ryu Min pointed his finger in one direction. The gazes of his party members followed his finger. There, you. The person singled out was taken aback. Come here. Ryu Min beckoned with a flick of his finger, and the person hesitantly approached. A slight build, hunched shoulders, a nondescript face, this young man didn't appear particularly strong. You've been watching me for a while now, haven't you? Ah, yes. Why? That's, The young man hesitated, struggling to answer. There was no need to say it aloud, but Ryu Min patiently waited. Well, I want to party with Mr. Black Scythe. He stammered, lacking confidence in his words. His sentence trailed off at the end, making it hard to hear. What's your level and class? I'm level 23, a black mage. Well, that probably doesn't matter much. Ryu Min, who had been rather nonchalant, declared abruptly. I'll take this guy for the remaining spot. What? And Sang Chul and the other party members were surprised. How could they choose a player who was rejected by others? But the most surprised person in the group was the chosen one. The Black Scythe wants to include me in his party. Judging from the young man's expression, he seemed overwhelmed with gratitude and was on the verge of tears. While Sang Chul silently clicked his tongue, Ryu Min was unexpectedly satisfied. After all, the young man before him was the potential leader of a cult that would worship the Black sighed like a deity. In the future, if we form a strong bond, this guy could become a devoted follower. Ryu Min extended his hand to the future leader of his cult, aged man no gay. So, let's form the party like this. Everyone, shake hands. The 5 of them gathered in a circle and shook hands. As they silently memorized, party formation, golden rings with engraved characters appeared on their wrists. The Black Scythe's party had been formed. Chapter 84. Heo Taesuk found himself in a state of utter despair. He was subjected to torment for his introverted nature, and his perceived weakness made him the target of ridicule by everyone around him. While some might claim that the era of bullying had passed, the torment endured by Heo Taesuk proved otherwise. Questions like, "Where are the bullies these days?" abounded, but the bullies were very much present. Initially, Heo Taesuk was taken aback and bewildered by the turn of events. It was as if the things he had only witnessed on television were suddenly unfolding in his own life. He couldn't help but question himself, what have I done to deserve this treatment? With a genuine desire to correct his perceived wrongs, he embarked on a journey of self-improvement. However, it didn't take long for him to grasp the harsh reality. These individuals are simply preying on me because I appear vulnerable. He held on to the hope that this torment would eventually come to an end, promising himself, "I'll endure it until graduation. Just until I finish high school." With this unwavering determination, Heo Taesuk braved the relentless bullying from his peers. But his assessment of his own strength proved to be overly optimistic. "Don't you understand? Money, I'm saying, give me your money." "Sorry, but my grandmother is my only family, and we struggle financially," he responded. "What? So, this guy doesn't even have parents? Then, does that mean your grandmother is this guy's bitch? What? That would make me very old. Boo-ha-ha-ha. Regardless, you still need to bring us the money, you piece of shit. Whether you resort to theft or begging on the street. That's right. Because of you, I can't even afford cigarettes. Or do you want us to bury your grandmother alive?" As the bullies taunted his grandmother, Heo Taesuk felt a gnawing sense of madness creeping in. These bastards. And then, for the first time, he stood up to the bullies. The outcome, however, was nothing short of grim. "This lunatic wants to die. Hey, punch him square in the forehead. I'll pierce a cigarette hole in it." The sound of slicing. Arg. Following that confrontation, the torment escalated to even greater levels. Assault, threats, extortion, and torture that defied imagination. Afternoons became a living hell. "I want to die, that would be very nice." Having endured unimaginable pain, Heo Taesuk no longer feared death. In fact, suicide appeared to be the only escape. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. "What would happen to my grandmother if I were gone? It would be an unforgivable betrayal to the woman who had raised him, collecting recyclables and working tirelessly to support him. I have to endure. I promised to graduate and make a better life for her." With unwavering determination, Heo Taesuk persevered. He did it for the sake of his beloved grandmother. In the end, Heo Taesuk felt a sense of pride he had never known before. Proud that he had endured 3 years of high school torment without giving up. Finally, graduation. Just a little longer. But in the year 2022, everything changed. With the arrival of an angel, a seismic shift occurred. They were thrust into a monthly survival game, where their lives hung in the balance. And as if that weren't enough, Heo Taesuk's grandmother's health took a turn for the worse, compounding his troubles. Then, around the second round, Grandma. Heo Taesuk's life unraveled before his eyes. His grandmother's passing marked a turning point in his life. Haha, did you see that? I told him his grandmother would pay the price if he messed with us. Yeah. Heo Taesuk, are you angry now? Didn't I say we'd bury you and your grandmother together? That's right, you scoundrel. A worthless excuse of a human being. Regretting it now. Do you understand the situation you are in now, you bastard? Suddenly a dagger pierced the guy's throat. A black arrow pierced the eyeball of the guy next to him. Fudge. Ow. They didn't know. They were oblivious. Oblivious to the fact that Heo Taesuk had already acquired the job of a black mage. They were mistaken. They assumed that a loser in the real world would be a loser in this alternate world. They underestimated him. thinking that sheer numbers would guarantee victory over any opponent. When he finally came to his senses, the area was littered with lifeless bodies, stained with blood. Their actions had desecrated Heo Taesuk's grandmother's home with blood. Grandmother. That's when the transformation began. When Heo Taesuk's speech became hesitant. When he erected walls between himself and others. And when he set a new goal. If I can make it to the final round, they said they would grant any wish, right? Heo Taesuk's wish was straightforward. Heo Taesuk had a simple yet profound goal, to save his grandmother and share a lifetime of happiness together. He had no desire to ever see the parents who had abandoned him. All he needed was his grandmother by his side. From that moment forward, Heo Taesuk approached the game with unwavering determination. His skills were more than adequate, and the black mage profession proved to be even more potent than he had initially imagined. The black arrows quickly corrode the wounded area, so there's no need to target the head. A mere graze would lead to rapid decay and putrefaction, making it advantageous to hit the target and bide one's time. He invested in agility to exploit this strategy. By hitting the monsters with black arrows and then evading, he could gradually shift the tide in his favor. If I play my cards right, I might be able to take on multiple opponents. His foresight held true as he effectively eliminated multiple foes with a strategy of hitting monsters with arrows and then retreating. As a result, his confidence grew. He began to believe that he could attain the level of skill required for a high-level quest. But in the world above, there's always someone stronger. Black sighed. How did that person become so powerful so quickly? Every time he saw the name of the player who consistently held the top position across all areas during the rankings, curiosity stirred within him. He also developed a sense of admiration for the strong. I'd like to meet that person once. Just to see how powerful they really are. He harbored such thoughts until the areas were consolidated, and he finally got the chance to see the Black Scythe in action. Just how powerful was this player known as the Black Scythe? Wow, he effortlessly took down 9 of them. Watching the selection round, Heo Taesuk was mesmerized by the artistry of the Black Scythe. Even for someone as strong as him, the Black Scythe was overwhelmingly powerful. If only I had been that strong, I wouldn't have been bullied by those bullies. If he had been, his grandmother might still be alive today. Regret washed over him, the regret of his days as a weakling. I want to become strong like the Black Scythe. His desire to become stronger sparked his admiration for the Black Scythe. Should I try talking to them? No, what am I even thinking? Compared to himself, the Black Scythe was like a godly being. He had to be content with just being in the same area as such a presence. That's what he thought, until I'm in a party with the Black Scythe. I'm in a party with the Black Scythe. He never imagined that he would form a party like this. Simply being in the same place as the object of his admiration felt like a dream come true. Aged man no gay. Yes, now that we're in a party, introduce yourselves. Ah. At the Black Scythe's command, Heo Taesuk hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I'm aged man. Level 23, a black mage. My skills are black arrows and black chains. At first, he stumbled over his words, but soon he found his voice. Nice to meet you, aged man. I'm a buffer, level 21. I'll do my best to support you. Hello, I'm Seo Aaron. I'm a level 20 summoner. My skills are. While the other party members took turns introducing themselves, Heo Taesuk's ears seemed to stop working. Why is this happening? I used to stutter, but now. Was it the shock of losing his grandmother? He used to struggle with speaking in front of people, but now his nervousness seemed to be fading. Is it because of the Black Scythe? Did being in the presence of the Black Scythe boost his confidence? Or was his subconscious desire to impress him unconsciously influencing his behavior? He couldn't quite pinpoint the reason, but one thing was certain. I made the right decision to party with the Black Scythe. As Heo Taesuk secretly smiled to himself, Ryu Min spoke up. Now that we've finished introductions, shall we go hunting? Wait a moment. I'll cast buffs on everyone first. Min Yuri went on to cast buffs on her party members one by one. It was bless and swift. Those who received the buffs couldn't help but be astonished. What is this? My stats have increased by 60%. My attack and movement speed are 60% faster. Is this real? Players who had never experienced buffs before were left speechless, but Ryu Min remained composed. This is why the black side was always with Min Yuri, right? Buffer, you're truly amazing. Haha, why are you embarrassing me? When and Sang Chul made a compliment, Min Yuri awkwardly smiled. Seeing this, Seo Aaron spoke as if unable to contain her jealousy. I'm a summoner too. I can cast buffs on my summoned creatures. With their skilled incantations, two fairy-like creatures, aglow with golden dust, materialized. They fluttered about like radiant fireflies. Following this spectacle, a soft rustling sound filled the air as a humanoid golem, the size of a person, coalesced from the gathering earth. Wow, what are those adorable little things? They're fairies, protective summons that bestows shields. Originally this one lacked attacking moves, but when I reached level 20, one more fairy was summoned and it could use offensive magic. Wow, that's impressive. And what about that stone-made summon? That's a golem I acquired at level 20. While it doesn't provide buffs, it serves to draw monster aggro, so I summoned it ahead of time. Wow, a tank and a support. You're really impressive, sis. As she received a continuous stream of admiration from Min Yuri, Seo Aaron's gaze remained fixated on the black side. What do you think, black side? Don't I contribute in some way? She sent a beseeching look, hoping for recognition, but Ryu Min appeared disinterested, his attention directed elsewhere. Let's get going now. As Ryu Min took the lead, everyone nodded and followed suit. Buffer and a summoner, everyone here is quite remarkable. I need to be helpful too. Heo Taesuk, with a tense expression, followed closely behind. However, amidst their leisurely pace, he suddenly found himself perplexed. Why is the atmosphere so relaxed? Of course, with a generous 6-hour time limit, they had an abundance of time. They needed to defeat just one of the 101 boss monsters in the field to complete the quest, so it was only natural to proceed with a sense of calm. But isn't it faster to defeat the boss and secure the top spot? Why isn't anyone in a hurry? Doubts crept in, but Heo Taesuk, unaware of the prophecy, couldn't fathom the reason behind this lackadaisical attitude. He had yet to realize that there was no benefit in swiftly defeating the boss. Suddenly, from somewhere nearby, a cry rang out. There's the boss. All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, revealing a colossal monster. Standing at a towering 3.5 meters, it possessed the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, a monstrous centaur. We must claim the top spot. Let's do this. One party charged forward, undeterred, towards the centaur. Crew. Brandishing its colossal double-edged axe, the centaur resisted fiercely, causing the players to grapple with its strength. This guy, he's incredibly strong. Spread out and attack. Surround it. 5 players encircled the centaur. Aim for the back. Attack its rear. In response to a shouted command, they instinctively approached from behind. Ryu Min, who had been observing them, clicked his tongue in disdain. Targeting its rear, huh? How foolish. And as expected, thud. One player who had ventured behind was met with a powerful kick from the centaur's hind leg. They were sent flying 10 meters before crashing into the ground, rolling an additional 3 meters. Pete Pink Gong Du. Fortunately, the player was still squirming, having avoided death. But the battle seemed impossible to continue. This bastard will seek revenge. The remaining players employed their skills, launching a coordinated assault. Creak. As the centaur, its legs severed, collapsed, they jubilantly cried out in victory. We won. We're in first place. We've finally achieved first place in completing the quest. It was surprisingly manageable, don't you think? Amidst the rejoicing faces of the rival team, Heo Taesuk couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. Oh no, the first place was taken from us. Heo Taesuk's gaze naturally drifted towards the black side. After all, he had consistently maintained the top ranking, so he must be the most disappointed. Huh. However, Ryu Min's expression remained entirely nonchalant. There was no trace of regret on his face. Curious, as time passed, the cheers from the opposing team gradually dwindled. What's going on? Why isn't the quest completion appearing? Could it be? As the players belatedly expressed their disappointment, Ryu Min smirked. I guess they finally realized it. You didn't defeat a boss. Regrettably, the centaur wasn't a boss. They claimed that there were only 101 bosses, but they never said there were no regular monsters. The reason Ryu Min had been so composed while observing became evident. The centaur was merely a standard monster. Chapter 85. The definition of trash mobs can vary from person to person, but, in general, they refer to the relatively easy to defeat monsters. For Ryu Min, the centaur fell into the category of these trash mobs. Though for others, it might be considered as elite-level foes. At the current stage, which is the early levels of 20, facing the centaur posed a challenge. However, that doesn't mean they couldn't handle it. With a group of 5, they were more than capable. The issue here is that this creature is labeled as a trash mob. Contrary to popular belief, the centaur wasn't a boss. The real boss, lurking somewhere, was a minotaur with a bull's head. To take down the minotaur, you'd need at least 20 people, all at level 20. In other words, you'd require 5 parties to have a chance. It's a tough enemy, to say the least. Of course, from my perspective, it's merely a monster with a sturdy physique but somewhat sluggish movements. When players assembled their party, they probably thought this mission would be a walk-in the park. They might have even thought, with 5 of us, we can be the first to kill the boss. But, even if it's possible for the centaur, tackling the minotaur is out of the question with just 5 players in the early stages of level 20. To stand a chance with a 5-player party, you'd need to be well beyond level 30. In all honesty, even level 30 seemed like a stretch. Maybe if you're at level 40. This is precisely why the Angel had emphasized that tackling it solo was a no-go. The Minotaur wasn't the kind of monster you could take down on your own. The trap in this round lies right here. They explained it in a way that indicates only a 5-person party could take down the boss. Of course, there hasn't been any explicit mention that a 5-person party is guaranteed to defeat the boss. You'd need at least 20 people to stand a chance, but the Angel acted as if she didn't know. It seemed intentional that crucial information wasn't shared. Well, she's probably just following orders from higher-ups. Yet, she had no reason to expose herself, inviting unwarranted suspicion. It would only lead to unnecessary doubts. We'll just have to observe. Those who've faced the Minotaur would soon realize that a mere 5-person team wouldn't suffice. To defeat the boss, extensive cooperation was the key. After grasping this, parties will unite and assist each other. This was the strategy for round 6. Cooperation and kill sharing were essential for survival. Troubles might arise along the way, but ultimately, cooperation was the only way forward. Some might think, then there's no point in defeating the centaur. After all, it had nothing to do with the quest's objectives. But, if you're smart enough, you'll understand why there's such a long time limit. Why else would they impose a 6-hour time limit? The intention was clear, to defeat the centaur within that time frame and gain some levels. Through hunting. Dealing with the Minotaur could come later. The ranking method didn't prioritize who struck first. It was all about how quick the party could eliminate the boss. In essence, the order didn't matter. Achieving the quickest kill time meant securing the top spot. That's why Ryu Min and the rest of the team weren't rushing into action. Everyone was aware of the game plan. The other members of the party knew this too. This is why they didn't rush in. There were 6 pieces of information that Ryumin gave them as the profit. First, the main mission of round 6 is to form a party of 5 players and defeat the boss. Second, centaurs are just mobs and minotaurs are the real bosses. Third, the boss requires 4 parties of 5 people to defeat, so cooperation between parties is necessary. Fourth, the ranking measurement method is not based on the order in which party killed the boss first. The order will be determined by which party achieved the lesser time kill. Fifth, the moment a party kills the boss, they will be immediately sealed by a pillar of light. In short, it is rather disadvantageous to defeat the boss quickly because you will spend the remaining time meaninglessly sitting there. Sixth, it is best to defeat the centaurs within the time limit, level up, and then challenge the boss. This was the key strategy for round 6. Only Heo Taesuk, who did not hear the prophecy, does not know this. Looking at the other team's reactions, it looks like that monster isn't the boss. The real boss is probably another monster. Ryu Min, who was silently observing the field, finally spoke to the party members. Let me lay out my plan for the moment. He was going to share the information with them once again, but this time as Black Scythe, who had just discovered it. Please, go ahead. We're going to put off tackling the boss for now and, instead, we'll focus on taking down these centaur-like creatures to level up. We'll keep it for at least 5 hours. Why? What's the reasoning behind this? As you can see, players at level 20 were struggling against these centaurs. If such trash mobs are so troublesome, then the boss likely requires multiple teams to stand a chance against it. Rushing into the boss fight without knowing its true strength seems ill-advised. Plus, there might be other traps awaiting us. Ah, I see now. Also I'm thinking, what if, for instance, we defeat the boss early, like we did in the first round, and end up trapped in the Pillar of Light? We'd waste precious time without any gain. So, it seems wiser to hunt the mobs and assess the situation. Ah, I understand. So, your plan is to prioritize leveling up first and leave the boss for later. Exactly. But what if we miss out on the top spot? It doesn't matter. Even if we miss out on the first place reward, we'll have earned experience and gold from 6 hours of hunting. Perhaps the ranking method doesn't give priority to who strikes first. And Sang Chul found himself speechless. Incredible. How did he figure it out like this? It's exactly like the prophecy. It's like finding your way out of a maze without making a single wrong turn. Got it. Shall we all head out to hunt these centaur-like creatures together? Oh, but before that, we should discuss our positions and basic strategies. No need for that. I'll handle the monsters on my own. What? You alone, Black Scythe? Everyone, including Sang Chul, was astonished. Taking on a monster that a 5-member party struggled with, alone. Of course, given Black Scythe's level, it was entirely possible. But what would the rest of the group do if he went solo? Ryu Min seemed to anticipate their thoughts and spoke up. The rest of you, just stick with me, collect experience points, and gold. You could think of it as a free ride. In other words, he'll carry them along. However, I'll take all the items that come through contributions. In return, you can level up and earn gold quickly without any risk. How does that sound? If that's the case, it was certainly an appealing offer. Why refuse to give up a few items when you could safely gain experience points and gold? Very well. We're fine with it. We'll follow Black Scythe's lead. Ryu Min nodded in agreement. You made a wise choice. You probably won't be disappointed. As Ryu Min, going solo was more convenient than fighting with everyone. Trying to help from the sidelines would only be a hindrance. It's just a centaur, so it's nothing more than a trash mob to me. Ryu Min brandished his death scythe. Shall we get going? Taut. As Ryu Min shot off like a bullet, the group was taken aback. We should follow him quickly. Led by Sang Chul, everyone chased after Ryu Min. Despite the swift spell being active, the distance didn't seem to close down. How can he be this fast? Just how high is his agility? Even Heo Taesuk, who prided himself on his speed, felt like a mere cat compared to Black Scythe. Oh, there. Ryu Min came face to face with a centaur for the first time. Quoa. Before the scream could even finish, the head fell with a swift strike. The time it took to defeat the centaur was 0.3 seconds. The group, rushing towards the scene, was left dumbfounded as it hadn't even taken a second. What just happened? Just one hit. None of them had expected the centaur to be defeated in a single blow. Whether Ryu Min knew their reactions or not, he immediately dashed toward the next target. Had it been around 30 minutes since they began their hunt. Target, centaur, located. Currently 52 meters away. Ryu Min, using his tracking skill, took a moment to catch his breath. Centaur has been defeated. Experience points x3. Tidal effect increases experience points by 1.5 times. Experience plus 0.89%. Gold plus 60. Current kill count, 172 100ths. Rune of Slaughter effect increases all stats by 100%. The messages kept scrolling on one side. 172 kills in 30 minutes, not too shabby. There were a total of 2,000 centaurs in the field. At this rate, he might be able to devour them all within 6 hours. Well, Considering other players will be hunting too, let's leave some for them. Ryu Min's gaze shifted downward. Stacks accumulated with the bead of eternity, 71 100ths. Current durability of the bead of eternity, 828 1,000ths. Stat points gained from the bead of eternity, 11. Real-time alerts about the bead of eternity appeared below his vision. When wearing the bead of eternity, these messages popped up upon defeating monsters. All I need to do is keep hunting centaurs until the bead of eternity's durability reaches 1. Just like last time, it was convenient not to have to check the equipment window every time. I should ask Russell to repair the durability when I return. While pondering that, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw his party members rushing towards him. Ha, ha, ha. I'm so tired. Seeing the party members who were too exhausted even to chase, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile. If you're tired, take a short break. Really? Thank you. After a long time, the party members sat down on the spot for a break. Seo Aaron and Heo Taesuk, with the lowest strength stats, lay down completely on their backs. It's tiring just to chase after him, seriously. I thought a 100 meters radius would be spacious enough, but it's not. Yeah, you're right. Phew. They said that, but it couldn't have been a happier concern. They had already leveled up in just 30 minutes. Black sighed, you're truly amazing. Your hunting speed is unbelievably fast. Do you not like it? In response to Ryu Min's teasing question, Min Yuri waved her hand dismissively. Oh, no, not at all. Even just chasing after you raises our levels. Is this what they call a free ride? You're probably working harder than us, Black sighed. At that moment, Seo Aaron joined the conversation, but Ryu Min simply responded with a nonchalant remark. It seems like you guys are working even harder. Haha. As they laughed and caught their breath, a group approached Ryu Min. It's Black sighed. Wow, it really is him. There were 4 people in the group and a total of 20 onlookers. When the group came closer, the party members' laughter subsided, and they looked at the approaching group with wary eyes. However, there was no need to worry. These guys were crazy, but they wouldn't attack a party with Black sighed in it. Or so they thought. As they approached Ryu Min, they respectfully bowed from head to toe. Hello, Black sighed. It's quite lucky to meet you here. Haha. Okay, and what do you want? Well, we're recruiting a team to hunt the boss. How about joining our group? Chapter 86. What? I decline, Ryu Min asserted firmly. The response caught the other party off guard, and their expression shifted from anticipation to puzzlement. Hey, Black sighed, you might not be aware, but the boss isn't a pushover. Do you see that thing over there, the muscular minotaur? Everyone's attention shifted to a minotaur that exuded an aura of strength, even from a distance. That creature is the boss we must confront, and I assure you, he's no walk in the park. How can you be so sure? Have you faced him before? Yes, not personally, but we witnessed another party attempt a solo challenge and end up in utter defeat. It was a sobering sight that made us realize the importance of cooperation among parties. Take care of it yourselves, we're not interested, Ryu Min responded curtly. Still, wouldn't it be better if we helped each other out? We'll even allow you to deliver the finishing blow first, so consider it. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. This is the 3rd time. Don't make me repeat myself, Ryu Min retorted sharply. All right, my apologies. Subdued by Ryu Min's aura, they reluctantly retreated. As they reached the gathering of parties, discussions, and deliberations commenced. It seems we won't be able to recruit Black sighed. Did you try to recruit them? We did, but they declined and said we can defeat it on our own. Why's that? Black sighed should be part of this or we won't be able to take it down. I'm not sure. Maybe they're intimidated by the boss, or perhaps, one player sighed. Trailing off. Well, it looks like we'll have to face the challenge alone. Since Black sighed declined, we had planned to tackle it independently anyway. With nods of agreement, the group finally prepared to hunt the Minotaur. With each heavy step, the massive creature, standing at a towering 6 meters tall, emitted a resounding thud that reverberated through the air. It walked with a human-like gait. Shouldering a colossal axe, 5 parties cautiously approached the Minotaur. Slurp. From a distance, the creature didn't appear as intimidating, but up close, its immense size was even more apparent. Do you think we can defeat it? Well, our group consists of about 20 members. Despite their words, uncertainty still clouded their expressions. Suddenly, the Minotaur sensed something and turned its head. The players, who had been quietly advancing, froze in their tracks as if caught in a game of tag. Quah! Excitement surged through the Minotaur as it spotted the humans, and it charged forward. Fire! Attack! Wah! 20 players rushed in to engage, fighting for their lives against the towering beast. Ryu Min observed the situation calmly, contemplating, how long will it take them to bring it down? He had no doubt about the outcome. The Minotaur wasn't as formidable as it appeared. Its attacks lacked finesse, and it was far from swift. Its somewhat sluggish movements made it predictable and easy to evade. If all 20 of them attacked, that creature won't stand a chance, Ryu Min thought. However, the Minotaur's strength lay in its extraordinary endurance, surpassing even that of a jewel. From its perspective, humans were nothing more than buzzing flies. 20 flies buzzing around won't pose much of a threat. At least, that's what it believed. As the battle raged on for over 3 minutes with no end in sight, he continued to watch, as the demise of the boss would provide them with the motivation to focus on the hunt. Finally, after more than 7 minutes had passed, the Minotaur let out a pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground. Boom! We got it! We finally killed it! The party members rejoiced, but there were casualties. 3 out of 20 players didn't make it. There were no injuries, though. After all, even a mere brush against the creature meant certain death. Nevertheless, defeating the boss with minimal losses was a commendable achievement. Who landed the final blow? It doesn't seem like our team did. It was our team. We're the ones who brought it down. Ha ha ha. Amidst the victorious cheers, a radiant pillar of light descended from the sky. One of the 4 teams that had been battling the Minotaur found themselves enveloped by a translucent pillar. It looks like our team has survived. I checked the quest progress window, and it proudly displays success. That's great news. Ah, well, we're just making others look good. As the people trapped within the pillar celebrated, a few who hadn't managed to defeat the boss grumbled, but it was short-lived. But, do we really have to stay here until the time runs out? Is it true that we need to be trapped here for over 5 hours? It seems so. It's nice to rest early, but it feels like we're missing out on something. Although defeating the boss first was a triumph, the idea of being stuck within the pillar, having to while away the remaining time, felt somewhat uneasy. Well, then, let's go and find other parties. We need some reinforcements. Agreed. The remaining parties briefly cast glances at Black Scythe but soon shook their heads and departed. They knew that talking wouldn't change their minds about cooperation. Whether they did or didn't, Ryu Min quietly reflected on the battle he had witnessed. It's fortunate. If we had defeated the boss too early, we would have squandered the remaining time. Yes, just as Black Scythe predicted. Hunting slowly and defeating it as late as possible was the right approach. Without altering his expression, Ryu Min addressed his companions, "We've rested enough. Now let's move on. Follow me." Once again, the party members' exclamations began. While Ryu Min hunted the centaur, other teams joined forces and concentrated on the boss hunt. Are we the 50th party? I don't know, the rankings aren't displayed. Who cares? We've defeated the boss, so we've survived, right? Let's just lie down and rest for the remaining time. The players within the pillar of light dropped to the ground. Even though they were trapped, they were safe from monsters. The Minotaur didn't seem to acknowledge their presence. They were like invisible entities. Hey, look at that. Look. Suddenly, a player holding a scythe appeared, followed closely by 4 teammates. Swish, thud, swish, thud. With each pass of the scythe, the centaur heads rolled to the ground. Isn't that Black Scythe? They defeated it in one shot. Hey, that's what you'd expect from a level 40 player. While it was impressive that they had taken down the centaur with a single blow, the victorious players didn't envy them. They were already winners, having defeated the boss. And now resting. What puzzled them was why Black Scythe was only targeting the centaur and not the boss. Why are they not going for the boss and resting early? Isn't it better to defeat the boss quickly and take a break? No, they're below the top 50 now. They've missed the top ranks, so they're probably focused on leveling up. I see. That makes sense. It's a shame. I thought he might aim for first place again. Even though they're Black Scythe, they can't stay at the top forever. But they still have good judgment. They're clearly trying to gain experience points. While the group that had already defeated the boss believed they were superior to Black Scythe, they were unaware of one thing: their record of 11 minutes and 30 seconds in the boss hunt was the longest and ranked last. Thud 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 thud. Thud 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 thud. As Ryu Min continued to run without stopping to focus solely on hunting the mobs, he suddenly halted. He paused in response to a message that had popped up. Cannot locate target, Centaur, anymore. It was a welcoming message. He hunted them all. Finally, they're all gone, Ryu Min muttered. He checked the kill count and the remaining time. Current kill count, 1921 hundredths. Time remaining until the end of the round, 0 hours 20 minutes and 43 seconds. About 1920 kills in roughly 5 hours and 40 minutes. It was incredibly fast compared to what he had expected. At that moment, a panting voice came from behind. Hawk, Black Scythe. Is it finally rest time? Yes, we're done with hunting. Hunting is over. Because I tried the tracking skill and found no centaur left in the field. Oh, only now did the group check the time limit. Only 20 minutes left, they exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency creeping in. It had been a mere 3 hours since their last check, but time had swiftly slipped away, leaving them in a race against the clock. Amid the relentless pursuit and constant action, there had been no chance to pause and take stock. Everyone, check your levels, and Sang Chul urged, his tone laced with surprise. The party members hurriedly opened their status windows, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. OR levels. They've shot up significantly. The truth was that they had been too caught up in the pursuit to spare a moment for level checks. For Ryu Min, it had been a relentless grind after the agreed rest period. Certainly, the occasional message had hinted at level increases, but they hadn't had the luxury to tally them up one by one. Later on, as the chase intensified, they had even been too preoccupied to pay heed to those messages, so the shock among the team was quite understandable. It was 20 initially, but now it's 34. I'm in the same boat. From 20 to 34. Mine went from 21 to 35. I was 23, and now I'm 36. As Haotae Sok's response came in, Ryu Min muttered to himself, recognizing that everyone had gained 13 to 14 levels. Well, it's no wonder, considering the first digit changed from 2 to 3. In fact, Ryu Min's own level had made a significant leap, shifting from 40 to an unexpected 54. This impressive feat was thanks to the 3x experience round buff and the title he earned that multiplied experience by 1.5x. With over 1,900 kills under his belt, he had acquired a trove of items, including 19 magic stones, 9 pieces of normal equipment, miscellaneous items, and the ingredients needed for a god-grade combination. Ryu Min scrutinized the item information once more. Glimmering tail. Category: inventory. Description: as the name suggests, it's a tail that glimmers. Faint magical energy can be felt. This is more important than anything else. Ultimately, the key lay in the materials required for a god-grade combination. Perhaps because he had secured the key item, Ryu Min couldn't help but let a satisfied grin creep onto his face. All the hard work had certainly paid off. Now, I just need to find 2 more items. At that moment, his teammates let out a collective gasp. Everyone, check this out. We've amassed a huge amount of gold. I have the same. It's 115,000 gold. Most likely, their situations mirrored his own. Since they were in a party, the gold had been evenly distributed among them. Of course, there might be some differences based on our luck stat. In contrast to his teammates, Ryu Min had a staggering 150,000 gold in his possession. Thanks to a luck stat exceeding 350, which increased his chances of acquiring extra gold. What should we do with all of this? Having this amount of money doesn't feel right. Haha. His party members were unsure how to spend their newfound wealth, so Ryu Min offered some guidance. If you don't have a specific use for the money, buy utility skills from the store. Invest in perception, enhanced night vision, and basic resistances. Save the rest of the gold, and if you spot something you need in the daily items section, make the purchase. Ah, I will follow your advice, Mr. Black sighed. Understood. The party members nodded, readily accepting Ryu Min's counsel. Given his high insight and extensive experience, it made perfect sense to heed his words. While his teammates indulged in unexpected shopping, Ryu Min opened the quest progress window. Area CESKS 007. Participants 1010. Achievers 455 505ths. Observing the number of achievers, it was evident that 50 remained. That means there are only 10 Minotaurs left. He promptly activated the Track Minotaur skill to pinpoint their location. Location of target, Minotaur, has been determined. Currently 198 meters away. Seeing that the Minotaurs were relatively close, Ryu Min took the lead. Follow me. We need to defeat the final boss. Oh, alright. After a few brisk strides, they finally laid eyes on the Minotaur. However, they weren't alone. 3 other teams were already waiting nearby. Oh, it's Black Scythe. He's finally moving. Black Scythe, please party with us. Let's hunt together. Without hesitation, Ryu Min shook his head. No, I don't intend to share contributions with you. Huh. Then, Ryu Min nonchalantly remarked, I'll take down the boss on my own. Chapter 87. Capturing the boss alone. What kind of nonsense is this, forgetting about your own capabilities? You're saying you're going to capture the boss by yourself, not even your own team. No matter how high the level of the Black Scythe is, the opponent is the boss. And it's a boss that takes at least 20 people to barely defeat. If the Black Blade really manages to capture the boss, it's the same as saying their skills are on par with 20 players. From their perspective, who take pride in their skills, this was unacceptable. Ha, I see now that you're quite boastful, Black Scythe. Boastful. Ryu Min's gaze turned cold. You're underestimating me too much. Do you guys think I can't capture it? Well, but we have more people, right? Even if you are many, flies are still flies. What? That's a bit. Ignoring Ryu Min's comment, he walked forward. The team members were also surprised by the declaration that he would capture the boss alone. Black Scythe. Wait, I'll finish it soon. Carrying the Death Scythe, people made way for him like the Red Sea. The atmosphere was unusual. Stay further away. Anyone who interferes will die. Ah, okay. Watching the players who stayed far away, Ryu Min looked around. There were pillars of light scattered around, which seemed to have trapped a nearby Minotaur. So they will be watching inside the pillars. It would be good to hide the ultimate skill if possible. But maybe this is a chance to truly showcase my strength. Most people don't know how strong the Black Scythe really was. They just assumed that since his level is higher, he's just a little bit stronger, and they'll catch up eventually. They felt it when they saw me fight before, but they don't truly understand yet. But what if they saw him quickly defeat the Minotaur that they needed 20 people to have a chance against? No fly would dare to underestimate the Black Scythe. Let's finish it as quickly as possible. As Ryu Min stepped forward, most people wore expressions of disbelief. Is he really going to do it alone? Oh, the Black Scythe alone. It was getting boring, but this should be interesting. Some even put their fists in the air from inside the pillars, saying it would be fun. All eyes were focused on the situation in the middle. Ryu Min, who had stopped a certain distance ahead, faced the Minotaur. The giant bull monster sensed his presence and turned to look. Grr. It snorted with a menacing glint in its eyes, but Ryu Min's momentum did not waver. He simply held his side with both hands and extended it behind him. What's he doing? Is he going to use a skill in that posture? He's going to use a skill like that. Despite the murmurs around him, Ryu Min continued to gaze at the Minotaur without faltering. The system measures the record when the attack reaches a certain range. In other words, right now, it's just considered a preparatory movement, and time measurement isn't taking place. When he enters my range, I'll aim for his throat. Ryu Min's gaze narrowed as he gauged the distance from the Minotaur. He subtly adjusted the angle of his scythe. In his mind, he quickly drew a simple simulation. Be patient. Qua. The Minotaur, which dared to charge at him despite seeing him, showed signs of panic. Thud, thud, thud. Calculating the distance to the range, Ryu-min timed it. 3 seconds. Thud, thud. 2 seconds. Thud, thud. Keying. Moonlight energy gathered around Ryu-min's side. 1 second. Thud, 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 thud. Keying. Ryu-min's scythe drew a crescent moon. Night of death. In the pitch-black darkness that suddenly descended. As the front turned pitch black, the Minotaur was momentarily confused. Now. Moonlight slaughter. Ryu-min's scythe traced a half-moon. A single arc of light in the profound darkness illuminated the Minotaur's face brightly. Seize. With a clean sound of something being cut. Thud. The sound of something falling could be heard. The situation became clear as soon as the curtain was lifted. Wow, look at that. Isn't that the Minotaur's head? That thick neck that would be difficult to cut even with 20 swords was cleanly severed in one stroke. The players wore expressions of disbelief, their gazes alternating between Ryu-min and the fallen boss. He defeated it in a single strike. This can't be real. It doesn't add up. What are his stats now? Currently, Ryu-min's stats stand at 403 in strength and 627 in intelligence. These impressive figures resulted from a combination of Min Yuri's buffs, the Rune of Slaughter, and the Rune of Balance. With stats like these, taking down a boss in a single hit is entirely feasible. Furthermore, he had activated Death's Knight during this crucial moment, amplifying the damage from Moonlight Slaughter by 1.5 times. The High Orc was one-shotted, and this Minotaur is weaker than him. Despite being the boss for round 6, the Minotaur was weaker than even the High Orc. The subquest difficulty in the last round was insane. However, the reward in the form of the Rune of Balance made up for it. You have defeated the Minotaur. Experience points are boosted by 3 times. Experience points increase by 1.5 times due to the title effect. Experience points plus 1.68%. Gold plus 1,200. Acquired, bull leather. Acquired, blueprint, Minotaur armor. Since they were in a party, similar messages would have appeared for the teammates. The experience points and gold might not seem substantial, but that was due to their large group. But the items are mine. Since they were in a party, similar messages would have appeared for the teammates. The experience points and gold might not seem substantial, but that was due to their large group. But the items are mine. Ryu-min chuckled as he glanced at his item list. Among the various items dropped by the Minotaur, the best one had emerged. Bull leather. Category: possession. Description: a high-quality cowhide suitable for crafting armor due to its toughness. It is a material used for creating the Minotaur's armor. The blueprint for the armor had also appeared. Design: Minotaur armor. Category: consumable. Description: an item with 6 combinations that can be used to create the unique item. Minotaur armor. It's best to prepare to jot down the combinations before using it. Most likely, the bull leather would be listed among the materials in the blueprint. I already know it though. In any case, the blueprint was essentially a consumable item. It reveals the item's combinations when used, but because it disappears after one use, it was best to either memorize it or jot it down somewhere. I don't need it, though. I have everything in my head. He had no intention of crafting the Minotaur's armor, as it was exclusively designed for tanks. He already had a set of armor in mind, so this item wasn't necessary. However, he decided to keep it for the time being, as unique design blueprints could fetch a high price. I've mostly acquired great items. Satisfied, he returned to his party members, who were all wide-eyed in astonishment. Is everyone okay? Yes. Yes. Their expressions seemed to say that they hadn't expected it to be a one-hit kill. Among them, Heo Taesuk's expression was particularly peculiar. What's with that guy? What's with that look? He was gazing at Ryu-min with a dreamy expression, resembling someone smitten with love. It seemed like he had lost his mind. He's going to become a follower, so it's not like I don't understand, but maybe I should keep my distance. Ryu-min didn't want any misunderstandings. In the midst of it all, and Sang-chul was secretly amazed. What just happened? It was so fast that I couldn't even see it properly. One moment, it seemed like a flash of lightning in the darkness, and the next, the Minotaur's head had fallen. Was it a skill? Or maybe, a regular attack. Either way, what was certain was that the boss had been defeated in one swift move. To think he'd take down the boss in one shot. Upon reflection, it still seemed absurd. Afterward, pillars of light descended and enveloped them. With the boss defeated, they had passed the round, although their ranking remained uncertain. Ryu Min gazed at the remaining bosses. Now, only 9 tickets left. There's not much time left, so they need to hurry. There was no time to dawdle. Realizing this, the parties scattered across the area and began to engage the Minotaurs. Soon, the game came to an end. You've defeated 101 bosses, haven't you? As the time limit drew to a close and the bosses were all dealt with, the angel appeared. For the teams that failed to defeat the bosses, there's no need to worry, you will immediately be eliminated. No, please. Wait, Angel, just a moment. PSSS's. Amidst the swirling dust, Priscilla spoke, her voice trembling. Shall we take a look at the rankings? Round 6 results. Overall. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Second place, Heavenly Demon and 4 others 0 hours 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Third place, Dumb Fools and 4 others 0 hours 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Zone CESKS 007. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Second place, Kim Suhanmu and 4 others 0 hours 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Third place, Rice Eater and 4 others 0 hours 5 minutes and 58 seconds. By the way, the nicknames on the results screen have been credited to the most contributing humans. Players who checked the rankings were taken aback. What's this? Why isn't our team in first place? We definitely defeated it first, didn't we? Black Scythe's team is in first place. The team that took so long. Priscilla, overhearing their complaints, couldn't help but smirk. Who said that? Who said the ranks would be based on the order of defeat? As you can see, the ranking is determined by the time it takes to kill the boss. Time. So, that's why our team is in last place. The longest time taken was 11 minutes and 30 seconds. I can't imagine how someone could spend over 11 minutes on a single cow. These inferior humans, I swear. Priscilla, who had been mocking them, checked the records once more. On the other hand, the shortest time was 1 minute. It belongs to Black Scythe's team, and, well, it's a decent performance. Angel, the time is wrong. What are you talking about? The time, I mean. Is it not 1 minute? No. Feeling something was amiss, Priscilla blinked and looked again. It's not 1 minute, it's 1 second. When Black Scythe's team defeated the boss, it took only 1 second. Priscilla realized her mistake too late and wore a bewildered expression. 1 second. Just 1 second, she murmured under her breath, seemingly unaware that humans were watching her in astonishment. The angel, who had only just realized her mistake, broke into a cold sweat. It seems that a record of 1 second is possible. Anyway, how weak must the boss be? Her earlier boast about the boss's strength now seemed completely contradictory. Well, first, let's reward the top 3 ranks. The rewards will be given only to the person with the highest contribution, so please keep that in mind. A welcome message appeared in front of Ryu Min. Congratulations. You've achieved first place in this zone. Congratulations. You've achieved first place overall. Black Scythe is ranked first in the overall and zone rankings. As the first place reward for this zone, you will receive a high epic helmet selection voucher. As the first place reward for the overall ranking, you will receive a special reward selection box. A high epic helmet. Ryu Min smiled faintly. It was about time to change his helmet anyway. You can choose one of the following epic helmets. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Angel's Ring. 2. Minotaur's Bullhide Helm. 3. Hermes' Feathered Helm. Among these, the feathered helm suits me best. It has some pretty appealing stats. When he selected option 3, the item information appeared. Hermes' Feathered Helm. Category: Helmet. Grade: Epic. Defense: 180. Effects: Agility +10, Invisibility available. Durability: 1500 Usage restriction: Expert rank or higher. Description: A helmet modeled after Hermes' feathered cap. It's not a genuine article, but it allows you to use invisibility when needed. Chapter 88. Hermes' feathered helm comes with a unique option, invisibility. Invisibility, as the name suggests, grants its user the extraordinary ability to become invisible. It's a skill particularly coveted by assassins, often considered the pinnacle of their craft. When assassins reach level 20, they gain the skill of invisibility. However, what makes this item truly remarkable is that it can be wielded by anyone, not just assassins, and its effectiveness remains consistent for all classes. But, before you start thinking that invisibility is the ultimate game changer, there's a catch. This skill triggers the perception skill, a common ability that allows individuals to detect concealed presences. In essence, while you can turn your body invisible, you can't muffle the sound you make. Additionally, invisibility's effectiveness is limited by its cooldown period, making it less advantageous in combat situations. So, why does Ryu Min hold invisibility in such high regard? Well, that's where the rune of concealment comes into play. This special rune, known as the Rune of Concealment, can be acquired in round 9. It not only shields the user from perception skill but also eliminates invisibility's cooldown, rendering it an incredibly potent combination. Ryu Min's plan is clear: obtain the Rune of Concealment and pair it with an item possessing the invisibility ability for a nearly unbeatable and broken strategy. And that's exactly what will happen when round 9 arrives. For now, Ryu Min secured one of the two components of his plan. All that's left is to acquire the Rune of Concealment. With Hermes' feathered helm now in his possession, a message appears. Wearing Hermes' feathered helm, you can use the invisibility skill as an option. Temporary skill, invisibility. Effect: you can completely hide yourself from your opponent. However, only the appearance is hidden and the effect does not apply to the sound. The skill allows complete invisibility for 30 minutes, but any action, be it an attack or being attacked, dispels the effect. You can deactivate it at will, but it comes with a 30-minute cooldown. This newfound skill, invisibility, is now a part of Ryu Min's skill list. But as soon as he removes Hermes' feathered helm, the skill vanishes. Ryu Min acknowledges the value of keeping Hermes' feathered helm, as invisibility offers various strategic advantages. He doesn't have to wear it continuously, it can be donned when needed. And, should the need arise, it can be sold for a handsome sum, as items with skills as options are highly sought after, regardless of their grade. Moving forward, Ryu Min faces a choice from a special reward selection box. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Material item selection ticket. 2. 14,000 gold. 3. Information about round 7. Typically, option 1 would offer either an experience boost or a stat boost. However, if neither of these options is available, this suggests that round 7 has a unique quest that doesn't require either of these boosts. Other players might be tempted by the allure of extra gold, option 2, but information about round 7 is paramount. While the allure of gold can be strong, the value of information in round 7 cannot be overstated. It's the kind of knowledge that can make all the difference. But Ryu Min's biggest weapon is the experience and information from his 99th regressions. In Ryu Min's mind, the choice is clear: option 3 is discarded, and option 1, the material item selection ticket, is chosen. As soon as the choice is made, the material item selection ticket appears in Ryu Min's inventory. Without hesitation, he makes his selection. Please choose one of the following materials. 1. Broken ironwood branch. 2. Bubbling elixir. 3. Tough magic shell. 10. Angelic golden powder. With 10 options to choose from, Ryu Min's knowledge of material item uses comes in handy. If you don't know the uses of each item, it will be meaningless what you choose, but for me, the decision is crystal clear to someone with his knowledge. Selecting option 10. Upon obtaining the item, information unveiled itself. Angelic golden powder. Category: inventory. Description: fine powder scattered from an angel's hair. It's not dandruff. Among the 10 choices, this was the lone god tier material. Now, with just one more material, I can craft a god tier item. However, that remaining material wouldn't surface until after round 8, so there was no need for immediate excitement. Round 6 ends. Entire area. Survivors, 8,060,295. Area CESKS 007. Survivors, 505. Souls will return to their original bodies shortly. Round 7 will commence at midnight on July 1, 2022. See you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. Tap 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 tap. As soon as his eyes fluttered open, and Sang Chul sprang into action. He made his way to the hotel room where the chairman was staying. Click click thud thud thud. Chairman, while anyone else might have grumbled about the late night intrusion. Click clack creak. Ma Kyung Rok, the occupant of the room, opened the door with a puzzled expression. Director N, what's the matter that you've come rushing right after your return? Can we discuss it once we're inside? Of course. Upon entering, Ma Kyung Rok reached for the whiskey glass he had been sipping. Before he could even suggest taking a seat, and Sang Chul, his face radiating excitement, blurted out, Chairman, my level has shot up dramatically. Ma Kyung Rok swirled the whiskey in his glass. Really? So did you level up by hunting alongside Black Scythe? Is it like he said? A 6-hour-long hunting spree. Having received the same prophecy, Ma Kyung Rok was well aware of the situation. So, how many levels is it? To the point that you came running so excited. I went up from level 20 to level 34. That's a whopping 14 levels up. Ma Kyung Rok's hand, which was about to pour the whiskey, stopped in midair. 34. Are you sure? Yes. It really went up a lot, didn't it? It's worth getting excited about. Ma Kyung Rok asked, drinking his whiskey with a bitter expression. But how did you gain 14 levels in 6 hours? Black Scythe did all the hunting by himself. Our party members had a tough time keeping up. But as a compensation, he took all the items, right? Yes, but I don't regret sharing the items at all. I never imagined I'd level up this quickly. I find myself in the same situation. I never thought Director N would surpass my level. Chairman, what level are you? 29. And Sang Chul decided not to say anything more. No matter what he said, it would make the chairman uncomfortable. Is Seo Aaron around the same level as well? And Sang Chul nodded discreetly while gauging Ma Kyung Rok's reaction. I've ended up with a lower level than Seo Aaron. I need to step up my game. Ma Kyung Rok, with a wry smile, refilled the whiskey glass. Why don't you tell me, Director N? Did Black Scythe really hunt down the bosses so quickly? Yes. He took out the centaur in one hit. So, that's why it was much quicker. Even though our team consists of 5 members, it wasn't as quick as that. Having heard the prophecy, Ma Kyung Rok had naturally formed a party and targeted the centaur first. It took some persuasion to convince his party members, but they eventually hunted the centaur successfully, securing the top spot in the area. Is it true that it was in just 1 second? Indeed. He used a skill I'd never seen before, and the Minotaur's neck was sliced in an instant. It was the first time I'd seen such a skill. It should be a skill learned at level 40 since Director N is seeing it for the first time. Ma Kyung Rok, who took pride in his skills as ranking 2nd or 3rd, couldn't hide his astonishment. Killing the Minotaur with 1 skill in 1 second. Amazing. There was no one who could boast of being able to kill a boss so quickly. Is the gap between us and the first ranker this big? Rather than being amazed, he felt bitter. Can I become that strong when I reach level 40? There was no one who could boast of being able to kill a boss so quickly. Is the gap between us and the first ranker this big? Rather than being amazed, he felt bitter. Can I become that strong when I reach level 40? The Dark Knight's skills were powerful. Ma Kyung Rok was satisfied with them. However, it's not on the same level as Black Scythe's. Even if he reached level 40, he wasn't sure if he could display the same presence. He couldn't be confident. Instead of worrying about that, I should focus on leveling up first. Facing the unexpected situation of having subordinates with higher levels than himself, his pride couldn't allow such humiliation. Instead, a newfound determination began to kindle within him. I need to up my game. As Ma Kyung Rok downed a full glass of whiskey in one shot, Sang Chul chose silence. He couldn't think of what to say after unintentionally pricking the chairman's ego. He felt like he was sitting on a bed of thorns. I should really thank Black Scythe. I've been slacking off lately, and he's managed to reignite my motivation. And not to forget, he helped level up Director and NCO Aaron's levels. We should definitely show our appreciation when we meet him later, don't you think? Should I try to find a way to personally show my gratitude too? No need for that. After all, you sacrificed items in exchange for experience points. My subordinates benefited from him. Showing gratitude is my responsibility as the chairman. We should also inquire with the Prophet about when we can meet Black Scythe again. Do you think the Prophet survived? Instead of pondering that, it's faster to make a confirmation call. Besides, it falls under Director Ann's jurisdiction. I was being thoughtless. My apologies. I'll check right away. No need to apologize. Just inform me once you have the information. Oh, and by the way, did you manage to learn those skills I mentioned earlier? Yes, I've indeed acquired the tracking and erasing traces skills as you advised. Then, later on, when we put those skills to use, join us for a little cleanup. We're planning to take care of some nuisances, and it's been a while. You intend to work at this hour? It's almost dawn. It's fine. We won't be causing any harm outside. I understand. Chairman. Leaving behind Sang Chul, who maintained proper decorum, Ma Kyung-rok turned his gaze toward the window. The hazy weather was the perfect backdrop for stress relief. CO Aaron held a deep sense of gratitude toward Black Scythe. She may have given up some items, but in return, she had acquired a substantial amount of experience points and gold. It always feels like I owe something to Black Scythe. Whether it was the leveling up this time or his previous act of saving her life, she felt she hadn't adequately repaid him. I want to be of more help to Black Scythe, but it's not that simple. At best, she could offer him low-grade marquise stones or express her gratitude, but it didn't feel like enough. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know how I can be of assistance. He doesn't seem to need it either. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Even Black Scythe needed assistance from someone else. Wasn't there a woman in a contract with him who provided continuous buffs? Min Yuri, right. The woman in a contract with Black Scythe. Comparing avatars might be fruitless, but she had a pretty face and a lively personality. Plus, she bestows some impressive buffs. It made sense that Black Scythe kept her by his side. Just having her around provided significant help. I wish I could be that kind of assistance. She had fairy buffs, but they only offered a thin protective shield at best. As a summoner, she had her limitations when it came to providing assistance. I need to think about this. CO Aaron, donning a hat, stepped out of her apartment and entered the elevator. Her plan was to make a quick stop at the convenience store for some essentials. Ding! Asterisk. The descending elevator came to an unexpected halt on the lower floor. Oh, actress CO Aaron. It was none other than Ryu Min, her neighbor and a business associate of Ma Kyung-rok. And, interestingly, a prophet. Hello. CO Aaron greeted him with a polite nod. Apart from Black Scythe, there was someone else she owed gratitude to. Thanks to the information provided by the prophet, we managed to smoothly navigate through round 6. I'm grateful. Thank you. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Ryu Min responded casually, then fell silent. CO Aaron observed him thoughtfully. He's quite an intriguing person. At just 20 years old, he carries himself with confidence even in the presence of Chairman Ma Kyung-rok. And his business insight. While Ma Kyung-rok exuded an aura of intimidation, Ryu Min seemed different. Could I have displayed such confidence if I were a prophet? No, even if she possessed the same ability, she doubted she could exude such self-assuredness. Where are you headed, prophet? Oh, I'm planning to make a quick stop at the convenience store. The convenience store. I was heading there too. Suddenly, an idea popped into CO Aaron's mind. While she couldn't assist Black Scythe directly, she could lend a helping hand to the prophet. Since I'm going the same way, let me run an errand for you. We're neighbors, I can drop off your items on my way back up. No need for that. Still, I received something from the prophet, and I want to repay the favor in some way. After a brief pause, Ryu Min raised his head. You can't just send a celebrity to run errands. It's something I'm willing to do. If word gets out that I had a celebrity running errands for me, your fans will give me a hard time. CO Aaron's head dropped. Even though her face wasn't visible, her disappointment was palpable. If you truly want to help, how about giving me an autograph? An autograph? Seriously? My younger brother is a fan of yours. Oh, you want to give it to your younger brother? The prophet, who had made this request, turned his head. Co Aaron was immensely popular among men in their 20s, but this particular individual seemed uninterested. I'll gladly do that for you. Co Aaron realized he was trying to do something nice for his brother, but somehow, it made her a bit sad. Chapter 89. Haotae Sok's first emotion was awe. Being accepted by the Black Scythe as a party member, who would have thought? The notion of teaming up with the legendary Black Scythe was beyond his wildest dreams. Then came admiration. He watched in amazement as Black Scythe single-handedly vanquished the Centaurus, a feat that had challenged even a group of 5. Such power was nothing short of staggering. No wonder he's the Black Scythe. Truly admirable. Haotae Sok aspired to match his strength. The third emotion was gratitude. Incredible, just 6 hours with the Black Scythe and my levels skyrocketed. He hadn't expected a 13-level jump on his first party adventure. Thanks, Black Scythe. I'm indebted for this chance. His fortunes had turned since meeting the Black Scythe. How could he not feel thankful? But then, a sudden emotion eclipsed all others. Quoo. The ground trembled. Fear gripped him. He took down the boss in one shot. Despite the Black Scythe's strength, this was unimaginable. What was I thinking? Matching the Black Scythe is impossible. He realized, belatedly, Black Scythe was beyond reach, almost godlike. How do I even repay such a being? Back home, Haotae Sok pondered ways to return the favor, feeling useless and despondent. If only I had skills to assist the Black Scythe. Even his job as a dark mage was unuseful. A wolf pup cannot aid a full-grown wolf, it only gets in the way. What can I offer in this world? Then, an epiphany struck him. What does a god need? Devout followers. Haotae Sok's lips curved into a grin. Meanwhile, Ryu Min browsed flights on his phone. I need to visit Russell to recover the durability. But the prophecy he shared with him last time might change his reception. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an international call. Is this Mr. Ryu? Yes, it's me, Russell Daniel. Ah, Mr. Prophet, thank you. You saved my life. Russell sounded excited. What happened? I'll explain when I arrive. You're coming to Korea? Yes, I've booked my flight. This was unprecedented. This has never happened in the previous regressions. Is this inconvenient, Mr. Ryu? No, I was hoping to meet you. I'll wait at Incheon Airport. The next day, Ryu Min greeted Russell at the airport. Mr. Ryu. Russell approached with a light backpack and a broad smile. Welcome to Korea, Russell. After a brief handshake, they headed to the parking lot. Let's go. I'll drive. Russell, talkative and eager, spotted the car. Wait, is that a Lamborghini Aventador? Recognize it. Do you think my mountain life means I'm out of touch? This car right here is my dream car. Is that so? Amidst playful banter, the two drove away. Any particular place you'd like to visit? I'd prefer somewhere tranquil for a chat. Ryu Min glanced at his watch, pondering for a moment. Lunchtime already. Shall we grab a bite? Yes, please. I've always wanted to try authentic Korean cuisine. Then let me take you to my favorite spot. Ryu Min led Russell to a serene Korean restaurant nestled in Ma Kyung Rock's hotel. Thanks to a precautionary reservation, they were seated without delay. This place is so peaceful. Is it a Korean eatery? You could say that. The array of dishes served was impressive, eliciting a look of awe from Russell at each course. This variety is astonishing. I've never experienced such a meal in my life. Are you enjoying it? That's great. Dig in, it's on me. No, Mr. Ryu. I can't keep owing you. Let me cover this. Sure you can afford it. It's a bit pricey here. How much are we talking? Around £130 per person. Russell almost choked on his water, setting the glass down hastily. Why so costly? What could possibly justify £130? Expecting a bill no more than £30, Russell masked his shock and replied. I'll handle it, no issue. Don't worry. I wasn't concerned. After all, the money Russell was spending had originally come from Ryu Min. Though Russell had been frugal, spending money that wasn't his in the first place wasn't a waste in such a situation. Russell, don't fret over the bill. In exchange, can you repair my item like before? The durability. Absolutely, just hand it over. Russell promptly fixed the bead of eternity and returned it. Thank you. I'll take care of the bill. I feel like I haven't done enough for you. No worries. By the way, you mentioned a near-death experience. Oh, about that. Russell recounted a rather ordinary tale. He had formed a party as suggested, hunted for 6 hours, and then fought the boss, narrowly escaping demise. If I hadn't followed your advice to level up, things could have been dire, right? I'm glad to have been of help. Did you level up much? I'm now level 29. He reached Ma Kyung-rak's level. As a blacksmith, Russell wasn't naturally suited for hunting. However, his skill in enhancing and repairing weapons was invaluable to his party members. It's akin to being a buffer. His contribution to the party's synergy explained his rapid leveling. Besides, Russell was strong enough to take on orcs and similar mobs with ease. But I must confess, I feel out of place at times. Can I truly claim to be among the top blacksmiths? It's hard to believe. With effort, anything is possible. And with my guidance, you can achieve even more. Haha, your words alone give me strength. With a prophet's support, what's there to fear? Oh, are these more dishes? Russell's eyes widened as the waiter served more food. It's not a buffet, yet the dishes keep coming. Wow, this is delicious. What's this dish called? It's bulgogi. It suits my palate perfectly. I never knew Korean cuisine could be this tantalizing. Russell devoured the bulgogi, seemingly spellbound. He likely economized on food to save for the stocks. But you must come from an affluent family, Mr. Prophet. You're young, drive a fancy car. And even last time, you paid me handsomely. Wealthy family. No, I was just fortunate. If someone with foresight can't make this much, it'd be a waste, right? But soon, you'll be wealthy too. Because of the stocks. Yes. Did you invest in that company I recommended? Immediately. I opened an account and invested more than half of what you suggested. Smart move. With that investment, you won't need my financial support in the future. But is that company really a sure bet? Absolutely. That's why I advised you to invest. What's the nature of this company? You invested without researching. I trusted your prophecy. I figured it would be safe. Haha. As they neared the end of their meal, Ryu Min suggested. Shall I take you to the company? The company. It's not far from here. Sure, let's go. After settling the bill, they headed to Ma Kyung-rak's office in their car. Here we are. The signboard of Cheonma Consulting was replaced by Player Place. Preparations seem almost complete. Unannounced visits were no issue. After all, as the top executive, Ryu Min virtually owned the company. This is where I put 70% of my fortune, right? Oh, I mean your money, not mine. That's your money, Russell. Feel free to use it. Only a prophet could be so kind, you're an angel. Wow. Russell's foreigner-like gestures made Ryu Min chuckle. Isn't that phrase more of a curse than a compliment these days? Oh, is that how it is? But with only 30% left, can you manage? It's tight, but I'll manage. Maybe cut down to 2 meals a day. I'll withdraw some cash later. £10,000 should tide you over, right? Wow. Of course. Aren't you even going to pretend to refuse? Ah, ha ha ha. Russell, foregoing even a token protest, just laughed. But is it all right to just walk into a company like this? It's fine. I may not be the CEO, but it's essentially my company. Pardon. Realization dawned on Russell as he blinked in surprise. As the company you advised me to invest in. Yes, I am the actual owner of this company. Chapter 90. Russell heard a detailed story from Ryuman. Wow, did you really rake in that much from the lottery? Yes, I managed to amass quite a fortune, rivaling even Powerball. And what came next? How did you employ that wealth? Though it seemed like he was boasting, Russell's persistent questioning left Ryu Min with no choice but to reveal the whole story. He went on to explain how he converted his winnings into cryptocurrency, acquiring a 51% stake in the company and seizing control of its operations. Oh, so you're essentially the company's major shareholder. Yes, indeed. The company still has significant growth potential. We've not only changed the company's name this time but also completely revamped our business model, gearing up for ambitious endeavors. It's hard not to believe that a prophet wouldn't make billions in such a short span. I've made a truly wise investment. Haha, by the way, isn't this also the prophet's money? Ryu Min chuckled compassionately, observing Russell's embarrassed expression as he scratched his head. Don't feel burdened, feel free to use it. No, I hope you continue to feel a bit of pressure like this. That way, we'll become more dependable allies in the future. Ryu Min, mumbling thoughts contrary to his appearance, led Russell into his office. Let me explain the nature of this business once we're inside. Do we really need an explanation? If the prophet went all in, it's bound to be a colossal success. Nevertheless, you've invested a substantial sum, so it's crucial that you understand the nature of the company. Even Russell might have some doubts if he hears about it. It's a business that would pique the interest of anyone involved in gaming. With a sly smile, Ryu Min swung open the office door, revealing a group of employees in their 30s scattered about. They were all individuals who had previously worked at Cheonma Consulting. Follow me. Ryu Min disregarded the inquisitive looks of the employees and led the way to the CEO's office. Right in front of the CEO's office, and Sang Chul stood like a sentinel. Why is he blocking the door like that? Could a client be inside? Ryu Min was perplexed, and just then, Sang Chul spoke with a surprised expression. Chairman Ryu Min, what brings you here? I apologize for the unannounced visit. I wanted to introduce a foreign investor to the company. Ah. And Sang Chul's gaze flicked towards Russell, suspecting that he might be a player due to his youthful appearance. Is the CEO in? Yes, he is, but there's a client in there at the moment. A client? Even though he raised his head as if to inquire further, and Sang Chul remained rooted to the spot without making any move. It seemed that Ma Kyung-rok had perhaps instructed not to admit anyone. Even so, I, the prophet, giving you this much attention, and you decide to ignore me. It was absurd, but considering Sang Chul's character, it made sense. If the CEO tells him to die, he'll pretend to die. Perhaps he will not just act, and he might actually end up dead. But who came to visit? Feeling a bit curious, Ryu Min read his mind. While reading his thoughts, Ryu Min couldn't help but be surprised. What? Who is it? An unexpected visitor had arrived. Christine came. He had to carefully manage his expression, suppressing the corners of his mouth. Since Christine, the priest he needed to take to round 20, had approached Ma Kyung-rok. He had to meet her. But how can I make them come out? Upon reflection, there was no need to make them. I'll wait here until they come out. Ryu Min turned as if he were leaving and then took a step to the side, patiently waiting. And Sang Chul's eyebrows twitched at his actions. Are you waiting here? I have something to discuss with the CEO. Unable to ask him to leave, and Sang Chul stood there like a sentinel. Mr. Ryu, what did you talk about? Waiting while explaining the situation to Russell in English, Ryu Min remained stationed until Ma Kyung-rok eventually emerged. Ma Kyung-rok opened the door a moment later, and two individuals emerged. One was Ma Kyung-rok, and the other was the priest Ryu Min needed to take to round 20. Chairman Ryu Min. Ma Kyung-rok was taken aback by Ryu Min's sudden visit. Why did you come here without notice? Why am I only welcomed that way? In response to Ryu Min's reply, Ma Kyung-rok mustered an awkward smile. Haha, it seems I might have conveyed my words in a confusing way, leading to some misunderstandings. I apologize for that. What misunderstandings? It's clear as day. He pretends to favor me as a prophet outwardly, but secretly eyes me with disdain. Of course, Ryu Min's somewhat laid-back demeanor might have contributed to this perception, but fundamentally, Ma Kyung-rok saw him as a weak figure. Being a prophet wasn't a powerful job, and apart from his ability to foresee the future, Ryu Min didn't appear particularly exceptional. Perhaps that's why he's always concerned whether I'll survive after each round. He had always been subconsciously prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. In an attempt to break the awkward silence, Ma Kyung-rok explained, "You are, of course, the highest executive in our company, and you can visit anytime you like. Typically, we schedule appointments, but today you arrived unannounced, hence my mention of it." Is that so? Ryu Min responded with a subtle smile. Nice excuses. Well, you're still within my grasp. Ryu Min's gaze shifted to the side, where a foreign woman with blonde hair stood gracefully. Finally, we meet. The one and only priest in the world. Her name was Christine Craig, and she was not just any priest, she had a remarkable record of surviving up to round 15. Moreover, Ryu Min had her in mind as one of the people he would take to round 20. Just like buffers, priests are indispensable support occupations. Priest skills were all valuable, without exception. Especially the level 60 skill, Resurrection, was a game changer, allowing her to revive the dead. Of course, there are limitations, as it can only revive players who have died within the last 10 minutes. Even so, gaining an extra life was a significant advantage. I didn't anticipate meeting her at this juncture. Originally, he had planned to approach her cautiously using Ma Kyung Rock, but their meeting had occurred earlier than expected. Well, I've never visited the company at this stage before. If Russell hadn't come looking for him, he wouldn't have considered visiting the company. He trusted that Ma Kyung Rock would handle the business preparations effectively. Although the future had changed, this meeting was inevitable. The plan had merely been accelerated slightly. Whatever happens, I need to make Christine an ally. Ryu Min looked at Christine and inquired to Ma Kyung Rock, by the way, who is she? Oh, this is my friend, Christine Craig. Friend. That's not even remotely accurate. Ryu Min knew very well that Christine was more than just a foreign friend. She's his fiancée, sought for a green card. While Korean conglomerates used to search for marriage partners for strategic reasons within the country, times have changed. These days, they sometimes look for potential partners abroad. In the era of globalization, even conglomerate leaders were now casting their eyes internationally. Of course, they weren't considering individuals from ordinary households. Naturally, Christine's family is well off. She was the daughter of a pastor who led the largest church in the United States, with a congregation of 100,000. As a fiancé, she was more than suitable. He told me not to hide anything from him, but I suppose he'll hide the fact that she's his fiancé. She was the daughter of a pastor who led the largest church in the United States, with a congregation of 100,000. As a fiancé, she was more than suitable. He told me not to hide anything from him, but I suppose he'll hide the fact that she's his fiancé. Ryu Min glanced at Ma Kyung Rock and addressed Christine fluently in English. Nice to meet you, Christine. I'm Ryu Min, a business partner of CEO Ma Kyung Rock. Ryu Min's self-introduction surprised Ma Kyung Rock. His English was perfect, to the extent that if you closed your eyes and listened, you might think he was a native speaker. Christine, too, was taken aback by the unexpected English pronunciation and adjusted her posture slightly. Then, she politely lowered her head in a Korean manner and replied, "Nice to meet you, Ryu Min. I had no idea CEO Ma had such a remarkable business partner." "Oh, really? I never imagined CEO Ma would have such a lovely fiancé." "Ah, did he mention our relationship?" Ma Kyung Rock was startled by Christine's gaze. After all, he had never mentioned that she was his fiancée. Does he somehow know about our engagement? Ma Kyung Rock looked at Ryu Min and decided that he should never deceive the prophet again. Now it seems as if he was trying to hide the fact that she was his fiancée. Ma Kyung Rock had no choice but to admit his mistake. "I apologize, prophet. I didn't intend to deceive you." "No need to apologize. I understand that introducing your fiancé might have felt overwhelming. Thank you for your understanding. But I wish you had trusted me a little more." As Ryu Min's disappointment subtly surfaced at the end of his sentence, Ma Kyung Rock couldn't help but feel awkward. Damn, it's not a good idea to be on the prophet's bad side. Regretting introducing her merely as a friend, Ma Kyung Rock was taken aback when Christine asked, "What are you two discussing so seriously?" Curious about the serious conversation held in Korean, she must have wondered. "It's nothing, really. We were just briefly discussing business." "I see. Well, considering you mentioned opening a business soon." Christine's words conveyed her understanding, but her gaze remained disinterested. Perhaps due to their arranged engagement, there was no sweetness in their relationship. "Please convey my regards to the chairman. I have a church service to attend, so I'll take my leave." "Of course. Don't worry about that part, as your father is also busy. He'll understand." "Thank you. Then, I hope to see you both alive in the next round. I'll pray for Christine's luck as well. After bidding farewell to Ma Kyung-rok, Christine glanced at Ryu Min once and then departed, seemingly uninterested. Or more accurately, she tried to depart. Just a moment, Christine. Ryu Min's voice halted her steps. Ma Kyung-rok and Sang-chul looked at him with puzzled expressions. Christine did the same. What's going on? It's about the next round. It would be wise to be cautious. Quote ellipsis question mark quote. Instead of answering, Christine glanced at Ma Kyung-rok. What's going on with this guy? Having read her expression, Ma Kyung-rok spoke, concealing his confusion. Major shareholder. We can talk about that later. Mr. Ma, there's no need to hide my identity. Wouldn't it be better for your fiancé to know about the information for the next round as well? It could be the right path for your fiancé. 2. Ryu Min deliberately spoke in Korean, giving Ma Kyung-rok a chance to decide. But Ma Kyung-rok had no choice. In the situation where control had shifted to Ryu Min due to his earlier mistake, refusing here would not only provoke Ryu Min but also make him appear heartless and indifferent to his fiancé's life or death. What the prophet says is correct. If it's for my fiancé, then hiding it wouldn't be the right choice. Ma Kyung-rok looked at Christine and said, "Shall we go inside for a moment? There's something I need to discuss." Christine initially appeared bewildered but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. She sensed that something significant was about to be discussed. "Russell, please wait here for a moment," Ryu Min requested. Respecting Ryu Min's request, Russell remained outside. Ryu Min guided Ma Kyung-rok into the CEO's office, and as the door closed, the outside noise was completely shut out. Christine, gesturing as if to encourage Ma Kyung-rok to speak, wore a curious expression. "Christine, I didn't properly introduce him earlier, but this individual here is my business partner and the CEO of our company." And, before proceeding, Ma Kyung-rok glanced at Ryu Min, seeking permission to continue. Upon receiving a nod from Ryu Min, he continued. "He is also a prophet class, capable of foreseeing the future." "What do you mean by prophet?" Christine questioned, understandably skeptical about the concept of someone seeing the future. Ryu Min stepped in to address Christine's doubts, interpreting her skepticism. "What the chairman says is true. I am a prophet class, capable of glimpsing the future. For instance, I can provide strategies for the upcoming 7th round. Is that so?" Ma Kyung-rok nodded, affirming his ability. "Prophet's words are entirely trustworthy. There has never been an instance of a prediction going wrong. Does that mean you've received help from this person so far?" "Yes, thanks to him, we've been able to anticipate and strategize for the next round ahead." Although the notion was hard to fathom, the expressions on both of their faces were profoundly serious. "So, why are you suddenly revealing this to me?" "Christine, I will furnish you with information about the 7th round. Without any compensation." Christine's reaction to discussing compensation hinted at the life she might have lived. "Don't worry. I will provide it without expecting anything in return. If the priest survived, it would also benefit Ryu Min. Even though you survive up to the 15th round without any help. Ultimately, it's the semblance of assistance that matters." Christine appeared skeptical, but eventually, she nodded. "If you're confidently offering future information, I'm willing to give it a try." Providing future information so confidently was indeed audacious. "You still can't fully believe it though." Ryu Min, as if prompting Ma Kyung-rok, relayed the details about the 7th round. "Do not be fooled by temptation. Just remember this for the 7th round." "Ah, is that all, Prophet? I cannot divulge more. Doing so would bring harm to everyone. Resist temptation. You must memorize it like a spell, and that's all I can share." Both Christine and Ma Kyung-rok remained silent. The somewhat vague prophecy seems absurd. "Is that all?" "Yes, but Christine, there's something else I need to tell you." "What?" This gathering was primarily to deliver this message. Ryu Min, who was pausing, spoke with a grave expression. "Christine, when the 11th round arrives, you will be in danger. Your life may be at risk. But don't worry. A rope will come down to rescue you." Chapter 91. As the plane soared back to the United States, Christine found herself in a state of persistent bewilderment. "Why?" you might ask. "Well, Her fiancé's business partner turned out to be far more enigmatic than she had initially assumed. Was it because he concealed his partner's identity as a prophet? Or perhaps it was because, during their 6 months of engagement, her fiancé had monopolized the information about the upcoming rounds, leaving her in the dark. But it wasn't just that. What truly flabbergasted Christine was the ominous prediction made by the so-called prophet during the 11th round. He would have been in deep trouble if my father had been there. Perhaps the pastor would have lost his reputation and lashed out at the little Asian. Even a fiery temperament like her father's would have its limits, wouldn't it? But now someone is coming to rescue me. Christine couldn't help but recall her conversation with the self-proclaimed prophet. A rope will come down to rescue you. What do you mean? It means that someone will save you. Who is it? I can't reveal that. In hindsight, those words seemed even more bizarre. You can't tell me who's coming to save me. Are you really a prophet? If he had glimpsed the future and identified the savior, why withhold such crucial information? Was there a reason to keep it a secret? Who could it be? Could it possibly be my fiancé? Christine's mind whirled as she contemplated the identity of her potential rescuer. This is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm taking this outlandish prophecy seriously. The prophet's vague references to 7th round information and the mystery surrounding the Savior's identity left her skeptical. Of course, in a world where resurrection was possible, it wasn't implausible that someone possessed the gift of foresight. But I can't bring myself to believe that the Asian man is a prophet. Christine couldn't shake the feeling that her fiancé was deceiving her. A moment later, we will arrive at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. When she raised her head, she was surprised to see that they had already arrived at the airport. After retrieving her luggage, she stepped out of the gate and was greeted by a familiar face, Jeffrey Bishop, the young deacon. Christine, I hope you had a pleasant trip to Korea. Oh, Mr. Bishop, I had no idea you'd be waiting for me at the airport. The pastor insisted on picking you up. Sigh, I suppose so. After a brief sigh, Christine boarded the black van. As they drove away from the airport, toward the outskirts, they came to a halt in front of an imposing church adorned with a sign. That read Shinningwood Church. This church boasted a congregation of over 100,000 members, making it the largest in the entire United States. Such was its influence that not even the governor of Texas could afford to overlook it. And, lo and behold, the pastor's daughter was none other than Christine herself. With her background, she was unquestionably a suitable match. Creak, creak. Upon pushing open the church doors, she was greeted by the sight of an immense worship hall, reminiscent of a grand concert venue. As she made her way to the back of the hall, she reached the pastor's office. Jeffrey knocked lightly on the door and announced, "Pastor, Christine is here. Let her in." The door swung open, and Christine stepped inside. There, seated before her, was a middle-aged man exuding an air of unwavering determination. It was none other than her father, Nathan Watson. "Have you arrived?" "Yes, father." "So, did you meet your fiancé in Korea?" "Yes." "So was he, your fiancé?" "He's neat and seems like a decent person." "Has he ever been rude to you?" "He has never been rude. He doesn't strike me as a bad person at all. In fact, he treats me with respect." "Of course, he should. After all, he's dating my daughter." A satisfied smile spread across Nathan's face. "So, what do you think? Now that you've had a chance to see him, does he seem like a decent person to you?" "Well, has there been any progress in your relationship?" "We're not quite at that stage yet. After 6 months of dating, you're still not at that point." Christine felt a momentary surge of frustration. Dating? Seriously? Can we even call it that when we're merely going through the motions? Without any genuine emotions? Even so, just hang in there a little longer. Osung Group is a globally renowned Korean conglomerate. A marriage with the son of such a conglomerate can only benefit you. I get it, but... Christine stopped herself, suppressing her irritation. The topic of her marriage had been exhausted long ago. There was no point in revisiting it now. Could her father not see her naivety in seeking a marriage partner for strategic reasons? Even if you're not fond of it now, you might develop feelings over time. You might even become close to the point of no return. I'm not so sure. I find overly neat people somewhat off-putting. They tend to appear perfect, to hide their ulterior motives. Such suspicions are unwarranted. As a child of Jesus, you still have much to learn. Because I'm your daughter, right? A momentary silence hung between them. All right, what has your fiancé been up to lately? He's working on a business venture. A business venture. Even in a world where the divine and the mundane are intertwined, people can't seem to let go of their earthly desires. You're no exception, Father. I'm not just anyone, I am chosen by God. Do you genuinely believe that this is God's choice and God's power? A soft glow emanated from Christine's hand, casting a warm and comforting light. It was the basic skill of a priest, heal. Ah, indeed, my daughter. You're a true priest blessed by the grace of angels. The grace of angels. Christine was so bewildered that she found herself speechless. She had tried to explain the malevolence of angels many times, but her father remained impervious to her words. All right, does your fiancé make good use of his gifts these days? Yes. What's his level? He's level 29. He consistently ranks in the top 2 or 3 in the region. He must be quite skilled if he surpasses our Jeffrey's level. Nathan chuckled with satisfaction. Indeed, the preparations for the new business seem to be going well. It appears that he plans to create a social market for players. He mentioned that the launch is just a few days away. Well, he certainly has an eye for items, being the son of a conglomerate. Did he come up with this idea himself? He didn't do it alone. He had a partner, who claimed to be a self-proclaimed prophet. A prophet? What do you mean by that? He didn't do it alone. He had a partner, who claimed to be a self-proclaimed prophet. A prophet? What do you mean by that? As if prompted for more details, Christine waved her hand dismissively. I can't remember his name, but his partner says he's a self-proclaimed prophet class. He said he can see the future. He gave me some information about the 7th round, but I'm not sure if it's reliable. It all sounds like nonsense. He had a friend like that. A prophet. Nathan wore a contemplative expression. In these tumultuous times, there's nothing more enticing than the ability to foresee the future. How about getting closer to this friend? I doubt it. Even if he predicts the future, there's no guarantee he's right. He just casually mentioned the danger in the 11th round, but it's all vague predictions. I'd like to meet this so-called prophet. You don't need to. There's no way his prophecies will come true. Could it be that Mr. Ma was lying to you? I don't think he's so. He looked like he believed him. Lucky guess, perhaps. Making vague prophecies like that makes it easy for anyone to get it right. Well then, do you not believe in prophecies? I don't. There's no reason for me to be in danger. Christine's rune was the rune of life. It allowed her to gain experience points and bonus stats as she healed injured people or saved lives. Thanks to this ability, Christine had been helping people from an early level, allowing her to level up rapidly. Furthermore, because players who had come to recognize the value of a priest gathered around her, there was hardly any danger. It was a situation where dozens of so-called meat shields had gathered around her. Don't let your guard down. Isn't it possible that someone among the crowd following you might betray you? Don't worry. Don't forget that I'm the zone representative. With her dominion, no one dared to defy her commands. Still, with that dominion, you could become a target at any time. But there are more people who want to protect and stay with me than those who might betray. Don't worry about my safety. All right, if you say so. But always be prepared for unexpected situations. Yes, Father. As Christine left the room, Nathan called Jeffrey, who had been waiting in front of the door. Jeffrey. Yes, Pastor. My daughter's fiancé's business partner claims to be a prophet. He's been saying unnecessary things about my daughter's life being in danger. Investigate whether he's telling the truth. In the name of Jesus Christ, I will carry out your command. As Jeffrey left, Nathan's eyes narrowed. Whoever this guy is, he's been needlessly unsettling my daughter with his empty words. It was essential to understand his intentions. What if the prophecy turns out to be false? He would make sure that guy tastes hell sooner or later. After meeting Christine, Ryu Min had also given Russell the same information about the 7th round. What? I just need to remember this. Don't be tempted. Don't be deceived by temptation. Ryu Min recalled his encounter with the chairman and his fiancée at that time and couldn't help but smile. Everyone's reaction is remarkably consistent. It wasn't that he didn't want to share information about the 7th round, he simply believed that remembering only those words was enough. There's no need to say more or reveal more. If I do, it could ruin the 7th round. As long as they remember not to be tempted, they should easily pass the 7th round. A bit early, but I also shared information with Christine about how she'll be in danger in the 11th round. He had thrown the bait, and all that remained was for them to take it. Of course, it wasn't Christine's fiancé who would save her, it was Black Scythe. The reason he hadn't revealed who would save her was that if he mentioned that the Black Scythe would save her, it would undoubtedly make her fiancé jealous. Therefore, it was best to hide it for now so as not to ruin the relationship between Ma Kyung-rock and Black Scythe. Once a knot was severed, it was difficult to tie it again. To use Ma Kyung-rock, it's better to maintain a good relationship as much as possible. Afterward, Ryu Min disappeared for a while. Other than shopping and crafting magic stones by looking at items, he didn't do much at home. Created a low-grade green mana stone. Combination successful. Hermes's feather adds the option, agility +4. I've infused low-grade mana stones into all my gear. Moving up from the low-grade tier, the next step was the intermediate. The fusion process remained consistent, simply combining two low-grade stones. The procedure for crafting high-grade mana stones followed the same pattern. Even though there's only one low-grade mana stone left for each color, it's still beneficial to have them. Labeling them as low-grade didn't render them useless. As long as you have a lot of magic stones, you can upgrade them to intermediate or advanced level by combining them as many times as you like. In just a few days, Player Place will throw open its doors. As anticipated, a lot of people will flock in, offering a variety of fusion materials, including magic stones. This presented an opportunity to sweep up the magic stones en masse, facilitating their progression into high grade, and, perhaps, even the esteemed top grade magic stones. Furthermore, I must secure the essential ingredients for crafting unique items tailored to my needs. The avenue to obtain unique items was diverse, such as killing boss-level monsters or receiving quest rewards. Among the options, fusion remains the most straightforward. Having the fusion formula firmly engraved into his memory, Ryu Min faced no complexity in executing it. However, the conundrum lies in the availability of raw materials. Upon the impending debut of Player Place, this predicament was set to find a resolution. Naturally, its success hinges on people making use of it. Notably, Ma Kyung-rock had delegated responsibility for garnering users to an advertising agency. They claimed to have secretly paid journalists to generate articles, but where are they? Ryu Min entered Player Place into his internet search bar, and an array of articles promptly manifested. The first player market, launching on June 11th. A market will be created for players. The world's first social market is scheduled to open. Unwanted items can be directly listed and traded. Player Place's grand opening is imminent. Numerous articles chronicled the extent of their engagement with journalists. Such efforts had, to all appearances, successfully culminated in extensive promotion. Now, it's time to entrust the rest to fate. Nonetheless, prior to this, one final opportunity for promotion beckoned. Since it was Sunday, Ryu Min was dressed for going out. I'll be stepping out for a moment. Sure thing, hung. After going to a place without CCTV, I put on the feather bristles and cast the skill. Invisibility. Swish. Ryu Min's form seamlessly melded into the surroundings, vanishing instantaneously. Chapter 92. Ryu Min, veiled in disguise, made his way to the one-room apartment once occupied by Lostyak. Inside, the setup included video chat equipment, and there was no need for him to be discreet, making it his regular Sunday haunt. Now, as I put on the assassin's mask and transform, Ryu Min's appearance underwent a mesmerizing shift, and he turned into a flawless replica of Lostyak, right down to the pale complexion, rendering his previous form unrecognizable. Lostyak has joined the chat room. He logged into the channel where they convened their regular meetings, but it appeared he was early, as no one else had arrived yet. They seemed to be running a tad late. During the slightly tedious wait, Yamti logged in. Welcome, Yamti. Lostayak, you're here early, huh? I didn't have much else to do, hee hee. His voice and even his manner of speaking mirrored Lostayak's, an uncanny resemblance. I've already deciphered the tone Lostayak, Yemti will never notice a thing. Or so he thought. However, her gaze seemed to wander elsewhere, as if her interest had waned. The chairman has entered the chat room. Oh, chairman, you're here. Hello, chairman. Greetings, everyone. Even as the chairman responded, he wore a bittersweet smile on his face, considering there were only 2 executives left. Let's kick off the meeting. We had decided to choose our executives last time, right? Lostayak. Yes. Did we come across any promising candidates among the applicants? Ryu Min opened the statistical data on his desktop, which wasn't a complex task, given that all the necessary data and programs were already set up on Lostayak's computer. Currently, we've shortlisted 30 candidates, ranked by their level and the zone they excel in. No Black Psyche members among them, I hope. You're correct. If there were, I would have reported it immediately. What about other named members? There aren't any. I checked, but none of the applicants used the nicknames, Heavenly Demon, or Idiot Fools. Well, in that case, we'll have to pick executives from those 30 candidates. Although there were no named members akin to Black Psyche among the applicants, the selected candidates still fell within the upper echelons. Yemti, you'll be conducting the interviews. Select 5 executives from those who pass the assassination test. Certainly, Chairman. Now, onto the next agenda. There's a member of the National Assembly who's been criticizing players recently. Oh, I've seen that news. It's Lee Seong-yun, the National Assembly member, right? We'll have to discuss what to do with him when we finalize the executives. He's a legal professional trying to wield the law against our players. Even though he's not a player himself, he speaks as if he were one. Ryu Min chuckled but didn't let it show outwardly. The meeting proceeded expeditiously from there. Once all the necessary matters were resolved, Ryu Min seized the opportunity to suggest. Indirectly. Have any of you seen the news? What news? There's news about a player-exclusive market opening up. It's set to launch next week. Oh, I've heard about that. I checked out the temporary website that's already open, and it seems promising. Really. When it launches, I plan to list some items. I have a lot of useless stuff in my inventory. I should do that too. Ryu Min and Yamti spoke with excitement. The only one who didn't respond was the chairman, the sole non-player among them. Ryu Min glanced at him and spoke. Chairman, I have a great idea. What is it, Lostayak? How about actively encouraging players to use the player's place, the open market, as an announcement? Why would we do that? You might not know, but the number of cafe members has been dwindling lately. We have over 10,000 members, but the rate of new posts is low. In times like these, if we inform them about the existence of an open market where they can trade items, it could breathe new life into the cafe. Exactly. As expected of our chairman. Always on point. He playfully teased the chairman, who then pondered the proposal seriously. Well, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. The chairman agreed. Let's go with Lostayak's suggestion. As desired, Player Haven Cafe is now involved in promoting the site. Thank you, chairman. No one noticed, but a subtle smile crept onto the corner of Ryu Min's lips. Finally, the day has arrived. The highly anticipated opening day of Player's Place was just around the corner. Ryu Min, dressed in a sharp suit, gazed at his monitor during the opening ceremony. By his side, Ma Kyung-ra couldn't help but mutter, "What do you think, Prophet? The opening is almost here. Do you think people will flock to it?" Ryu Min replied, "Well, it's hard to say. We'll have to see the results." Ma Kyung-ra's eyes widened at Ryu Min's uncertain response. "No, Prophet, we've prepared a lavish feast for this occasion, and now you say that." Ryu Min explained, details about the future can change at any moment. The overarching success of the company remains unchanged. Ma Kyung-ra sighed in relief. Ah, right. I panicked for a moment. As they conversed, other shareholders began to enter the room. Following Ma Kyung-ra, the next most significant shareholders took their seats, and a formal exchange of greetings ensued. Truth be told, they all felt a bit uneasy about this venture since it had been approved with some reluctance during the previous shareholders' meeting. As Ryu Min looked at them, he could read some of their thoughts. They even changed the company name for no apparent reason. One of the shareholders added, "Let's see how well it does." A touch of discontentment lingered on their faces as they all watched the monitor intently. In just 5 minutes, the homepage of the social market would open, and Kim, a manager known for his skills during the Cheonma consulting era, was in charge. Kim began, "The official opening of the Players Place website will commence shortly. I want to thank all of you for being here and provide a brief explanation of the site's opening process." The 5 minutes of explanation passed quickly, and it was time to start. Kim announced, "Now, we have only 10 seconds left until the opening. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. With bated breath, they all counted down together. Each had a different expression, but they shared the same hope for success. Kim continued, "The opening has begun. If you look at the traffic and the number of users on the monitor, you can get an idea of the trend, but..." Suddenly, Kim paused and adjusted his glasses, leaving everyone in suspense. He stammered, wait, this." No one could find words as they watched the traffic numbers skyrocket. Only Kim managed to speak, his words filled with joy. "It's a huge success. The traffic is skyrocketing." The unspoken truth was evident. The numbers were rising rapidly, changing by the thousands in the blink of an eye. In less than 5 minutes, the site's visitors had exceeded 50,000. Ma Kyung-rok, his excitement showing, looked at Ryu Min. "Mr. Ryu Min, this is a huge success." Ryu Min agreed, "That's right." Despite his calm tone, Ryu Min was genuinely surprised. It wasn't like this before. Although he had witnessed several opening ceremonies, this explosive increase in traffic was unprecedented. As the traffic soared past 200,000, the shareholders couldn't help but smile. It was the first time they had seen shareholders smile since attending the opening ceremony. "Congratulations, sir. It seems even better than during the Cheonma consulting days." "Haha, thank you. But we still need to keep an eye on it." As shareholders praised Ma Kyung-rok, their attention turned to Ryu Min. "Congratulations. You've made a big hit, just as you said during the shareholders' meeting. Now all that's left is for the company to continue to thrive. Thank you for trusting and following along." As shareholders complimented him, Ryu Min smiled warmly. Kim's voice interrupted the moment. "Already, over 1,000 people have applied to register their items for sale." As registration requests poured in, the office staff became busy. Selling posts are coming in. Item sales posts flooded in, accompanied by comments, ratings, purchase requests, and even money transfers. The once quiet site was now bustling like a lively market. "Mr. Ryu Min, with this kind of start, we might be able to go public on the Kospi within 6 months. TN, the Korea Composite Stock Price Index or Kospi. Can you tell that just from the first day's performance? Of course, a skilled person can tell from the start. It's like recognizing a tree by its first leaves. Chairman, as you said, this is a huge success. Chairman, congratulations." As shareholders praised him, Ryu Min's smile deepened. Ryu Min couldn't help but notice the subtle twitch at the corner of Ma Kyung-rok's mouth. Although he tried to maintain his composure, his expression revealed the joy he couldn't suppress. Perhaps if there was no one else here, he would have burst into laughter, Ryu Min thought. Turning his gaze back to the monitor. The reason he had initially created the social market was to make item supply more accessible. As the site flourished, it would also contribute to Ryu Min's growth. In the process, a rising stock price is just a bonus, he thought. As expected, it was garnering tremendous popularity. Ryu Min couldn't help but feel satisfied that his proposed business idea was performing so well. As people celebrated while looking at the monitor, Ryu Min spoke prophetically, "Mr. Ma, something interesting will happen soon." Ma Kyung-rok looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean by that all of a sudden?" "I told the staff to register an item for auction on the day of the opening." An auction. The Players Place had an auction system where anyone with money in their account could participate in a 24-hour auction for items. "So, you secretly put up an auction item?" Ma Kyung-rok asked. "Yes. I thought that having an auction item might pique people's interest even more." "I see. Of course, I'm not donating it. You should consider the proceeds from the auction as mine. Of course. But what kind of item did you put up? Ryu Min smiled slyly. You'll see when you look at it, Manager Kim. Sure. Can you please show us the auction progress on the monitor? Of course. Manager Kim clicked the mouse and displayed the auction page. Blueprint. Minotaur's armor. Auction in progress. Starting bid, 1 won. Current bid, 1,210,392 won. Time remaining until the auction ends, 23 hours 52 minutes and 34 seconds. The player with the highest bid at the end of the timer will win the auction. This is the auction status. As you can see, it has already reached 1.21 million won. It had climbed significantly in less than 10 minutes. But after an hour, the price had exceeded 10 million won, and after 3 hours, it had crossed 50 million won. And the next day, ding! Ryu Min, your auction item has been sold to the highest bidder. Upon reading the message, Ryu Min couldn't help but be astonished. Final bid, 1,123,912 won. The auction price was a staggering 1 billion won. Chapter 93. Blueprints hold undeniable significance. It's more efficient to invest in blueprints with written combination formulas than to experiment with random items, considering both time and labor saved. But is it truly worth the staggering 1 billion? That's not the core issue here. Blueprints, in essence, are repositories of information. Crafting items from blueprints necessitates sourcing materials separately. In simple terms, you spent 1 billion just to acquire information. As a buyer, you must have discerned value in the investment. After all, it's the first blueprint item, and it's touted for its unique armor crafting potential, making it quite enticing. Perhaps they would acquire information through blueprints and profit by sharing it with others. Indeed, there were individuals who had thrived through this approach. I could potentially sell the combination formulas in my head and amass substantial wealth. But there's a straightforward reason they refrained. Monopolizing information yields greater gains than selling it. Rather than sharing limited materials by selling information, monopolize the ingredients yourself. Selling items crafted from blueprints would be a more profitable endeavor. However, Ryu Min has no intention of going through the trouble of making and selling items. His goal was simply to create the items he needed. With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, there was no need for him to do otherwise. Especially when stock prices are on the rise. In any case, he was content with the 1 billion windfall when a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID revealed Ma Kyung-rock. Yes, Mr. President, Ryu Min answered. Profit. Have you seen the winning bid at the auction? Ma Kyung-rock's voice was filled with excitement. Yes, I have, Ryu Min replied calmly. Unbelievable, 1 billion in just one day. I didn't expect it to reach such heights, Ma Kyung-rock marveled. Do you know who the buyer is? With that kind of wealth, they might have some connection. With you, Mr. President, Ryu Min inquired. That's correct. I found out that the buyer shares the same name as the eldest son of Hancheol Group's chairman. Well, we're not close, I just know his name, Ma Kyung-rock clarified. Is that so? Ryu Min replied thoughtfully. And I did some research. About 10,000 people bid within 24 hours, just as you predicted. It seems to have certainly captured the attention, as the website traffic significantly dropped. Right after the auction item was sold, Ma Kyung-rock revealed. Indeed, should we consider listing another item then? Ryu Min suggested. Do you have something else worth listing? Ma Kyung-rock inquired. It's an item called bull leather, and I thought it might not sell unless I mentioned that it's a material needed for the blueprint I just listed, Ryu Min explained. How did you know it's needed for the blueprint? Ma Kyung-rock asked, his curiosity piqued. I saw it through my prophecy, Ryu Min replied confidently. Ah, I see, Ma Kyung-rock acknowledged. Anyway, I'll drop by the company later to deliver the item, Ryu Min decided. All right, if you give it to Manager Kim, he'll take care of it, Ma Kyung-rock assured. Being a CEO certainly had its perks, Ryu Min thought. You could delegate the tedious tasks to your employees. By the way, where did you get items like blueprints and materials? I've never seen these items before, Ma Kyung-rock inquired. I was surprised too. I just got lucky while hunting monsters, that's all, Ryu Min replied. Nonchalantly. Blaming it on luck was a convenient excuse. I noticed that a lot of items have been listed in just one day, Ma Kyung-rok observed. That's right. Currently, there are over 3,000 items registered, Ryu Min confirmed. It's going to be challenging with so many sellers, Ma Kyung-rok remarked. There are many buyers too. The transaction volume is over 50 deals per hour, Ryu Min revealed. That's true. As a middleman site, have you prepared a plan for transactions like we discussed? Ryu Min inquired. Of course. As we discussed before, we've diversified transaction methods for user convenience, including face-to-face transactions, courier transactions, and consignment transactions. We provide identity verification and various authentication methods to ensure the safety of transactions between buyers and sellers on our platform, Ma Kyung-rok explained. That sounds promising, Ryu Min commented. Certainly, Ma Kyung-rok possessed entrepreneurial qualities as a scion of a conglomerate. As I mentioned before, you'll make it possible for foreigners to register, right? Ryu Min inquired. Yes. Opening it to foreign players is scheduled for a week later, but we've already built a system to make it available to players worldwide. We've taken care of customs clearance and all the legal aspects, Ma Kyung-rok assured. Well done, Ryu Min acknowledged. Currently, there are only 40,000 Korean players. Limiting customers to Korea alone wouldn't lead to success. It was better to expand on a global scale. To gather materials from all over the world, that's the plan. First, I'll arrange for the auction proceeds to be sent directly to your account, Profit. Got it. And if you happen to desire any other items, don't hesitate to make purchases as well. Yes, I will. With a subtle grin, Ryu Min ended the call. That was precisely my intention. He accessed the app, scouring it for any promising items. It seems like people have been listing quite a lot, perhaps in need of some cash. Over time, equipment that had become unneeded as players leveled up, as well as magic stones and material items whose uses were unknown, had all found their way to the listings. There was a wide variety of items available. Let's start by gathering unique materials. He has memorized the unique item combination formula required for the Reaper job over and over again. Deerwood roots, dark steel ore, orcs canine, trolls vertebrae. Monsters dropped various types of items. Even for that insignificant goblin, the goblin's rusty dagger, beginner-level equipment items. Goblin blood, old leather bag, etc. Drops more than 5 or 6 different items. But how do you know this, you ask? Because I've experienced it firsthand during countless regressions. Even when facing the same type of monster, the items they dropped were subject to probability. However, some items have low probability. This was precisely why it was challenging to decipher combination formulas without blueprints. Sourcing materials on your own had its limitations, and the introduction of a trading function likely stemmed from this need. Unlocking at level 40 is probably because that's when players have amassed a diverse range of items. However, most players had to reach level 40, which involved completing 9 rounds. I can't wait that long. Hence, he conceived the idea of a social marketplace for players to utilize. If no one else will create it, I will. Although practically speaking, Ma Kyung-rok is the one who actually made it. Ryu Min placed unique material items into his virtual shopping cart. With what I've gathered, I can probably craft 3 unique items. Ryu Min put unique material items in his shopping cart. Looking at it all together, I think I can make 3 unique items. All materials were purchased through courier delivery. The purchase amount was deducted from the cyber currency preloaded on the website. Now the seller will send the package to my address. Should he receive the items securely, the website would release the payment to the sellers. After deducting a commission, even if the wrong package arrived, there was no need to fret, as the website would promptly issue a refund. By serving as an intermediary, the website ensures safe and hassle-free transactions. Perhaps due to the lack of fixed market prices, material costs were not exorbitant. Most items were priced at or below 500,000 Korean won. When he added them all to his cart, the total cost barely surpassed 5 million won. The cost of making 3 unique items is incredibly cheap. Satisfied, Ryu Min proceeded to search for magic stones. The lowest grade magic stone's price was 2 million won per piece. Well, discovering the combination formula for magic stones is relatively straightforward. Chances are someone had attempted combinations of items with matching colors and stumbled upon them. They likely recognized its value once they realized it could be embedded in equipment. Price isn't an issue when you're swimming in real-world money. Ryu Min promptly bought all the magic stones listed. All of them were of the lowest grade, and they amounted to over 90 pieces in total. It's about 18 million won or so. No problem at all. Ryu Min wore a satisfied grin as he confidently pressed the payment button. 2 days later, from the front entrance, he heard his younger brother's exclamation. "Whoa, Hung, what's all this? What's going on?" With an indifferent expression, Ryu Min went outside to inspect the stack of delivery boxes. "They've arrived. Did you order all of this?" "Yes." "What in the world?" "It's nothing. These are items used by players." "Oh, is this from that player place marketplace thing?" "Yeah. By the way, could you help me move these?" "Sure, Hung." Together with his brother, they piled up the delivery boxes neatly in their room. Clack. They closed the door and began opening the boxes one by one. The contents were neatly packed into the 105 parcels he had ordered, and they were a perfect match. Alright, let's dive into some combinations. Let's start with the surplus of magic stone. He began fusing magic stones of the same color, repeatedly, including those he had previously possessed. With just 16 lowest grade magic stones, I can craft one top tier magic stone. The initially large count gradually decreased, and then, combination successful. You've forged a highest grade red magic stone. You've crafted a highest grade orange magic stone. You've produced a highest grade yellow magic stone. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. You've shaped a highest grade purple magic stone. 7 top tier magic stones, each in a different color, were now in his possession. Great. If now I embed these into each piece of equipment. Weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, boots, necklaces, and rings. He implanted the magic stones into all 7 different items. Combination successful. The damage plus 16% bonus is added to Death's side. You've got a strength plus 32 feet bonus on Hermes' feathered helm. The Wanderer's linen clothes now grants a luck plus 32 feet bonus. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. The ring of resistance is now enhanced with the all stats plus 16 feet bonus. All of his equipment had been adorned with these top-tier magic stones. Once he put them on, Ryu Min's stats skyrocketed. Strength, 206, Intelligence, 284. Agility, 244, Luck, 202. All of my stats are now above 200, even without the Slaughter rune and Bless buff. Ryu Min couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But there was more to it. You've equipped 7 highest grade magic stones of different colors. The rainbow effect buff is now in effect. A subtle, shimmering rainbow hue graced Ryu Min's equipped gear. It was visible at certain angles but not overly conspicuous. What's more, the rainbow effect wasn't merely a visual upgrade. Due to the rainbow effect buff, your resistance to status ailments has increased by 50%. For Ryu Min, status ailments were the most menacing threat. With the rainbow effect, he could bolster his resistance to them by 50%. No wonder Ryu Min's smile remained unwavering, it was indeed a significant gain. A 50% resistance boost is incredibly helpful. Now, if we factor in Java's necklace with 35%, the ring of resistance with 35%, and the base resistance of 15% from the common skill, 0.5 by 0.65 by 0.65 x 0.85 equals 0.179. I can prevent status ailments within approximately 82.1%. Success rate. If it had been a sum operation, it would have already exceeded 100%, but unfortunately, the system's percentage is applied as a multiplication operation. Wearing magic stones of different colors indeed offered tremendous benefits. But most people won't receive a similar buff. It's not something achievable with regular magic stones. The rainbow effect activates when you wear the top-tier magic stones of each color. Lower-grade magic stones won't trigger the buff. Most people will find it difficult to create even intermediate magic stones. There's a limit too. the magic stones individuals can obtain. Therefore, at this point, aside from Ryu Min, there likely isn't anyone else with top-tier magic stones equipped. He had monopolized every single magic stone. Of course, with time, more will become available. People looking to acquire magic stones through trade websites would emerge sooner or later. But by then, the value of magic stones will skyrocket, and scarcity will become an issue. Currently, even the lowest grade ones cost over 2 million won. And that's just for the lowest grade. In the future, prices will likely exceed 20 million won. Later on, magic stones may become as plentiful as beans during a drought. Because if you have one, you will think it would be a waste to give them away. Being an early bird has its advantages. Since he had already created top-tier ones, Ryu Min didn't need magic stones for the time being. Now, it was time to craft unique items. Making unique items is straightforward. You just need to put the main item you want to enhance and the specified materials into the secondary materials. It wasn't about creating entirely new items but rather enhancing existing ones. However, Ryu Min didn't have immediate plans for it. I've got the materials, but I'll hold off for now. It's more advantageous to enhance high-tier equipment, so the grade of the primary equipment should be higher. Currently, Ryu Min is at level 54. He would reach level 60 in no time. Then my grade will rise to master and the level of equipment I can buy at the store will also rise. Unique item combinations should be done then. It would be a better deal to raise the grade and buy master grade equipment from the store. For crafting, for now, I should focus on securing unique materials in advance. After all, I'm not far from reaching level 60. During this time, Ryu Min decided to keep checking the app for unique materials whenever he had a moment. Once he reached level 60, he could enhance all his items to a unique grade. I wonder if any new materials have come up even now. With this thought in mind, Ryu Min opened the app to check for any recently added materials. However, as Ryu Min examined the recently added materials, his eyes blinked in disbelief. Wait, this is. The reason for Ryu Min's astonishment was nothing short of extraordinary. These are the materials needed for legendary item crafting, aren't they? Because there were items posted that were not commonly seen. Chapter 94. Ryu Min's gaze fixated on an item featured in a sales listing. Fragment of immortal skin. Category: possession. Description: a sliced piece of skin from a creature known as the Immortal. Seller: Dontgo 95. Price: 1 million won. Inquiry: available. Chat: available. Transaction method: in person only. Transaction location: Suwon. Undoubtedly, this is the item we need for the legendary combination. Beyond unique, the next level was legendary, yet Ryu Min had initially excluded it for a compelling reason. And that reason was rather straightforward. Obtaining legendary materials at this early point is impossible. Not entirely impossible, but immensely challenging. There's only one place where obtaining a piece of immortal skin seems remotely feasible. That place was none other than the 5th round boss, the High Orc. The exceedingly rare chance of acquiring the immortal skin piece upon defeating that powerful boss was widely acknowledged. The High Orc was far from an easy boss to conquer, even surpassing the strength of the 6th round boss, the Minotaur. But did he really manage to kill the boss and obtain this material through sheer luck? Certainly, luck played a part, but without the skill to match, it remained an unattainable feat. So, who might it be? Who possesses the prowess to defeat a High Orc? Several names floated through his thoughts. Among them, one particular name seemed to linger in his mind. Could it possibly be him? An individual skilled enough to conquer the High Orc and in possession of the rune of the drop. If the person he suspected was indeed the seller, this item might be a bait. A rather risky one, at that. Considering that only in-person transactions are available, I should send a message to find out. Before finalizing the purchase, Ryu Min initiated a chat. Buyer: hello. Are you the one selling the piece of immortal skin? Seller: yes. Buyer: you've listed it for 1 million won, and it mentions that inquiries are welcome. Seller: I don't typically offer that, but I can make an exception. What's your proposed price? Buyer: 900,000 won. Would that work for you? Seller: Well, it's a bit of a stretch, but alright. It's not that big of a buyer. Oh, never mind, I misspoke. Can you lower it by 100,000 won? 800,000 won. Seller. Are you joking? Buyer. Why? After all, the price isn't fixed, and honestly, I'm not even sure of its utility. Seller. Then why are you trying to purchase something whose purpose you don't know? Buyer. I want to experiment with various combinations. Everyone buys material items for that, right? Buyer. But my finances aren't great right now. Could you offer a discount? Buyer. Hello. Buyer. Hello. Buyer. Why aren't you responding? Seller. Fine. I'll sell it to you for 800,000 won. But we'll conduct the transaction in cash. Can you come to Suwon? Buyer. Of course. Seller. Can you come to this place? Upon seeing the address in the chat, Ryu-min couldn't help but crack a smile. It seems this might indeed be the person I'm thinking of. Even with a 200,000 won discount, they still wanted to proceed with the sale. This item was likely just bait. If it's that psycho guy, it might be a bit premature for their meeting, but Ryu-min decided to don his coat. After all, if he didn't step in, more victims would pile up, and he also needed to secure that legendary material. I should go and have a look, just in case. Fortunately, he had the rainbow effect buff, which was a relief. Well, even without it, I won't be an easy target. With a sly grin, Ryu-min confidently left his house. The fuck is wrong with this guy? Ju Sung Taek, who had been engaged in a chat with the buyer, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had the audacity to ask for a 20% discount on what an item that I've listed for 1 million. 1. Character traits aside, what kind of item was this, anyway? This was an item that dropped after defeating the 5th round boss, the High Orc. He had struggled mightily to take down the High Orc, thinking he was a goner. Who would have thought that the High Orc was such a strong monster? Trying to gulp down an item he had worked so hard to obtain for a mere 800,000 won. This guy really wants to meet his end. When had it ever been a non-lethal rendezvous? Sure, he had been planning to eliminate them anyway, but this individual was different. You won't meet a peaceful end if we ever cross paths, you little shit. Ju Sung Taek, gritting his teeth and setting his phone aside, was momentarily taken aback. It was because he heard the labored breath of someone on the brink of death beneath him. Please, spare me. Hey, quite the actor, aren't you? What's this? You're not dead yet. The middle-aged man in his 40s, who had been lying prone, managed to lift his head slightly. In his current condition, with his limbs severed, it was the best he could do. Please, save me. Save me, is too informal. Give me a chance, like this. UGCH. Thud. Ju Sung Taek's dagger pierced through the middle-aged man's throat. You're saying some ridiculous things. Tisk. You scared the hell out of me. He hadn't known that the man would still be alive even after having his limbs severed. In any case, that guy is as good as dead when he shows up. It wasn't just talk. If the buyer actually came, he'd kill them. After all, the item had been bait for that purpose. That's why he had let it go with a 20% discount. It wasn't something he intended to sell anyway. Why sell it? Do you know how much I suffered to obtain it? If I wanted to sell it, I wouldn't do it for dog food money. He didn't know what the item was used for, but it could be used to lure people. Why? To lure them. Because it was fun. No, to be precise, because life had become boring. That's how life is. Why? To lure them. Because it was fun. No, to be precise, because life had become boring. That's how life is. There comes a day when boredom strikes so intensely that you want to drop everything. Ju Sung Taek had been like that since the 2nd grade of elementary school. I thought I was going crazy from boredom. Nothing was fun, everything was dull, and nothing was interesting no matter what he did. Despite his young age, he had lost all enthusiasm for life. Looking back now, it was like a missing screw, a malfunctioning part. Even when he reached middle school, it was the same story. He tried studying like everyone else, hoping it might get better if he immersed himself in something. I never missed being first in class. But even with good grades, nothing changed. He received nothing but superficial praise and heightened expectations from his parents. Too bored to handle, he hoped that the bullies would torment him, but not even they dared to touch the top student. Bullies didn't dare to mess with top students. That's what he thought, but there was a truth that Ju Sung Taek didn't know. The bullies didn't leave him alone, not because he had good grades. It was because of his madness. They had seen an unfathomable madness in Ju Sung Taek's eyes. That's what made them avoid him. Drip, drip. As he wiped his dagger clean on the clothes of the dead body, Ju Sung Taek reminisced about the past. He, looking back, those times were really great. Especially when I committed my first murder. The first person Ju Sung Taek killed was his parents. Bored with their constant nagging due to his declining grades, he had lashed out. That's when the kitchen knife ended their lives. It wasn't intentional. It was just a moment of anger. But that moment turned out to be a turning point in his life. I can't forget that feeling even now. The heart pounding with tension. The living room floor stained with blood. The feeling of pushing a knife into a person's body. That first murder had taught him so much. In his moments of extreme boredom, when he felt like he was about to die of it, he found the meaning of life. I want more, I want to savor this thrill a bit more. With that in mind, he voluntarily turned himself into the police. He realized that there was no point in running away in a country full of CCTV cameras. In any case, if I'm going to get caught, it's better to surrender early. Instinctively, he knew that it would work in his favor for a reduced sentence. He wanted to go to prison quickly and plan things properly, to kill people again. He wanted to experience the thrill of murder once more. That's why he pretended to regret his crime and framed it as an accidental killing. Fortunately, Ju Sung Taek had a talent for acting. The police, unwaveringly, believed that it wasn't Ju Sung Taek's fault. What a bunch of idiots. I clearly killed them, but they believe there was no wrongdoing on my part. He laughed it off. At first, he had planned to go to prison as part of his sentence reduction strategy. But Ju Sung Taek faced an unexpected twist. What? They're treating me as a juvenile delinquent. Back then, anyone under 14 was exempt from criminal prosecution. He was sent to a juvenile detention center, ordered to complete community service, and released under supervision. For Ju Sung Taek, who had expected to end up in prison after killing his parents, this was an unexpected stroke of luck. This is a breeze, isn't it? His streak of luck continued. He graduated from school, became an adult, and reached the age of 27 without being caught. Despite committing numerous murders, Ju Sung Taek remained unapprehended. Was it because he meticulously planned each murder on an annual basis? Or maybe because he selectively chose homeless individuals whose deaths wouldn't raise suspicion? In any case, he could kill people and still lead a seemingly normal life, even now. Those foolish police. They haven't managed to catch me yet. However, his luck seemed to run out this year. When he was told he had to participate in a survival game where his life was on the line up to round 20, Ju Sung Taek felt unjust. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed people to my heart's content and gladly gone to prison. He had been careful all this time, evading the watchful eyes of the police, and it had become infuriating. But it didn't take long for him to realize that life in this new world suited him. Is it really that hard to catch these goblins? Watching countless people die in round 1, Ju Sung Taek couldn't understand. Stabbing goblins, who were smaller than middle school students, was easier than killing people. It also matched his hobbies. It's not as fun as killing people, but then, in round 2, he was lucky enough to become a shaman while hunting. Maybe it's because of the rune of drops I received at first. The rune of drops significantly increased the drop rate of special items. The appearance of shaman-specific items might also have been influenced by the rune. After that, well, there wasn't anything difficult. He didn't miss second or third place in the previous zones, and he cleared round 3 without any issues. Round 4, where he had to kill people, was even easier. For someone who had been a serial killer, it was not a difficult task. It was actually quite exciting. Games that provided stimulation in his ordinary life were enjoyable for Ju Sung Taek. He wanted to enjoy them as long as possible, even beyond survival. If I clear up to round 20, I'll make a wish to increase the rounds. It's just so much fun. Now, everyday life has become boring. If he were to go back to being a regular person, he might not be able to. Watching the world fall apart like this is also quite exciting. Kiki. Perhaps because he had killed so many people, it was no longer about whom to kill but how to kill them in an interesting way. What he was currently scheming was part of that plan. What if I hide the corpse I just killed in a clothing collection bin next to the alley, and the buyer shows up? He would detonate the corpse with the corpse explosion skill. After rendering the guy helpless with the curse of terror, he would meticulously chop his arms and legs like slicing up bugs. No hard feelings, dude. Just understand that I'm doing this for fun. Turning away from the corpse, Ju Sung Taek looked at his phone. There were 3 hours left until the agreed upon time with the buyer. Hurry up, you bastard. I've prepared a gift for you. Kiki. To introduce a new stimulus, he placed the corpse in a clothing collection bin and used erase trace on the ground. The arms and legs that had been scattered were gone, leaving no trace. He waited for 3 hours with the hope that the guy would fall into the trap. Finally, step by step, one person entered the alley where the trap was set. A wicked smile formed on Ju Sung Taek's lips. Bingo. Chapter 95. The setting couldn't have been more perfect. In the midst of Suwon's winding alleys, this particular spot was one of the least frequented. Even though it's broad daylight, there shouldn't be any issues. Because this is a low traffic time. This is the result of a careful observation over the past few days. And I already secured my escape route. Just in case there were any unexpected witnesses, he could easily slip away into the 2-story building tucked away behind the alley. With no CCTV cameras in sight, he could make his exit without anyone taking notice. The plan is flawless. As soon as the target got within 10 steps, the plan was to detonate the hidden body inside the clothing collection bin. At that very moment, as the guy stumbles in pain, I'll cast a curse of terror upon him, making him kneel in fear. Afterward, finishing the job with a dagger to the throat would be a straightforward affair. But I don't intend to end it quickly. I'll play with you as much as possible. There was a price to pay for crossing him, and he would make sure it was paid off. With these thoughts in mind, Ju Sung Taek stood in the alley, eagerly awaiting the buyer's approach. Yes, just a little closer. Just 5 more steps. Unaware of the impending danger, the buyer continued walking towards them. The gap between them was shrinking rapidly. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, now, just 1 more step, and then, an unexpected pause. The buyer stopped with just 1 step to go. It was no surprise that Ju Sung Taek's expression twisted in frustration. What on earth? Why did he suddenly stop? There is a bit of distance between the two to have a conversation. Yet, the buyer remained at a distance, shouting loudly. Excuse me, are you the seller? Yes, I am. What are you doing over there? Aren't we going to make a deal? Seeing the buyer's gestures as if calling him over, Ju Sung Taek couldn't help but be baffled. Damn it, if he takes just 1 more step, he'll be within the blast radius. Despite the buyer's signals, Ju Sung Taek couldn't move any closer. If I get any closer, I'll be caught in the explosion too. The corpse's explosion spared no one, friend or foe alike. Getting closer was simply not an option. Of course, they could abandon the idea of the corpse explosion and opt to approach and cast the curse of terror, a simpler method of subduing their target. But that would be far too dull. Above all else, that's not the plan I had in mind. As per his carefully crafted plan, Ju Sung Taek's hesitation stemmed from the fact that things weren't going as he'd expected. What are you doing? Aren't you coming over? Would you mind coming this way? I have a leg injury. Even though it sounded lame, there was no other choice. Just 1 step closer. However, the other party seemed glued to the spot, as if they had glue on their feet. It was just a single step. Instead, they crossed his arms and wore a displeased expression. Oi, do you think anyone's without pain in their legs? If it hurts you, it hurts me even more. After coming all this way down, I have a disability, that's why it's hard for me to move. He even resorted to an extreme excuse, claiming he had a disability. A disability? Both your legs look perfectly fine to me. The buyer showed no intention of budging. That damn guy, does he know what he's doing? No, it couldn't be. Who would think there was a bomb inside a clothes collection bin? They probably didn't even know him or his job as a shaman. They likely had no idea that stepping forward just one more time would seal their fate. But why won't he just take that step and stop arguing? The buyer, still standing and making their discomfort known, suddenly exclaimed, "You damn jerk. Don't you want to make a deal with me?" What's going on? You're hesitating, so it must be true. You were trying to lure me in and rob me, right? That's why you keep insisting I come inside, isn't it? Right. You damn scumbag. It seemed like there was some misunderstanding, but it was incredibly perplexing to listen to. When was the last time he'd received such a verbal lashing in his life? Probably not since his military days. Stay calm. Don't get tangled up in this guy's pace. Ju Sung Taek had to do something to clear up the misunderstanding. After all, one more step forward, and everything would be over. He could make this guy kneel at his feet. Well, you seem to be misunderstanding something. It's not like that at all. It's not like that, you damn jerk. You're speaking rather rudely. Whether it's rude or not, you're still a scumbag. Do you think I'd say nice things to a guy who tried to set up a false deal and rob me? I've never lied, okay? Look. Feeling unfairly accused, Ju Sung Taek reached into his inventory. He retrieved the fragment of immortal skin he had listed for sale. Only then did the other party's confrontational stance start to soften. You actually have it. Internally, Ju Sung Taek couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Good. With this, I can lure that guy to come closer. But something was amiss. Just moments ago, the buyer had been cursing and suddenly, they were smiling amiably. What's going on? Why is this guy laughing all of a sudden? In that instant, it felt as if a gust of wind had passed, and then, sensation vanished from his arm. His arm, the one holding the material item, was now lying beneath Ju Sung Taek's foot. Delayed by the pain that surged in, Ju Sung Taek's mind suddenly cleared. When did he get this close? There was quite a distance just a while ago, wasn't there? Turning his head, he saw the person with a weapon in hand. And when he turned back, the smiling figure was still there. T2. Utterly bewildered, he looked back and forth between the two identical individuals in matching clothes and appearances. You're trying to say there are two of them? No, it's just one. Hearing these words, Ju Sung Taek looked back and saw that the person who had been there earlier had disappeared in the blink of an eye. All that remained was the guy holding the weapon. It was like witnessing a ghost. In reality, he used a clone to divert his attention, but Ju Sung Taek had no way of knowing that. What happened? Do I need to explain that too? With a smirk, the person casually picked up the material item that had fallen from Ju Sung Taek's severed arm and placed it in their inventory as if it were their own. Ju Sung Taek was left speechless, unable to comprehend what was happening. This damn bastard. Ju Sung Taek shouted belatedly and used the curse of terror on the person. The curse of terror. It was the first skill shamans learned when they advanced, a skill that instilled fear in the opponent. Ju Sung Taek had easily subdued most of his enemies using this skill. As soon as he cast the curse, the target would shiver in fear without fail. Why wouldn't the guy in front of him be any different? But something unexpected happened. The opponent resisted the fear. Failed to cast the curse of terror. What? A failure. The opponent resisted the fear. Failed to cast the curse of terror. What? A failure. Ju Sung Taek wondered if he had seen it wrong. It was a message he had never seen once in the 6 rounds he had played. Don't be surprised. With an 18% success rate, it's only natural for it to fail most of the time. What are you? Before he could question further, he was struck on the chin with a punch. Arg. His teeth flew out as he staggered back, blood spurting. He had nearly reached a near-death state, but a warm sensation enveloped him, and both internal and external injuries healed completely. What just happened? I healed you. The other person spoke indifferently. I wanted to beat you up a bit more. Punch. Before he could even turn his head back, the next punch landed. Pock. Crunch. Punch. A series of 1-2 punches made him stagger backward, and he collapsed. He nearly lost consciousness, but the pain faded, and he recovered once again. This fucking bastard. Ju Sung Taek, who had no idea why this was happening, was getting beaten by the other person again and again. Despite having a weapon, he was beaten by him with his fists alone. Damn it, if I could only use the Curse of Terror. The cooldown for the Curse of Terror was 1 minute. Despite enduring countless beatings, it seemed he still couldn't use his power. It was clear that the time hadn't come yet. Just 1 more minute, damn it, he muttered under his breath. But even moments that feel like they would last forever eventually pass. For Ju Sung Taek, who had held on for so long, an opportunity finally arose. Cooldown for the Curse of Terror has reset. You're finished, you damn bastard. Although he had narrowly escaped the curse earlier, this time. Thud, thud, what's happening? Ju Sung Taek was momentarily blinded, disoriented by the overwhelming pain surging from his eyes. Your parents, who brought a dirty bastard like you into the world, must be shedding blood. Tears of despair in the afterlife, just like you are now. You son of a bitch. Whip, whip. Desperate to counterattack, he drew his dagger and swung it wildly, but landing a blow without vision was near impossible. How dare you fool me? Thwack. Ju Sung Taek was sent sprawling by a kick from his foe. Though his vision was gone, he could still sense his surroundings. Did that guy deliberately poke my eyes during the cooldown? Nah, couldn't be. Could his opponent possibly know that eye contact was required to use the Curse of Terror? More likely, it was just a lucky hit. Damn it, it hurts. It hurts, you bastard. What should I do? Blinded and missing an arm, he'd have been dead by now if his opponent hadn't employed some method to heal him. Is there truly no way to defeat this guy? Then, a single idea sprang to mind. Didn't he still have one more skill? That bastard. He underestimated me too much. Even if he'd perished, he'd take that guy down with him. With unwavering resolve, he activated his skill. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it's either die, or corpse explosion. Die. Kwang. As the explosion rocked the alley, nearby merchants rushed to the scene. What's happening? Wow, look over there. They saw charred marks, shattered clothing collection bins, and bits of flesh scattered about. Those who quickly reported it to the police were unaware that someone had been watching them from afar. Phew, I almost met my end because of this bastard. Ryu Min, who had taken refuge inside the 2-story building, glanced at the unconscious Ju Sung Taek in one corner. You crazy bastard. You can't even see what's in front of you and you're using corpse explosion. If it weren't for Ryu Min's ability to read thoughts, both of them could have easily become mere pieces of flesh. Sure, he's a scumbag deserving of death 100-fold, but Ryu Min still didn't have the heart to end Ju Sung Taek's life yet. If that were the case, he would have swiftly grabbed the materials, cut his neck, and disappeared. He's a psychopath, but there's a way to make use of him. The rune he possesses for item drops is quite valuable. Ju Sung Taek's in-game nickname was Dumb Idiot, just like Ma Kyung Rock, also known as Heavenly Demon, who vied for the 2nd and 3rd spots in the previous zone rankings. However, teaming up with a serial killer posed a problem. I don't intend to take him all the way to round 20, but I can utilize him to help defeat the boss before then. The drop rune, as its name suggested, significantly boosted item drop rates. It was especially effective at increasing the chances of boss-level creatures dropping special items by tenfold. So, if the base drop rate is 10%, this rune turns it into an incredible 100%. That's how he managed to extract legendary materials from the High Orc earlier. If I use his rune wisely, it could prove beneficial. After all, hadn't he already listed legendary materials on the PPL market? Given his skills, he was bound to offer even more valuable materials in the future. The issue lies in him being a serial killer. Leaving him as he was felt ethically troubling, considering he could potentially harm innocent people. However, that doesn't mean there's no solution. Ryu Min took out a sword. There was no need to give him a reason to track him down by using the scythe shtick. Since one arm had already been severed, he went ahead and removed one of Ju Sung Taek's legs. Then, he applied first aid with only one arm and one leg remaining. The wounds healed, and the stumps became smooth. I used it on his eyes, so when he awakens, his vision should return. However, he couldn't reattach the severed limbs. Ju Sung Taek was now missing one arm and one leg. By making his real body disabled, he won't be able to commit murder recklessly. Anyway, what I need is a body in the other world capable of gathering items. Even if he turned Ju Sung Taek into a disabled individual, his avatar in the other world would remain unaffected. Now I can depart without concerns. Of course, since he saw my face, he'll probably attempt revenge when he wakes up. There was no issue with that. The face Ryu Min had revealed belonged to the deceased Wang Yongmin.